When Detective Su Yin was thrown into the forbidden abyss of the fish pond, he discovered that every floating fish ball contained the memories of the deceased. In this bizarre water area that converges magical civilization and super technological creations, swallowing a fish ball allows one to read the holographic images of the crime. Seen at AS, he continuously salvaged the flesh pearls transformed from submerged corpses. The connections of century-old serial murders gradually emerged. At that moment, the mechanical octopus's tentacles and the necromancer's spells stirred simultaneously in the deep blue waters, while the source of this conflict, the eternal fish, ball that could reverse time and space, lay quietly at the center of the ripples in his palm. Chapter 1. Killing with a knife. I once thought I was a naive girl yearning for peace, my heart irrigated by clear spring water, pure and flawless. Even if it meant paying a far greater price than the violent abuser, I would not want to see the pitiful expression of the man before me in unbearable pain. However, just as the dagger pierced my abdomen, blood flowing down the blade onto the ground, the coldness spreading throughout my body, I finally understood. Only the fear of death is irresistible. That night, I personally severed the man's neck, the stench of blood covering my entire body, my hands trembling as they gripped the cold dagger. He was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble, holding a dagger, bloodshot eyes indicating he hadn't eaten in a long time. His rough hand pinned me against the wall, my face already turning purple. I desperately tried to inflate my stomach to take in oxygen, but it was useless. He gasped heavily, continuously howling, "It's too late, the little girl is the same." Right? I wanted to escape, raising my foot to attack his stomach with all my might, but all I received in return was a more forceful beating. Finally, having lost all strength, I gave up resisting and slumped down, letting him manipulate me. Reflecting on the experiences of these past few days, ever since I arrived in this terrifying place, I had been running nonstop. I couldn't understand why everyone here wanted me dead. Was it because I was too weak? Yes, I was prey, the hunted at the bottom of the food chain, because I had no room to resist. I didn't know where I came from. My earliest memory began when I opened my eyes. I only remembered opening my eyes on that patch of grass, the deep sea-like sky appearing before me, a suffocating shade of blue. Here, I dared not look up at the sky, fearing it might suddenly collapse and crush me. But perhaps being crushed would be a good thing. At least I wouldn't have to run for my life endlessly anymore. Running barefoot was truly exhausting. In an instant, I felt the dagger stabbing mercilessly into my abdomen, cold and excruciating. At this moment, the world was reduced to the sound of blood dripping on the ground and the man's huffing breath in my ear. I was so scared. But why? Why did it have to end like this? No one could tell me the answer. After all, I was just a tiny prey, a small fish about to be devoured by a great white shark. Suddenly, the man's breathing stopped, and the large hand gripping my neck gradually lost strength. I fell from the wall. I thought I would crash heavily onto the ground, but a large hand suddenly appeared to catch me. A warm sensation came from that solid arm. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw the stubbled man slumped on the ground not far away. I looked up, and a man's expressionless face appeared above me. He was tall, with broad arms that could completely envelop my body, like a bear father protecting a cub under his soft, thick fur. He gently set me down and picked up the dagger that had been driven into my body. "Here, take it." The man's cold voice came from above. "No, be obedient." "No, I don't want to." I backed away, but due to excessive blood loss, I quickly fell to the ground again. He approached me with the dagger, and I curled up, trembling, afraid that the dagger would stab me again. "Come, take it." The cold voice rang out again. This time, he directly shoved the dagger into my hand, helping me to stand up again. "Go cut off that man's neck." "No, I can't." I shook my head vigorously, gripping the cold dagger tightly. The cold wind blew my long hair, messily covering my face. "It's very simple. Just close your eyes and swing your hands down." The man's tone became gentler, more patient. "No, I don't dare." "Quick!" he roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. Feeling two warm streams flowing down my cheeks, a sour sensation in my nose, I began to sob. He took out a long cloth to blindfold my eyes and gently pushed me toward the man that I could hear the man's panicked breathing coming from underground. Unclear what it was, but I knew it was the sound of despair, just like I had felt moments ago. The breathing grew closer until it was right under my feet. "You can swing your hands now," the The man softly instructed in my ear. Swish. The blade sliced through the air, hot, viscous liquid spraying out from beneath my body, splattering all over me. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The stubbled man's breathing ceased. Just keep your eyes closed until I allow you to open them. I felt the warm arm scoop me up again, enveloped in his broad chest. Did I kill someone? No, you just cut off his neck. Point two, coral number 3. When I woke up again, I was lying on a soft bed, and a boy around my age was sitting in front of me. She's awake, she's awake. The boy shouted excitedly and ran out of the room. I sat up and looked around the room. It was large, with a desk beside the bed piled high with various books, all filled with incomprehensible text. This seemed like a study, as there were 4 or 5 huge bookshelves placed against the wall. The door creaked open, and the crisp sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed in. Come quickly, the boy called, pulling a woman's hand as she walked into the room. She was a sweet-looking woman, probably around 30, wearing a white vest and a burgundy sweater on top, with dark blue jeans below. She had a well-proportioned figure, her golden curls falling over her shoulders, and a faint fragrance wafted in with her entrance. Does it still hurt? She smiled, reaching out to gently stroke the top of my head. Though her long, fair hands were cold, the touch on my head felt incredibly gentle, making me relax, my vigilant expression gradually easing. No, it doesn't hurt much anymore. I lowered my head and touched my abdomen where the dagger had stabbed me. You know, when Uncle Luo brought you back last night, we were all scared. The boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Only you were scared, right? You were shouting loudly. Uncle Luo, don't come near me. I'm afraid of her. While holding onto the wall, the blonde woman laughed, mimicking the boy's exaggerated demeanor. Where's this? Asked softly. Welcome to coral number 3, the boy said, giving a thumbs up, grinning with a gap-toothed smile. I'm Hawk. This is Sister Lilith. I'm Lurue Sheen. I nodded and replied softly. The boy had fair skin, was not very tall, and wore a brown beret, looking about 14 or 15 years old. Yeah, I know. I've known your name for a long time, he said, raising his head with a proud expression. Yeah, why? Have we met before? I asked, somewhat confused. Of course not. Everyone here has lost their memories from before coming here. Even if we had met, we would definitely have forgotten, he explained while taking a thick book from a nearby bookshelf. My job is to record the information of newcomers entering the deep-sea concentration camp and compile it all in this book. He opened the book and started searching carefully. Look, here's your information. He pointed to a picture in the book. I leaned over to take a look. Lirue Hexen entered the concentration camp on February 13th, 312, age 15, gender female, ability none. In addition to the simple text description, there was even a photo of me. Why do you know this? I exclaimed in surprise. Although I don't know the exact day I arrived at this terrible place, my age and the fact that I can't use special abilities are true. The big screen in the arena regularly displays the list of new arrivals to the concentration camp. Uncle Luo ordered me to record all the newcomers' information. That's my job. Even though he had already explained it once, he still looked proud and confident. No wonder. Ever since I opened my eyes, I've been chased. Is it really because I'm too weak to be anything but prey? I hugged the blanket tightly, my mind recalling those armed villains who had chased me madly from behind. Even though a long time had passed, just thinking about it made my body tremble. Hawk noticed my anxiety and gently patted my shoulder. Don't worry, Coral no. 3 is the safest place in the concentration camp, he said with a smile. Coral? Is this the bottom of the sea? Coral number 3 is just the name Uncle Luo gave to this building. There are also number 2 and number 1, he explained. It sounds like it's underwater, I laughed. Well, after all, this is indeed at the bottom of the sea, he shrugged. Is it really true? I've only heard about it. After all, look, the sky outside is as blue as the ocean. But so far, no one has been able to escape the concentration camp. To be honest, I really want to see the outside world. He gazed out the window. Indeed, ever since I first opened my eyes, that deep, dark blue had been deeply imprinted in my heart. Looking at that vast space felt like swimming in the depths of the ocean, and an inexplicable sense of heavy oppression would quickly fill my heart. Is this a prison? Why am I here? I haven't done anything wrong. I felt a pang in my nose and started to feel wronged. Ha 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 ha. You, what are you laughing at? I wiped away my tears irritably and questioned him. Sorry. He apologized with a laugh. Seeing your expression reminds me of when I first arrived here. We were exactly the same. He sat beside me, holding his stomach and looking slightly serious. I can't answer those questions for you. Everyone here is like you. One day they woke up to find themselves inexplicably in this underwater world, inexplicably being chased, and in the end, some unfortunate souls who haven't figured things out become victims, while others join the ranks of ruthless killers. Lonely fish will be torn apart by white sharks. To survive, you must huddle together for warmth. That's the rule here. No one said it, but that's just how it is, Sister Lilith added. She was holding a tray with a bowl of hot soup and a pink fish ball. Come on, you haven't eaten in a long time. Drink some soup, and then finish the fish ball. She took a spoon and fed me the warm soup. The salty taste reactivated my taste buds, and the warm broth flowed into my stomach, warming my whole body instantly. So warm, I murmured softly. After all, in the past few days, I hadn't eaten any normal food besides tree bark and wild grass. Is her body still cold? If you're cold, let's sleep together tonight. Hawk leaned in close with a mischievous smile. You brat, what are you plotting? Lilith slapped his head. Come on, finish the fish ball. She held the pink ball up to my mouth with the spoon. What is this? Fish ball. Everyone here has to eat one every day. Okay. I nodded and obediently opened my mouth to swallow the fish ball. The texture was soft and sticky, with a faint herbal aroma. Although it was called a fish ball, it had no fishy taste at all. The moment I swallowed it, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. I started coughing violently, but the pain intensified, and my stomach felt like it was about to explode. Suddenly, the room filled with books was no longer in front of me, and Sister Lilith and Hawk disappeared from view. Another scene gradually emerged before my eyes, and this familiar image made me gasp. 3-death cycle in the dim light. Several people stood in front of me. They were holding various weapons, some dripping with thick red liquid. Give it. Back to me. A man's hoarse and desperate roar rang in my ears, but it sounded more like a voice coming from my own body. I could tell it was the stubbled man who had forced me into an alley last night, stabbing me with a dagger. Please, I'm begging you. His angry tone gradually turned into a plea. Carl, just die in peace, said a tall, bald man. He held a long gun, with blood continuously dripping from the tip onto the ground. Carlos, no. Don't kill me. I still have value. Please, I can get you more fish balls. As the stubbled man pleaded, his body staggered backward. You can indeed help us get more fish balls, but the bald man's lips curled up, a glint of blood flashing his eyes. You'll have to exchange it with your own life. Before the words fell, the long gun in his hand shot out. Poochie, a sound of a blade piercing flesh came from my abdomen. My nerves tightened. Strange, I didn't feel any pain. My gaze focused on the long gun that had pierced my abdomen. Blood flowed from where the tip had entered my body, dyeing the surrounding white. Shirt bright red. Wait, that sound, that white shirt, and those large hands. Is this the body of that stubbled man? I was now observing the outside world through his perspective. Or perhaps I was parasitizing inside his body. My mind fell into chaos. Everything happened too suddenly. Recalling just now, it seemed I had transformed after eating the fish ball Sister Lilith fed me. What on earth was going on? While I was thinking, my gaze turned backward, and the stubbled man began to flee. Run, you want to run? A loud shout from the bald man came from behind, quickly chasing after him. Let me go, I've given you all my fish balls, just spare my life. The stubbled man pleaded while struggling. Killing you would give us one more. Why not? The bald man laughed wildly, swinging the long gun to stab from behind. Pata! In an instant, a stone fell at the bald man's feet, appearing to have been thrown intentionally. Who? The bald man shouted, blocking his front with a long gun. In the silent forest, a tall figure slowly emerged. The deep blue light, falling from the dim sky, illuminated his athletic figure. Before the bald man could speak, a few of his companions behind him had already cried out in shock. Ro Rockray? The bald man's body twitched, and he took a step back. Yes, it's me. Mr. Ro. Ro, are you out for a walk this late? The expression on the bald man's face changed instantly. The originally fierce and arrogant look vanished, replaced by a flattering and fearful smile, his skin tightly wrinkled. Looking worse than a rag, I'm not walking. I'm specifically waiting for you. His figure gradually approached, a cold, expressionless face slowly coming into view. This is the man who saved me last night. I remembered. After all, I would never forget his broad, warm arms. MR.RO. We're just doing some small business. Please don't make it difficult for us. The bald man cautiously inquired, lowering his head. Rather than an inquiry, it felt more like a cautious probe, afraid that a wrong word might provoke the man before him and lead to disaster. The bald man's height was comparable to Mr. Rose, but in the face of Mr. Rose's invisible, terrifying aura, he seemed like a little dwarf, needing to raise his head to make eye contact. However, the bald man kept his head down, not daring to meet his gaze at all. Don't worry, I never kill. I only want fish balls. A cold, deep voice came from Mr. Rowe. The bald man swallowed hard and thought for a moment. Mr. Rowe, the fish balls we have were also exchanged for our own lives. If you take them all, how can we survive? There are 4 of you brothers, 1 fish ball each. The rest all belong to me. Mr. Rowe replied coldly, his gaze shifting to the skinny man hiding at the back. Well, that's really generous of you. The bald man flattered, turning back to give the skinny man a wink. The skinny man trembled as he stepped forward, rummaging through something in the bag at his waist. Suddenly, the scene before my eyes changed again. My vision was swinging up and down. At this moment, the stubbled man was running for his life, occasionally looking back to check the situation behind him. Is he trying to slip away while Mr. Rowe is talking to that bald man? A narrow alley quickly appeared in front of him, and the man's running speed gradually slowed down. Ah! A scream came from not far away. The man's gaze quickly shifted in that direction. It was a little girl. She was barefoot, her clothes tattered, looking like she had just crawled out of a garbage heap. She was startled by the suddenly appearing stubbled man and screamed, running away while holding onto a crumbling wall. Don't run, the stubbled man roared, excited as if he had found a lifeline. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket and rushed towards her. Even injured, the man's running speed was several times faster than that of the barefoot little girl. He quickly caught up to the little girl and pinned her against the wall of the alley. No matter how she struggled, in his eyes, the girl was like a fish fry in a shark's mouth, with no chance of escape. The dagger reflected a cold light in the darkness as the stubbled man lifted it, lightly scraping her tender cheek with the blade. Due to excessive blood loss, the man's vision had long been blurry, and his breathing became heavier. It's too late. It's the same for little girls, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the cold dagger pierced her abdomen. Her pupils dilated, and she stopped struggling, letting out a soft gasp as she released her grip on the man's arm. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she closed her eyes, giving up resistance, waiting desperately for death to arrive. Hey! A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Turning his gaze back, it was the tall, strong figure, Mr. Rowe. Rowe! The stubbled man exclaimed. But before he could finish speaking, his head was struck by an unknown attack, causing him to fall to the ground and release his grip on the girl. This heavy blow made the stubbled man see stars, and coupled with excessive blood loss, he could hardly see anything till he collapsed on the ground, observing the small figure not far away through his dim vision. Faster! In a haze, Mr. Rowe's roar echoed not far away. Then, the sound of small feet hitting the ground followed. The footsteps grew closer, and the stubbled man's breathing became increasingly labored. Although he no longer had the strength to howl, the intense gasps fully conveyed his fear. Of death, you can lower your hands. Mr. Rowe's cold voice came from above. Puff! In an instant, my consciousness returned to reality, and I struggled to sit up from the bed. The surroundings brightened, my vision returning to the study, where Sister Lilith and the grinning hawk were still sitting beside me. For Dark Current Street, how does it feel? Lilith's tone was gentle as she reached out to tuck my messy hair behind my ear. Terrible. Ha ha. Hawk burst into laughter. Your reaction is way more intense than when I first ate fish balls. What do you mean? His reaction annoyed me a bit. Hawk, you go out first. Lilith pushed Hawk. Why? I need to change Rue Exine's clothes. Oh. Hawk scratched his head, his big eyes carefully examining me, then said, well, go ahead and change. That's why I'm telling you to go out. She grabbed Hawk by the collar and dragged him out. Closing the door, my sister began rummaging through the wardrobe for clothes. What did Hawk mean just now? I asked while sitting on the bed. Ah, yes, just a teenage boy. He often peeks at me and Ariel when we shower. She replied with a smile. No. I mean, why was he making fun of me just now? My sister paused for a moment. Oh, you're asking about that, sorry. After eating the fish balls, you can see part of the deceased's memories. She explained briefly. Deceased? Yes, the fish ball you ate is from the man you killed last night. That man turned into a fish ball? A single fish ball? I frowned. unable to believe my ears. But it's better if you don't know the reason for now. She patted my head and replied. Hearing this, my already empty stomach started to churn, nausea rising to my throat. So I ate a person? Just now, I swallowed a middle-aged man with a beard in my stomach. I covered my mouth, trying hard to suppress the vomit that was piling up in my throat. After all, those were the medicinal soups my sister made for me. I couldn't just throw them up carelessly. People here must eat a fish ball every day. She looked at me, her expression serious, not joking at all. Then, what if I don't eat? You will die. I slumped on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, my thoughts in complete disarray. Ever since I first opened my eyes, I have been trapped in endless panic and constant running. To be honest, in the past few days, I haven't had any time to think about why I inexplicably ended up in this strange place, let alone understand why most people here seem to have some kind of superpower. However, now that I am in this safe environment, I actually have the time to think about these bizarre questions. My head began to throb. There were too many unexplainable issues, and I didn't even know where to start asking. Silly girl, come on, change your clothes first. My sister gently patted my face, bringing my thoughts back to reality. She found new clothes in the wardrobe, a tank top and skirt for a little girl. Wow, it's just the pink I like. I smiled as I took them. Why are there little girls' clothes here? Are there other girls around my age? I felt a bit surprised and hopeful. No, these clothes have just been here from the beginning. My sister replied lightly. Huh, isn't this your home? Not exactly. To be precise, this is Uncle Luo's home, and we are all children he picked up. These clothes perhaps belong to someone else. At this point, she lowered her head, her eyes dimming. Oh, I see. I hurriedly changed the topic, as it seemed to remind her of something unpleasant. But who exactly is this Uncle Luo? While pondering, the tall and mighty figure of that man reappeared in my mind. However, it was only when I was changing pants that I realized my bottom was already wet, and the surrounding bedding was soaked as well. Wait, I didn't just... I suddenly reacted, instantly understanding why Hawk had mocked me just now. I didn't. Wet the bed, did I? My face turned hot, and I buried my face in the bed. It's nothing. Most people who eat fish balls for the first time are like this. After all, the mental impact can be quite severe. My sister laughed as she helped me up and dressed me. Does everyone wet the bed? She paused for a moment. Maybe it's best not to worry about that. I cover my face with my clothes, overwhelmed with shame. After changing clothes, my sister opened the door. Hawk, come in. I have some things to deal with later, so I'll leave Rue X in your care. As soon as the door opened, Hawk jumped in, and he had also changed into new clothes. Are you going to work? He looked up and asked Sister Lilith. No, I'm going to find Uncle Luo. Wow, he told you his location? It's not easy to find him proactively. Hawk shrugged. My sister nodded. I might not be back tonight, so dinner will be up to you and Ariel. Be careful out there, and don't turn into a fishball. He replied with a mischievous smile. Little brat, take good care of Rue Xin for me. Got it. Hawk straightened up and waved at her. In the evening, at the Dark Current Street Market, led by Hawk, we walked down the center of the street with various small shops on both sides. The shopkeepers were personally calling out to attract customers, some hanging up signs and colorful lights to catch attention. Is this a snack street? I excitedly looked around, but he held my hand tightly. Although there are snacks for sale, it's definitely not the kind of nice place you imagine, he said seriously, occasionally scanning the surroundings with his eyes. The concentration camp has 5 different areas, and Dark Current Street is their intersection. Also the only place besides the arena where prisoners from different areas can freely communicate. However, it is not as peaceful as you might think. After all, it's a mixed bag, and there are many hidden predators called white sharks who specifically hunt newcomers like you who don't understand the rules of the game. Just like last night. Take a good look around, he whispered. I glanced around. It was still the same shops, bustling pedestrians, shouting shopkeepers, and the flamboyantly dressed escorts. I got it. Those pretty big sisters of the bar are indeed charming. You're worried you won't be able to resist their temptation, right? No. Did Sister Lilith say something weird to you again? He panicked. Look over there. He quickly calmed down and glanced at a small dark alley nearby. There were a few people huddled together, wearing hoods and holding short daggers. I couldn't see their faces, but I could feel their gazes focused on us. Moreover, many eyes among the surrounding pedestrians were on us, moving along with us as we walked. If Hawk hadn't reminded me, I might not have realized these at all. Anxiety surged in my heart, and I couldn't help but quicken my pace. Don't panic, act like usual, he quietly reminded me, gripping my hand tightly. I became cautious even with my breathing, nervously moving forward under his guidance. The once lively market began to grow silent, because I dared not focus my attention on those boring places. The survival instinct deep within me kept telling me that I must keep my brain alert and not let last night's tragedy happen to me again. You haven't told me what the purpose of coming here is yet? I asked, my voice slightly trembling, starting to regret coming with him. Find someone. Find who? Find Ariel, to bring her home to cook. 5 Ariel's contest for marriage. The tense journey finally ended as we stopped in front of the tavern. The impressive large doorway was surrounded by sparkling gemstones, and a huge fish skull of an unknown species hung at the top of the door, with 2 bright lights shining from its hollow eye sockets, illuminating a large area at the entrance. Above the fish head was a large metal sign engraved with the tavern's name, Colorful Coral Reef. Like other taverns, there were also 2 beautiful older sisters standing here. They held up signs featuring the newly launched menu. Excuse me, do you 2 have VIP cards? The older sister on the left leaned down with a smile. Hawk took a card out of his pocket and handed it to her. This is my family member. It's okay to take her in, right? Upon seeing the card, she widened her eyes, looked at Hawk again, then handed the card to the other older sister. After exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. Distinguished Mr. Hawk, we will arrange a VIP reception for you right away. She bowed deeply to us and then hurriedly turned to run towards the counter. Hey, wait a minute. Hawk reached out to stop her. Thank you, we won't stay long. There's no need to arrange a private room. Rejecting them, Hawk pulled me straight into the tavern. Walking through the spacious corridor, with hollow walls on both sides filled with various exhibits, mostly marine creatures, including fish and many things I had never seen before. Boom! A loud noise came from ahead, causing the entire building to shake. What? What happened? I hugged my head and leaned against Hawk. It's probably Ariel. He smiled, continuing to walk forward nonchalantly. She isn't operating an excavator, is she? I exclaimed in shock. You're overthinking it. She is probably organizing some kind of contest for marriage or something like that. Hawk said helplessly. A contest for marriage? Look over there. He pointed to a crowd gathering in front of us. There was a high platform surrounded by heavy iron nets, with only a locked iron door for entry and exit. On the platform stood a man and a woman. The woman had a well-proportioned figure, and under the glaring lights, her muscular lines exuded a wild aura. She wore a chest-wrapped leather outfit and black shorts, with a pair of bright red iron boots that made a crisp sound as she stomped on the floor. She was aggressive, slightly crouching and bouncing back and forth, her fists clenched at her chest, chin slightly lowered, and her eyes fixed intently on the man across from her. In contrast, the man looked extremely panicked, his back against the iron net on one side of the platform, gripping it tightly with both hands, his swollen face bleeding continuously. Although the man was of a tall stature, he appeared as docile as a little rabbit in front of this woman, clinging to the iron net without daring to move. Come on, the woman roared, raising her heavy fist and charging at the man. Sigh, the match is over. Hawk sighed. Just as he finished speaking, another loud bang sounded, accompanied by the woman's roar, as her fist directly struck the man's nose with an uppercut. The powerful impact made him fly into the air, and his hands, which had been gripping the iron net, finally let go, leaving 2 bloody handprints on the net. Bright red blood sprayed into the air, and the man fell thud to the ground, crashing down beneath those bright red iron boots, never to move again. The iron net he had been leaning against also suffered a significant dent from the violent impact. Several staff members quickly came forward to carry out repairs. Useless. The woman shot a contemptuous glance at the man beneath her feet. No, it can't be. I was sweating coldly. She is Ariel? No. Hawk looked at me. I was startled and sighed in relief. After all, I really did have some aversion to muscular women who resembled mother gorillas. Oh, just in time, look at the entrance. He pointed towards the iron door of the arena, and that must be Ariel. A woman was walking up the steps to the iron door. Her long pink gold hair, tied high at the back, shining brilliantly under the lights. She wore a black and white striped crop sport shirt white tight shorts, and a necklace made of small black beads that emitted a strange purple glow. The woman in the red iron boots was waiting for her on the platform, her eyes fixed intently on the direction of the iron door. Ariel entered through the door and walked to the center of the platform, calmly taking out a makeup box from her pocket and applying some powder to her face. Little AI, I'm Alice, the woman in the iron boots said with respect, placing her hands at her sides and bowing deeply to Ariel. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and her gaze occasionally darted toward Ariel's face. Why does it feel like this mother gorilla is shy? Sigh, Ariel really is popular. Hawk sighed as he sat down in a booth nearby. Would you like something to drink? He asked. No, not really. More than that, I want to know why that older sister is blushing. I asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you earlier? It's a contest for marriage. He shrugged and replied. 3 years ago, Ariel announced to the entire camp. Anyone who can defeat her can marry her and inherit her position as the leader of the Hermit Crab Guild. Hermit Crab? Yes. It is one of the few powerful guilds in Area 3, with only 3 members, compared to the average number of about 50 in a typical guild. 3 people? Can 3 people's combat power really compete against large guilds with dozens of members? I exclaimed in surprise. Rather than compete, in many cases, it's more like a crushing victory. He smiled, his eyes fixed on the center of the arena. So how powerful is she, exactly? Boom! Another violent tremor shook the ground. This time, even the ceiling lights shook violently. Gasps filled the tavern, and the huge screen on the wall flashed the name of the final victor, Blood Roland, Ariel. Looking back at the arena, a huge pit several meters in diameter appeared in the center of the platform, and the woman in the iron boots was lying in the pit, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ariel leaned down, gently stroking her cheek, and whispered something in her ear. The woman's face suddenly lit up with excitement, panting heavily with her hands on her chest. Under the guidance of the staff, today's arena match still ended with the victory of Blood Roland Ariel. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing here? A lively greeting from a girl came from not far away. Your match is as boring as ever. Hawk said with a, well, after all, it's all about one-hit kills. 6 am I useless? Huh, who is this little cutie? Ariel leaned over to me, accompanied by a faint fragrance, the scent of some kind of perfume. Uncle Luo brought her back last night. I'll tell you more about it later. Hawk whispered to Ariel, leaning in close. Uncle Luo is coming back tonight. Ariel's face lit up with joy. No, it's just the 3 of us tonight. Everyone else is out doing their own things. You want me to cook for you, don't you? Ariel said with a just as I expected expression. I'm sorry, but I have plans tonight. You'll have to sort out dinner by yourselves. Just as she finished speaking, a woman walked over from a distance. Her smooth black hair flowed in the air as she moved, and she wore a beautiful long dress, her tender skin shining under the light. She came over, gently linked her arm with Ariel's, and rested her head on her shoulder. I then realized she was the agile woman in the bright red iron boots from the arena earlier. Wow, you all are going out on dates. How heartless to leave us 2 little kids at home. Hawk crossed his arms, looking quite indignant. Adult matters are not for little kids to worry about, she said, handing Hawk a transparent small box containing 2 fish balls. Here, take one to sell for some pocket money, and leave the other for Uncle Luo. All right. I really can't deal with you adults. Hawk snatched the small box and waved goodbye to them. Watching the 2 of them walk away, Hawk sighed deeply, looking quite exhausted. Why are you sighing? I asked. Why is Ariel so popular with girls? He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Are you jealous? Only I know what this violent lace lady is like at home. Look at her glamorous appearance. And she even used such a fragrant perfume. Who is she trying to seduce? Huh. Hey, the word jealousy is about to fall off your face. Finally leaving the tavern, to be honest, I didn't like the atmosphere inside. After all, competitions like the one earlier were everywhere in that tavern, and violence filled the entire room. I didn't like that feeling. Compared to that, I prefer to sit alone in a quiet little room painting landscape pictures. All right, it seems we really have to sort out dinner ourselves tonight. He walked ahead helplessly, looking around at the shops on the street. Do you have any favorite food? He turned back to ask. Apples. I mean food that can be a proper meal. Apple pie. Forget I asked. While chatting, his gaze landed on a small stall at the corner of the street. Let's go take a look. This was an extremely simple stall with various props scattered on a cloth. The stall owner was an old man dressed in coarse cloth, hiding his face under a large hat. "These are all things I've never seen before," Hawk muttered as he fiddled with a cylindrical prop in his hand. "This is a light sword. Charges for 5 minutes and stands by for 48 hours. The old man softly introduced. "Real?" Hawk looked up, a hint of distrust in his eyes. "Just got it today, guaranteed authentic." The old man leaned forward, glancing around before whispering. "Can I try it?" "Of course." After getting permission, Hawk stepped back, raised the cylinder above his head, and pressed the button on the handle. Buzz! A muffled sound like an electric current burst forth. A dazzling white light shot out from the top of the cylinder, extending a full 2 meters. "Wow, it's so light." Hawk wildly swung the light sword, the blade making a sizzle sound as it cut through the air. "How much?" he asked, seemingly quite satisfied with the light sword. "Half a fishball." "Half? Who do you think you're fooling?" Hawk's face suddenly changed dramatically. "Hey, little brother, this weapon is a T3 level rare equipment, something ordinary people can't get their hands on." Seeing Hawk getting excited, the old man hurriedly explained. "Half a fishball is enough for me to eat for a week," he complained, reluctantly placing the light sword back on the cloth. "I'm not buying it. Besides, with your demeanor, it's probably stolen, right? If I buy your stuff and someone reports it, that would be terrible." He dropped this line and grabbed my hand, turning to leave. "Hey, wait. The old man panicked, quickly getting up to stop us. "We can trade with gold coins, too. 3,000 coins should work, right?" he asked with a pleading tone. 2,005. This boss. I haven't eaten fish balls for 23 hours, and if it goes on like this, I'm going to die. Please have mercy. The price can't go any lower. 2,008. Hawk raised his head, insisting firmly. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Fine. 2,008 it is." He turned around, picked up the light sword, and handed it to Hawk, muttering as if he had made a losing deal. After paying, Hawk quickly dragged me away from there. "Ha ha ha, we made a profit." He held the cylinder high, looking excited. That old man looked so pitiful. I murmured, "Pitiful? Don't think that way." He suddenly frowned and scolded loudly. "Here, it's either you die or I die. Pitying others is digging a pit for yourself." But I wanted to retort, but couldn't find a strong argument. "Sorry." I got a bit worked up. He put away his serious expression and smiled, saying, "After all, newcomers here all have the same thought as you. Why can't everyone live in harmony? Why must there be open and covert struggles and mutual slaughter? You'll understand slowly." He turned and smiled, continuing to walk forward. However, even though he wore a smile, I still caught a glimpse of the faint light of despair in his eyes. Exactly like the expression of Sister Lilith when she helped me change clothes in the morning. "Hawk, I will be obedient, so I'll be troubling you from now on." I felt a bit shy, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. He, of course, Uncle Luo, specifically ordered me to take good care of you before he left. Moreover, everyone in Coral Number 3 is quite remarkable. Being with us, you'll definitely be fine. He gave a thumbs up, grinning with a missing tooth. I looked at him, warm tears streaming down my cheeks. Even now, I still don't know where I came from, why I am in this place full of unknowns and violence, why I am being chased by those villains with blood-stained machetes. And I don't know who Hawk, Uncle Luo, Sister Lilith, and Sister Ariel are, nor do I know how my future will develop. But one thing is certain. My heart is now filled with hope. Let's take it step by step. 7 killing with a borrowed knife. Rockley in the torture chamber filled with a strong smell of blood. The furnace burning with a branding iron emitted a deep red dim light. A man with a scalp flayed and flesh torn was firmly fixed on the rack with 6 huge iron nails. The nails pierced through his shoulder blades, hands, and thighs, suspending him in midair. The blood seeping from his body flowed down the iron frame, forming a pool of black-purple sticky substance on the floor. The man hung his head low, faint breaths coming from his nostrils, already unconscious. In front of him sat a blonde woman, dressed in a white vest and burgundy sweater. Her beautiful and pure appearance contrasting sharply with the bloody and gory scene in the torture chamber. She slowly stood up, picking up the branding iron glowing with dazzling red light, and walked towards the man. "Hey, don't sleep," she called out sweetly. Sizzle. The branding iron touched the man's rotting skin. and that patch of skin instantly turned to charcoal. Accompanied by thick black smoke, the man screamed, waking from the nightmare. However, opening his eyes revealed a scene more terrifying than the nightmare itself. He no longer remembers how many times he has woken up on this cold, iron frame, nor how many times he has lost consciousness. The desire to survive, hidden deep within him, continuously fills his brain. I can't die yet. I still have 3 brothers waiting for me to support them. It has been 22 hours since he last ate fish balls. If he doesn't get any soon, he will start to shrink into a fish ball, beginning with his bones. Ito! The man raised his head, his eyes wide open as he looked toward the other end of the torture chamber. Their huge gallows was also set up with a naked, emaciated man nailed to it. Only then did he recall the terrifying experience from last night. The 4 brothers had initially planned to ambush a man named Carl. They set a trap, luring Carl to a deserted alley to steal the 10 fish balls he had won from gambling and kill him to eliminate future troubles. After all, a man who only frequents various taverns, brothels, and engages with different companions would not be missed if he were suddenly killed one day. However, just as he raised his spear to deliver the final blow to the pitiful Carl, that man appeared. Mr. Luo, the terrifying man named Rockley. He was also sitting in a corner of the torture chamber, crossing his legs, his bloody red eyes fixated on him. He is recognized as the strongest man in Zone 3 of the Deep Sea concentration camp, and also the president of the Escapist Guild. In Zone 3, almost everyone involved in the underworld has heard of this name. Rockley controls most of the fishball trading channels in Zone 3. Many criminals who are wanted and cannot obtain fishballs through normal channels have to rely on him, using various unequal trading methods to get fishballs from him. Moreover, more than half of the brothels, casinos, and taverns in Zone 3 fall under his jurisdiction. And even the list of personnel allowed to enter the arena daily is decided by him. For those living in the dark world of Zone 3, the term Rockley is undoubtedly a symbol of tyranny, and the consequences of angering him are unimaginable. Is it pleasant to lie? The blonde woman lifted the man's chin, her ghostly pupils emitting a cold light. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I still have more fishballs. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you say. The man began to wail. Shoo! Be quiet. The woman pressed 2 fingers against his mouth. Mr. Luo is sleeping with his eyes open. The man cried out in despair. I told you to shut up. The woman frowned, visibly displeased, and raised her hand to press a hot iron branding tool against the man's abdomen. The screams once again echoed throughout the torture chamber, and the chains binding the man clanked violently. Finally, he lost strength and let his head droop again. Stop making a fuss, Lilith. A deep, resonant voice came from the corner. Humph. The woman returned the branding iron to the fire and walked over to Mr. Luo's side. Mr. Luo stood up, the dim firelight casting his shadow against the wall, gradually approaching the bald man like a dark giant. Because you lied to me, I had to spend a whole day interrogating you. Time is money. Do you understand? Mr. Luo whispered in the man's ear. I have told you everything I know. Please spare my life. I have 3 brothers to take care of. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as this middle-aged man in his 40s could no longer endure the dual torment of spirit and body. Don't worry. Your brothers have come to see you too, Mr. Luo said in a low voice. He walked to the window and removed the long cloth covering the 2 gallows. Oh, just in time, he said with a hint of excitement. The bald man seemed to understand something, his bloodshot eyes widening in despair as he roared. Bastard, you're a beast. If you're going to kill someone, kill me. Don't harm my brothers. The long cloth fell to the ground, revealing 2 emaciated men along with a small man beside them. They were the 3 brothers the bald man had referred to. They were the ones who had followed the bald man to ambush Carl last night. No, please. I'll give you whatever you want. Just please give them fish balls. Please. The man's voice became hoarse, completely different from his normal self, as countless wounds on his body began to bleed due to his emotional agitation. Time's up, Mr. Luo said lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bodies of the 3 brothers began to shake abnormally, making strange clucking sounds from their mouths. The bald man's desperate cries grew stronger, but he could only watch helplessly as his brothers' bodies continued to shrink. First, their limbs began to thin, eventually shrinking to the size of dry twigs. And then their drooping heads twisted and deformed, finally shrinking to the size of walnuts. The sound of thud echoed as 3 pink little meatballs fell simultaneously to the ground beneath the gallows. The plan regarding the unfortunate fate of your brothers. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Luo said, lowering his head with an expressionless face. Bastard, go to hell. A murderer like you deserves to be sent to the 18th level of hell. Hey, don't slander me like that. Your brothers died because they didn't eat fish balls in time. Even I sympathize with them. He turned around and slowly walked toward the door, watching Mr. Luo's back as he exited the torture chamber. The bald man choked back tears and lowered his head. Don't rush to sleep yet. Your punishment isn't over. Raising his head, the blonde woman's face appeared before him. She held a wide-mouthed jar filled with water, in which several piranhas with sharp teeth floated. She pressed the mouth of the jar against his chest, securing it with iron chains, and moved the fire to the bottom of the glass jar. These are the rare piranhas known as toxic diamonds. They are naturally afraid of heat and will desperately move to cooler areas when the temperature rises. Once the water temperature in the jar exceeds your body temperature, they will begin to bite your flesh and eventually escape into your chest cavity, the woman said softly, smiling as she turned to leave. The iron door of the torture chamber slammed shut, and the flames in the furnace continued to flicker. The man no longer had the strength to continue screaming. He gradually lowered his head, waiting for death to come. In the warm room, Mr. Luo and Lilith sat across from each other at the dining table. A delicate candelabrum with 3 white candles was placed at one corner of the table, and the warm, gentle candlelight illuminated a table full of delicious-looking food, making it even more appetizing. Why did you cut your hair short? She reached out to pull the sticky blood strands from Mr. Luo's hair. I need to change my style more often, otherwise I keep getting recognized outside, he said helplessly, propping his chin up with one hand while using chopsticks to pick up food from the plate. Who in Zone 3 wouldn't recognize you? Rockley? Lilith said with a mischievous smile. Pure killer, white reaper, and murderer by proxy are all used to describe you, aren't they? Hey. Do you think of me that way too? Rockley furrowed his brows, looking somewhat troubled. If you don't tell me about that plan, I'll have to assume you're just a brutal man who enjoys killing for fun. Lilith pouted, looking displeased. The candlelight illuminated Rockley's face, and he looked gentle as he gently picked up food from the plate and brought it to Lilith's lips. Isn't it better to be ruthless? At least that way, I can protect my companions from threats, he said lightly. Answer my question. Lilith suddenly became serious, brushing his chopsticks aside with her hand. When will you tell me the complete plan? Her expression was solemn, but her eyes revealed warmth and trust. Without a doubt, she completely trusted the man named Rockley in front of her. Even though to the world, Rockley was like a reaper, she alone understood that this man lived for some special purpose. Everything he did was for a certain plan. However, after knowing him for over a decade, he had never mentioned that mysterious plan hidden deep in his heart. She couldn't believe that this seemingly gentle and composed man would be a ruthless scoundrel who toyed with the lives of others for no reason. So for many years, she had been seeking answers to her questions. Yet, whenever she confronted him, he always evaded her inquiries time and again. This time, I want a clear answer. The dishes on the table were overturned, and the blonde woman pinned the man down by his neck, pushing him to the ground. She fell into his arms, her fiery red lips kissing his dry mouth. Rockley never smoked, and there was no strange taste in his mouth, which was completely different from the stench of smoke and alcohol that men who frequented brothels emitted. However, he also wasn't like those foul-smelling men who would immediately succumb to lust at the slightest touch of Lilith's sensual body. She scoffed, feeling a bit bored. She climbed off Rockley and extended her hand to help him up from the ground. You must have been married, right? She sighed and asked. I don't know. After all, I have no memories of before coming here. Rockley replied, while reaching out to clean up the scattered food. Another such answer. She sighed, squatting down to pick up the broken porcelain plate. Don't you find it strange? Why has everyone who came here lost their previous memories? Those of us trapped beneath the deep sea, this concentration camp, this forced world filled with slaughter, who set these absurd survival rules? And who is orchestrating everything behind the scenes? He gritted his teeth, crushing the porcelain shard in his hand, making a cracking sound. Hiding such thoughts is not good. Lilith hugged him from behind, her hands stroking his body. Tell me your plans. Let's find our memories together, okay? I'm sorry, but it's not the right time yet. He gently pried Lilith's hands apart and began to collect the trash on the floor. Fortunately, all the pieces were in place, and they could move on to the next phase of the plan. Oh, including that little girl named Lu Ruixin you brought back last night? Lilith asked curiously. Yes, she is the last one, but she doesn't seem to have any special abilities at all. Compared to the other kids with outstanding combat skills, what is her role? Lilith pressed on. My intuition tells me she is essential. Intuition? Lilith chuckled bitterly. But when you picked me up all those years ago, you said the same thing. Rockray returned to the table, opened a bottle of red wine, and said, Even I don't know why I secretly gathered you children, nor do I know why I established the infamous Liberators Guild. Yet, deep inside, there's a strong drive that compels me to do so, is an obsession, and I must fulfill it. So, including those children who sacrifice themselves, we are all pieces in your plan, right? Lilith also sat down, taking the wine glass from his hand. Not pieces. Because we share the same suffering, there is no one belonging to anyone. I firmly believe in the trust you children have in me. So please always maintain your trust in me. You really are a boring and rigid man. She scoffed with a smile. In the soft light, the glass filled with red wine clinked gently, and the woman smiled tenderly, immersing herself in the rich red wine with the man. 9 shadows in the corridor at 10 p.m. in the reading room of Coral number 3. I was sitting alone at the desk lamp, drawing. Since Sister Ariel had an appointment with someone, it ended up being just Hawk and me left at home. After leaving Underflow Street, we arrived at the shopping street in Zone 3, where Hawk sold the fishball Ariel entrusted to him for a fair price and used the money to buy a large quantity of ingredients. Speaking of which, the value of a single fishball was truly surprising. The money obtained from just one was enough to buy ingredients to last us a month. In the kitchen, I could hear the sizzling sound of Hawk cooking, and a rich aroma wafted into the study, making my stomach, which had been hungry all day, rumble again. I gripped the pencil tightly in my right hand, while my left hand moved back and forth on the drawing paper. Since there was no decent ruler here, to draw a proportionally harmonious landscape, I had to grasp the distances and sizes between different elements carefully. Although I had lost my memories of before coming here, my passion for drawing had not been forgotten. I didn't know if my previous self had been trained as a professional artist or if I was truly gifted, but the exquisite works I created amazed even me. Lu Ruixin, you are truly a genius. I held up my piece titled Joyful Collaboration above my head, displaying it under the bright light in the room. The content depicted a group of diligent workers in white coats, busily collaborating in a laboratory filled with various instruments and equipment, chatting and laughing together in a joyful manner. Additionally, I included my own image. To avoid disrupting the harmony of the painting, I placed myself in the far corner of the lab. After all, ordinary little girls wouldn't typically enter such places, right? I like to include my own image in my drawings because it makes me feel more immersed in the scene. Thud! A strange sound came from the door of the study. Hawk! I was startled and turned to look, but the doorway was empty, and the distant sound of cooking confirmed that Hawk was still in the kitchen. Did I hear wrong? I stood up and walked toward the door. Thud! Another sound. This time it came from the corner at the end of the corridor. It was very dark there. I didn't dare to go, but my strong curiosity forced me to slowly step forward. Finally, I cautiously approached the corner and peeked around. In the darkness, I squinted to observe carefully. Thud! Another sound. Oh my God, there was indeed something there. It was a slender shadow. Because the lights were off, I could only see its outline. Its top was entwined with tendril-like branches, flailing wildly in the dark, while 2 branch-like thin legs swung up and down, striking the ground and making a thud-thud-thud sound. I became scared, but I didn't dare to turn on the light. 1. I was afraid of startling it, and 2. I was worried that if I turned on the light, what I saw could be a horrifyingly ugly monster. I would rather see its outline in the dark than clearly see its terrifying face. I didn't know when I had followed that shadow deep into the corridor, where there was almost no light, and I could only see its outline illuminated by the dim blue light coming through a small window connected to the outside. Wait, it seems like there's a dead end ahead. What is it doing here? I was taken aback, and I couldn't help but grip the soft tentacle beside me tightly with both hands. Wait, what the hell? I screamed, using all my strength to swing the soft, suction cup-laden tentacle hard against the wall. Ouch! A strange cry came from behind me. The sound was so close, right above my head, next to my ear. I stood frozen like a statue, not daring to breathe. Should I turn around? Or not? Fear invaded my brain. I had no idea what terrifying monster was facing me from behind. Hawk! I couldn't help but sob quietly. Bang! The ceiling light was suddenly turned on by someone, and the brightness instantly filled the entire corridor. Dinner! Hawk's voice came from the hallway. Help! Help me! My legs weakened, and I plopped down on the ground. Oh, Uncle Clay, are you done? Hawk smiled. Yeah, I've been working for a week straight. I came out to get some fresh air. A high-pitched voice from behind me said, Ah! I turned around and looked up. Oh my God! The strange creature in front of me startled me, and I crawled and knelt to escape behind Hawk. It was a huge octopus nearly 3 meters tall. It had dozens of thick tentacles waving in the air, and if it wasn't careful, it could knock down the chandelier from the ceiling. However, its lower body was a human torso. Its long, slender legs were covered in hair, just like a primitive tribesman. Is Rockley back with the doll again? The man's shrill voice came from the massive, waving tentacles above. Where is its mouth? How is it talking? I clutched Hawk's neck tightly, terrified that if I let go, those terrifying tentacles would pull me into the unfathomable black vortex above its head. I can't breathe. Hawk struggled desperately. I didn't expect my strength to be quite considerable. In just a few seconds, I left 2 deep red marks on his neck. Ugh, really? Hawk painfully turned his neck. I'm sorry I didn't inform you in advance last night. This little girl is named Lu Ruei-Shin, and Uncle Luo brought her back last night. Oh, it's her. The octopus mumbled to itself, leaning its tentacle-covered massive head closer to examine me carefully. No wonder I sensed another life form's activity in my mental perception. "Do not come any closer," I screamed, curling up behind Hawk, only peeking out with half an eye cautiously watching it. She's the strange, powerless person announced in the arena a few days ago, right? What did Uncle Luo bring her back for? I don't know, but since Uncle Luo brought her back, we can only take good care of her. Hawk shrugged. Am I being unnecessary? I couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The octopus took 2 steps back, its body trembling slightly. Soon, the tentacles on its head began to shrink, gradually getting shorter until they disappeared into its head. A tall, thin man's face appeared in front of me. He was disheveled, with hair messily scattered on his head, and his face, glistening with oil, bore 2 huge dark circles, probably from a long time without rest. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Clay. Would you like to have dinner together? Hawk smiled, raising the fragrant meal in his hand. Sure, then I'll trouble you. The man nodded, walking towards the dining table in mismatched, shabby slippers. I suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. You guys eat first. I hugged my head and dove into the study. To my value, hey, Ruei-Shin, it's really rude to Uncle Clay like this. Hawk lightly knocked on the study door. I hid inside the room. Although I already knew that somewhat effeminate octopus monster wasn't a bad person, I really couldn't accept that terrifying appearance, which made me feel even more repulsed than a muscular gorilla. Well, whatever, it's my fault after all. I showed her my soul form on our first meeting. Cly's sharp and high-pitched voice came from outside the door. Little sister, Uncle is not a bad person. Come out, we can have a chat. Isn't that what makes you sound more like a bad person? Is that so? I really can't coax children. Cly laughed awkwardly, his piercing laughter reminiscent of a dark witch in a cartoon. Sigh, if you don't want to eat, then just starve. Hawk shrugged and left the door with Cly. I squatted behind the door, feeling a bit wronged. At least try to persuade me a bit more. If you say a couple more words, I might just go out. After squatting for a while, I stood up and gently opened the door, peeking through the crack to observe the situation at the dining table. With a wow, Hawk's toothy grin suddenly appeared in the crack of the door. Ah ha 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 ha. I was so scared that I fell to the ground, my eyes filled with stars. Ha 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 ha. He stood at the door, clutching his stomach and laughing. Dare to plot against your dad. I gritted my teeth and got up, using my small fist to hit his head hard. He dodged all the way, and I chased him to the dining table. I looked up at Uncle Cly, who was holding a knife and fork at the table. Hello. My name is Lu Ruixin. I lower my head, feeling a bit embarrassed, as I had indeed been rude just now. My name is David Cly. Just call me Cly. He smiled. I climbed onto the chair, and Hawk had already placed the fragrant dishes on the table. Is this all you're cooking? I was very surprised to see these visually appealing dishes. After all, at my age, I had just learned how to properly use a knife and fork, while he could already cook such high-end ingredients. Yes, he raised his head proudly. Among the 6 people in my family, only I and that lace girl can cook. Thinking about the cooking skills of the others, sigh. It's terrifying. 6? Yes. Besides the sister Lilith you've already met, the lace girl, Uncle Cly, and Uncle Luo, there's also our brother Fred. Hawk gave a thumbs up, looking excited. Oh, I nodded. Is that all you can react? How should I respond? Aren't you supposed to curiously ask me? What kind of person is Brother Fred? How powerful is his blazing pulse? Why do people in Zone 3 respectfully call him Crimson Tooth Shark? And why is his amazing stand-up comedy so captivating that it is sung by many? He gestured dramatically, as if reciting a tongue twister. Then, what kind of person is Brother Fred? Seeing his eager expression, I had no choice but to follow his topic. It was obvious he greatly admired this man named Fred. Wow, you've hit the nail on the head. He grabbed a chicken leg from the plate and took a big bite. You emphasized it yourself, right? My brother is a warrior with the extremely rare Crimson Flame ability, ranking 3rd in the White Shark rankings of Zone 3. Speaking of my brother, he even... Boom! Before he could finish, a loud noise came from outside the window, and crimson light instantly filled the entire room. With a loud crash, a hot wave of air shattered the glass and rushed into the room, scattering broken glass all over. In the red light, a figure wrapped in blazing fire was reflected in front of the window, and the sound of combat boots hitting the balcony echoed like a clear steel collision. A young man in armor burning with flames appeared in view, cursing nonstop. Is that bastard skull being used as a coffin board for his father? Why doesn't he, that damn dog, just wait for me to take his life instead of running off to dig a grave for his son? He cursed, punching the broken window frame, and the iron frame instantly shattered, flames bursting out of the house. Here it comes. Brother Fred's stand-up comedy. Hawk clapped and exclaimed, quickly getting up to fetch the fire extinguisher he had prepared, spraying it all over Fred. Brother, why do you look especially energetic today? He approached Fred, who was extinguished. Like a small follower. Seems like he is a small follower. Isn't it that Ariel wants me to take care of that damn rat? Fred said with an unhappy expression. He sat down at the dining table, scaring me so much I almost fell under it. She told me the guy would go to the Colorful Stone bar on Dark Current Street at 8 p.m., but I waited until 9:30 p.m. and still didn't see him. He complained angrily, grabbing a piece of meat from the plate and stuffing it into his mouth. By the way, is that octopus freak still working in the basement? He asked angrily. That octopus freak is sitting right in front of you. Uncle Cly said, sorry. I really didn't recognize you with that human skin on. This is my real appearance. All right. Looking at the two at the dining table, I felt a mix of emotions. Why do I feel like I've walked into a den of thieves? At that moment, he finally noticed my presence. His eyes filled with violence focusing on me. Who is this? He mumbled, chewing on the meat. A child picked up by Uncle Luo last night. Oh, he nodded, no longer looking at me, turning his head to continue eating. His indifferent reaction surprised me. I had thought he would lean over and point at my nose. Cursing, what do we need this useless brat for? Or something like that. Hello, my name is Lu Ruixin. I'm 15 years old. I hurriedly jumped off the chair and greeted him properly. Oh, my name is Fred. You can also call me Dad. Okay, huh? After wolfing down his food, Fred walked towards his room. I'm going to take a shower. I have to go out later. All right, the hot water is already boiled. You should rest well. Hawk stretched his neck in response. Everyone is so busy, I sighed, as I had just met them, and they would soon be leaving again. Yes, after all, any one of us is a standout in some field in Zone 3. Uncle Cly replied with a smile. Hearing this, I fell silent, lowering my head, feeling a weight pressing on my heart. It seems everyone here has their own skills, even possessing extraordinary abilities, while I myself can do nothing and just add trouble for Hawk. Don't worry about that. I can assure you that every member living in Coral know. 3 foot has their own value. Since Uncle Luo brought you here, You are a member of Coral number 3, and one day you will find your own value. Uncle Cly said gently. 11 Arena, a gentle breeze blew through the young girl's golden-pink long hair. Although there were no distinct seasons here, the temperatures did vary with the time of year, and it was now a relatively cool period. Little darling, I'm leaving now. Ariel stroked the girl's cheek, her gaze gentle. Last night, I was taken care of by you. The girl blushed and adjusted the collar of her windbreaker. Next time we have the chance to meet again. Ariel pulled out a small glass box filled with fish balls from her pocket and put it back in. The girl beamed with joy, waved goodbye to Ariel, and turned to leave. Phew, now it's time to get down to business. She turned her head and looked at the sign behind her, where 5 enormous characters were carved in what seemed to be glass or diamond material. Deep Sea Arena. It is very close to Undercurrent Street, taking about 10 minutes to walk. This place is also the intersection of the 5 different areas of the concentration camp. However, unlike the commercially driven Undercurrent Street, this is purely an arena for competition. The arena holds a match every day, lasting 10 minutes. The gates connecting the 5 areas open promptly at noon, and each area is allowed to send only 2 contestants to participate. The rules of the competition are simple. 10 contestants from the 5 areas enter the circular arena for a free-for-all. Once more than 2 contestants die, the circular stone cup in the center of the battlefield will open, revealing 20 fish balls. After that, it's time for the contestants to fight for the fish balls. It's worth mentioning that for nearly 20 years, no new contestants have appeared at the entrance of Zone 5, meaning there are only 8 participants in each match. When the time is up, the 5 gates will automatically open, allowing the contestants to exit the arena. The rules and rewards of the competition are straightforward. But the only thing that perplexes everyone is that the entire process from the start of the competition to the distribution of rewards and the end of the match is fully automated. No one knows who is behind the control, nor who formulated such match rules. However, many people are eager to try their luck for the generous reward of 20 fish balls. After all, the condition to open the stone cup is simply just 2 or more must die. But the survival rules here do not allow naive individuals to act recklessly. Contestants entering the arena are almost all powerful warriors from each area. Most of these guys are battle maniacs, and they don't need to worry about their daily intake of fish balls, as their powerful strength allows them to easily obtain a large amount of fish balls through other means. Therefore, this place has become the best platform for them to duel with strong opponents from other areas. After all, hunting residents from other areas outside the arena will lead to a manhunt, and one's name will be placed on the bounty list of major guilds. However, some people take pleasure in this, judging their strength by the height of their bounty. This group of people is the White Sharks, a group despised by all residents of the concentration camp. White sharks exist in all areas and are numerous. After decades of development, it seems to have gradually become a legitimate profession, but no one dares to acknowledge it. The White Sharks are different from Carl, who was killed by Lu Ruixin. Compared to Carl, who idled away his days indulging in lust and gambling, the White Sharks possess stronger combat power, as they must have enough strength to ensure they do not become prey for others. After all, the higher one's bounty, the greater the chance of becoming a hunting target for other White Sharks. White Sharks usually hide in the dark corners of the world, hunting newcomers based on the newcomer information reported daily by the arena. This is their basic daily work. These poor newcomers, when killed, turn to a fish ball. The White Sharks can choose to consume it themselves or exchange it for a large sum of money. They sometimes take on some dirty work, such as assassinating someone's enemies or business competitors. Thus, this special group of White Sharks, though hated by most, is also needed by many powerful groups. What interesting opponents will I encounter this time? Ariel walked into the arena with great interest. Whoosh! A figure flashed by her from the front and stopped behind her. Secret order. A strange man's voice came from behind. Speak. She stood back to back with the shadow, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. 8 o'clock in the evening, Coral number 1, a 391. Received, she responded, then casually walked forward, and the shadow behind her instantly turned to dust and dispersed into the air. At noon, the entrance to the arena. 2 5-meter-high steel doors stood closed at the entrance, with the huge emblem of Zone 3 stamped on the door panels. Composed of a blazing flame and the muscular upper body of a warrior, symbolizing the special abilities self-enhancement magic and space movement magic commonly possessed by the residents of Zone 3. Each of the 5 areas in the concentration camp has its own unique supernatural characteristics. Zone 3 has enhancement and movement magic. Zone 1 has shape-shifting and mech summoning. Zone 2 has explosive magic. Zone 4 has cold weapon types. And Zone 5 is still unknown. Compared to the other 4 areas, Zone 5 is ignored, as residents from other areas have not heard any rumors about Zone 5. There have even been no sightings of anyone claiming to be for Zone 5. Some have speculated that after the massive disaster known as the tsunami 20 years ago, severe internal strife likely occurred within Zone 5, eventually leading to a drastic reduction in its inhabitants and the gradual depletion of resources available for human survival, rendering it a barren wasteland. However, this is merely speculation, as each area has its own complete ecosystem, capable of providing a long-term living environment for humans, and completely destroying it is not an easy task. Ding! The arena is now open. Please take your positions, contestants. With the ethereal voice of a woman echoing overhead, the 2 enormous doors automatically opened from the middle. The vast circular arena came into view, with a gigantic stone pillar standing in the center, topped with a stone cup, through which the 20 fish balls inside could be seen through the transparent glass cover. As long as 2 people are killed, the glass cover will automatically open. Here I come, Ariel shouted excitedly as she dashed through the door. 12. A friend in need. As soon as she entered the arena, 3 arrows wrapped in purple flames flew towards her. Instant flash. Ariel leapt into the air and suddenly disappeared, the 3 arrows piercing through the air and hitting the ground. In the next moment, her figure appeared atop the stone pillar in the center of the arena. That was where the stone cup containing the fish balls was located. But if the conditions for opening it weren't met, the glass cover wouldn't automatically lift. What was she planning to do? A newcomer? Daring to participate without knowing the rules. Mocking voices rose from the audience. Great tremor. Ariel squeezed her legs tightly against the stone pillar, her hands raised in a claw-like position. In an instant, ripples of energy appeared between her palms. She swung her hands down with force. The spatial waves generated in her palms instantly expanded and struck the transparent glass cover atop the stone cup. Boom! A loud explosion ensued. The strong shockwave from the blast sent Ariel flying away, leaving her hands with a strong, tingling sensation from the explosion. Looking back at the glass cover on the stone cup, it remained intact. TSK, so it really can't be shattered directly. She clicked her tongue and let her body fall freely through the air. Flamebird. At that moment, a female voice roared from the ground. It was a girl in iron armor, her hands engulfed in red flames, likely a magic warrior from Zone 2. Accompanied by her roar, the female warrior aimed at Ariel in midair and threw a fireball. The heat intensified as the fireball came roaring like 2 small suns. However, just as Ariel's body was about to make contact with the fireball, she vanished again. The 2 fireballs sliced through the clear sky, but coincidentally struck 2 warriors engaged in battle at the other end of the arena. In the instant the fireballs exploded, countless sparks erupted from the sphere, sending debris flying and leaving deep marks on the surrounding floor like bullets. The 2 unfortunate warriors were scorched by the sudden disaster, unable to use recovery items before being severed in half by 2 warriors who had been lurking in the shadows. Ding! Conditions met. The stone cup is about to open. A feminine, ethereal voice echoed above the battlefield. The participants simultaneously focused their attention on the top of the stone pillar in the center of the arena. The scramble for the prize had begun. Hey, babe, you should pay attention to your safety first, a soft and seductive voice whispered into the ear of the fireball girl. Feeling her earlobe suddenly being gently bitten by 2 rows of teeth, warm breath entered her ear canal. She squealed, instantly losing strength and collapsing to the ground in a daze. Turning around, she saw Ariel with a flirtatious expression standing behind her. What are these 2 women doing on the battlefield? In the next moment, a man's rough roar came from behind. He swung his sword, a bright white light slicing through the air towards the 2. Ariel crouched down, raising her right arm to shield the fireball girl. The space around her right hand twisted again, and a translucent square shield appeared instantly. In an instant, the blade wave struck the air shield. The powerful impact sending Ariel back half a meter, and the fireball girl quickly stood up to catch her. "Why did you block the sword for me?" the fireball girl asked, surprised. "I like you, babe." Amidst the swirling dust, Ariel straightened up and lowered her right hand, causing the air shield to disappear. "You can't be." Looking at the towering figure, the fireball girl instantly understood something, her face showing surprise. "Blood Roland Ariel from Zone 3? Ariel didn't reply, only smiled as she focused on the sword-dancing man rushing towards them. "What? Make your move!" the man shouted while running, but saw Ariel standing completely still, not even taking the most basic defensive measures. "Humph!" Ariel snorted coldly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Substitute attack." She raised both hands above her head and threw her head back, howling to the sky. "What the hell?" Both the fireball girl and the sword dancer exclaimed in astonishment. But just as the words left their mouths, a wizard wrapped in black flames appeared behind the man. King of the underworld octopus. Bang! The wizard's iron fist, enveloped in dark magic, struck the man's back, directly penetrating through him. His internal organs, along with the fist that pierced his sternum, flew out, blood instantly gushing from the man's chest. PFF. He spat blood, his hands weakly releasing the sword hilt, causing the sword to drop to the ground. The black flames wrapping around the wizard's fist quickly burned through the man's body, and the sound of his internal organs being scorched echoed. The man howled, trying to escape the wizard's grip, but his body had already lost all strength, gradually weakening until he collapsed to the ground. Ding! The match is over. The passage is about to open. The ethereal prompt sound echoed once more above the arena. "Hey, Dark Guy, it was a pleasure working together," Ariel smiled, looking up at the dark wizard standing in front of the sword dancer's corpse. He was also a warrior from Zone 3, Ariel's teammate in this competition. But Ariel had completely ignored him from the start. To be honest, I really didn't want to team up with the hermit crab leader, but thankfully, the battle ended quite quickly," he said as he picked up the fishball that had turned into a corpse and left the arena alone. I'm sorry at that moment." The fireball girl behind her timidly apologized. Ariel turned to look at her. The girl was wearing light armor, specifically designed for explosive magic users, which was quite convenient for movement and provided high defense, easily withstanding attacks from T4 level weapons and below. It was essential combat gear for experienced professional mages. Yet, the girl's youthful face didn't resemble that of a seasoned arena veteran at all. "How old are you?" Ariel leaned over with a smile. "Huh?" The sudden question surprised the fireball girl. "I'm 19. So young." Ariel chuckled. "Why are you apologizing to me?" "Because you blocked that man's sword strike for me, missing the chance to claim the fishball reward," she mumbled, looking down. "Oh, that's true after all. I really have the strength to grab those fishballs." Ariel placed her hands behind her head, tilting her head back and pretending to look troubled. I will give you some compensation," the girl quickly said. "Oh, how do you want to compensate me?" Ariel glanced sideways at her face. Seeing her pale complexion and her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, it was clear she felt guilty and was quite self-reproachful. "So cute. I can't help it." She couldn't help but swallow. What do you want? Compensation money? Or fishballs?" She raised her head, her eyes a bit misty. "But I don't have much money, nor many fishballs." Looking at the pitiful girl, Ariel sighed. She walked over and whispered something in the girl's ear. After hearing it, the girl's body trembled slightly, and her face instantly turned red. "Then, see you tonight." Ariel patted her shoulder. "Tonight. See you. 13 secret meeting at 8 p.m., Rainbow Coral Reef Tavern." "Hello, Miss Ariel. Do you have a reservation for two?" asked the bartender with a smile. Ariel lowered her sunglasses to reveal half of her eye and looked at her. "Oh, it's you. Xiaohua, you're on duty today." "Yes, let us go to a VIP room and treat my sister well," she said, patting the young girl in her arms. "Oh, who is this?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "Sophia. We met at the arena yesterday," Ariel replied. "All right, please register here, and I'll take care of the formalities," Xiaohua said, handing her the registration board. Sophia looked down, seemingly shy. After all, it was her first time entering such a place. If it weren't for the favor she owed Ariel from yesterday at the arena, she probably wouldn't have stepped into such a place for her entire life. Under Xiao Hua's guidance, Sophia entered a warm room that was spacious and equipped with dining, entertainment, and massage facilities. "Miss Sophia, would you like something to drink?" Xiao Hua asked, sitting next to her with a smile. "Juice. Juice is fine," she replied softly. Looking around the room, she noticed that the furniture and various recreational facilities were all high-end brands she had never encountered before. The intricate carvings on the furniture, the huge chandelier inlaid with colorful jewels, and the spotless floor and tabletop. These were things she had never come into contact with while living in the orphanage of the Tiger Whale Guild. At 19 years old, she had lived in the orphanage established by the Tiger Whale Guild in District 2 since she could remember, eating a fixed portion of food every day and receiving a meager living allowance each month. The orphanage had a rule. They were responsible for raising the children until they turned 18, after which they had to formally join the Tiger Whale and become a part of the Guild's warriors. Having joined the Guild for a year, she underwent rigorous magical skill training and became an outstanding explosive mage, mastering the powerful explosive magic ability. Her relentless effort and diligence quickly earned her the permission to enter the arena. Rather than saying it was permission, it was more about obeying the guild arrangements. The Tiger Whale Guild controlled the quota distribution of arena participants in District 2, and they would arrange the list of warriors entering the arena a week in advance, with Sophia being one of them. Yesterday was also her first time entering the arena to compete. Previously, she had only learned about the rules of the arena from books and memorized them. But when she actually stepped into this violent and bloody battlefield, she found that those cliches she learned from books were nothing but useless words. After all, only the truly powerful are kings here. To be honest, Sophia did not want to participate in the arena battles at all, because once she stepped onto that battlefield, she would become a killer of strangers. Even though killing was allowed here, she, who yearned for peace, did not want to do so. But when she expressed her true thoughts to her instructor, he just shot her a cold glare and said, "The guild raised you, not for you to cry and stretch your neck under the enemy's knife in the future, shouting long live peace while having your head severed and turning into someone else's fishball." Even so, Sophia still prayed for peace as she stepped onto the battlefield. She even naively hoped that the warriors in the arena would all sit quietly in place, dragging the match until 10 minutes later when it ended, and everyone returned safely to their own areas. But fantasies are fantasies. The huge temptation of the 20 fish balls placed on the stone pillar in the center of the battlefield would still stir greed in many, even to the point of sacrificing others' lives to obtain them. No matter who fired the first shot on the battlefield, the battle would ignite. She knew very well that it was impossible to change reality by her own strength, so she chose to fight, even if it was just using a few powerful explosive spells to intimidate the enemy. At least she could deter those with ulterior motives from attacking her without killing anyone. However, she luckily encountered Ariel, the strange girl known as Blood Roland. Although they lived in different districts, the name of Ariel, the president of the Hermit Crab Guild, had already echoed throughout the entire camp. The powerful woman who had only existed in rumors appeared right in front of her, shielding her from the enemy's attacks with her body. At that moment, Sophia's heart raced. Looking at Ariel's tall and majestic figure standing in front of her, anyone, regardless of gender, would be moved. "Excuse me, where did Miss Ariel go?" Sophia looked up and asked Xiao Hua, who was serving nearby. "Miss Ariel asked me to tell you that she has some matters to attend to and will come back to pick you up in an hour," Xiao Hua replied gently. Okay, Sophia nodded. It was her first time in such a luxurious facility, and everything felt so unfamiliar. She didn't even know what to do next. "You seem a bit nervous," Xiao Hua said, bringing her a delicate glass filled with juice. "Before Miss Ariel comes back, let me serve you, Miss Sophia." She smiled and sat beside her. Meanwhile, in front of the door of box A391, Ariel stood at the entrance, looking around. After confirming that no one was paying attention to her, she reached out and touched the mural beside the doorframe. The doorplate number at the top of the frame instantly changed from A391 to Coral number 1. After entering the room, the doorplate number returned to its original state. Inside the room, two figures were already waiting for her at the large round table. One was Rockley, the notorious leader of the Escapist Guild in District 3. The other was a tentacled octopus creature named Cly. Why are you 2 minutes late? Rockley rested his chin on his hands, his eyes fixed on her. I had to open a room for my little playmate, sorry. Ariel playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. With a bang, Rockley slammed his palm on the table, knocking over the nearby cup and spilling tea everywhere. He stared at Ariel in silence, his expression quite serious. Foolish girl, how many times have I emphasized this to you? Don't be late at times like this. Cly, sitting beside him, hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Ariel lowered her head, obediently taking her seat, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, not daring to look up and meet his gaze. Rebellious as ever. 14A self-directed play facing the fierce-looking Rockley. Ariel curled up on her seat like a docile little rabbit. She didn't dare to speak, just quietly sat there, while Uncle Clee also remained silent. The two waited for Rockley to speak first. Huh. Rockley let out a long breath. You need to understand your current identity. How many people see you as their hunting target? Don't you have any awareness of this? What? So you were worried about me? Ariel's expression instantly brightened, her previous restraint vanishing. I wasn't joking with you. Rockley widened his eyes and slammed his palm on the table again. Ariel trembled in fear. Recite the phrase, I've always wanted you to remember. He said sternly, My name is Ariel, the president of the Hermit Crab Guild, and I am the most crucial part of Rockley's plan. No accidents are allowed to happen to me before the mission is completed. She pouted and mumbled the words. Don't just memorize it. You need to understand its meaning. He snorted coldly. Are you like a mother urging her daughter to memorize ancient poems? All right. Time is of the essence. Let's get to the point. Rockley straightened up and wiped the tea spilled on the table with a napkin. Currently, all the key figures have gathered, and it's time to officially start our plan. Rockley said seriously. It's that little girl, right? Quite cute. Ariel commented. She is the last member. Rockley nodded. So far, all 6 key figures that have appeared in my inherited memories have been gathered and integrated into the secret base coral No. 3. In the time to come, I will continue to present myself as the president of the Escapers Guild, while you all need to create some big moves in front of the world. After saying that, Rockley fixed his gaze on Ariel's eyes. 10 days from now, I hope to see the headline in the camp's newspaper reading. The Hermit Crab Guild launches a massive assault on the Escapers Guild supply depot, seizing a large number of fish balls and causing numerous casualties. Why is that? Ariel was quite surprised. 20 years ago, I established a powerful guild called Escapers by myself, monopolizing the trading market in Zone 3 through various means, with the goal of acquiring a large number of fish balls, Rockley explained. The ultimate purpose of obtaining these fish balls is not to extend life or exchange for more money. As everyone knows, after consuming fish balls, one can see part of the key memories of the deceased. Some have even claimed that after eating fish balls, they viewed the world outside the camp through the perspective of the deceased. You both understand my ultimate goal, right? Rockley paused and glanced at the two. By any means necessary, unravel the mystery of why everyone here has lost their previous memories and find a way to escape the camp. Ariel and Uncle Clee said in unison. That's right. Therefore, I want to consume a large number of fish balls and study the memories of the deceased to understand this camp and find a way to escape. Rockley nodded. But if you want to eat fish balls, can't you just take them from your guild supply depot? Why go through the trouble of staging a guild assault to obtain them? Ariel was quite puzzled. Escapers Guild appears to outsiders as a violent criminal organization, but internally, it has strict discipline and a transparent resource management system. As the president, I have publicly promised all guild members to reward each of them with 2 fish balls a day. However, in exchange for that, everyone here must hand over all the fish balls they collect to the guild. So far, the guild supply depot has stored tens of thousands of fish balls. Even so, as the president, I cannot arbitrarily use these resources. After all, they are collected through the efforts of the members. So you want to use this self-directed method to make it seem like a surprise attack to allow me to seize those fish balls and secretly hand them over to you? Ariel suddenly understood. Exactly. That's why Rockley has always met with us in secret, as he cannot reveal the truth that he already knows us. Moreover, even if the plan ultimately fails, Rockley won't fall from his position as guild president. Clee added, No wonder Uncle Ro built Coral No. 3 in that desolate area. So far, All our actions in coral number 3 are unknown to the world. This is the first step of the plan. After successfully obtaining the fish balls, I will inform you of the next step. Rockray said, Uncle Ro, I have a question. Ariel raised her right hand. Speak. Why don't you tell Sister Lilith about these plans? Rockray was silent for a moment before responding. I have my own arrangements regarding them. You just need to let me see the news hermit crab assault escapers in the newspaper 10 days from now. Understood? Oh, okay. Adiel nodet. But what now? If the assault is successful, won't I become the center of attention? Ariel felt a bit anxious, but more excitement was evident on her face. Aren't you already the center of attention? Klee joked. Hey. Sitting in front of us is the strongest man in Zone 3, Rockray, saying that makes it sound like a big witch meeting a little witch. Ariel laughed as she patted Klee's shoulder. All right, if there's nothing else, let's wrap it up for today. Rockray still wore a stern expression. Uncle Ro. Ariel stopped Rockray, who was about to leave. You mentioned before that you inherited the memories of the previous Rockray, right? Yes. In the memories you inherited, the 6 key figures with the same names as us are all gathered in coral number 3, right? Yes. And my real name is Natalie. And you took me in when I was 8 and changed my name to Ariel, right? Yes. Uncle Ro. Ariel's expression suddenly became serious, if that's the case. Can I consider myself the second generation Ariel? Rockray stood with his back to her, his expression hidden from view. After a moment of silence, he replied softly, After this assault plan is over, I will tell you the answer. Uncle Ro. Ariel called out again, gripping his hands tighter. I believe in you. And all the children in coral number 3 believe in you. So you shouldn't hide anything from us. I think we need to know about those things regarding the memories you inherited. Do you lack confidence in my plan? Rockray slowly turned around, his eyes somewhat dim. No, that's not it at all. Ariel was anxious as she stood up and walked in front of Rockray. I just don't know what you're thinking. It's not just me. All the children you've taken in from coral number 3 feel the same way. You've only told us the result you want, but you haven't let us know how you specifically plan to achieve it. We don't want to move forward aimlessly step by step according to your instructions. We are family, right? That's what you've told each and every one of us. You are always elusive, and we can only meet you when you take the initiative to contact us. You are our foster father, who has given us so much, and we don't want to suddenly receive news of an accident involving you at home one day. In response to Ariel's confession, Rockley remained silent. He exchanged a glance with Clea, and 2 octopus tentacles emerged from Clea's head, gently wrapping around Ariel and pulling her away from Rockley. Because you are family, I must be responsible for you. So, please continue to trust me. And let's complete this plan together, our shared plan. In the VIP luxury suite, not knowing how long she had slept, Sophia slowly woke up from her dreams, realizing she was lying on a soft, big bed. Miss Xiaohua's massage was simply too comfortable, and she had fallen asleep without realizing it. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and gently stretched her soft shoulders. However, she was surprised to find herself sitting in the blanket completely naked. What? Suddenly, she felt a hot breath near her ear, and when she turned her head sharply, she saw Ariel lunging at her like a hungry tiger. I was kidnapped today. The weather is nice, and the temperature is warmer than usual. After receiving permission from Hawk, I left my home with a drawing board on my back and a cloth bag filled with various painting tools. A few days ago, while shopping for ingredients at the trading market with Hawk, I discovered a great spot for sketching. It's located near the trading market, in the wild jungle outside the city area. The 3rd district consists of a total of 10 urban areas and large rural regions, with approximately 900,000 residents, making it the 2nd largest district among the 5 regions. Coral number 3 is situated in a remote wilderness area outside the 10 urban districts, designed to be isolated from the outside world, avoiding excessive interaction with outsiders. I rode a flying device called Flying Fish, which is powered by special fuel and shaped like a flat, giant leaf. It has a simple structure with only 2 handles for passengers to hold onto, and it weighs around 1 kilogram, making it very portable. It took only 5 minutes to reach my destination from coral number 3. I jumped off the Flying Fish, and before me was a forest overgrown with grass and plants. Hawk had warned me before leaving that many fierce beasts lived here. with keen senses that could easily detect the presence of humans entering this territory. Non-combatants with combat levels below T5, whether adults or children, are not allowed to enter freely. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, my purpose today was to sit at the entrance of the forest and sketch the junction between the forest and the outer grassland. Unfortunately, despite visiting all the shops in the 3rd District Trading Market, I couldn't find any painting tools suitable for children. Most of the available tools are specialized for drafting architectural or weapon design plans, and aside from basic pencils, I hadn't seen any of the other tools. I chose a suitable angle and sat cross-legged on the grass. It had rained lightly last night, and the grass felt somewhat damp and cold. It's worth mentioning that the rainwater here is very salty, just like real seawater. Many people collect rainwater to extract a large amount of rare substances, some of which can even be used in medicine, while others can serve as seasonings for food. I set up my easel, with the front view perfectly aligned with the entrance of the woods. In the distance, I seemed to see a dark shadow flickering among the jungle. Is it an animal living inside? Wait, it looks like a person. The shadow stumbled toward my direction. I hid behind the drawing board and cautiously peeked out. It was a woman, probably in her 20s, with tattered clothes and one shoe missing. She was running frantically, occasionally glancing back. "Please help me," she cried, collapsing in front of me. I was somewhat panicked. It was the first time someone had asked me for help. Just looking at her in such a state of distress made me hesitant to act, fearing that whoever was chasing her might suddenly emerge from behind and harm me. Her neck, arms, and thighs were covered in scars, as if cut by a blade or some sharp object. Her skin was bruised, as if she had endured some painful torture. "Please, take me to the hospital. I'm poisoned," she pleaded, her dirt and blood-soaked hands gripping my sleeve tightly. I was terrified and wanted to shake off her hands, but I felt it was inappropriate. After all, if I ignored her, she might die here in no time. I don't even know where there is a hospital," I said, looking at her battered face with rising anxiety. "Over there, 3 kilometers away. There's a small town. There's—" She weakly pointed forward, but before she could finish her sentence, she convulsed and collapsed onto the grass. Hey, are you okay?" I panicked, pacing around her, but she lay still on the ground, seemingly unconscious. What should I do? Should I take her? I looked up towards the direction of her finger, and I could vaguely see some rooftops in the distance. After hesitating for a long time, I finally packed up my painting tools and activated the flying fish. Saving someone from danger is a virtuous act. I couldn't help but recall this phrase in my mind. Wait, who said that to me before? Fortunately, the flying fish had a relatively large space, barely able to accommodate one adult and a child. But the flight speed was much slower than before. Before I knew it, it started to drizzle, and raindrops kept hitting my face, making me shiver. I should have brought a raincoat. Just as I was thinking, a chill ran down my neck, and I flinched, reaching up to touch it. However, my fingers encountered a cold, hard object. It was a blade. "Don't move." A woman's low warning came from behind me. I screamed, startled, raising my hands above my head, still gripping the control stick tightly. "I surrender," I pleaded. However, as I lost control of the control stick, the flying fish began to descend rapidly. "Hey, control the flying fish. Listen to my instructions and head towards the town," she barked, pressing the knife closer. "Yes." I trembled, gripping the control stick with my cold little hands again. "Aren't you worried about the poison in your body?" I asked cautiously. Poison? That was just a ruse to get you on the flying fish," she replied with a bitter smile. I was fooled. I stared wide-eyed in shock. "Buffed. With your intelligence, you dare to go out alone? I'm currently kidnapping you." The woman laughed as she lightly grazed my neck with the blade. I felt a sharp pain from the cut, and a small stream of warm liquid flowed into my clothes. Ugh! My nose tinged with acidity, and I started to sob. "Shut your mouth. Keep driving properly." She reached out with her other hand and tightly grabbed my neck, her sharp nails piercing my skin, sending waves of pain through me. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trembling. "My guest is waiting for us in the town. You'll find out when we get there." Her cold voice drowned in the heavy rain. I dare not look back at her face, and the wound on my neck throbbed more painfully, blood flowing more profusely, staining my clothes red. Before long, I could see the full view of the town ahead, with 3 men looking toward us. Go, it's over there. 16, send them home. Go down. The woman behind me pushed me hard down, flying fish, folding it and putting on her back. What the hell is this? Cardboard? She muttered, carelessly throwing my sketch pad and art supplies to the ground. The art supplies clattered as they fell, and she lifted her foot to crush them. My sketch pad! I cried out, turning to run towards the pieces. But it was already too late. The once brand new sketch pad was shattered into quarters, submerged in the filthy mud. My paintbrushes! I shouted as I lunged for the brushes scattered in the muddy puddle, which we had painstakingly bought after visiting over 20 shops. You're almost dead and still worried about those things? The woman smirked. She reached out and grabbed my hair, dragging me towards the three men. A sharp pain shot through my scalp as I held my head with both hands, my body scraping against the ground. I was soaked through, covered in dirty, muddy water, and I had no idea where my bow tie had gone. Hey, I'm not interested in the little girl. Kasha, your work attitude has been a bit off these past few days. Two of the men complained in turn. Don't say that. It's because that gang of bandits from Zone 2, Silent Crocodile, has been roaming around here, scaring people away. Coincidentally, I was planning to finish up today, but unexpectedly caught a little girl. Well, the little girl isn't bad either. After using her, we can kill her and get a fishball in exchange. One man said calmly, "Kill her." My face changed instantly, and I looked up at them. Those were three fierce faces covered in knife scars. And looking at their strong arms, they could easily twist my arm off. All right, this is no longer your business. You can leave. The man waved his hand, signaling her to go away. Wait, what about Ram? You Haven T told me where Ram is. She stood her ground. Seeing that the man had no intention to answer, she stepped forward to block me behind her. Get out of the way. The leading man, filled with rage, threw her to the side of the road. Facing the man's fury, she dared not speak, only glaring at him fiercely, tightly gripping a short knife in her hand. What are you looking at? Get lost. The man shouted at her, raising his fist. You said the same thing last time. How long are you planning to drag this out? Kasha cursed, but her body cautiously retreated. Don't want to see your brother anymore. Huh? Or do you want to see him missing an arm or a leg? The man roared, rain splattering against his fierce face. Bastard! She gritted her teeth and hurled the short knife at the man's head. Whoosh! The blade grazed the man's cheek. Fortunately, he reacted in time, barely missing his brow. At the same time, flash step, Kasha instantly vanished from her spot and appeared in front of me the next second. She picked me up and used flash step again. However, the man was huge but also quick to react. Just as she activated flash step, he grabbed her arm, and together they were transported to a rooftop dozens of meters away. With a loud bang, the man's iron fist struck her back. She screamed and fell directly from the rooftop dozens of meters high. At the moment of contact with the ground, her skull shattered, and an indescribably disgusting liquid splattered everywhere, covering the surrounding walls. That headless body twitched a couple of times in the puddle before going still. Hey, you went too far, didn't you? If she's dead, who will work for us in the future? Another man shouted from downstairs. Damn bitch, still trying to play tricks on me? The man spat to the side and hoisted me up. Night had fallen, and the surroundings were very dim. No pedestrians passed through the alley. Only the sound of raindrops pattering incessantly. At the end of the alley, three men blocked the exit, throwing me heavily onto a plastic bag filled with trash. It's all that woman's fault for coming back so late. Now that it's raining, I have no interest in playing anymore. The leading man complained. Me too. My clothes are soaked. Should we just hurry up and kill the one holding the fishball and retreat? Another man suggested. Well, that idea got a woman's approving voice from behind. Then it settled. The leading man drew a dagger from his waist and slowly walked towards me with a sinister smile. Hey, wait, who are you? The three men simultaneously turned their heads. A thunderclap echoed, illuminating a woman's graceful and sexy figure in the pale lightning. Oh, this woman is not bad, one of the men exclaimed. A stranger. She's shooting TB working in a tavern, right? The leading man said with a sly smile, turning his neck as he walked towards her. Of course, after all, there are only 6 living people in the world who have seen me. The woman's voice came from the alley, but her figure vanished. At that moment, I felt hands behind me lifting me up, a faint fragrance surrounding me. It was Sister Lilith's scent. She held me and walked slowly towards the alley's exit. I was amazed to find that the three men stood frozen like wax figures, their faces contorted in terrifying expressions, as if time itself had been stopped. Sister turned me away from her and placed me at the alley entrance. "Cover your ears, close your eyes, and don't look back," she whispered in my ear, taking off her vest and draping it over me. After a moment, she returned to my side, her clothes stained bright red. "Sister, what did you do to them?" My voice trembled. "I sent them home," she said with a smile, picking me up. "Sister, the sketch pad that Hawk gave me was broken. It's okay. I'll buy you another one tomorrow." As soon as we entered, Hawk rushed towards me, crying out, "I'm sorry, Ruashin. I shouldn't have let you go out alone." He wrapped his arms tightly around my neck, making it hard for me to breathe. It's okay." I mumbled softly, just that the sketch pad you gave me was broken." He paused for a moment, looking at me. "Why care about those things? As long as you're safe. That's all that matters. I've caused you trouble." I lower my head, feeling extremely guilty. Ever since I met everyone, I've been causing them trouble, and my heart feels heavier and heavier. "Don't think about it too much. Go take a shower first," Sister Lilith said gently, pulling my hand. "Hey, by the way, it's just about time for me to take a shower too." Hawk excitedly started undressing on the spot. "Wait for me in the living room. Uncle Luo has something to say to you." Sister Lilith frowned, glancing towards the living room. In the living room sat the back of a burly middle-aged man, the bright lights illuminating his mature and seasoned face, making him appear even more profound. Although I had only briefly seen this man that night, his figure and face were etched in my memory. It felt like we had seen each other before. "Luo. Uncle Luo." Hawk walked into the living room, mumbling with his head down. 17, another cycle early in the morning. As soon as I woke up, I saw Hawk's figure. He was sitting in front of my bed, busy organizing the bandages in his hands. "Come on, it's time to change the bandages," he said, gently helping me sit up. Last night, Sister Lilith had bandaged the wound on my neck. Fortunately, the wound wasn't large, and it didn't hurt much anymore. However, Hawk had been harshly lectured by Uncle Luo in the living room, with the general content being that he shouldn't let me run around alone. Actually, Hawk shouldn't be blamed for this since I was the one who wanted to go out. "How's the injury?" "It's okay," I replied. "By the way, why did Sister Lilith appear there last night?" I asked, feeling a bit confused. "I have a location system on your flying fish. When I noticed you moving toward the strange place, I immediately notified Sister Lilith. Luckily, she arrived in time." Hawk sighed with a hint of fear. "It's my fault." I murmured. "It's okay. Next time we can go out together. No need to worry." Hawk smiled. "But speaking of which, Uncle Luo's expression last night was really scary. It was the first time I saw him so angry." "Huh? Why?" I asked, a bit puzzled. "Actually, up until now, I still don't understand why Uncle Luo saved me from that stubbly man named Carl. Was it just pure compassion? Or is there something else going on?" "Well, according to Uncle Luo, it's to save people from water and fire, to accumulate virtue and promote kindness." "Ha! But Uncle Luo isn't really a good person in the world," he explained with a smile. My heart skipped a beat, and a vague figure appeared in my mind, saving people from water and fire, accumulating virtue, and promoting kindness. That figure said so, but I couldn't recall the real face of that figure. "By the way, what exactly does Uncle Luo do? Everyone seems to be afraid of him." I asked. "He's quite a big shot." Hawk leaned closer to me and continued. "Uncle Luo's name is Rockray, and he is recognized by the people here as the strongest man in Zone 3. He leads a powerful guild called the Breakers, and whether people hear his name or the name of the Breakers, their faces change dramatically. Because here, if you anger Rockray or provoke a member of the Breakers, it only leads to death." "Is he a bad person?" I widened my eyes. "Well, to the outside world, I guess so. After all, the lives he has taken might be more than the rice you've eaten." "Outside world? Does that mean there's an inside world?" "Yes, the inside world refers to the members of Coral Number 3. He proudly raised his head. "Did everyone come back with Uncle Luo?" "Well, yes, plus the 2 who sacrificed themselves in an accident. There used to be 9 members here." His voice grew slightly somber as he spoke. "Uncle Luo wanted Coral Number 3 to be a secret base cut off from the world, but there were still people who found this place. They somehow got the news and learned that there were a lot of fish balls stored in the underground warehouse of Coral Number 3. This was also their purpose for attacking here. Did those people attack here? Yes. But luckily, Uncle Luo arrived in time and single-handedly wiped out all 10 intruders. Wow. Is Uncle Luo that strong? Yes. And I happened to join Coral Number 3 shortly before that incident. I was too young then and had no combat ability at all. I witnessed my 2 companions get stabbed in the heart by the villains. I could do nothing but cry. He was somewhat agitated, clenching his fists tightly. I fell silent, unsure of what to say, and could only gently grasp the hem of his clothes. Since then, I've been working hard to train myself, both physically and mentally, and I've gained a lot of experience. My combat level is now close to T4, so I absolutely won't allow anything like that to happen in Coral Number 3. He looked at me seriously, his eyes shining again. I believe in Hawk. I nodded. Come on, let's eat today's fish balls first. He brought the fish ball to my mouth. I had been in Coral Number 3 for many days now, and I had gradually gotten used to the mental shock that came from receiving the memories of the deceased after eating a fish ball. By the way, during the week right before entering the deep sea concentration camp, there was no need to eat fish balls, as Hawk told me. But no one knows the exact reason. I ate the fish ball. It was still that texture, with a faint grassy scent. The things in front of me quickly changed. My vision became narrow and dim, and I heard a woman making muffled sounds as if her mouth was blocked by something. At that moment, a bright light appeared above me. Looking up, I realized that the body's owner seemed to be tied up and placed inside a wooden box. A scarred face of a man appeared above me. He was the leader of the 3 men who tried to kill me yesterday. I clearly remembered his face because it was ugly and frightening. Wait, that means... I suddenly realized something. However, the next scene immediately confirmed my suspicion. The man grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her out of the wooden box, and the mirror by the wall reflected the appearance of the body's owner. It was indeed that woman who pretended to be attacked by a beast and then kidnapped me last night. This is that brat's sister, he said to the other 2 men sitting nearby. That's right, it's the same 3 men from last night. At this moment, they were sitting in a dark, cramped storeroom, their eyes filled with desire, fixated on the woman's body. Whoa! She struggled desperately, but her hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes, making it impossible to escape. Shut up! The leader shouted, raising his heavy fist and striking her in the stomach. The woman fell to the ground, kneeling and retching. The man stepped forward and removed the cloth that had been shoved into her mouth. Pua! She finally gasped for air and then began to cough violently. Where have you taken Rom? The woman shouted. Want to know? The man said, walking over to an electronic screen. He pressed a switch, and the screen lit up. What appeared on the screen was a boy tied to an iron pillar, around 13 or 14 years old. He was covered in wounds. In his right, I was drenched in blood, with a lot of blood flowing from it. 18, another guild story Kasha. Your brother Rom owes us a debt. But this brat has been unconscious for 3 days and can't move at all. I give you 1 week to bring me 10 fish balls, or you can pay in money. Otherwise, your brother will never wake up. The leading man shouted at her. Kasha gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Fine, I'll just have to earn 10 fish balls, right? She said fiercely. Yes, but before that, the man said while approaching her with a lewd smile, gently caressing her body with his rough hands as he untied the ropes binding her. Flash step. In an instant, Kasha disappeared from in front of the man, leaving the ropes that bound her falling to the ground. You bunch of abyss pythons bastards, if you don't return Rom as promised, I'll make you pay. Kasha shouted at the group of men from the windowsill. Just you? You should honestly think of ways to collect 10 fish balls. I think the blood left in your brother's body won't last a week, he said with a sly smile, seemingly having no intention of approaching Kasha. Bastard! Kasha exclaimed as she jumped down from the windowsill and left the warehouse. Back in the room, Hawk's figure appeared before me. What's wrong? Did you see something this time? I lower my head. That woman named Kasha has a brother. I murmured softly. You mean the woman who turned into that fish ball? Yes. She was kidnapped after her brother was taken, and she had no choice but to kidnap me to pay the ransom. Hawk let out a bitter laugh. That kid, probably by now. I recalled the boy tied to the iron post. Do you want to save him? He asked. Is it possible? Will you help me? I asked, surprised, sitting up to look at him. Sigh. He shook his head helplessly. Do you think that's realistic? No, it's not realistic. Knowing that the few thugs who knew about her brother's whereabouts were already dead, even if I wanted to save him, I wouldn't know where to look. Huh? Those 3 men are dead? Didn't Sister Lilith say she sent them home? I exclaimed in surprise. Ah. Hawk's body stiffened, holding his head in distress. It seems you still haven't adapted to the pace of life here. In the Sea King Tavern of Zone 3, Number 4 City. This is the base of the Ocean Priest Guild, where guild members with combat power above T3 hold a meeting here once a week. Sitting at the head table is a handsome young man, the president of the Ocean Priest Guild, named Sun Lynching, in his 30s. He wears a black leather coat, with a huge firearm on his back, and a dragon pattern spirals up from the handle along the barrel, with the muzzle wide open, revealing sharp fangs of a domineering dragon head. This firearm, named Shark Hunter, is one of the few T1 level equipment in Zone 3. Just its dazzling and domineering appearance is enough to conquer countless gun enthusiasts, especially those warriors who like to use guns as secondary weapons. This young president is also known as Sea Beast Hunter, Sun Lynching, because of this firearm, facing over 20 capable subordinates seated, all of whom are elite warriors selected from thousands of guild members by Sun Lynching. Each of them is a hero who has shown great prowess in the arena, with some even having received 20 fishballs as rewards in the arena. But even so, they are merely a group overshadowed by the dazzling glory of the Ocean Priest Guild. The true supreme existence is only the beautiful, charismatic, and powerful President Sun Lynching. He raised his head proudly, his eyes filled with authority and dominance. He is one of the youngest among the many powerful guild presidents, which has led to many questioning voices doubting his capability, accusing him of being a pretty boy sitting on a false throne. However, Sun Lynching quickly silenced their gossip with his strength and the Shark Hunter firearm behind him. It was after that the name of the Ocean Priest Guild echoed throughout Zone 3. At its peak, it was even discussed alongside the monster-level Guild Hermit Crab. President, have you heard the recent unbelievable rumor? One of the warriors at the table reported to him. Speak. Recently, according to information provided by the Intelligence Guild Crocodile Ice Snail, the Hermit Crab Guild is planning an unprecedented robbery war, and they want to form a combat alliance through recruitment. Oh, that powerful Miss AI actually wants to ask for help? What plan is she concocting? Strong breakers, the warrior stammered in response. What the hell? Sun Lynching's eyes widened, nearly jumping out of his seat. Is the information true? Has she gone mad? Has she built up too much courage from bullying weaklings these past 2 years to dare challenge that kind of freak gang? Sun Lynching frowned, his face showing disbelief. It seems she isn't joking. After all, this information is officially disseminated by Crocodile Ice Snail. He explained. Well, if it's Crocodile Ice Snail, then it wouldn't be false news. So, is Miss AI really crazy? He sighed and sat back down in his chair. I heard she's eyeing the 200,000 fish balls in the Breakers Reserve. What? 200,000? Where did you get that information? That's unclear. The Hermit Crab side just issued a notice to join forces to attack the opponent's headquarters, and whoever grabs those fish balls gets to keep them. In other words, after the Allied forces break through the Breakers' defenses, it will turn into a free-for-all, plundering battle. Sun Lynching pondered. President, I think we should avoid the risk. After all, this news spreads quickly, and it's likely that the Breakers have already noticed. If they are prepared, actively challenging them is quite dangerous. After all, that guild leader is one of the few survivors from the tsunami disaster 20 years ago. Sun Lynching raised his head, recalling the terrifying disaster that felt like hell when he was 10 years old. The tsunami incident occurred 20 years ago when a terrifying action, later referred to as tsunami, descended upon this deep-sea concentration camp. At that time, Sun Lynching had just turned 10 years old. He entered this camp filled with fear and slaughter at the age of 8. Fortunately, upon arriving, he was adopted by the former Ocean Priest President, allowing him to escape the fate of being hunted. Young newcomers are easily targeted when they first arrive. Back then, the concentration camp was divided into 3 areas, each with its own unique civilization and representative special abilities, just like now. As time went by, people gradually became curious about the area they were in, Why had everyone lost their memories of life before arriving here? Where do we once live? Who is the manager of this concentration camp? It was an unknown ruler from one of the areas who first proposed. Don't you want to take a look at the world outside the concentration camp? Soon, the ruling associations of the other two areas took the lead, joining forces with thousands of powerful associations in the camp to launch an operation called Deep Sea Breakthrough. The plan was led by a team of the 20 most representative association presidents, and Rockray was one of them. They utilized various methods to explore every possible avenue to uncover the secrets of this massive concentration camp located in the deep sea. They aimed to find out why everyone here had lost their previous memories. The entire operation mobilized nearly 80% of the camp's residents. Through relentless efforts from all sides, they indeed found some information beyond the imagination of all the residents here. First, this concentration camp truly exists somewhere on the ocean floor. Second, there are police in this concentration camp, a fourth force apart from civilians, white sharks, and association members. This force was named fishermen. Unfortunately, only those who proposed and firmly believed in this rumor had witnessed the existence of the fishermen. In other words, this group of fishermen had only appeared once. Third, the leaders found a breakthrough, said to be the connection point between the camp and the outside world. Fourth, and the most despairing piece of information, it seems that the residents of the concentration camp can never leave here. The seemingly contradictory conclusion of the fourth point arose because, after the leaders discovered the breakthrough, when they attempted to forcefully break through, a large number of rebels emerged within the team. The incident happened rather suddenly, and no one knew the reason behind it. During this operation, which had mobilized almost all the residents of the concentration camp, it should have been impossible for anyone to want to betray. After all, there was no reason that could drive them to take such action. However, a rebellion did occur, and nearly half of the people participated. Thus, the originally unified deep-sea breakthrough operation ultimately turned into a mutual slaughter among the residents of the camp. Nearly 80% of the residents perished in this disaster. The war lasted for more than 2 months, during which the camp was filled with corpses. A scene of death and blood. Since then, the 20 leaders of the deep-sea breakthrough operation have been missing. Some say there were also rebels among them. And after a fierce confrontation, nearly all 20 perished. Others speculate that the rebellion was likely related to the rumored fishermen. Such are the legends, but there has never been any reliable account. As time passed, the population of the camp continued to grow, and the 3 areas that were almost completely destroyed in the war were restructured into 5. The operation called Tsunami for the Deep Sea Breakthrough had passed, but the fear and aftershock deeply etched in the hearts of those who experienced it could not be forgotten. They were reluctant to mention the catastrophe again. Most people took these painful memories to their graves, while some chose to end their own lives due to the loss of loved ones. The legends about those 20 leaders gradually faded from public memory, for no one wanted to recall such terrifying events and the instigators of that operation, fearing they would invite disaster again. At that time, the young Sun Lynching participated in that operation alongside the old president, but unfortunately, the strength of the Deep Sea Priest Association was nowhere near what it is now, and most of the old president and the association's members died in that rebellion. As one of the few survivors of the association and the only disciple of the old president, the young son Lin Sheng resolutely took on the position of president, gradually developing and strengthening the association through small accumulations and constant setbacks. He let out a long breath, silently gazing at the beautifully carved ceiling adorned with marine life patterns. "Endure it?" he murmured softly, stealing a glance at the subordinates present. Although Sun Linsheng was in a youthful and impetuous stage, he was still quite cautious when it came to major decisions involving the entire association. "President, I've just received news that over 20 associations are willing to join this assault operation. This includes the silent crocodile from Area 2 and the clownfish from Area 4. Upon hearing this, he became somewhat restless. Don't let outsiders take the benefit. He rubbed the shiny shark hunter behind him. "President, if this operation succeeds, the liberators will fall from grace, and our status as the attacking side will surely rise significantly." A warrior beside him echoed, "President, what are you waiting for? Hermit Crab has gathered so many helpers in just a few days. By the time we are fully prepared, we might really form an unimaginably powerful alliance. Other warriors chimed in. Faced with the unanimous opinion of those below, Sun Linsheng fell silent. You haven't experienced despair. You can't blame yourselves, he murmured softly, for he knew better than anyone how strong the Liberators Association was and how formidable their leader, known as the strongest man in Area 3, Rockray, truly was. However, none of his subordinates, already immersed in high spirits, could hear his sigh. President? At that moment, a young girl with red hair walked out from the back of the platform. Nana, what do you think about this matter? Sun Linsheng lightly brushed her long hair, and a fragrant scent wafted towards him. If you ask me, join them. But we need to take a step back, she said, sitting on Sun Linsheng's lap. Oh, you mean? The primary goal of Hermit Crab and most other associations is to seize the large amount of fish balls in the Liberator storage, while we can act as the rear troops to plunder other treasures from the Liberators' headquarters. I believe they must have many valuable rare items besides fish balls. As expected of you. You have ideas. Sun Linsheng laughed. As the rear troops, they could retreat in time if the situation turned unfavorable. But the fish balls would probably really be out of reach for them. Aren't you afraid you won't have enough fish balls to eat? Nana laughed. Well, that's true. Sun Linsheng put Nana down and slowly stood up, drawing the huge shark hunter from his back, pointing it toward the sky. The entire venue fell silent, and all eyes were on the young and beautiful president. Brothers, let's just play with them. 20 like father, like daughter. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the meeting room of the Hermit Crab Association, a tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire meeting room, with more than 30 people seated around a long table. They are the guild leaders who voluntarily joined the breakout operation. This meeting room is only accessible to the guild leaders, with their attendants waiting outside the door, as the content to be discussed next is something that absolutely cannot be leaked. Hey girl, why don't you start by telling us what crazy idea you came up with? A bearded guild leader spoke up first. Ariel was sitting cross-legged in the main seat, carefully touching up her makeup with lipstick and a mirror. Hey, you need to speak up, the bearded guild leader urged. What are you so anxious about? Look, I've even gotten lipstick on my chin, she complained, stopping her work. Haven't you noticed that the number of newcomers entering the concentration camp has been declining recently? She asked the guild leaders present. It does seem to be declining. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. But the average daily number is still quite high, right? A little reduction shouldn't be a problem, right? The guild leaders began to discuss amongst themselves. Ariel stood up, holding a fishball in her hand to show everyone. As far as I know, after a fishball is eaten, the special abilities of the deceased who own that fishball are transferred to the newcomers entering the concentration camp. In other words, for every fishball consumed, a newcomer is born in the concentration camp. However, the Breakout Guild has control over most of the fishball trading channels in District 3, and they're hoarding a large number of fishballs. If these fishballs are not consumed in time, the number of newcomers entering here will continue to decrease. The end result is that the number of fishballs held by the Breakout Guild will keep increasing, potentially monopolizing the entire fishball supply of the concentration camp. And the number of newcomers joining will decrease year by year. Ariel spoke passionately, waving the stick in her hand. This is one of her favorite weapons, called Little Coral, which is said to be a powerful T2 level weapon. Hey, aren't you thinking a bit too far ahead? Besides, even if the Breakout is the dominant guild in our District 3, it doesn't mean there aren't other guilds in other districts that can compete with it. A guild leader raised a question. No, actually the Breakout has been secretly communicating with our District 2's dominant guild, Tiger Whale, for quite some time now. Although the content of their communications is unknown, the frequency is quite high, and they probably have already established a huge logistics network in secret. Spoke the leader of the Silent Croc Guild from District 2. Rockley is a smart man, and he probably has already predicted that there are no more resources to enhance the Breakout's overall strength in District 3. So he wants to proactively team up with strong individuals from other regions to share resources and improve together. The speaker was Sun Linsheng, the leader of the Ocean Priest Guild. He arrived a few minutes late, and as he opened the door, his long golden hair flowed in the cool breeze, and the shark hunter on his back shimmered under the light. A few female guild leaders in the seating area gasped in surprise. As the leader of the Ocean Priest, Sun Linsheng possesses both a handsome appearance and strong abilities. Furthermore, because he has been busy with the guild's development, he is still single to this day. With his outstanding looks and strong ambition, he has been pursued by many girls, including several female guild leaders from well-known guilds. With a loud bang, Ariel slammed her palm on the table, causing a nearby cup to topple over and tea to spill everywhere. "Why were you 2 minutes late?" She propped her chin on her hands, her eyes fixed on Sun Linsheng at the door. He was startled by Ariel's reprimand. After all, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, which left him somewhat at a loss. I, he stammered, looking into Ariel's fierce eyes. "I'm sorry." He was at a loss for words and eventually gave up on explaining, simply bowing deeply to apologize to her. Laughter erupted among the seated guild leaders, making many present feel quite embarrassed. "You need to be aware of your current identity. Don't you understand the importance and confidentiality of this meeting?" Ariel said sternly. I understand." The normally proud Sun Linsheng now seemed as meek as a little rabbit. The atmosphere before the Great War recently, District 3 has been different from usual. The once bustling streets have become nearly deserted, with only shop owners and young ladies trying to attract customers lingering by the roadside. And the number of customers has noticeably decreased. The entire District 3 seems to have entered a state of war readiness, with less communication between pedestrians. Even when walking on the streets, no one speaks loudly. Everyone is doing their own thing, moving much faster than usual. Rockley walked along the street with his bodyguard Caesar, looking at the empty street. "Lord Rockley, have you heard the recent news?" Those little brats can finally no longer hold back," Rockley replied calmly. "It seems that the Hermit Crab Guild is taking the lead, and I've heard the scale is not small." My lord, do you need me to meet that arrogant little girl tonight?" Caesar rubbed his fists, looking eager to try. As Rockley's right-hand man, he's responsible for secretly protecting Rockley when he goes out. With assassination-type abilities from the Dark Strike category, he is among the elite of the elite, selected from thousands of excellent assassins. In terms of theoretical knowledge and practical experience, Caesar excels in various fields. There have been speculations in the guild that if one day Rockley seeks a successor for his position as leader, it would have to be Caesar. However, the nearly 50-year-old Rockley has never mentioned to anyone his desire to step back from the front lines. Even so, no one dares to view his leadership position as a target. After all, even someone as capable as Caesar himself would not dare to slack off in front of Rockley. As the leader of the dominant guild breakout in District 3, Rockley holds all the personal information of gang leaders here, nearly 80 of the fishball trading channels, and around 70 of the brothels, taverns, and trading markets. If one day Rockley's identity were to fall, the economic impact on District 3 would be unimaginable. Caesar clearly understands this, and he also agrees with the sentiment. The leader of the breakout guild must be Rockley. He has never thought about competing for Rockley's position, as he, like many others, has experienced the tsunami disaster 20 years ago and knows Rockley's heroic performance during that deep-sea breakthrough operation, even though no one wants to mention that disaster anymore. Many of the strong individuals who survived it still hide in certain corners of this world. Many of them are as powerful as Rockley, but they seem unwilling to reintegrate into this complex world, preferring to live out their lives peacefully without experiencing that terrifying disaster again. However, in Caesar's eyes, compared to those hidden strong individuals, Rockley stands out like an anomaly, openly placing himself in front of everyone. Although he does not deliberately emphasize his former identity, many people, including Caesar and Sun Linsheng, still clearly know what kind of existence this person named Rockley was back in the day. Rockley and the Liberators Guild hold such a high prestige in District 3 not only because Rockley possesses exceptional wisdom and great strength, but also partly due to the admiration or caution that the survivors of the past tsunami hold for him in their hearts. Caesar is one of those who holds admiration for him. Although he is about the same age as Rockley, he eagerly anticipates that one day Rockley will share with him the events that occurred at the end of the deep-sea breakthrough operation involving the 20 leaders. Caesar is also a curious person with a strong desire for knowledge about the unknown. However, back then, due to the significant gap in strength, he was unable to qualify to join the leadership team of the deep-sea breakthrough operation. Now, he possesses enough strength to independently establish a powerful guild. Yet, he still chooses to serve under Rockley, as he firmly believes that this president will once again stir up unprecedented waves in the future. Here he comes, Rockley quietly reminded. A figure appeared at the corner of the street ahead, wearing a hood and a large cap that obscured his face completely. Caesar nodded to Rockley and walked towards the figure. He pulled a small box from his pocket, which contained 10 fish balls. "This is the information you wanted," the hooded man said in a low voice, extending his right hand holding a scroll. "Is the information accurate?" Caesar asked, retracting the small box slightly. "The crocodile ice snail never lies. All we can do is present what we see and hear to our clients," the man replied, his half-visible face under the wide brim of his hat showing no expression, making it impossible to judge the truth of his words by his demeanor. "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Caesar said as he took the scroll and handed him the fish balls. The man instantly transformed into black smoke and vanished before Caesar. "Should we take him out?" Caesar looked at Rockley. "No, Crocodile Ice Snail is a recognized information guild in District 3. Offending them will affect our future development," Rockley explained briefly. "As long as we are willing to pay them the corresponding amount of fish balls, there is probably no privacy between the various guilds in District 3. Caesar said with a wry smile. After all members of the Crocodile Ice Snail Guild are assassins or reconnaissance warriors, possessing a natural advantage in information collection capabilities. Caesar opened the scroll and placed one hand on the paper. The paper emitted a dim light, and the originally blank surface gradually revealed text. "The Hermit Crab is expected to launch a strong assault on the Liberators Guild headquarters tomorrow night. The number of participating guilds is around 30, including 2 from District 2 and 3 from District 1. Rockley simply responded. "Sir, do you need me to go teach that young girl a lesson at her guild tonight?" Caesar once again made the request. "No need. I'm afraid you won't be able to return safely alone," Rockley replied. Caesar hesitated. He knew very well that Rockley was fully aware of his strength. On ordinary days, when he actively requested a fight, Rockley would approve without hesitation. But this time he outright rejected Caesar's request. "Is that little girl really as formidable as the rumors say?" Caesar asked in astonishment. "I'm not sure about her exact strength, but she always acts alongside the Crimson Ripper Shark. If the two of them team up, it will be very difficult for you to deal with them," Rockley explained. "Is that the brat who uses Crimson Flame? I happened to clash with him when I was executing a bounty mission, and we ended up targeting the same assassination objective, resulting in a conflict. However, that duel ended without a clear winner." Caesar pondered. The show begins in the early morning at warehouse number 3. Hawk and Lilith had already started their busy work early on, clearing out all the clutter from the warehouse and stacking it in the courtyard. "Are we moving?" I ran over to help Hawk lift a large wooden box. No, Hawk smiled as he peeked out from behind the box. "There's a big show to watch tonight." "A big show? You'll know when the evening comes," he said with a mysterious smile. "Then why are we cleaning the warehouse?" I still didn't understand. "To prepare for the performance. To put it bluntly, we need to store all the rewards we earn from the show in the warehouse." "Rewards? What kind of rewards?" I suddenly perked up. 100,000. No, it's very likely over 200,000 fish balls, he said, his eyes wide with excitement. "Hey, stop talking nonsense and get to work," Lilith chided from the side. Hawk stuck out his tongue at her and continued with his work. "You little brat. Ever since that girl moved in here, you smile like a flower every day," Lilith said with a helpless smile. Where's that?" Hawk's face immediately turned red. "It's just because I haven't met any kids my age for a long time," he mumbled. Looking at the flushed face of Hawk, I felt a bit relieved. Although we were around the same age, Hawk had a much deeper understanding of the survival rules of this world than I did. I can't imagine what my life would be like now if I hadn't met Uncle Rockley and everyone in warehouse number 3. I might have already ceased to exist in this world. Thinking about it, I'm really quite lucky. "By the way, where's Uncle Clee?" I asked. "He's working in warehouse now." 2, Hawk replied while busying himself. "Warehouse number 2. Where is that?" "Right below us." Hawk pointed with his finger at the ground beneath his feet. "Underground?" "Yes. Warehouse number 2 is located directly beneath warehouse number 3, and the area of the entire office is about the same as the whole warehouse number 3. I see. What is inside? I became interested. Well, we don't know either, since only Uncle Rockley and Uncle Clee can go in there. He scratched his head and said, I got it. The entrance to go in there must be at the end of the corridor on the second floor of warehouse number 3, right? I exclaimed, share my guess. Suddenly, I recalled the first time I followed Uncle Clee to that corridor's end. Is it standing there, and then reciting some kind of incantation to whoosh, teleport into the underground secret base? I gestured excitedly. Hawk stared at me, frozen in place. It's just a regular door you can open with a key. Come on. I pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. Do you think this is an animated show? Hey, animated show? Hawk laughed, then suddenly frowned. Animated show. That term sounds very familiar, but I suddenly can't remember what it is, he mumbled. I feel like I've heard of it too. I agreed. Could be a memory before entering the concentration camp? There's a certain possibility. But why do you know about it too? He asked with some confusion. Maybe it's something that all kids like. Lilith answered from the side. She was holding a needle and thread, weaving something that looked like a cloth bag. What are you making this for? I curiously walked over to observe. To put this little fool in and sell him. She laughed as she placed the cloth bag over my head. Ugh, it smells nice inside. It has a scent of sister. It's supposed to be the scent of perfume. Hawk shrugged beside me, looking disillusioned. Ugh, women. Yo, what's wrong, handsome Hawk? Sister grinned mischievously. Nothing. I just thought of that guy Ariel, who always sprays such fragrant perfume and dresses so glamorously when going out. But at home, he doesn't even take a shower once a day. As he spoke, his face turned red, and his gaze began to wander. That's right, after all. If she doesn't take a shower, some people have the chance to sneak a peek. What are you talking about? Hawk panicked, accidentally dropping the wooden box in his hands, smashing his foot. I silently looked at his face. Don't look at me like that. He covered his face in annoyance. Sister Lilith is always talking nonsense to Rueishin. He complained, pouting as he continued to move the boxes. By the way, where are Sister Ariel and Brother Fred? I asked. It's Fred. Brother Fred. Hawk corrected. They are the stars of tonight's big show, Sister Lilith said. They're actors? I was a bit surprised. Actors? Sister looked up at the window. After all, we are all actors under Uncle Luo. I tilted my head, unable to understand the meaning of his words. All right, the clutter in the warehouse has been moved. Now we just wait to pick up the brothers tonight. Hawk clapped his hands and said, Thank you for your hard work. I'll take care of the clutter. You go cook. Sister stood up and said, Ugh, it's cooking again. Hawk walked dejectedly towards the kitchen. Speaking of which, that guy Ariel hasn't cooked for 2 weeks, right? He mumbled as he walked into the kitchen. I looked at his back, my gaze shifting to the large pile of clutter stacked in the yard and corridor. The tense and fearful moving work finally ended, and the sky gradually darkened. Rueishin, why do you look so miserable? Are you too tired? Sister Lilith said gently, retracting her sweat-inducing special ability. It's nothing. I was just a bit scared to see your special ability for the first time. I appeared a bit weak. Dinner time. Hawk's voice came from the balcony on the second floor. Let's go. After eating, Ariel and the others should arrive here too. Sister murmured as she took my hand and walked into the room. At 7:30 p.m., on the main road of Darkcurrent Street. Here, an unprecedented silence lasted for a week, but suddenly it was filled with people. Dozens of guild leaders and thousands of warriors from various regions gathered here. The marketplace was bustling with voices, and many onlookers were hiding in the restaurants by the roadside, peering outside through the windows, with bolder ones standing openly in the street alongside armed warriors. Hey, brother, I heard you guys are going to make a big move tonight. An onlooker leaned in to ask a warrior holding a hammer. Just watch. After today, the Liberator will no longer be the dominant power in Zone 3. The hammer-wielding warrior raised his head, looking at the figure of the woman on the high platform in the square. Ariel's pink hair shone in the blue light cast from the sky, and the long staff named Little Coral kept striking the ground, seemingly waiting for a certain moment to arrive. Hey girl, Alias said she wanted to stroll around Zone 5. Looks like she won't be back for a while. It was Fred who spoke. Oh, let her go then. But if she decides to join this assault operation, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to shine. Adil Surugid. Fred was dressed in bright red full-body armor, with deep red flames burning on his shoulder pads and back, flickering wildly, yet causing him no harm. So, that's the Fred known as the Crimson Shark? Someone in the crowd below asked. I heard he once single-handedly stormed 5 guild headquarters in one night, killed their leaders, and stripped the headquarters bare. I heard their hermit crab only has 3 members, right? Why are only 2 of them showing up? It seems there hasn't been any major news from hermit crab in recent years. Can we really rely on them to lead this operation? Hey, are you backing out? The murmurs gradually spread among the crowd. Shut up, Fred roared. He gathered a ball of red flame in his hand, the flame flickering, condensing into a massive fireball, which he launched into the sky with a swing of his arm. Boom. The fireball exploded in the sky, instantly illuminating the dimly lit square. The power of this fireball was at least comparable to a T2 level explosive magic. A blast mage from Zone 2 exclaimed, such powerful strength that can destroy a square with a casual wave. The hearts of the crowd began to tremble. As the residual light from the fireball gradually faded, the warriors surrounding the street all closed their mouths, and the once bustling square became eerily quiet. Thousands of eyes focused on the 2 figures on the high platform. It seems the guilds participating in this operation have all arrived. It looks like everyone is somewhat interested in the assault on the Liberator operation. So starting half an hour early is no problem. After all, the Liberator side probably received the news and prepared their defenses already. Adil replied. Although this operation is a conspiracy directed by Uncle Luo, didn't he specifically tell you when to call a day? Fred looked at Ariel with some concern. No, he only told me. I want to see Hermit Crab's assault on the Liberator Guild's news report on the front page 10 days later. He really has a big heart. Fred smiled bitterly, looking up at the already darkened sky. Perhaps he knew from the very beginning that with our current strength, we simply couldn't break through the Liberator's defenses. Ariel said in a low voice. Fred had known Ariel for over 10 years and had never seen her show such a serious expression during any battle or mission. It seems she took this operation very seriously, but he didn't know the reason behind it. Are you very concerned about the outcome of this operation? He continued to ask. Hard to say. I believe Uncle Luo's purpose in staging this farce is not just to transfer those 200,000 fish balls into his hands. He likely wants to take this opportunity to test the results of our training over the years. After all, since that incident, we haven't encountered many threatening enemies. She sighed as she spoke. Every time you talk about Uncle Luo, you sigh. Cheer up, there are still thousands of warriors below eagerly awaiting your orders. Fred patted Ariel's shoulder firmly. Taking a deep breath again, Ariel shook off her spirit and raised little coral directly towards the night sky. This operation has gathered nearly 40 guilds from Zones 1, 2, and 3 to form the Assault Alliance. I don't need to elaborate on the purpose of this operation, but I want to emphasize again, the collapse of the Liberator defense is also the signal for the automatic dissolution of the Assault Alliance. At that time, the battle will turn into a scramble for fish balls, and any losses incurred will be borne by your own guild. Do you understand? Enough nonsense. Let's start the battle, the warriors below roared. A raid team composed of nearly 40 guild leaders arrived first at the bottom of the high platform, each fully armed, their equipment radiating dazzling brilliance in the darkness. The fact that they could serve as guild leaders with dozens or even hundreds of warriors in the concentration camp speaks volumes about their strength. My gun is itching for action, roared Sun Linsheng, standing in the formation as he raised the massive firearm in his hand, which was spewing blue flames. The defensive gear he wore crackled in the darkness. If he entered the arena wearing this equipment, standing still and allowing the opponent to attack might not even leave a scratch on him. Suddenly, the temperature around began to rise sharply, a scorching sensation gradually enveloping his body, and the originally dim square became illuminated by a powerful light source emanating from a single point. Accompanied by the astonished voices of thousands, Fred, engulfed in flames, gradually rose into the air. A pair of gigantic wings made of fire surged into the sky, scattering flames like feathers, leaving deep black marks on the ground. Everyone, charge towards the Liberators with my flames. The Assault Alliance army, composed of thousands, marched grandly from the dark current street towards the headquarters of the Liberators in District 3. Fred flew at the front of the team, leading the way, clad in fiery armor, with a pair of blazing wings soaring behind him. He resembled a giant phoenix reborn from the flames. Ariel, dressed in a tight-fitting portable armor, sat on him. This attire was designed for the actions of assassination-type warriors. Although to the outside world, she was known for her super-strength fighting technique as Blood Roland Ariel. Her true special ability belonged to the assassination category, known as Shadow Flow, which allowed her to completely conceal her presence. Coupled with Swift Flash and several other auxiliary spells she acquired later, it enabled Ariel, as an assassin, to thrive. Until today, she had never been defeated. However, even she, with a record of victories, maintained a high level of vigilance during every operation, which was completely contrary to her frivolous and carefree personality. To ensure a 100 success rate in the mission with that big fool, Fred, I must always keep a clear mind and rational judgment. After all, that guy never takes his brain with him when he goes out. This was a conversation Ariel once had with Rockley. At that moment, Ariel was riding on Fred, who had transformed into the Fire Phoenix, surrounded by flames, yet felt no burning sensation, a result of Fred intentionally controlling his fire abilities. I feel that something is not quite right, Fred muttered. What? Excluding a few guilds from outside the area, the number of local guilds in District 3 alone exceeds 1,000. Seeing such a grand march, how come there's not a single reaction from the Liberators? He asked curiously. Although the Liberators controlled various resources in District 3, the number of high-ranking members that could truly be considered Liberator members was no more than 50. The rest, outside of these 50, were mostly mid to low-level managers or mere tools used to maintain the overall operation of the guild. This large group of people would likely not actively follow orders in such a crisis, let alone rush to the front lines to be scapegoats. Ariel replied, however, they should have known about this operation by now, right? Even if the information was vague, they should have been aware that we are the initiators of the action. So why haven't they sent someone to assassinate us? He continued to ask. Perhaps it's Uncle Ro's intention, she suggested. Why? Why not wait until we break into the headquarters and you can ask him yourself? The headquarters of the Liberators was located at the junction of District 3 and the Outer Forest, bordered by the forest to the west and the Commercial Street to the east, making it one of the more prosperous areas in District 3. After marching for nearly an hour, nearly 80% of the troops had arrived here. At a normal pace, it would have taken at least half a day to reach, especially since the warriors participating in this assault action were confident in their combat abilities, including their operational capabilities. At this moment, the commercial area remained as bustling as usual. Unlike the mixed atmosphere of the dark current street, here the people were more orderly, with no dirty or chaotic alleys, nor suspicious individuals lurking at street corners. The security work here was entrusted to various guilds on a rotating basis, and everyone strictly required their guild members not to engage in illegal activities, lest they find themselves in trouble when it was their turn to maintain order. However, the sudden appearance of thousands of troops instantly changed the atmosphere. All pedestrians' gazes were fixed on these warriors wielding magical weapons, their bodies shimmering with dazzling light. Shop owners along the street realized the situation was dire and hurriedly closed their doors and drew their curtains, peeking through the gaps to observe outside. Women screamed and scattered in panic, but fortunately, the guild members responsible for maintaining order had prepared in advance, quickly evacuating the pedestrians from the commercial street. The guild responsible for maintaining order this week was called Sea Dragon. They did not participate in the assault action, but they had received news in advance and prepared to evacuate the civilians. The entrance to the Liberator headquarters was just ahead. It was a massive stone door made of the hardest material, sea flame, with two thick door panels standing 5 meters high that required 2 warriors with immense strength to open simultaneously. The central part of the door was inlaid with 2 huge sea agates, emitting a dim blue light from their cores, as if compressing the deep, dark sky into these 2 agates. Big shot. Sun Linshong, the first to reach the door, lifted his firearm and aimed at the agate embedded in the left door panel. He originally intended to wait for the rear troops to assess the situation, but unexpectedly, many other guild leaders had the same idea. Unable to resist his stubborn nature, He changed his mind and charged to the front. Boom! A loud sound erupted as blue flames shot out from the massive barrel, and a black steel ball wrapped in deep blue flames flew out. The heavy door instantly erupted in flames, and the ground trembled beneath their feet, smoke filling the air. Huh! A surprised shout came from the front of the crowd as Sun Lynching exclaimed. As the smoke cleared, what lay before everyone were two intact, massive door panels, with even the agate directly struck by the gunfire still shining with a crystalline luster, showing no signs of damage. Big shot! Big shot! Big shot! Big shot! Sun Lyncheng couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't accept this reality. After all, the shark hunter he held was one of the few T1 weapons in the entire district, and it was the strongest weapon used by the former guild leader in countless victories. This gun, named Shark Hunter, could significantly enhance its destructive power by infusing it with magical energy, with extreme output potentially reaching tens of thousands of times that of a regular firearm, making it a handheld nuclear missile launcher. Yet at this moment, this nuclear missile launcher couldn't even break the decorations on this door. Get out of the way. Let me try. A rugged-looking, red-haired man roared from behind. Poison tracon sel. With a roar, a sudden gust of wind arose, and a purple lightning bolt broke through the clouds, striking the gap in the middle of the door. The ground around them was once again bombarded, triggering an earthquake, and the ground around the two door panels was blown to pieces. However, that door panel stood completely unmoved, as if it were immune to any attack. Not even a scratch appeared. Is this possible? This is my unique skill. The red-haired uncle knelt on the ground, holding his head. Huh. You originally wanted to use your flashy skills to blow the door to smithereens, just to show off in front of the major guilds, right? Sun Lynching shrugged and gently tossed his golden long hair. By the way, my shark hunter is way more powerful than your little thunder. He mocked the red-haired uncle, his gaze shifting to Ariel, who was circling in the sky. When is Miss Ariel going to make her move? Just as everyone was helpless against the stone door, which was like absolute defense, two small figures appeared in front of them. They were the siblings known as the Eel twins, and as assassins, they possessed a very special ability called body transformation, allowing them to change their bodies at will, no matter how tightly the door or window was closed. As long as there was a gap, they could enter and exit freely. Oh, are these two little ones planning to sneak in through the crack of the door? The crowd speculated. It's infiltration, not sneaking in. The sister corrected them seriously. Under everyone's gaze, the siblings stood hand in hand before the two massive stone doors. Illusory body. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light shone around the siblings, accompanied by the sound of their bones cracking as their bodies quickly twisted and shrank. Ugh! The first time seeing such an ability. It looks like they're about to shrink into fishballs. Fred watched the siblings' transformation from the sky, feeling a bit nauseous. They are the rising stars of the assassination world, and the number of tasks they have completed is no less than yours, old-timer. However, Ariel's words were not finished, as she silently observed the situation below. Soon, the siblings' bodies had completely transformed into two tiny worms that fit through the crack of the door. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd, as transformation-type abilities were quite rare in the concentration camp. They went in, under everyone's watchful eyes. The two worms wriggled into the gap of the door and quickly disappeared from sight. However, the silence lasted for several seconds, and there was no sound coming from inside the door. Shouldn't they have opened the door from the inside first? Someone questioned. Those two little rascals, could they be using their abilities to sneak into the storage room to steal fish balls? Hey. We are still allies before breaking through the enemy's defense line. Is it appropriate to break the pact like this? The guild leaders started to express their dissatisfaction. I don't think it's that simple. Sun Lynching stared at the crack of the door, sensing a deep, fearful aura emanating from within. At this moment, the door emitted the heart-wrenching wails of the siblings, the sounds coming in succession as if they were under severe attack. The sounds moved closer and soon reached the entrance of the door. What's going on? The guild leaders outside became anxious. The cries of pain rang out again, but it was obviously not as intense as before, as if they no longer had the strength to continue shouting. The sounds grew quieter and eventually disappeared at the foot of the door. Gradually, bright red liquid began to flow from the crack at the bottom of the door, staining a large area of land in front of it. Dead. Dead. Sun Linxing's eyes widened, gripping his firearm tightly as he trembled and stepped back. They are nearly T2 level assassins. Even if they encountered something unexpected, they should have been able to find a chance to escape, right? He let out a shocked roar. His previously smooth golden hair now disheveled as he staggered back. Suddenly, a slurping sound came from inside the door, and the large pool of blood flowing from the crack seemed to be sucked back inside. What? Just as the guild leaders were astonished. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as an overwhelming killing intent burst forth from the tightly closed stone doors, directly assaulting their brains. Ordinary soldiers at the back lost consciousness and fell to the ground due to the immense pressure. In an instant, thousands of people lay sprawled across the ground. A bunch of useless fools. The guild leaders turned to look at their own guild members. It seems that my soldiers are more reliable. Sun Linxing forced a smile, feeling gratified that the 50 warriors he brought were still standing, but even he felt an endless panic from that terrifying killing intent. What kind of monster is standing behind that stone door? He thought to himself, lifting his gaze to the sky where Ariel was. Is she still not ready to make a move? Is she thinking of backing down? He thought, slightly retreating his right foot. Hey, is this how you lie down halfway? That's too weak, right? A deep voice came from behind. Who? Sun Linxing was startled and raised his firearm towards the source of the voice. Standing behind him was a man with black hair, nearly 2 meters tall, towering over the fallen warriors. He was staring at Sun Linxing with his blood-red eyes that radiated terrifying killing intent. Sun Linxing could feel that the intense killing intent that had just emanated from the door was identical to that of the man before him. When did he move behind us? As he pondered, the man disappeared from his sight. I'm behind you. The next second, his voice rang out again from behind. Don't play tricks. Sun Linxing roared, swinging the barrel of his firearm and instantly pulling the trigger. Great burst. A strong blue flame erupted from the gun barrel, and the fiery bullet shot out. Boom. The ground was blasted into a massive 10-meter-wide pit. Debris flew everywhere, and bullets whizzed through his long hair. Out of ammo. Just as he was surprised, that chilling sensation surged from behind again. This time the pressure was even stronger, like the frost from a frozen cave for thousands of years. This feeling of fear made Sun Linxing unable to lift his arms. He trembled and turned around, only to see the man's dark and sinister face before him. You shall die, namales pot. The man swung his massive arm, and a red-black aura swirled above, gathering in his palm. Nimlis brat. Sun Linxing looked despairingly at the man's descending right hand. He knew clearly that against such an enemy, he had no chance of victory. Even the opponent's invisible killing intent could make his body tremble and lose the will to continue fighting. How would he talk about defeating the opponent? The right hand enveloped in the red-black vortex gradually descended, which would mean that Sun Linxing, the president of the Ocean Priest Guild, was about to meet his end here. Thinking about it, it's truly ridiculous. To perish in such a foolish action without even breaking through the enemy's door? After all these years of effort, am I still just a frog at the bottom of a well? In the final moment, he raised his head again to look at the sky, wanting to catch one last glimpse of the girl he admired and loved. Miss AI, am I ultimately too weak? Just as the man's deadly palm was about to strike Sun Linxing's chest, a woman's figure flashed between the two. A powerful blow struck the woman directly, the tremendous impact sending her and Sun Linxing flying into the air. Nana? Sun Linxing exclaimed, didn't I tell you to stay at the guild headquarters? Nana had her hands pressed against her chest, her palms scorched from blocking the previous attack. What were you thinking just now? Look at your miserable face. How embarrassing. She frowned, her eyes reddened. Answer me first. Why did you ignore my instructions and come here to participate in the operation on your own? After landing, Sun Linxing tightly grasped her shoulders and questioned her. Why should I come? With your arrogant personality, you would definitely be at a loss when facing a real powerhouse. Nana, with red eyes, grabbed his collar in return. I am sorry. I really lost my mind for a moment. Sun Linsheng lowered his head, looking fierce. That man is Zhao Minglei, one of Rock Lee's S2 deputies. He specializes in illusion and psychic attacks, and his physical abilities are exceptionally strong. Nana turned around, keeping a wary eye on the man. Is he the one known as the Aurora Breaker? Sun Linsheng's eyes widened. Yes. Just now he used a powerful psychic attack called Tidal Wave that caused most of the warriors to faint instantly. But how come none of our guild's warriors fell? To be honest, based on average strength calculations, the warriors of the Ocean Priest Guild are not much different from those who fainted from the Tidal Wave attack. Because before we win a battle, I had already prepared everyone to resist psychic attacks. After all, our opponent is Rock Lee. Even if dozens of guilds join forces, we must prepare thoroughly. Nana, Sun Linsheng looked at her back, feeling an indescribable sensation. She was a year younger than him, thoughtful and meticulous. Compared to Sun Linsheng's careless and somewhat arrogant personality, her presence was a great supplement for the guild's development. Even though there was no official vice president position in the guild, Nana had already become recognized as the vice president by the guild members. I remember, your name is Sun Linsheng, right? Zhao Minglei shifted his gaze toward them. I really envy you, with such a handsome appearance, and when danger strikes, a girl will step forward to block the sword for you. His right hand was still wrapped in black and red flames, swaying as he moved. He's coming, Nana whispered to Sun Linsheng. Sun Linsheng raised his shark hunter, loading the chamber, blue flames spewing from the gun's muzzle once more. He only excels in psychic attacks. His combat ability with weapons may not be stronger than ours. Nana said, Okay, I'll cover you, you go. Sun Linsheng held his breath, quickly clearing all distracting thoughts from his mind. Mental shield. Nana raised her hands, gently brushing over Sun Linsheng's head. He felt his racing heart calm down slightly, and his tense nerves relax a bit. This was one of the special abilities possessed by Nana as a support-type warrior. Iron Wall. See Dragon Scale. As she activated her abilities, Nana's body was enveloped in green light, like armor made of light encasing her. Hey, are you ready? A chill ran down her spine as Zhao Minglei's deep voice came from behind. Startled, Nana swung her right fist back at the source of the voice. Bang. The full force hit landed on the man's face, blood splattering in the air, followed by the loud clang of a huge gun barrel hitting the ground. See, Captain? She couldn't believe her eyes, for the figure lying before her was not Zhao Minglei, but her own captain, Sun Linsheng. The sudden forceful blow left Sun Linsheng no chance to dodge. The left side of his face was severely sunken from the hit, and several of his teeth seemed to have shattered, blood flowing from his twisted lips, stars dancing before his eyes. Damn it! She screamed, looking at Zhao Minglei, who was approaching them not far away. That man had never left that spot. He was just slowly walking toward them. But why did that sound come from behind just now? She was perplexed. Illusion. An illusion? In the next moment, realization hit her. According to her previous understanding, Zhao Minglei, as one of Rock Lee's closest deputies, possessed the extraordinary ability to destroy the nervous systems of thousands of warriors simultaneously, and he also mastered the illusion ability that could create hallucinations in others' brains. This special ability was quite rare in the concentration camp. There were barely a handful of people who could master it. This ability would cause opponents to unknowingly fall into a world of illusion. Once caught, they could only be manipulated at will. Charge! A roar came from afar. The 50 warriors of the Ocean Priest Guild rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Having received Nana's mental boost, they had a significant advantage in resisting psychic attacks. Seeing their captain in trouble, they could not stand by, no matter how strong the opponent was. However, this group of T3 level combat warriors fell to the ground at the wave of the man's hand. Some didn't even have time to react, losing consciousness mid-run, collapsing straight down. Watching dozens of them fall in disarray, Sun Linsheng panicked completely. Even with the mental boost, the terror from deep within could not be alleviated by external treatment. Is this possible? He screeched as he raised his firearm, blood still oozing from his broken lips. Massive shot, massive shot, massive shot, after several rounds of continuous firing. However, the blue projectiles passed through Zhao Minglei as if striking air, hitting distant buildings and destroying them. Captain, don't panic. Nana forcefully pulled the cork from the potion bottle and poured the liquid over Sun Lynching. His broken lips slightly healed, and the pain gradually eased. My warriors! Even though his body received temporary healing, his spirit was still on the brink of collapse. You young ones, creating your own era is not that easy. Lifting his head, Zhao Minglei's grim face loomed before him. It was a deep, intimidating face, gaunt yet not weak, his tall figure blocking the light from above. Standing before him like a giant bear. We surrender. I'm sorry. I am Soda. Nana knelt down, using her body to shield Sun Lyncheng, loudly apologizing to Zhao Minglei in front of her. What does I'm sorry mean? Zhao Minglei's face darkened, his eyes fixed on the two kneeling on the ground. Nana lowered her head, repeatedly apologizing. Do you understand the gap now? You little girls think you can fight against us? You're still too early, he said, turning to leave. Massive shot. Flash. Taking advantage of Zhao Minglei's moment of turning, Sun Lyncheng and Nana simultaneously cast their skills. The large gun's muzzle firing a projectile that instantly hit Zhao Minglei's right arm. You little brat. Zhao Minglei staggered back 2 steps, almost falling to the ground. Before he could react, Nana had already used Flash to move behind him. Destruction. She struck Zhao Minglei's broad back heavily with her battered hands. Zhao Minglei's body trembled, and a mixed heat force expanded within him, like a strong gas trying to explode out of his nostrils, mouth, and even his eyes and ears. Break! Nana shouted as she activated her skill. There was a muffled bang, as if it came from Zhao Minglei's body, and blood instantly sprayed from his mouth, nostrils, and the corners of his eyes. Although we can't use illusion magic, we can still use some trickery. She looked at Zhao Minglei, who was kneeling on the ground, and revealed a tired smile. Hey, uncle. Sun Lyncheng walked over with a smile, his face regaining the youthful arrogance from before. Don't underestimate the acting skills of the young. He laughed arrogantly, continuously tapping his shoulder with the gun barrel. Huh, when did you start pretending? Zhao Minglei spat out a mouthful of old blood, trembling as he asked. Probably. Since I saw you? Sun Lyncheng smiled, aiming the gun at his head. I originally wanted to use my shark hunter to end your life, but seeing that you didn't intend to kill us just now, I'll let you off this time, he said, putting away the gun. Reciprocity, huh? Zhao Minglei suddenly laughed. What's that? Sun Lyncheng looked puzzled and became alert again. Trickery can only deceive the enemy in front of you, but illusion can change the entire world in front of the enemy. He raised his head, his bloodied face looking at Sun Lyncheng. Watch out, Sun Lyncheng shouted, forcefully pushing Nana aside. In an instant, Zhao Minglei's body transformed into countless black rays shooting towards the two of them. The rays pierced through Sun Lyncheng's body like sharp swords, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. Blood flowed from numerous wounds, instantly dyeing his armor bright red. I'll come to heal, Nana shouted, pulling out a healing potion from her waist. However, to her surprise, the 10 potions she originally had on her person had all disappeared. After discarding the one she used earlier, there should have been at least 9 left. Damn it, did we completely fall for it? Nana then realized that the two of them had completely fallen into Zhao Minglei's illusion world. Everything she saw was a virtual form presented to her brain by Zhao Minglei through mental interference. Which ones are real and which are fake? Nana, think quickly. She took a deep breath, tried to suppress the fear in her heart, and began to think. Great shot. With Sun Lyncheng's furious shout, a blue bullet flew towards Nana. The bullet hit her shoulder, the intense pain shocking her nerves. In an instant, the surrounding things began to change. The guild members who wanted to rush forward to attack Zhao Minglei did not fall to the ground as she had seen before. They were now nervously watching the battle situation on Nana's side, and judging by the anxious expressions on their faces, they were probably still hesitating whether to attack together. Is this reality? Was that instant kill of all guild members just now created by illusion? Nana's thoughts began to get a bit chaotic. Great shot. Another gunshot rang out. Flash step. Nana realized that Sun Lyncheng must have fired at her again, so she instinctively used flash step to escape to a safe place. President. It's me, Nana. Wake up. She shouted loudly at Sun Lyncheng. Idiot. Suddenly, an angry voice came from above. Intense pain can help those caught in the illusion break free. The one shouting was Ariel, who had been sitting on Fred, transformed into a fire phoenix, overlooking the battle from the sky. Oof. This bunch of trash doesn't deserve to be called the president of a popular guild. With this level, they aren't even as capable as that little brat hawk. Fred sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the ground. Hey, Fred, calm down. The opponent is a key member under Uncle Luo. If he didn't have some skills, would he dare to challenge an army of over 1,000 alone? Adiel Grinet. Let me down, I'll take him down in 3 seconds. Huh, are you on fire today? Ariel laughed, stepping hard on the back of his head. There's no other way. Nana reached for her waist, and the healing potions she had equipped were indeed still there. Looks like my consciousness has indeed returned to reality. She gritted her teeth, shifting her gaze to Sun Linsheng, who was also raising his gun to aim at his own body. Sorry, Nana silently thought, pulling out a dagger and flying toward Sun Linsheng's thigh. Thud. The blade struck his thigh, sinking deeply into it. Bang. The gun let out a loud sound as Sun Linsheng's body tilted, and the bullet shot directly towards Fred in the air. However, that bullet, which was flying fiercely, was melted by the surrounding flames before it even touched Fred's body, the blue aura gradually swallowed by the crimson flames, ultimately disappearing into the air. Nana, due to the intense pain, Sun Linsheng also came back to his senses. President, let's retreat. Nana suddenly called for a retreat. What? The surrounding presidents shouted in surprise. What are you afraid of? We have so many people here. The guild presidents shouted loudly, and in an instant, dozens of them had surrounded Zhao Minglei tightly. During the battle, just now, the guild presidents had roughly figured out Zhao Minglei's combat style. That guy's illusion ability has a range limit. A large part of us has not been affected by his special ability. Someone shouted loudly. No, I choose to surrender. Sun Linsheng raised his hand seriously, holding the shark hunter high above his head. Nana looked into his eyes, smiled, and stood beside him, also raising her hands. You little brat, are you serious? Do you know the consequences of betraying the pact? A guild president scolded loudly. Rather than die with you, it's better to surrender now, Sun Linsheng said, glancing at Zhao Minglei beside him. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them, that's somewhat clever, Zhao Minglei said in a low voice. So, is there anyone among you who wants to give up? While I haven't turned murderous yet, you might as well go home early. Zhao Minglei raised his head and gave the warriors a middle finger. To hell with the resistors, to put it bluntly. We came here today, not for fish balls, but to take you down. A few presidents shouted loudly from the crowd. Then, let's come. Zhao Minglei smiled slightly and walked towards the shouting warriors. 28 turning the tables. Do you know why there haven't been any large-scale battles in the concentration camp for nearly a decade? It's because the supreme strong have all retreated, and those remaining fools, relying on their mediocre skills, have long forgotten the past strong, gradually building up confidence that will eventually lead to another major incident like the tsunami 20 years ago at some point in the future. Perhaps this event will also be remembered by history. Ariel sighed as she gazed at the endless night sky. Are you telling this to me? Fred scratched his head. Don't worry, your names will only appear at the top of the newspaper a few days later. A man's voice came from behind. Finally here? Ariel and Fred turned around simultaneously. At this moment, 3 figures were floating in the sky, 2 of whom were Ariel and Fred, while the other was Caesar, another deputy of Rockray. Hey, Uncle, long time no see. Fred greeted disdainfully. Oh, it's the Birdman, little bro. What's up? Feeling itchy lately and want your uncle to give you a rub? Caesar chuckled darkly, constantly cracking his finger joints. Little Birdman, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to check the storage area. Ariel whispered close to his ear. Fred replied, his eyes fixed firmly on Caesar. As soon as he finished speaking, Ariel put away the little coral staff and vanished from the sight of the two with a flash. Aren't you going to chase her? Fred asked as the flames wrapped around his body gradually dissipated, and the form of the fire phoenix slowly transformed back into his original appearance in crimson armor. It's fine. My colleagues over there will take care of her. Besides, the current situation doesn't really allow me to chase after that little girl, does it? Caesar laughed, and black flames began to swirl around him. A pair of pitch-black wings unfurled behind him, shooting out sharp black rays. Fred waved his fiery wings to easily block the incoming black light. Looks like you still have a bit of caution towards me, uncle. Get ready to be hit. Without another word, Caesar swung his iron fist, wrapped in black energy, roaring forward. The fierce fire and black flames collided in the night sky, creating a loud explosion like gas exploding, and dazzling red light illuminated the sky, brightening the entire area above the gate. At 10 p.m., in the command center of the Breakers' headquarters, Carlo, report on the battle situation. Rockray sat high at the conference table, placing a cigarette in his mouth. The opposing alliance has 41 guilds, totaling 2,881 people, with 2,521 warriors having T3 combat capabilities or above. There are 311 support-type warriors. The operational commander Carlo reported while standing by. What I want is not data, but the current battle situation. And no sorry. Carlo lowered his head and reported again. Last night, I managed to convince and persuade 8 guild leaders offline, with a total expenditure of 20,000 fish balls. They promised that when Lord Zhao Minglei sends out the signal, they will pretend to be hit by his mental attack, and all pretend to faint, including the Ocean Priest Guild? It seems they are not included. Their leader Sun Linqing's surrender was voluntary. Carlo said somewhat awkwardly. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Rockray's lips as he gently stood up. My lord, are you heading to the front lines? Carlo showed a hint of surprise. No, I'm just going out for a walk. It seems I've overestimated the danger of this farce. From now on, you will be in full command of the battle. If there are any unexpected situations, just send a conch out to participate in the fight. Yes. Before Rockray listened to Carlo's report, he had already observed the entire strength of the Assault Alliance through the cameras installed around the headquarters base. To be honest, he was quite disappointed with this operation led by Ariel. Over the past decade, he had supported Ariel in secret through various means to ascend to the throne of Hermit Crab Guild leader. Even though this guild only had 3 members, its overall strength was among the top 10 of nearly 1,000 guilds in the entire region. According to Rockray's expectations, under the call of such a powerful guild leader, at least nearly half of the guilds in the region should be willing to respond to their call to participate in this assault. But the result was less than 10%. Could it be that Ariel has not yet established a sufficiently strong image in the minds of the people? Or is it because the Breakers' hegemonic status has already taken root in people's hearts, causing most to dare not resist it? Rockray furrowed his brows, and the cigarette in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. It seems this self-directed farce will soon come to a dull close. However, it is not without unexpected gains. At this moment, all members of the Ocean Priest Guild had already left the battlefield and were on their way back to the base. I can't believe you really decided to retreat, Nana said, following closely behind Sun Linqing, showing some surprise. After all, according to his usually strong personality, it wouldn't be like him to make such a face-losing decision at such a critical moment. The warriors behind them remained silent, all with their heads bowed. After experiencing a tiring half-day journey and witnessing their leader and vice-leader being brutally beaten by the enemy, everyone's hearts were mixed with emotions and morale was completely lost. You saw it too. Even I and you couldn't harm that man in the slightest, let alone these warriors under us. We can't let everyone die for nothing. Sun Linqing gritted his teeth in anger. Indeed, the gap is a bit beyond imagination. Nana sighed deeply. I can't accept this. Sun Linqing suddenly stopped, tightly gripping his shark hunter. You still want to go back? We've come this far, Nana exclaimed in surprise. No, we can't take that risk. Sun Linqing shook his head, trying hard to convince himself not to turn back. Let's go back and train together, with everyone from the guild. Nana stepped forward and took his hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. He took a long breath and looked up at the night sky. Are we ultimately unable to surpass those people? His gaze dimmed, showing considerable disappointment. Who? The 20 leaders from that incident. In response, Nana fell silent, as she had not personally witnessed that tsunami incident, nor heard the rumors about those 20 powerful leaders. Hello. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone present immediately stopped in their tracks, a sense of oppression rising in their hearts, their throats feeling as if blocked by a stone, making it hard to breathe. It was then they realized a large hand, holding a cigarette, was firmly placed on the shoulders of both Sun Linqing and Nana. Rockray. Someone's made the first move. Protect the vice leader. Protect the leader. Sun Linsheng and Nana exclaimed in unison. The guild's warriors quickly formed a circle surrounding Rockray. Ha 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 ha. Instead of taking any action, Rockray began to laugh uproariously in place. What is this guy laughing about? Is it the joy before the slaughter? The warriors in the formation began to panic. Yet even in their fear, they still tightly gripped their weapons, as there were still their respected leader and vice leader behind them that needed protection. In the hearts of the members of the Ocean Priest Guild, although Sun Linsheng had an arrogant personality, he was quite concerned about the future development of the guild and the livelihood of its members. He often went to great lengths to find quality ways for the guild members to obtain fish balls. In the eyes of the guild members, Sun Linsheng was like a young elder, youthful in appearance, but filled with responsibility. This was also one of the reasons why the Ocean Priest could become a well-known guild in the 3rd District. Sun Linsheng, I called it correctly, right? Rockray put a hand on his belly, stopping his laughter. Indeed, Sun Linsheng squeezed through the warriors blocking him and faced Rockray directly. It was his first time facing this king-like man of the 3rd District from such a close distance, and a mix of awe and a hint of fear surged within him. In front of him, Rockley loomed like a massive hill piercing the clouds, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The invisible aura pressed down on him, making it almost impossible to breathe. May I ask, what brings you here, Mr. Rockley? His voice trembled slightly, but to prevent the morale of the guild warriors from suffering another blow, he had to exhibit the authority and presence befitting a guild leader. He tried to lift his head, straining to meet Rockley's gaze, but this simple action seemed to become an insurmountable challenge at that moment. Rest assured, I'm not a bad person, Rockley said with a smile, extinguishing his cigarette and gently patting Sun Linsheng's shoulder with his other hand. What? What do you want to do? Nana asked nervously, tightly gripping the hem of Sun Linsheng's clothes. I just want to ask you a question, Rockley said, lowering his head and revealing a slight smile. Go ahead, Sun Linsheng replied, seeing that Rockley bore no hostility. He extended his hand to signal the surrounding warriors to lower their weapons. Why did you choose to flee at the last moment? He raised his head to stare at Sun Linsheng, a frown creasing his forehead, his eyes projecting an inscrutable aura. Of course, I'm afraid of dying. Sun Linsheng replied irritably, frowning. What? Are you unhappy being called a coward? Rockley turned away with a faint smile. If you say so, I have no reason to argue. But I'm not the kind of leader who would recklessly send my subordinates to their deaths just based on morale and shouting. His eyes sparkled with determination. With the president and vice president of the Hermit Crab Guild leading the charge for you, what are you still worried about? Rockley shrugged. I believe in Miss Ariel's strength. She is the most outstanding woman I have ever seen. Sun Linsheng raised his head and declared earnestly. At this, Nana's heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lip. But after battling Zhao Minglei, I quickly realized the strength gap between the two sides. Even if Ariel could match one Zhao Minglei, or even 1.5, she is only one. Fred is also just one. And there are countless strong individuals in the Breakers who are on par with Zhao Minglei. I don't want Ocean Priestess to repeat the mistakes of 20 years ago, reviving the guild, making it renowned, and ensuring the livelihood of every member in the guild is the mission I inherited from the former president. Grinding his teeth, Sun Linsheng finally made eye contact with Rockley, and his sense of fear seemed to dissipate considerably. You must be that little brat who used to hang around that old guy Hex back in the day, right? Rockley chuckled, lighting another cigarette. You know the former president? Sun Linsheng's eyes widened. Not only do I know him, but we also share quite a bond, he said lightly. At this response, Sun Linsheng fell silent, quietly watching Rockley. He suddenly began to feel that the aura emanating from this man was no longer as terrifying as before. What truly frightened him were the deeds this man had experienced, prompting him to recall the scene he witnessed 20 years ago when his adoptive father Hex and the entire Ocean Priestess Guild collapsed. Mr. Rockley, Lord Rockley. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Rockley, who was a full head taller than him. How about we grab a drink sometime? That's exactly what I had in mind. What? Has he gone mad? What is he doing? Nana's mind was in a whirl. She couldn't fathom the reason behind Sun Linsheng's invitation. Then see you tomorrow night at Rainbow Coral Reef. After Rockley finished speaking, he turned into a puddle of black water and vanished into the ground. Son Lynching, what are you thinking? Nana questioned incredulously. I'm not sure, but I suddenly really want to talk to him. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, tightly clenching his fists. Are you planning to enter the tiger's den alone? Nana covered her forehead, saying, I'm going with you. No, it's fine for me to go alone. Mr. Rockley probably wouldn't want anyone else listening in. He replied seriously. No way. I have to go with you. Nana insisted firmly. No, that's my order. You don't need to accompany me. Looking into his determined eyes, Nana ultimately compromised. She shook her head in resignation and silently walked ahead. At 11 o'clock at night, in the reserves of the Breakers Guild headquarters, a sudden commotion sent hundreds of guards in the reserves into a panic. While receiving reports of a large enemy force engaging Lord Zhao Minglei at the main entrance, infiltrators also appeared in the reserves located deep within headquarters. But rather than infiltrators, they were more accurately described as assailants who had forcefully breached from the rear of the base. Dozens of searchlights converged on a point atop a platform, where a girl stood, Blood Rose Ariel. In just a few minutes, she single-handedly shattered the defenses of all 4 main doors of the reserves. The ground was littered with corpses in her wake. She furrowed her brow in thought, casually swishing a coral stick in her hand, looking down at the guards below who were struggling to hold their heads up in fear as they gazed at her. What's going on? Did someone beat me to the reserves? She murmured. 30 Encounter Battle Ariel stood atop the platform, her eyes scanning everything around her. Damn it. Did someone get there first? She had intended to stealthily infiltrate the reserves alone, breaking through the 4 main doors to assist the external Allied forces. However, when she arrived, she was met with this gruesome scene of corpses everywhere. Not good. The fishballs are in danger. She quickly realized the dire situation and ran toward the fishball storage room. Bang! As she ran, she suddenly crashed into a transparent wall, bouncing back and landing on her backside. Looking up, there were no obstacles ahead. Yet the 4 large warehouses containing the fishballs were right in front of her. What kind of special ability is this? A barrier-type defensive ability? Or a transformation type that makes it a transparent barrier? She pondered while touching the transparent wall. At that moment, a warehouse door not far ahead opened, and 2 figures stepped out, each carrying 2 large boxes. She quickly hid behind a nearby wooden box. This way. She ran this way. The shouts of the reserve guards echoed behind her. Damn it, of all times, she gritted her teeth, trying to shrink her body into the corner of the box. The footsteps of her pursuers grew closer. Once they reached the corner behind Ariel, they would easily spot her. Hey, why are guards suddenly coming this way? Suddenly, a man's voice came from very close by. She then noticed that the 2 figures who had just exited the warehouse had come very close to her, and their faces were now clearly visible. One was a long-haired man nearing 40, and the other was a red-haired woman in her 30s. Both carried a large box on their backs, likely filled with fish balls. Given the weight, there were probably around 100,000 of them. The man walked smoothly with his eyes closed. Could he be sensing the surrounding objects with his mind? She had heard of this unique type of ability before. 5 regions have their own representative ability types. But among the residents, there are also some mutant types. These bizarre special abilities are often not recorded, so encountering enemies with such mutant abilities can be quite tricky. Wait a minute. Ariel suddenly realized something. If the other party really possesses the special ability to perceive their surroundings through thought, then wouldn't I, just a few meters away from them, have already been exposed to this man's sight? While she was thinking, a wave of killing intent swept over her from above. Looking up in a daze, the man's face had already appeared above the wooden box. TCH. Ariel snorted coldly, leaping out in one swift motion, creating a distance of more than 10 meters between them, and pulling out a coral stick from her waist. Who are you? You're not from the 3rd District, are you? She asked in a low voice. What should we do? Should we kill her? The woman ignored Ariel's question and turned to ask the man. No, those pursuers are probably attracted by her. If we kill her, we'll easily be exposed as well. Let's keep her around to take the blame for us, the man said, glancing at the large box behind him filled with fish balls. Answer me. Which district are you from? Ariel raised her voice. The 2 in front of her seemed unwilling to let more people know of their existence. And it was likely that all the dead guards in the storage were killed by these 2. Clearly, The cold, killing intent emanating from them made it easy to judge that they were strong, and not just ordinary strong. Air shield. Shun's Han. Ariel activated her defensive ability and used Shun's Han to move to a further distance, keeping her gaze fixed on the two. Oh, a calm judgment. The man's voice echoed in her mind, but she couldn't determine his location. Another wave of killing intent hit her, and a chill ran down her back like ice. Suddenly turning around, it was indeed that man. He stood less than a meter away from her, with his eyes closed. Shatter. Ariel gritted her teeth and took the initiative to attack. The coral stick in her hand was instantly transformed into a huge spiked mace through her special ability, producing a loud buzzing sound as she swung it. However, at the moment the mace swung down, the man disappeared from her sight. Such dodging speed seemed absolutely impossible to Ariel. Even with the fastest movement ability, Shun's Han, it would take at least half a second to execute. The empty swing of the mace struck the ground, creating a massive pit with a thunderous roar, shaking the surrounding walls violently and causing debris to fall from above. Wow, is he a super strength type? Warriors of this type should have died out long ago, right? The man said with great interest, walking out from behind her again. Answer my question. Ariel showed loudly. She swung the mace towards the ground, unleashing a strong wave that created a huge crack in the distant wall. The sound of the impact reverberated throughout the entire warehouse, drawing the attention of the guards. The little girl is quite smart, realizing she can't defeat the two of us, so she's planning to draw all the guards here. The man said with a smile as he slowly approached Ariel. Hey, let's retreat quickly, or we'll have to expend more effort to clean up the witnesses. The woman beside him reminded. But before that, the man murmured, flashing behind Ariel again. You perverted man running around everywhere. Do you even have any sense? Ariel cursed loudly. She ripped off the cloak draped over her, revealing the portable battle armor she was wearing underneath. Ah, the woman beside her suddenly exclaimed. The man's body seemed to tremble slightly, and he approached her at an even faster speed. Before Ariel could react, the man grabbed her neck with one hand and slammed her hard against the wall. The immense strength left Ariel utterly astonished. Although she wasn't a super strength type warrior, this kind of strength was indeed one of her proud talents. However, this man chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat, mistakenly believing the opponent to be a warrior known for strength, clearly confident in his own close combat abilities. The man pressed Ariel down with his left hand while raising his right hand above his head. Wait, are you going to erase her memory? The woman beside him said in a panic. She has seen our faces, so letting her go back with her memory will leave trouble behind. Besides, this girl is actually wearing a battle uniform made by Rocklet. The man's pupils flashed with a dark light, and he gripped her left hand even tighter. Shun's Han. Ariel struggled to activate her skill. However, the man's right hand swung down in an instant, and before Ariel could release her skill, a dazzling golden light shone before her eyes. But, damn it, feeling drowsiness gradually creeping into her brain, she then collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. 31 amnesia Ariel. Miss Ariel. In a daze, the girl's voice called Ariel back from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, holding her still aching head as she sat up. In front of her was a little girl, the older sister from the Eel twins assassin duo. Judging by her ragged clothes, she must have just gone through a life and death ordeal. Where is this place? Ariel shook her head, a heavy feeling clinging to her body, her heart racing for unknown reasons. You look terrible. What kind of enemy did you encounter? The girl asked anxiously. Ariel looked confused, glancing at the girl and then at her surroundings. Wait a minute. She raised her hand to stop the girl from speaking further, clutching her head as she tried to think. Waking up in this pitch-black environment, the surroundings were in disarray, and faint sounds of chaos could be heard in the distance. Miss Ariel, I'm sorry. Please allow me to interrupt your thoughts. The girl said urgently. Speak. My brother has already drawn away the pursuers. So let's hurry and steal the fish balls now. The situation at the front door isn't optimistic. A large number of escapers guards have already joined the melee at the front door. If we don't act soon, our alliance forces will be completely repelled. She urged. Wait. Pursuers? Fish balls? Ariel frowned, her head starting to throb painfully. Boom! A loud noise resonated, shaking the entire ground. "Hurry, my brother probably can't hold on much longer. Let's move quickly," the girl said, forcibly carrying Ariel on her back. The little body had quite a bit of strength, compared to Ariel's height of 1.7 meters. The little girl moved quickly like a small mouse. Ahead must be the 4 warehouses storing the fish balls, the girl said as she gently set Ariel down on the ground and walked towards one of the iron doors alone. "Hey, don't act rashly. We haven't figured out the surroundings yet," Ariel mumbled, holding her head. "What exactly happened to you just now?" The girl ignored Ariel's obstruction, pressing her ear against the door as if listening for sounds inside. "Just now," Ariel mumbled, but no matter how she recalled, she couldn't remember what exactly she had done just moments ago. While she was deep in thought, the girl had already used her ability to shrink her body into a tiny black shadow like a worm and slip through the gap of the warehouse door. Click! The iron door was easily open from the inside. "Come on, let's hide in the warehouse." The girl poked her head out and shouted to Ariel. Once inside the warehouse, both were stunned by the sight before them. The warehouse that should have been filled with fish balls is now a scene of devastation, clearly having been robbed. Could it be that someone got there first? The girl showed a look of astonishment. Ariel let out a scream and fell to the ground, her head pounding as if she had been electrocuted. "Are you okay?" The girl hurried over to help her. "What on earth happened to you? I just got here and found you lying in the ruins, and there are obvious signs of struggle on the walls and the ground around." She asked. "I don't know. You tell me, where's this place?" Ariel frowned and asked. "No, it can't be." The girl's eyes widened, staring intently at Ariel, her face showing extreme anxiety. "This is the supply warehouse of the Liberators. You were the one who gathered more than 30 guilds to form the Alliance Army for this fishball heist. What? Are you saying the assault has already begun? And that we've already infiltrated the Liberator supply warehouse as planned?" Ariel showed an incredulous expression. You can't have lost your memory, can you?" the girl asked, trembling slightly. Facing the question, Ariel lowered her head and fell silent. She could feel something strange in her mind, as if she had forgotten something very important but could not recall it no matter what. Every time she felt she was about to remember those things, her head would throb painfully, as if something was preventing her from thinking about them. "This place is very dangerous," she concluded, but she couldn't articulate the specific reason. The last point of memory in her mind was from the night before the assault. According to the plan, they should have gathered at the plaza in Underflow Street on time the next evening. However, based on this girl's description, she was now in the Liberator's fishball supply warehouse. Coupled with the strange feeling coming from her head, as an excellent warrior, Ariel could clearly affirm from her rich combat experience. For some unknown reason, she had lost all her memories from this morning until just now. This was also why she thought this place is very dangerous. After all, there were not many strong individuals capable of forcibly making her lose her memory. Without further ado, let us quickly check the situation in the other 3 warehouses. Ariel shook her head, putting aside a pile of questions and quickly entering a state of vigilance towards her surroundings. Although she had lost her memory upon waking, her calm judgment allowed her to see that the girl in front of her was not lying, and moreover, this girl was one of the guild leaders Ariel personally invited to participate in the assault. "You are the sister of Eel twins, right? As assassins, you are indeed well suited for infiltration work," she said as she stood up, her head no longer hurting. She realized that as long as she didn't deliberately think about those critical contents, she wouldn't trigger the headache. "Yes. After the Alliance Army arrived at the main entrance of the Liberator's headquarters, my brother and I used our special abilities to infiltrate the headquarters first, using a decoy to trick the gatekeeper and successfully enter the base. However, during the search for the supply warehouse, we encountered guards and stumbled upon this place while fleeing in a panic. We also found you collapsed on the ground," the girl explained. After a brief search, they found that 2 of the warehouses still had a large amount of fish balls left, which the group that arrived earlier had not taken for some reason. There must be at least 100,000 of them. The girl looked at the large boxes behind her, her eyes shining with excitement. "Finally, we don't have to do those dirty and exhausting jobs anymore." She smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. The girl pulled out a huge square cloth from her pocket and covered the 2 large boxes. Suddenly, the boxes shrank at a visible speed. Eventually, they became small enough to be held in one hand. However, the weight remained the same. The heavy feeling was quite delightful. It felt like carrying a pile of cash. No matter how heavy, she was willing to bear it. What a magical item, Ariel said with some delight. Miss Ariel, please follow me. We've already prepared an escape route, the girl said, taking Ariel's hand and running deeper into the supply warehouse. Aren't you going to check on your brother? No need, that explosion just now was the signal he sent me, proving he has successfully shaken off the guards. 32 escaped this way. Under the girl's guidance, Ariel entered a narrow tunnel with her. The tunnel was quite cramped, making it somewhat difficult for Ariel, who had a larger build, to move around. Her body was pressed against the walls, and the irregular surface caused her some discomfort, with her delicate skin occasionally stinging and some areas cut by the sharp rocks. Where does this tunnel lead? She asked. Directly to the forest behind the base. Escaping from there will make it hard for the guards to discover us. The girl replied cheerfully. Did you dig this tunnel temporarily? Yes. She nodded, slightly with pride. My brother and I's special abilities are not limited to transformation. We also have the ability to reshape terrain. Just like an animal called a mole. We can quickly dig long tunnels underground. A mole? What is that? Ariel asked with some confusion. I heard about it from my master. It seems to be a legendary creature that lives underground and can use its sharp claws to dig holes and move freely underground. Oh, that sounds like a magical animal. She responded meaningfully, her gaze sweeping over the girl crawling in front of her, judging by her shape and appearance. The girl seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old, similar in age to the little girl Uncle Luo had brought back. But the proficient thieving skills the girl displayed from earlier made her seem like a seasoned professional. How old are you? The girl paused for a moment, looking back at Ariel. 19. Oh, I see, Ariel replied, reaching out to touch the girl's thigh. The girl was startled. Is there something wrong? She turned back and saw Ariel smiling at her, looking a bit creepy. It's nothing. Ariel smiled and gently pushed her, signaling her to continue moving forward. We're almost at the exit, the girl reminded her. She pulled out a metal nail from the wall and put it in her pocket. What is this? Ariel asked. It's a marking nail. I can sense the distance between them with my mind, allowing me to gauge the distance traveled. That's a really convenient ability. Well, but it's a bit useless in terms of combat, the girl shrugged. By the way, where is your brother? He should have escaped through another tunnel. If nothing unexpected happens, he should. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze in place. What's wrong? Ariel asked curiously. You should have sent me a safety signal not long ago. But there hasn't been any signal so far. She became anxious, her complexion turning somewhat pale. Should we go back? Ariel asked. No, we're almost at the exit. Let us at least put the fish balls in a safe place before figuring out how to contact my brother. The girl shook her head, as if trying to cast away some distracting thoughts, then turned her head and quickened her crawling speed. After several more minutes of crawling, feeling a slight cool breeze coming from ahead, the width of the walls gradually increased. We're almost there, the girl reminded, pulling out a nail from the wall. In an instant, the light became bright, and an exit appeared ahead. The girl jumped down from the opening and shouted at the ground. Miss Ariel, the exit is about 10 meters high from the ground. Be careful when you come down. Thank you for the reminder. Ariel smiled and leaped down, landing on the ground with barely a sound, as light as a feather falling softly. Miss Ariel is indeed agile, the girl praised with a smile, her expression pure and cute like a little fan. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Ariel looked down at the little girl who was half a head shorter than her. My name is Li Huahua, and my brother's name is Li Mingyuan, she replied softly, lowering her head. Well, let's work well together. Ariel smiled and patted her shoulder. So, Miss Ariel, could I trouble you with one thing? She placed her hands on her chest and looked at Ariel with a pleading gaze. What is it? My portion of fish balls will be stored with you for now, and after I rescue my brother, I'll come to your guild to retrieve them. Do you trust me? Ariel frowned. Yes. She nodded seriously. Miss Ariel is well known for her strength in the concentration camp, and she is also an idol for my brother and me. So I believe Miss Ariel has equal integrity. In that case, I will take them. But don't you want to ask for my help to rescue your brother together? Hearing the question, She paused. No. This is our family matter, and we can't involve Miss Ariel in such a dangerous operation. She shook her head, and a black glow began to emit around her. Is that settled then? Ariel asked again. Yes. Miss Ariel, please make sure our fish balls are safely delivered to your guild. She nodded and smiled, transforming into a shadow and returning along the tunnel to the Liberator's headquarters. Looking at the deep tunnel entrance above her, Ariel gently sighed. What a pity. Then she shook her head and walked towards the forest, holding the heavy package in her hand. At midnight, in the living room of Coral Number 3. Didn't they say there would be a big show to watch tonight? When will it start? I slumped on the sofa, the soft cushions sinking me in. For someone my age, it should be bedtime by now, but I still resisted sleepiness to wait for the big show that Hawk mentioned. Something seems off? Hawk muttered, throwing a puzzled glance at his sister Lilith, who was sitting beside him knitting. They must have run into some trouble, right? After all, there are many strong people in Uncle Luo's guild. Even if they can't withstand the fierce attacks of those two little brats one-on-one, they might be able to create a strong lineup to block their attacks with multiple people. Sister Lilith analyzed. So, Uncle Luo didn't even discuss the script arrangement with that Ariel character. He just let her decide the entire implementation of the assault plan by herself? It seems so. The sister nodded in affirmation. That's a bit ridiculous, right? No matter how powerful that lace girl is, she shouldn't be strong enough to confront the Liberator's guild head-on, right? Who knows? After all, her plan was to unite many guilds to attack the Liberator's headquarters. The specific situation can only be known by those on site. All we can do is wait patiently at home. The sister comforted. I want to sleep. I mumbled, turning over and burying my face in the sofa. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Oh, is someone back? Hawk leaped up from the sofa and quickly walked to the door. 33, not a victory, the one who rang the doorbell was Ariel. Seeing her completely unscathed, Hawk couldn't help but feel puzzled. What happened? Did the operation fail? Why is there no trace of a battle on her? What? Are you hoping that someone would beat me up? Ariel twisted his ear as she walked into the room. The fish balls are all in here. Put them in the underground warehouse. She casually tossed the black package in her hand to Hawk. Huh, why is there so little? Did the operation really fail? He quickly followed, looking surprised. Well, it can't be said to have failed, but it wasn't a complete success either. What do you mean by that? Be clear. Hawk frowned. Let's not talk about that for now. Where's Uncle Klee? She asked. In the underground research room. Do you need me to contact him? There are some important matters I need to discuss with him. Tell him to wait for me in the living room in 20 minutes. Ariel nodded and walked into the bathroom. Looking at Hawk standing in front of the bathroom door, I walked over to him. No show to watch. I hugged the pillow, looking exhausted. It seems so. He also lowered his head, looking dejectedly at the black package in his hands. What is this? I asked curiously. Fish balls, he murmured. Can this hold tens of thousands of fish balls? After all, this package is something I can easily hold in my arms. It would be hard to fit even hundreds, let alone thousands. Who knows? He shook his head and returned to the living room with me. What? Didn't see a good show and let you two down? Sister Lilith smiled, still knitting away. It's okay. Just the result was a bit unexpected. Hawk said as he untied the knot on the package. Clang. With a sound, two huge wooden boxes tumbled out as the cloth strap was untied. Fortunately, the material of the wooden boxes was quite sturdy, so they didn't break when they hit the ground, but instead knocked the coffee table beside them upside down. Hey, what kind of magical prop is this? This is too much. Both Hawk and I showed surprised and delighted expressions. This is a vortex bag, made by warriors with forging abilities. The specially processed fabric can shrink the objects covered within it by dozens of times. But the randomness of the shrinking ratio is too strong, making it very difficult to forge special fabrics with a high shrinking ratio. The sister continued, picking up the black cloth that had fallen on the ground. To obtain such a vortex bag requires spending quite a bit of money. She examined the cloth. I see. This is quite similar to your special ability. Hawk realized. No, my ability belongs to the transformation subtype and can only affect my own body, while forging abilities can influence things outside one's body, achieving the purpose of forging various strange props. The sister explained carefully. Transformation. Does that mean turning into that black hole person from before? My scalp tingled as I recalled the scene from earlier when I was organizing the warehouse and yard with my sister. Ha ha, is it the nickname you gave my ability? How silly. She burst into laughter. Huh, Hawk let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Ariel is quite reliable. These two big boxes must contain at least 100,000, right? He said, prying open the wooden box door with an iron rod. As the door opened, the fish balls packed inside the box burst out with a whoosh, completely engulfing me in a wave of fish balls right in front of the box. Ah! Although my view was blocked by the fish balls that obscured the sky, I could still hear Hawk's excited exclamations. Finally, I can lie at home every day without working, he shouted as he jumped into the sea of fish balls, rolling around in it. Hey, you little brat. I don't want to eat fish balls that smell like you. Ariel, wrapped in a towel, came out from the inner room and pulled him out by his ear. Quickly tell me how you got so many fish balls. Is this the entire reserve of the escapers? He asked excitedly. No. Ariel frowned, her eyes seeming to ponder something. This is probably only half, or even just a small part. What? Everyone looked at her simultaneously. Someone got to the reserve before me and took away a large part of the fish balls, she asserted. Suddenly, she lay back on the sofa, holding her head, looking quite pained. Are you okay? I rushed over and placed the pillow I was holding under her head. Thank you, baby. She calmed down and sat up again. It seems something unexpected happened, right? Sister Lilith speculated. Ariel slowly nodded. By the way, you should go call Uncle Creel. She slapped Hawk on the back of his head, urging him to hurry up. Whoa, do you have to hit so hard? Strong gorilla, he mumbled, covering the back of his head as he ran out the door. What happened? I sat on her lap beside her. It's sudden, but it seems I've lost all my memories from last night to tonight. If I think about it deliberately, my head hurts, she replied. I see. So you want Uncle Creel to help check your brain, right? Sister Lilith asked. Yes. If it's him, he should be able to find the cause of the problem. What are you guys talking about? Checking the brain? Are you going to pry open my skull? I said, a bit panicked. No. Ariel laughed and pinched my face. Uncle Creel has a special ability in mental interference, allowing him to invade others' brains to read memories, a skill that is very good at controlling human thoughts. Oh, then can he also search my brain for memories before entering this concentration camp? I became excited, although every day spent here has been quite fulfilling, leaving me no leisure to think about why I came to this concentration camp. And similar questions, sometimes at night while sleeping, I still can't help but ponder these things. But no matter how I think, I can't find an answer. That has been attempted, but it ended in failure. After all, Uncle Creel's ability is limited to reading existing memories. Memories that have already been lost cannot be retrieved. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Hurry and open the door. Uncle Creel is here. Hawk's voice rang out from outside. The door to the room opened with a sound, and a cold wind swept through the living room. A tall, powerful shadow appeared at the door. It was a wolf-headed beast with 3 heads and 6 arms, sharp fangs gleaming in the light, and long claws scraping against the door frame with a sizzle sound. Due to its massive size, it had to bend its body to squeeze through the door. This intimidating and terrifying beast slowly made its way into the living room. Everyone except me stared at it quietly, while I was so scared that I couldn't even scream, curling up in Ariel's arms and trembling. A bear? A bear person? My eyes widened, and my tongue stuttered as I asked, what race is that? Oh, sorry. Rue XN, did I scare you? The tall bear person scratched its head and sat down on a nearby sofa. Don't come over. I jumped into Sister Lilith's arms, frightened. Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid. Hawk's figure appeared from behind the bear person. This is Uncle Creel. He walked over to me with a smile. Him? Isn't he an octopus head? I grimaced at the black mountain across from me. Seeing that I was quite scared, the bear person stood up again. Gradually, the black fur covering its body began to recede, vanishing into an illusion, revealing human skin underneath. In no time, the familiar face of Uncle Creel appeared before my eyes. It's really him, I exclaimed in surprise. It's me. Uncle Creel scratched his head awkwardly. My form unconsciously changes to resemble certain creatures that appear in my memories. It probably happened because I saw some creatures while working just now, right? He explained. After hearing the explanation, I looked at Sister Lilith, then back at the laughing Ariel. Really? Yes, Sister nodded. Uncle Creel often appears in strange forms before us, and over time, everyone has gotten used to it. to avoid being scared by his appearance. We always let Hawk be the one to find Uncle Creel. Ariel added with a smile. That sounds quite impolite, Sister Lilith criticized her. Oh, it doesn't matter. After all, my appearance does cause a lot of trouble for everyone. I'll pay more attention next time and change back to my original form in advance. Uncle Creel smiled apologetically. After the playful conversation ended, Uncle Creel put away his cheerful demeanor. So, what do you need me for? I have a problem with some memories in my mind and would like your help to check. Ariel replied briefly. I see, but I've already roughly seen some issues. Uncle Creel stroked his beard while looking at Ariel. Everyone else in Coral number 3 is quite familiar with Uncle Creel's special ability. He possesses a very special mental invasion ability, allowing him to peek into all the memories in another person's brain simply through a brief physical contact, and even to some extent modify and manipulate them. Then let's go to the research room together. Okay. Led by Creel, the two arrived under a lush tree in the corner of the courtyard. Creel stepped forward and touched the trunk 3 times, and a secret door opened at the roots of the tree. Don't you need to hypnotize me first? Ariel asked. This is not her first time entering the laboratory. Uncle Luo had stipulated that apart from him and Creel, no one else in Coral No. 3 was allowed to enter here. So even if there was an unavoidable situation, they had to be hypnotized and kept blindfolded throughout. No need, because what you are about to see is necessary for executing the next step of the plan, and Uncle Luo thinks it's time to tell you. He said softly. Really? Ariel became excited, her face slightly flushed. Her heart was filled with excitement, and the fatigue of the past few days seemed to disappear in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that in the more than 10 years since she was adopted by Uncle Luo, she has known nothing about the mysterious plan that Uncle Luo has been secretly planning. She only has a vague idea of the purpose of this plan based on snippets she heard from Sister Lilith, which is, Uncle Luo wants to explore the world outside the concentration camp. That's right, this was also the goal of the tsunami event he participated in 20 years ago. Although she had immense trust in the man named Rockley, it was precisely because he was always unwilling to disclose the true nature of the mysterious plan to her that she felt there was a transparent, yet insurmountable barrier between them. However, now Uncle Ro was finally going to reveal a part of this mysterious plan to her, which meant that she truly held value in his eyes. It wasn't just the seemingly perfunctory words he had spoken. Your existence is very important to my plan. Cleary turned back to ensure that that little rascal Hawk wasn't sneaking a peek at room number 3, and then led Ariel into the secret door. Once they entered the secret door, they found a narrow path, illuminated only by small lights every few meters, with almost no other lighting. Countless square pictures were neatly arranged on the walls, varying in size, some tattered and others brand new. These pictures almost covered the walls on both sides, with low-intensity white backlights at the bottom illuminating them from behind, making the contents visible even in the dark environment. Wait, what exactly are these pictures? Ariel's eyes widened as she gazed at the thousands of pictures before her. At 1 a.m., the battlefield at the front gate of the Breakers Guild headquarters. The Alliance Army, composed of dozens of guilds summoned by the Hermit Crab, had engaged in fierce combat with the guards of the Breakers Guild. The earlier voluntary surrender of the Ocean Priest Guild, led by Sun Linsheng, had provoked the anger of all other participating guilds. The fierce warriors, dissatisfied with the disgraceful retreat of their allies, unleashed an even stronger wave of attacks. After learning that General Caesar from the Breakers' side had been defeated by Vice President Fred of the Hermit Crab in the aerial battlefield, the morale of the Alliance Army soared. Following Caesar's defeat, Zhao Minglei, who had been commanding the ground battle, was forced to take Caesar's place in the air to face Fred. However, even after an intense duel, Fred maintained his relentless offensive, showing no signs of fatigue. Captured. You little brat. It seems you've trained quite a bit these past few years. Zhao Minglei, wielding a dark blade and clad in heavy armor, hovered in the air, locking eyes with Fred. No. I think it's because you old guys are getting older and your stamina is failing to keep up. After all, us young folks have endless stamina and energy, Fred mocked, as he gathered a ball of flame in the palm of his right hand and suddenly struck it against his own head. His hair ignited like a raging fire, flailing wildly in the wind. Wow. Using self-ignition to enhance your mental resistance? This method is indeed effective against my mental attacks, but it will also cause significant harm to your own body, right? Zhao Minglei laughed. Well, that may be true, but this battle will end soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Fred transformed into a brilliant fireball and charged toward Zhao Minglei. Phantom Slash. Zhao Minglei activated his skill, and his dark blade instantly expanded to dozens of times its original size, black flames wrapping around the blade. As he swung the blade, the surrounding air began to swirl, forming a hurricane that rushed towards Fred. The blade then clashed with the fireball, splitting the massive fireball in half, with sparks flying like meteors towards the battlefield below, instantly turning unfortunate soldiers into charred remains. As the fireball exploded, Fred emerged from the flames, wielding two flaming curved blades that he swung down. Zhao Minglei couldn't defend in time and staggered backward, both of them ultimately crashing to the ground. Is it really appropriate to launch fireball attacks without distinguishing between friend and foe? Zhao Minglei questioned as he swung his large blade at Fred, who was rapidly dodging. My only teammate has already gone to raid your reserve. So where does your talk of friend and foe come from? Fred laughed maniacally, wildly swinging his arms. The two flaming curved blades flashed with fire, clashing against Zhao Minglei's dark blade with a metallic clang. I see, from the very beginning, you never consider the other guilds as allies? Zhao Minglei spat. Hey, uncle, what are you thinking? Aren't the people in this concentration camp living for themselves? Struggling to survive is everyone's wish, who would truly care about others' lives or deaths. The more people die, the more fishballs we can get, right? Fred's emotions soared, as though he hadn't encountered an opponent capable of matching him in a prolonged standoff for a long time. Each of his strikes was so fast that it pushed Zhao Minglei to the limit of his defensive speed. However, despite the lightning-fast attack frequency, each strike's power remained undiminished. Zhao Minglei's dark blade was already battered, covered in numerous dents, and a huge crack appeared on the blade surface. Damn it, I didn't expect that this kid's combat power would improve so quickly after a few years. Against an opponent completely unprepared for mental attacks, Zhao Minglei, with his strong mental attack capabilities, was virtually unbeatable. But for the battle-hardened Fred, he had long been experienced in dealing with such warriors. He often trained with Uncle Cleary, who also possessed mental abilities. So when mental attacks ceased to work against a warrior like Fred, Zhao Minglei's offensive methods became quite singular. In other words, having lost his favored means of attack, Zhao Minglei could only engage Fred in hand-to-hand combat. However, it was clear that his martial arts skills were on an entirely different level from Fred's. While he might still be considered strong against rising stars like Sun Linsheng and Nana, the gap was glaringly apparent when facing a well-known, powerful warrior like Fred from the entire 3rd District. Ding-dong, daughter calling. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded from Fred's waist. Hold on a second. He flapped the fiery wings on his back, sending Zhao Minglei flying dozens of meters away. The force of the wings was immense, crashing into Zhao Minglei like an unbreakable wall, making his eyes spin with stars. Are you messing with me? Zhao Minglei lay on the ground, his mind in chaos. Hey, are you done over there? Fred shouted into the phone. Well, although I encountered some problems, I still achieved the expected goal. You can return home now. Don't linger. A man's voice came from the other end. Huh? CLE, how come it's you? Where's Ariel? Fred asked, puzzled. We'll talk more when you get back. The call was abruptly ended. Damn it. Zhao Minglei gritted his teeth and charged at him with his large blade. Ding! At that moment, he also heard a ringing in his ears, echoing in his mind. It was the Breakers Guild's unique communication method, using mental resonance from mental ability users to transmit messages through brainwaves. This greatly reduced the chances of the conversation being intercepted by enemies. Some fishballs were stolen from the reserve. Commander Carlo has issued orders to execute Plan B. All Guardians return to defend the headquarters reserve. The dispatcher's instruction echoed in his mind. TSK. Zhao Minglei shot Fred a glare filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Uncle, see you next time. Fred smiled, turned, and took to the air with his fiery wings. Next time, I will definitely break both your arms. Zhao Minglei roared, forcefully swinging the large knife in his hand to the ground, leaving a deep crack on the surface. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, A girl was naked and secured to a wooden stake, her limbs tightly bound by thick iron chains. Blood flowed from her palms and soles pierced by iron nails, constantly dripping onto the ground beneath her body. She convulsed, her face covered in blood and tears. Let my brother go. I will do whatever you want, she sobbed, pleading stutteringly. However, the man sitting in front of her remained silent, lowering his head to flip through the book in his hands. Ill twins. So you two siblings are the ones being talked about? The man raised his head and closed the book. Lord Rowe, we were wrong. I will do anything you ask. Please spare my brother. The girl begged. But you stole a full 200,000 fish balls. That's not something you two lives can exchange for, Rockley said with a grim face. Wait, 200,000? I only stole 50,000. She lifted her head, a hint of surprise showing on her battered face. Your method of stealing really surprises me. In just half an hour, you managed to empty 4 warehouses of fish balls. How did you do it? Rockley walked towards her and gently lifted her chin with one hand. Report. A guard's voice suddenly came from the door. Speak. Lord Cress requests an audience. Let him in. After receiving permission, the door to the interrogation room was opened, and a figure in a black cloak walked in. After confirming that no one else was outside, he casually closed the door. He removed his hood, and the fierce-looking man's face instantly transformed into that of a woman, with long golden hair cascading down from the top of her head. It turned out to be Lilith. Uncle Rowe. She approached Rockley and whispered something in his ear. Are you sure? He frowned, his eyes showing some fear. He glanced at Lilith's eyes and then turned to look at the girl on the stake. Yes, we have confirmed it multiple times. The quantity is accurate. It seems things are getting complicated. Rockley murmured as he looked at the girl on the stake. I really only stole 50,000 fish balls, the girl said in a low voice, her tone weak, as she was on the verge of losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. Rockley sighed, stood up, and walked towards the girl. Your next answer will determine how I will deal with you and your brother, so please take it seriously, he whispered in her ear. The low, warning voice entered the girl's ears, cold and full of oppression. Even though her body had no strength to move, the feeling of fear still made her tremble. How did you infiltrate the heavily guarded storage? And how did you steal the fish balls and successfully escape the base? Rockley asked. The girl swallowed hard, thinking carefully for a moment, her gaze wandering as if calculating something. My brother and I dug 2 tunnels leading to the forest outside the base. The tunnels are quite small in diameter, and we can easily enter using our special ability to shape-shift. Where are the tunnels located? Rockley asked. In the western corner of the storage, and the tunnel my brother dug has already been discovered by you, she answered softly. Hearing the response, Rockley signaled to Lilith behind him, and she put on the black cloak again, her appearance transforming back into that of a rugged man as she left the interrogation room. Continue. After digging the tunnel, my brother and I deceived the gatekeeper with a false death at the main entrance of the headquarters, then used our special abilities to turn into shadows and directly infiltrated the storage. So the guards killed in the storage were all you're doing? Rockley asked, somewhat surprised. No, it wasn't us. When we arrived at the storage, it was already in chaos. Moreover, I also found in the fishball warehouse that I infiltrated that 2 of the 4 warehouses had already been emptied by someone else. Someone must have reached the warehouse before us, and I'm sure those people are not members of our Assault Alliance. Why? Because my brother and I were the first to infiltrate the headquarters and the storage, while the other allies were fighting the guards organized by General Zhao Minglei at the main entrance. Besides, in this alliance, almost no guild warriors have stealth abilities that surpass those of my brother and me. I see. Rockley nodded. Then what? After infiltrating the warehouse, I used Vortex Package to pack 50,000 fish balls, then escaped through the pre-dug tunnel directly to the forest outside the headquarters. So, after escaping to the outer forest, you hid the fish ball somewhere, then returned to the base to rescue your brother, but unfortunately got caught by the gathered guards? Rockley analyzed. The girl paused for a moment, not daring to meet his gaze. Yes. Rockley quietly watched her and reached out to gently wipe the tears stuck to her face. What kind of clothes do girls your age like to wear? He murmured. What? She lifted her head to look at Rockley, somewhat puzzled. About the same age, similar body shape. He rubbed his chin, carefully examining her body. What is he saying? She was very clear that Rockley, known as the murderer with a knife in Zone 3, would not let go of any captive he captured. After obtaining all the benefits from a captive, he would put them to death, in order to repay the huge debts owed by their adoptive father Carl. The siblings had no choice but to embark on the path of professional assassins. Killing, executing bounty tasks to earn fish balls became what they had to do every day, at an age when they should have been enjoying growing up in the warmth of their parents' embrace. They had long embarked on the painful path of raising their brother and repaying debts. For survival, the lives lost at the hands of the siblings were countless. But this was unavoidable. In a world where it was either you die or I die, relying on honest farming to sustain life was impossible. Perhaps this is a blood debt that needs to be repaid with blood, but I only need to repay it myself, no matter what the cost. As long as my brother can live, nothing else matters, she thought, her heart pounding, closing her eyes and waiting for the man in front of her to speak. Seems a bit small. Rockley continued to talk to himself. She opened her eyes and was shocked to find Rockley standing in front of her holding a pink dress. The dress was obviously children's clothing and fit her perfectly. Are you really only 16? Do kids at this age develop so quickly? He frowned, troubled, as he measured the dress against her body. She was confused, staring at the man before her in fear. All right, I haven't asked your name yet. He continued to fiddle with the dress while asking. Uh-huh. She was startled by Rockley's sudden question. Li Wu. Haha, your names are quite a match, he smiled. Who? She asked. Rockley did not reply, only patiently continued to measure the dress in his hands. She did not dare to ask, and could only quietly watch Rockley, who was behaving oddly. You intentionally concealed something when you answered my questions earlier, didn't you? He raised his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. She trembled, her heart racing. No. She murmured. Faced with the response, Rock Kramer remained silent, slowly walking towards the wooden post in another corner of the interrogation room. Tied to it was her brother. Compared to Li Huahua, her brother showed no obvious signs of injury, but from the foam at his mouth, it could be inferred that he had suffered an extremely intense mental attack. Compared to physical injuries, the trauma left by mental attacks is much harder to recover from, and some may even leave permanent aftereffects. Wait, I'll tell you. Li Huahua panicked, pleading with Rock Kramer not to approach her brother. Although she didn't know what this man intended to do to her brother, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. I encountered another assassin after infiltrating the reserve. She entered the reserve from the other end of the base. We completed the theft plan together and split the 100,000 fish balls. She replied. Another assassin? What's her name? Rock Kramer asked with a questioning look. Hi, Aidik. Li Huahua answered softly, her eyes dimming. You still won't tell the truth at this point? Rock Kramer raised his voice and quickly walked towards her brother, delivering a powerful kick to his stomach. Her brother coughed up foam that splattered onto Rock Kramer's pants, and even though he had already fainted, his body still convulsed violently from the force of the kick. Ah! Seeing this, Li Huahua was already in tears, crying out and mumbling incoherently. Tell me, what is the real name of that assassin? Rock Kramer turned his head, his murderous gaze making her choke on her words. Hi, Aidik. She gritted her teeth, firmly stating the answer again. Huh. Rock Kramer let out a deep sigh and turned back towards her brother. After several dozen knee strikes, her brother's stomach had visibly caved in, and he could no longer expel anything. Only dry heaving continuously remained. Li Huahua stopped crying. She tightly shut her eyes, but could still hear her brother's retching. Even at this point, she still refused to reveal Miss Ariel's identity. As the woman warrior she admired the most, Ariel held an esteemed position in her heart. Even among all the female warriors in Zone 3, almost all female warriors secretly regarded Ariel as their future development goal, striving to advance towards her level of strength. However, even the revered Ariel could not surpass the man named Rock Kramer before her. Thus, before being captured, Li Huahua had vowed to never reveal any information about Ariel. Well, perhaps you'll change your mind after meeting that person, Rock Kramer said, snapping his fingers. The door of the interrogation room opened with a creak, and two guards brought in a hooded figure. When the mask was removed, Li Huahua's eyes widened in shock. The person before her was none other than Miss Ariel. Covered in wounds, Her once exquisite face was unrecognizable, her nose severely crooked, and several teeth were missing. Deep cuts covered her arms and thighs, blood flowing from the wounds, staining her tattered pants. The noble and cold expression she once had was completely gone. Miss Ariel, even you, looking at the scene before her. Li Huahua was utterly despaired. Damn it, I was set up. So he has already captured Miss Ariel. She lowered her head in despair, abandoning all hope in her mind. I'm sorry. The fishballs couldn't be saved. Ariel trembled as she spoke. What are you talking about? Li Huahua began to sob. You should be focusing on your own safety first, not the fishballs. Just then, Rock Kramer burst out laughing. I see. So you really did collaborate with Ariel to steal the fishballs? But Miss Ariel should have returned to the base with the fishballs long ago. Could it be? Blood Roland returned to the reserve from the forest to assist you in rescuing your brother, but was soon captured after encountering a joint attack from Zhao Minglei and Caesar. Rock Kramer said with a smile. I'm sorry, Miss Ariel. Li Huahua lowered her head. Even though Ariel had willingly returned to assist her, she could have concealed her subsequent actions from her and returned to the base alone. If that were the case, Miss Ariel would not have voluntarily returned to help her out of kindness. Tell me, what do we need to do for you to let us go? Ariel raised her head, her eyes peering through her disheveled hair at Rock Kramer. Since half of the stolen fishballs have already been retrieved, Rock Kramer said, pondering carefully. How about this? You help me complete a task, and afterward, I'll grant you your freedom. He said generously. Please, go ahead. Deliver something to my friends in Zone 5. Zone 5? Li Huahua exclaimed. Zone 5 has been a desolate, unknown land since the tsunami incident 20 years ago. It is said that all explorers who ventured there have disappeared without a trace, and it is known as a place akin to hell. Moreover, no one has seen warriors from Zone 5 since, and the entrance to Zone 5 in the arena has remained empty, never having seen a participant emerge from there. Yes, you have no choice. Either go there for me, or die together in this interrogation room. At 3 a.m., at the front line of the headquarters of the Breakers. Due to the orders of the Breakers Supreme Commander Carlo, the Breakers Guild implemented the second operational plan to defend the reserve. Zhao Minglei, as the gatekeeper, quickly withdrew from the frontline position. The news that the fishballs from the reserve have been stolen soon spread among the Assault Alliance army. Some guilds aimed at seizing the fishballs gradually withdrew from the battlefield. After all, they had been fighting for several hours, and continuing would likely lead to more casualties, which would not be worth it. Thus, with a large portion of the guilds withdrawing, the remaining ones, eager for battle, also began to retreat due to being outnumbered. The once strong front line quickly fell apart, soon shifting to a retreating stance, and all withdrew from the battlefield. The Breakers Guild did not choose to pursue the victory, but instead recalled their forces to clear the battlefield. At 3:30 a.m., this sensational assault campaign in Zone 3 finally came to an end. Regrettably, for most guilds involved in this action, there were almost no gains aside from personnel casualties. Many guild leaders complained incessantly, cursing the alliance members who first infiltrated to steal the fishballs, and discussed that they must find out who these early birds were afterward, and then isolate and sanction them together. Meanwhile, Sun Linsheng had returned to the base with Nana, leading the members of the Ocean Priestess. Are you really going to meet Rock Kramer? Nana questioned again. Yes, I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to touch the pinnacle of the world. I must take this risk. Besides, I don't think Mr. Rock Kramer is as evil as the legends say. He nodded, his gaze resolute. Sigh, there's no helping you. In that case, my guild's guards and I will prepare defenses around the colorful coral reef tavern in advance. If any unexpected situation arises, you must send us a distress signal immediately. She stared intently into Sun Linsheng's eyes. Okay, fine. I am the president of the Ocean Priest Guild. I'm not a little kid who just started kindergarten. That's why we need to protect our only president. Nana said anxiously. Fine, do whatever you want. 38 touching the truth at 8 in the morning. In the Coral 3 training room. Early in the morning, all the members of Coral 3 gathered here. The room was eerily quiet. Although the training room was large enough for Brother Fred to unleash his punches and kicks, it was still hard to dissipate the tense silence among the crowd. The one who called everyone together was Rockray, who had a serious expression and held a delicate square box in his hand. Compared to others, Ariel's expression was slightly joyful. Her gaze fixed on a small box in Uncle Rock's hand. Uncle Rock glanced at Uncle Krell, and after confirming with a look, he handed the small box to Ariel. The two girls and Hawk retreated behind the barrier, while Fred and Krell were on standby for any emergencies. Uncle Rock directed, slowly stepping away from Ariel. Soon, everyone spread out on either side of the training room with Ariel at the center, Fred transforming into the form of a fiery phoenix, while Uncle Krell grew tentacles from his head, changing into an octopus man. Hey, what does this mean? Am I going to turn into a monster if I eat this fish ball? Ariel said helplessly, smiling as she opened the small box in her hand. Inside the box was a fish ball, which compared to regular pink fish balls, was a deeper shade, presenting a dark red color. It is said that the color of the fish ball changes according to the strength of the deceased. Although the difference is slight, if the strength is extraordinary, it can greatly differ from ordinary fish balls. She muttered to herself, showing a delighted expression, gently squeezing the fish ball. Its resilient elasticity was indeed much thicker than that of a regular fish ball, feeling significantly heavier in her hand. She looked up at Uncle Rock, seeing his serious expression, which was rare, making her somewhat excited. After all, it was not often that Uncle Rock took things seriously. Before the Assault Escaper Guild incident, he promised Ariel that he would give her the fish ball transformed from the previous generation of Ariel after the mission was over. And now was the time for Uncle Rock to fulfill that promise. What kind of events did the former Ariel experience with Uncle Rock? What will she see after eating it? The joyful and excited emotions made her heart race, and even her breathing became rapid. She looked around and saw Lilith had already followed Uncle Rock's instructions, bringing the core and Hawk to a relatively safe place. Fred was also ready, looking like he was poised to attack her at any moment. This seemingly exaggerated preparation was all arranged by Uncle Rock, although she didn't know the reason. His rare demeanor indicated that this was not an unnecessary action. "Well, I'm going to eat it now," she said, putting the fish ball in her mouth. Uncle Rock immediately adjusted his position, covering his face with his hands and hiding behind Fred and Krell. She screamed, then knelt on the ground, holding her head. "What happened?" Fred exclaimed, startled. Ariel was convulsing all over, rolling on the ground and moaning in pain. She screamed like a woman giving birth without anesthesia, her face contorted, her bright pink hair falling wildly over her face as she rolled. Ah! She jumped up while rolling, starting to grab at the surroundings wildly. "Fred, be careful!" Uncle Rock shouted. What do I do?" Usually hot-tempered and straightforward, Brother Fred seemed at a loss at this moment. He had never seen Ariel like this. If anyone in Coral 3, besides Uncle Rock, had spent the most time with Ariel, it would be him, and he understood her best. Ariel had always been a girl with strong mental resistance. No matter how serious the sudden incidents were, she could maintain a calm mind to cope, let alone the mental stimulation from eating the fishball. Moreover, this kind of stimulation would only have a significant impact on those eating the fishball for the first time. After multiple uses, one would gradually get used to it and not suffer so much. But the Ariel before him was clearly in unbearable pain, her eyes bloodshot, drool flowing from her gritted teeth, mixed with tears, smearing her face as her body rolled around. "Sister, what is wrong with Ariel?" I began to feel scared, gripping Lilith's hand tightly. "Don't be afraid, it's okay," Sister comforted, her voice trembling. I could feel her once warm and fair hands had turned icy. Holding them felt like gripping an ice pillar. I could also sense her whole body trembling. "I've never seen her like this," Lilith whispered. What do we do?" Hawk panicked, casting a pleading look at Uncle Rock. But Uncle Rock remained hidden behind Uncle Krell, his eyes focused on the suffering Ariel. Hi. She knelt on the ground, holding her head, mumbling something incoherent, then suddenly erupted in a violent bout of vomiting, emptying her stomach contents all over the place. Smack! Finally exhausted, she rolled her eyes back and collapsed on the ground, her entire body covered in vomit and her own saliva. "Ariel, sister!" Fred and Hawk shouted in unison, rushing towards her. "Stop!" Uncle Rock shouted, halting the two boys who rushed forward recklessly. Great tremor. Suddenly, Ariel gathered her strength and leaped off the ground, activating her skill. However, that strike did not target anyone present, but rather hit the air aimlessly. Is she hallucinating? Fred shouted. In the next moment, Ariel disappeared from the center of the arena, beginning to dash around the training room, as if fighting an invisible enemy. Damn it! She roared, continuously enhancing herself with skills. Air shield, lightning, collapsing energy wall, swift wings, stamina boost. After a series of skill releases, the Ariel before them was now enveloped in a rainbow of light. The powerful energy radiating from her was enough for her to crush rocks effortlessly, leaving charred black marks on the ground wherever she stepped. Uncle Rock, I'm afraid I can't handle the current Ariel. Fred's heart wavered, staggering back 2 steps. Krell, Uncle Rock shouted. Understood, Uncle Krell replied. The 4 huge tentacles swirling above his head shot out instantly, wrapping towards Ariel. Bang, bang, bang. For loud noises echoed. The thick tentacles were severed in half before they even touched Ariel's body. She activated Demon Slaughter. Fred shouted, spreading his fiery wings and soaring directly towards us hiding in the corner. What on earth did she see? Lilith looked on in terror at the scene before her. Ariel swung the coral stick in her hand like she was possessed, cracks bursting out on the ground and walls, various attribute skills of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning bombarded the interior like a missile factory, experiencing an accidental explosion. 39 explosive blood rolling Krell, find a way to subdue her. Uncle Rock commanded. The 4 tentacles that were severed from the top of his head quickly regenerated, and Uncle Cray charged towards the fleeing Ariel once again. However, her speed far exceeded that of Uncle Cray's tentacles. Fred, protect the girls. Uncle Luo shouted. Understood. He spread his arms wide, and the flames surrounding his body expanded, forming a massive wall of fire in front of him. Boom! The newly formed wall was immediately struck by a strong attack, shaking and sending sparks flying, which fell around me and my sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Hawk stepped forward, wielding the luminous sword he had bought at the trading market. He pressed the handle to activate it, and the light blade shot out from the top of the handle. He swiftly swung the sword, shattering the fireballs flying towards us one by one, producing a buzzing sound. Fred, can you use Blazing Pulse to create a small enclosed space? Uncle Cray shouted over here. Sure, what do you want to do? I will use my tentacles for high-speed movement to get as close to Ariel as possible. You use Blazing Pulse to create a small enclosed space, trapping me and Ariel inside. I'll take care of the rest. Uncle Cray shouted, quickly starting his actions. Several thick tentacles sprouted from various parts of his body, all drooping towards the ground, lifting his body high like a dozen sturdy thighs. Are you ready? Once I get within 2 meters of her, immediately release the pulse to wrap us both up, he said, and the tentacles beneath him bent and compressed, simultaneously propelling his body forward. He shot out like a bullet fired from a slingshot, using the rapid swinging of his tentacles in the air to change his flight direction. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Cray, who had been catapulted, disappeared from my view. Rather than disappearing, it was more accurate to say that he was flying too fast for my eyes to capture his figure. Found it! Fred roared. The fiery red wall was instantly absorbed back into his body, and then 2 deep red fireballs began to gather between his palms. Blazing Pulse. The high-pitched roar echoed through the training room, and Hawk, who was guarding beside me, also let out an excited shout. In an instant, flames soared to the sky, filling the wide training ground with red light, a burning sensation hitting us, engulfing the entire space. 2 massive red shockwaves expanded outward from Fred, like an atomic bomb exploding with a tremendous blast. The unbearable, intense hurricane swept me into the air, but luckily, Sister Lilith was quick, pulling me back from the sky and shielding me underneath her. In the blink of an eye, the red shockwaves stopped expanding, freezing for a second as if the scene was paused, before rapidly contracting toward a certain point. Got it! Fred's roar came from the dust. Soon, the blinding smoke and shockwaves dissipated, revealing a massive red sphere approximately 5 meters in diameter in the sky of the training ground. It emitted light and heat like a small sun, constantly shaking violently. The surface of the sphere bulged intermittently, as if the 2 people trapped inside were launching fierce attacks from within. The bulges quickly returned to their original form, restoring the sphere to a perfect round shape. Huff! Fred exhaled slightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Let's do it again. Before he could lower his hands, Uncle Luo issued another command. Yes. Without time to think, he once again gathered his firepower, flames condensing on his hands, wrapping another layer of fire wave around the sphere in the air. For many years, Fred and Ariel had trained intensely with Uncle Cray and secretly executed many high-risk missions together, developing a high level of tacit understanding and combat coordination. In many situations, just a gesture or a brief command could instantly convey the issuer's intent. Crack! A loud sound came from within the rewrapped sphere, likely indicating that one layer inside had shattered. Uncle Luo really is something. He predicted the possible outcome in an instant. Fred muttered through gritted teeth, his hands still raised towards the sky, continuously supplying new layers of flames to the giant sphere. The violent shaking of the sphere made it clear how intense the battle was inside. Although Ariel was currently in a state of mindless destruction, to restrain her actions while protecting herself, one must possess at least the ability to surpass her strength. Can Uncle Cray hold on? I began to worry. No problem. Don't be fooled by Uncle Cray's frail appearance. In a one-on-one duel, apart from Uncle Luo, no one in Coral number 3 is likely to be his opponent, Hawk said. But even though his tone was filled with confidence, his gaze remained tense as he stared over there, his small fists clenched tightly. After watching the sphere shake for several seconds, it finally calmed down, and Fred's rapid breathing gradually eased. All right, you can open a space now. The voice of Uncle Cray echoed in Fred's mind. Release. Fred lowered his hands. The sphere suspended in the air quickly changed from bright red to deep red, and finally to pitch black before falling to the ground. When it landed, it shattered like an eggshell, revealing the two figures inside. Uncle Cray was covered in wounds. His left eye severely swollen from an attack, and a large gash on his right cheek bled profusely. Most of the tentacles that had sprouted from his body were broken, leaving only 3 or 4 barely wrapped around Ariel's body. The restrained Ariel was exhausted, a sticky liquid, whether saliva or something else, dripping from her mouth. She hung limply among the tentacles, her limbs drooping, and was gently placed on the ground by Uncle Cray. Ariel! Fred rushed over first, and everyone followed suit. How is she? Uncle Luo asked expressionlessly, staring at Ariel, who was like a lump of mud on the ground. Her mind has been hit too hard. She probably won't wake up for a while, but she is not in any life-threatening danger, Uncle Cray said, while taking the disinfectant cotton from Sister Lilith to clean his wounds. All right, I've already instructed you on what to do next. You handle the rest. I have a meeting tonight, so I'll leave first, Uncle Luo said as he turned to leave. Uncle Luo, are you leaving again? Sister Lilith hurried after him to ask. Report any situations to Uncle Cray, he said, turning and leaving the training room. 40 meeting in secret in the evening, in the VIP meeting room of the Rainbow Coral Reef Tavern. According to the agreed time, Sun Linsheng had long been eagerly waiting in the tavern for Uncle Cray's arrival. To avoid being disrespectful, he had specifically placed his prized firearm, the Shark Hunter, in the item safe at the door. In fact, when holding a meeting with less than 5 people, it was not necessary to specifically leave weapons at the door, as even the closest allies could suddenly turn into enemies due to conflicts of interest. Therefore, wearing weapons was allowed in such small meetings or private talks. It was not a matter of etiquette. However, Sun Linsheng firmly believed that the man hailed as the strongest in Zone 3. The president of the strongest guild in Zone 3, Uncle Cray, could not be a backstabber. Thus, he felt he must meet this person with an appropriate attitude. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and it was exactly 8 o'clock, the agreed time. This way, please. The sweet voice of the waitress came from outside the door. He swallowed hard, grabbed the tea on the table, and took a big gulp, trying to suppress the heart that was about to leap out of his throat. Although he was delighted, there was more fear and unease. Just yesterday, during the process of leading the guild members off the battlefield, he had a brief exchange with the suddenly appearing Rockray, and at that moment, when he truly came into close contact with Rockray, he suddenly felt a deep respect for the man in front of him. Even he himself did not understand why such feelings arose suddenly, and he even began to regret participating in that assault operation. Would Mr. Rockray be furious and scold me for participating in the assault operation if he remains silent? How should I take the initiative to raise my few questions? He thought to himself, and various expressions that might appear on Rockray's face when he entered the room flashed through his mind. Creak. The conference room door was pushed open. Mr. Sun has been waiting for you inside. I wish you a pleasant meeting, the waitress said with a smile, bowing to the two before exiting the door. The hot air mixed with the smell of alcohol blew into the room through the crack of the door, and the noise from outside came along, only to return to silence the moment the door closed, as quiet as a secluded cabin in the woods. Hello there, little son. Rockray smiled, gently patting his shoulder. Oh, hello. Sun Lynching was slightly surprised. He originally thought Mr. Rockray would appear before him with a more severe and stern face. But he did not expect that at this moment he was no different from an ordinary middle-aged man. A simple smile, a slightly wrinkled forehead, stubble on his chin that was not completely shaved, and a shirt with buttons left undone. Completely devoid of the oppressive aura and terrifying face he had seen yesterday. I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Rockray said as he sat down next to Sun Lyncheng. No, not at all. I specifically invited Mr. Rockray for this meeting. Serving you well is my job today. He became excited, instinctively leaning forward. Huh, you've sweated a lot. Oh, it's nothing. Sun Lyncheng hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead. Faced with Mr. Rockray, Sun Lyncheng didn't know how to start the conversation. Although he was the one who actively invited Mr. Rockray, he was now so nervous that he didn't know how to begin. You have quite an outstanding group of subordinates, Mr. Rockray suddenly said. Huh, where? They're just a bunch of nameless juniors. Sun Lyncheng was somewhat puzzled by his remark. If it was meant as a polite comment for their meeting, it felt a bit forced, but if it was seen as genuine praise, it seemed a bit abrupt. It's hard to cultivate subordinates who care so much about the president when they all show up for a meeting. He smiled, crossing his legs, glancing towards the door. Sun Lyncheng instantly understood the meaning behind those words. An hour ago, Nana, the vice president of the Ocean Priest, had taken the liberty of leading 50 guild warriors dressed in casual clothes, entering the Rainbow Coral Reef as tavern customers, and surrounded this conference room in a circle, ready to draw their blades and rescue their president at the first sign of distress from Sun Lyncheng. This is truly too disrespectful. I will send them all back right now. He stood up excitedly, knocking the chair behind him to the ground with too much force. No need, Mr. Rockray extended his hand to stop him. To be honest, I'm quite pleased. I'm really sorry. Sun Lyncheng bowed his head apologetically. You should be proud instead, Mr. Rockray continued. Yesterday, I learned that you chose to withdraw unconditionally without being bribed by our guild. After you told me the reason for your retreat, I believe you are an excellent president, he said, handing his pack of cigarettes to Sun Lyncheng. Thank you, but I don't smoke, he waved his hand. In the face of immense temptation and powerful enemies, maintaining composure and making rational judgments, even at the cost of abandoning the honor of being a well-known president to execute a cowardly retreat just to ensure the safety of guild members' lives, Mr. Rockray praised. I do not deny this. All along, I have indeed adhered to the late President Hex's principle of governance, prioritizing the safety of guild members in all actions. He nodded. In this regard, Sun Lyncheng appeared quite confident, as this was his true belief and the development policy he had always strongly advocated. Speaking of which, that old man Hex was truly a good person. Mr. Rockray took a deep drag from his cigarette and then exhaled, his head enveloped in white mist. Mr. Rockray, Sun Lyncheng suddenly straightened his back, his expression slightly serious. I have a few questions regarding the tsunami incident from 20 years ago that I would like to discuss with you. He seized the opportunity to bring up the questions he wanted to raise in this meeting. I see, Mr. Rockray took a deep breath and extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand. Would you be willing to share with me? Sun Lyncheng's forehead was sweating cold, as tense as a prisoner waiting for judgment. It's no problem. After all, no one has stipulated that we cannot bring up those past events. He smiled. But before answering your questions, I would like to know what your purpose is in wanting to understand them. Oh, it's like this. Sun Lyncheng stood in awe. Excitement visible on his face. I participated in the deep-sea breakthrough operation with the late president when I was young, which later became known as the tsunami incident. As a first-hand witness of that operation, I deeply realized the strangeness of the concentration camp we have been living in, this absurd world. Like other radicals, I firmly believe that one day the people here will be able to walk out of the concentration camp. So to this day, I still hope someone will find a way to escape the concentration camp. But he lowered his head, his tone somewhat heavy. Our strength is too weak. Even at our peak, our guild could not become the leader of that operation, and we even lost our old president during the final internal conflict. I want to know what exactly happened within the leader's team towards the end of that incident that led to such results. He became agitated, gripping the teacup beside him tightly. You really? Mr. Rockray looked surprised, clearly taken aback. It seems my instincts were correct, Mr. Rockray said with delight. What did you say? Sun Linsheng was somewhat confused. Never mind. Just reminded me of something a friend told me a long time ago. He raised his head with some satisfaction and lit another cigarette. Mr. Rockray, you were one of the true leaders of that incident back then, so I want to learn about the truth of that event from you. And those 4 controversial rumors at the time. He sat up, his eyes filled with sincerity and a thirst for the truth. Mr. Rockray was momentarily stunned, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The content that was forgotten and avoided by those who experienced it at the time, you were eager to know. Yes, if possible. Please be sure to tell me everything. Sun Linsheng stood up excitedly. He could not care less about anything else. Even if the strongest man in front of him could easily kill him, even if it meant losing his life. He had to seek the answers he had been searching for over the past decade on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity today. Mr. Rockray exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke and continued. What good is knowing the truth? What do you do now? Gather your companions. Wait until the time is right, and then launch another deep-sea breakthrough operation. Sun Linsheng's gaze was firm, not joking at all. In fact, I have evidence regarding the second of those 4 rumors, and I have recently started an investigation. Moreover, I have achieved some results. You mean, regarding the rumor of the fisherman? Upon hearing this, Rocklay's expression tightened. Yes. Sun Linsheng took out a photo from his bag and handed it over. This was given to me by the former chairman Hex, before his death. He instructed me never to let it appear in front of the world for the next 10 years, not even to the people I trust the most. Rockley took the photo, but the content made his whole body tremble. In the photo, there were 2 identical little girls, around 15 or 16 years old, wearing the same pink long dresses and with ponytails. Yet, in stark contrast to their youthful appearance, they were wielding gigantic scythes that were 3 times their height. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they wore cold, lifeless expressions like wax figures. Rockley stared blankly at the photo, his eyes trembling, and his breathing became somewhat chaotic. During the latter phase of the tsunami incident, when a large number of rebels appeared, there were rumors of death god young girls. And my former chairman, Lord Hex, witnessed and even fought against the so-called death god. This photo is the best proof. Moreover, my recent scouts surprisingly discovered a child near Underflow Street, who looks exactly like the death god young girls in the photo. Sun Linsheng's statement interrupted Rockley's thoughts. As I expected, you are a dangerous person. Rockley frowned, his gaze suddenly focusing on Sun Linsheng's face. No, Mr. Luo, aside from that scout, I swear I will not reveal this information to a 4th person other than you. He was frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Rockley, even putting his right hand into his pocket, which contained a signal flare. Sorry. Rockley shook his head and sat back down. In that case, the following negotiation will be much easier. A relaxed and genial smile returned to his face. What do you mean by that? I see the shadow of Hex in you. This probably has to do with him raising you personally. Your eagerness for truth and your character are both so fervent. So I came here with a request. Saying this, Rockley rang the service bell. Mr. Luo, what can I do for you? Please bring in my other 2 companions. Yes. The waiter responded and left the room. Shortly after, 2 figures, one tall and one short, dressed in cloaks, entered the conference room. Once the door closed, the 2 removed their cloaks. The sight of the 2 in front of him made Sun Linsheng's eyes widen. One of them was Li Huahua, the sister from the Eel twins who should have died at the entrance of the escapers' headquarters during the assault yesterday. as they had infiltrated the headquarters right under the eyes of the council and quickly perished inside. Yet now she was standing right in front of him. The other, even more surprising, was Blood Roland, Ariel, whom he admired from the bottom of his heart and even had feelings for due to his admiration. What kind of combination is this? There were too many questions, and he didn't know where to start. He looked at the two girls in astonishment. Strangely, both had a black iron ring around their necks, with a flickering light in the center. This is a binding ring, a restraint device to prevent them from escaping, Rockley explained. Escape? Upon hearing the reply, Sun Linsheng seemed to realize something. They have been captured. Even Miss Ariel. In response to his question, the two girls hung their heads in silence. Sun Linsheng turned to look at Rockley beside him. This man really has a ruthless side. Looking at Ariel with a thick binding ring, Sun Linsheng felt a surge of pity. Now, let's get down to business. Rockley beckoned the two girls to sit. They obediently took their seats, especially the shorter Li Huahua, who sat there like a little rabbit in front of a lion, not daring to make a sound. However, comparing their current demeanor to their previous one, Ariel's transformation was even more striking. The once haughty Ariel now sat there completely subdued, not even daring to lift her head. What on earth did they go through in just half a day? An unknown sense of fear surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, sneaking a glance at Rockley. These two girls were captured by our guards during yesterday's assault, and, as a punishment, I hope they can go to Zone 5 for me to do something. Rockley stated. Zone 5? Sun Linsheng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, and I would like to ask you to accompany them. Of course, I do not consider you a criminal like them, but rather entrust you as a friend. Hearing this, Sun Linsheng fell silent. If it were any other request, he would probably agree without hesitation, but upon hearing the term Zone 5, he hesitated. After all, if that place did not match the rumored wasteland, Rockley would not specifically ask someone else to go there, but would send his own subordinates or go himself. May I ask why you specifically entrusted me to go with them? He countered. Don't you want to know the truth about that incident? Rather than hearing it from me, why not go there and see for yourself? Rockley replied. Wait, are you saying that the truth about the incident from 20 years ago lies in Zone 5? He stood up excitedly, his eyes fixed on Rockley. Yes, and unexpected surprises await you. Into Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The starting point coordinates. Zone 5. Just took down 2 more. The man said with his eyes closed. How many are left in total? The red-haired woman, holding a long knife, stood over a broken scythe and the dismembered body of a little girl. About 10 left, but it seems outsiders have entered here, the man said in a low voice. The dry wind blew against their cheeks, and there was no sign of any living beings in the entire desert except for the 2 of them. Each carried a large wooden box filled with fish balls, leaving a trail of shallow footprints in the sand behind them. Have they finally discovered this place? The woman said, brushing her hair blown by the wind aside and looking up at the bright blue sky. A slightly salty warm wind blew through the streets and alleys of Zone 2, and the climate here was significantly different from the cold climate of Zone 3. Most residents in the streets and alleys wore short clothes, and vendors selling refreshing drinks hung bamboo baskets around their necks, filled with various cooling beverages at low prices with excellent cooling effects. Don't you think the scenery is beautiful? Lying back in his chair, Kale raised his wine glass, leisurely enjoying the beautiful view outside the conference room window. As the president of the largest guild in Zone 2, the Tiger Whale, Kale's personal treasury could be considered the largest financial reserve in Zone 2. A massive fortune allows him to squander his fish balls every day without restraint. And even his 4 only children never have to consider going out to work or taking on bounty tasks to earn enough for living expenses. Instead, they, like him, are immersed in a life of indulgence and debauchery. At just 38 years old, Calred has already grown into the fat, greasy body of a man in his 50s, and his lack of exercise has accumulated enough fat that he requires assistance from a nearby servant to stand up from his chair. However, even living such a debauched life, he still has a continuous influx of funds into his private treasury every day. The Tiger Mustache Whale, as the most powerful loan shark group in District 2, controls all financial lending channels in the district. Whether someone wants to borrow money to start a business or is in urgent need of cash due to debt, they will come here for help. Of course, the cost of borrowing is high, Many unfortunate fools borrow large sums from him in a moment of impulsiveness for investment, only to lose everything in the next moment, leaving them with no choice but to repay their debts through suicide. It is not an exaggeration to say that the economically powerful Tiger Mustache Whale Guild has long become the economic pillar of District 2 and the Guild Federation. Acting in the role of the government has always turned a blind eye to their lending practices. After all, removing them would severely impact the economic balance of District 2 and could even invite joint invasions from other regions. There are also resource plundering behaviors existing in secret between several regions. While the surface seems calm, there are undercurrents, and each side is eyeing the abundant resources in the other area. President, the warriors participating in this exploration mission are about to arrive, along with Lord Medley from District 1. The servant by Collard's side respectfully reminded him. Her name is Lista, in her early 20s, attractive, and her golden pupils and alluring figure have won Collard's favor. Having served Calred for 5 years, she has gained many resources from him. As his personal attendant, she now owns a chain of shops, and her worth has rapidly risen to a high price of 1,000 fish balls. This means that if someone wants to buy her from Calred, they would need to pay at least 1,000 fish balls as a purchase fee, as Calred himself stated. TCH, the leisure I just developed has been disturbed by you, Calred said, placing his wine glass on the table. He raised his hands and looked at Lista. She obediently walked over, linked her arm with his, using her slender body to support his large, bloated frame. Calred slowly stood up, and with the other hand, took the opportunity to roam over her body. Stop it, President. It would be quite rude if other guests saw, she said shyly, gently releasing his arm. This stinks. How long has this fat man gone without a bath? In a few days, will I have to bathe him too? She despised inwardly. To put it plainly, the reason Lista chose to resign from her brothel job to apply for the position of Collard's attendant was precisely because she had pinpointed Collard's notorious reputation as a lecherous man. If a man views beauty as his foremost priority, then for someone like her, who naturally possesses a demon-like appearance, winning his favor is simply effortless. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the conference room was knocked on. Come in. Lista adjusted her posture, returning to her previous standard smiling face. The door opened, and a maid appeared at the entrance. President, the 3 warriors have arrived. Should I bring them into the conference room? Yes, welcome them. Calred waved his hand, a smile appearing on his bloated face. Soon after, synchronized footsteps echoed in the hallway, sounding as if they were made by a single person. Attention, President, good day. 3 figures dressed in magical robes arrived at the door, standing upright and shouting in unison. The leader was a short-haired man named Esk, who held a T2 level wand called Death Curse. It is said that by infusing it with magical power, one can unleash a powerful area fire attack. His strength ranks among the top among many newcomers, and he is a capable strongman, also favored by female members due to his outstanding appearance. On the left was a female explosion magic user named Sophia, dressed in dark red full armor, her youthful face contrasting sharply with the deep, solid armor. She stood out among many apprentice magic users because she could use an extremely powerful explosion magic called Blazing Bird, and was quickly chosen by the branch leader to be one of the members for this exploration mission. Another reason for her prominence is her sweet and lovely appearance. The third was a blonde woman named Capella, nearly 30 years old, the eldest among the 3. She held a pitch-black staff called Black Fire with an unknown strength level, described as a terrifying item that can summon the sea god. Upon seeing the polite trio, Calred smiled, his facial flesh wrinkling together. No need for formalities. This isn't your usual training ground, so there's no need to be so stiff. He cheerfully welcomed the 3 into the room, seating himself near Sophia. You're called Sophia, correct? He leaned forward, catching a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from the young girl's body. To prepare for today's meeting, the captain had specially given Sophia a week off to rest and adjust her mindset and appearance, emphasizing that she must bathe 3 times before meeting President Calred, using the finest body wash and spraying the highest quality perfume. Such strict preparations had once led her to think that she was not about to participate in an exploration mission mobilization meeting, but rather a beauty contest. Ahem, President, let us get down to business. Lista coughed to remind him. Oh, right. Calred finally sat up straight and cleared his throat. 43 Exploration Plan. You all know the purpose of this mission, right? Calred put away his smile and spoke seriously. Yes, the three answered in unison. Even though Calred had allowed them not to be as synchronized as during training, their long-term strict training had made them accustomed to this behavior at meetings. Now, to prevent any misunderstanding of the task, I would like the team leader, Esk, to restate the entire mission process and plan. Yes. Esk stood up, bowed to Calred, and respectfully said, "For this mission, I, Esk, will serve as the team leader of the three-person squad, leading the explosion magic user Sophia and the support type Capella to explore District 5, seeking any usable new resources, and recording the locations of valuable resources to report back to you." Very good. Calred nodded. However, wouldn't it be more appropriate to organize a large number of professional exploration teams for resource collection? Why summon the three of us, who have no exploration experience, to complete this task? Esk asked, puzzled. According to the intelligence I have, the living conditions in District 5 are harsh, and there may be extremely fierce magical creatures present, and it cannot be ruled out that there are still powerful natives living there. If a large number of explorers are sent, it might alert the beasts and cause unforeseen accidents. Besides, most explorers lack combat ability, making it very unlikely for them to escape safely in case of danger. Your mission is not to delve deeply into exploration. You only need to understand the general environment of District 5 and some usable resources. Moreover, I have spent a large sum of money hiring that lord from the Chief Guild in District 1 to assist you in your mission. Caled raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It should be about time, right? He asked Lista. Lista pressed the earpiece on her left ear and said, "Hello, Miss Agua. This is Lista from the Tiger Whale Guild, responsible for contacting you. May I ask how long it will take for you and Lord Midori to arrive at our guild? We would like to prepare for the reception banquet in advance." Beep. A connection tone sounded in the earpiece. Hello, Miss Lista. Dr. May and I have arrived at your guild's front door and are currently registering for entry. Okay, I'll go meet you right away, Lista replied sweetly. After ending the call, Lista looked at Caled and said, "President, I will go to meet Lord Midori. Please excuse me." She bowed slightly and walked toward the door. Miss Lista not only has an outstanding appearance, but even her every move seems so elegant. Compared to her, I really don't deserve the title of Apprentice Supernova. Sophia watched Lista's figure and couldn't help but feel ashamed. A few minutes later, Lista knocked on the door, leading a man and a woman behind her. The attire of the two contrasted sharply with the people around them. The tall man in front wore heavy armor that covered his entire body, with two massive steel wings folded behind him and a 2-meter-long round tube hanging in the center of his back, pointing skyward like a gigantic gun barrel. The huge square missile launchers on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching, with each launcher having 30 small launch holes. It was said that each launch hole could fire mini-missiles at a rate of 10 per second, capable of instantly destroying the massive building in front of them. Following him was a girl with long hair and glasses, around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a slightly smaller mechanical armor than his, carrying a large box that clanged as she walked, likely filled with various tools. Though both were clad in heavy mechanical armor, they moved effortlessly, especially the girl in the back, whose slender figure not only bore the weight of the heavy armor, but also carried the large box filled with tools. Even so, her expression remained relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue. "Oh, is this the legendary underworld battle armor? It's really impressive," Caled exclaimed, his eyes constantly sizing up the girl with glasses. "Well, but is such a fancy battle armor really practical enough? It would be quite spectacular to buy a set and display it in the conference room," he asked excitedly. Our underworld armor is only for combat. If you want something to admire, it would be better to have your beautiful attendant dance for us instead." The tall man sneered. "However, looking at your wealthy physique, I doubt a set of mecha would provide much convenience for your movements. Oh no, it might even be hard to find a model that fits you," he continued to mock. "Dr. May, let's go inside and talk." The girl with glasses nudged him with her elbow, signaling him to stop. Sorry, I was just joking. Lord Caled is magnanimous. Please don't take it to heart," he said with a smile as he and the girl with glasses took their seats. Lista, standing aside, remained silent, glancing at Caled, who, as expected, looked displeased. His already grotesque, pig-like face wore an indescribably subtle expression, making it somewhat amusing to look at. Now, let's talk about your plans. Midori began, sitting across from Kale with an air of superiority. Doctor, Miss Lista has already informed us of the entire plan. Have you forgotten? The girl with glasses quietly reminded him. Leaning in, sorry. Old age makes one forgetful, he said, patting his thinning hair and laughing. No need to be polite. In order for Lord Midori to work more closely with the members of our guild's exploration team, I will once again reiterate the entire exploration plan. This is also the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Lista nodded to everyone, turning to the large screen in front of the conference table to begin her explanation. Team Assembly, so you hired me at a high price to participate in the exploration of Zone 5, just to help these 3 kids with their investigation records? Doctor, Midori said, somewhat dissatisfied as he fiddled with his teacup. We are well aware that you possess combat strength far superior to our 3 team members. But we have no expertise in intelligence gathering and data analysis, so we hope you can provide more support to the team in this area. If a situation arises that requires combat, we will leave it to our 3 team members. Lista explained respectfully, lowering her head slightly. Well, after all, you are the ones who hired me, and according to the agreement, I must comply with your arrangements. However, it should be noted that not just you, but any area outside of our Zone 1 will not have the existence of super technology. This is beyond doubt, Midori said proudly. Yes. Especially as the head of the first guild in Zone 1, the Venomous Fong, you are said to control nearly 30% of the cutting-edge technology in the guild. This is why we specifically hired you for this operation. Lista smiled flatteringly. All right, enough with the flattery. If there are no other arrangements, I will go out with my assistant Agua to purchase the necessary supplies for the task. Dr. Midori waved his hand, stood up, and prepared to leave. The Tiger Whale Guild has prepared a sumptuous dinner for the 5 participants in the operation, hoping everyone returns to the guild base before 8 in the evening. The dinner is not only a send-off, but also a good opportunity for the team members to communicate and bond. Lista bowed to Midori's back and then closed the conference room door. Bastard! Kale slammed his fist on the table, his face turning red with anger. Does this look like the demeanor of someone being hired? Did I spend over 100 fish balls to hire him just to say these mocking words to mess with my mindset? He was furious and pushed Lista, who was standing beside him. Go, give me something to eat, he shouted. Lista, slender in build, stumbled against the wall after being pushed by his enormous fat hand, and the tray in her hand accidentally fell to the ground, spilling the teacup on it. Idiot! Hurry up and clean it up, Kale yelled angrily. I'll help. Sophia quickly stood up to assist her in picking up the scattered pieces of the teacup and brought a mop to clean the spilled tea off the floor. In an instant, she caught a change in Lista's expression. It transformed from a face of extreme disgust to a gentle and sweet smile, all occurring in less than a second. Lista, Sophia said in shock, looking up at Lista. Thank you. I'll take care of the rest, she said, lifting her head with a warm smile on her face. Okay. Sophia blushed and returned the same smile to her. Before leaving, Lista stood at the door and turned to the 3 team members present. Please make sure to rest well before departing tomorrow. All expenses incurred during the process will be covered by the guild, so please adjust your condition to its best and strive to successfully complete the task of exploring Zone 5. With that, she turned and left the conference room. Well then, Lord Kale, we 3 will take our leave. Before the dinner, we still need to prepare some props required for the tasks. As the captain, S stood up straight and respectfully spoke to Kale. Sophia and Capella also stood up, and the 3 of them bowed to President Kale before leaving the conference room in an orderly manner. In a lounge, the 3 sat together. President Kale really has a bad temper, Capella sighed. Actually, this is my first time getting so close to the president. Usually, I only hear descriptions of him from mentors and instructors. However, there are some differences from the rumors, as remarked. Facing the complaints of the 2, Sophia sat silently, quietly wiping the staff in her hands. Sister Sophia, the 3 of us will be teammates from now on. In formal occasions, we need to maintain a reserved attitude, but in private conversations like this, we don't need to be so restrained, Capella said as she sat beside Sophia, resting a hand on her shoulder. After the meeting, The three of them took off their weapons and equipment that were only worn on formal occasions and changed back into ordinary clothes for daily life. Sophia wore a purple long dress, and her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Being close to her, Capella sensed a pleasant fragrance. Huh, are you using little conch hair conditioner too? Capella asked in surprise, lifting a strand of Sophia's hair to sniff the scent. Yes, this is the most popular brand right now, and it has great hair care effects, plus the price is surprisingly affordable. Sophia replied happily. By the way, the conditioner I use for my staff is also this brand. It's said to extend the staff's durability. She took out a small purple bottle from her handbag and handed it to Capella. Oh, you really pay attention to details. I usually don't have the habit of taking care of my staff. Sister Sophia, no wonder everyone sees you as a promising new star. Capella laughed, pulling the shy Sophia into a hug. And no, that's not it. I just happen to grasp the use of explosive magic a bit faster than my classmates, she said, blushing. All right, let's hurry up and go buy the props we need for the mission. There's a lavish dinner waiting for us tonight. Esk interrupted the two girls' conversation. TCH. Bullingmun. Capella clicked her tongue and glared at him. I guess you're still single, right? Capella leaned closer to him and asked, why are you asking this? Esk's face turned red as he looked away. You've been staring at Sophia's face since earlier. Haven't you started cheering in your heart? How lucky I am to be on a mission with such a cute girl, or something like that. Not at all. Esk's face flushed as he pushed Capella away. I'm leaving first. You two hurry up and catch up. He lowered his head and walked out of the lounge unsteadily. Capella laughed. Our captain is a bit silly. In the afternoon, the conference room was extremely quiet. The senior management of the Tiger Whale Guild sat around the table, all eyes fixed on President Kale at the head of the table. Sitting on the far right was Cares, the first minister wearing a shining long sword. His solid muscles and seasoned face gave a sense of stability and reliability at all times. In reality, he adhered to the principle of being practical and training warriors step by step. Armed with a long sword, he could unleash powerful explosive magic through the blade, capable of destroying several massive buildings in an instant. It was said that at his peak, he could shatter an entire mountain with a single blow. To his right sat an elderly woman named Sashina, the head of the orphanage established by the tiger whale. Known as a dark sorceress, she mastered little-known dark magic and was rumored to possess a terrifying spell that could extract human souls through alchemy, achieving physical immortality. In addition, she was also in charge of the research work at the Tiger Whale Magic Research Center, and a large portion of the guild's self-developed magic came from her research team. Sitting at a corner of the conference table was Derek, the newly appointed head of the second and third branches of the guild, looking somewhat nervous. A short stick was attached to his waist, said to be a magical item that could extend and shorten at the user's will, similar to a staff, used for magical attacks. At only 30 years old, Derek had just taken on the role of head of the third branch not long ago, but soon received orders from the guild to also serve as head of the second branch. The reason was that not long ago, the head of the second branch, Rolos, had died in battle while on a mission after clashing with a bandit guild, the Breakers, in Zone 3. To avoid affecting the upcoming training work, the guild decided to let the newly appointed head Derek also serve as head of the second branch. This put a lot of pressure on the young Derek, but to do this job well, he was mentally prepared, maintaining a high level of vigilance, busy with various complex matters until late at night every day. After all, the first impression a commander gives to soldiers will play a significant role in future management and training. In the oppressive atmosphere, someone finally decided to break the deadlock. The first to speak was Cares, who laid his sword flat on the table and exhaled deeply. President Kale, forgive my ignorance, but may I ask why you would send those 3 warriors with almost no combat experience to participate in the exploration action at such a critical moment? You must know that guilds like Silent Crocodile with comparable strength and other guilds looking to profit quietly have already started preparing plans for exploring Zone 5. I assume the warriors they send will be at least T2 level and about 10 in number. Yet you only sent 3 inexperienced new warriors to participate in the action. Although you hired Dr. Medori from the top guild in Zone 1 to assist in the exploration, I don't believe this untested expedition team can successfully complete the exploration task. Cares' gaze was firm. This question had been on his mind for several days. leaving him perplexed. I also cannot quite understand the president's purpose in doing this. After all, my knowledge is shallow, and I am far from President Kale's insights. So I would also like to know the answer to this question, Derek said politely, placing his hands flat on the table. The idea of various guilds exploring Zone 5 only emerged in recent years. Previously, there were only a few unofficial adventurer teams exploring aimlessly, and the results were always one-way trips. Over the years, the strength and equipment reserves of major guilds have become quite abundant. Some guilds believe they are capable of exploring Zone 5, but their understanding of Zone 5 is still very limited. Blindly sending a large number of troops there at this time is an unwise choice. I believe our president made this choice considering that point. The only woman at the conference table, Sashina, speculated. After she spoke, everyone turned their gaze to President Kale at the head of the table. Indeed, but what Sashina has stated is only one of the reasons I sent those 3 young people. Carrie had paused for a moment before continuing. Before we confirm whether Zone 5 has a large amount of usable resources, we shouldn't invest too much manpower and resources into exploration plans. I don't like to engage in gambling-like activities. However, a deeper reason is to allow these 3 inexperienced young kids to unknowingly assist Dr. Midori from Venom in carrying out his own plan. His own plan? I'm sorry, President, but I'm not quite clear on what you mean. Shouldn't Dr. Midori, as the hired party, follow our arrangements to execute the plan? Why are we letting our team members assist his work? Derek asked. As we all know, Venom is the chief guild of Zone 1 and also controls almost 90 of the information resources in Zone 1. They continuously explore with their so-called super technology, establishing a huge information network in their area while gradually expanding into other zones. Compared to Venom's information gathering capabilities, we are far behind. Therefore, Dr. Midori from their guild must also possess some valuable information about Zone 5 that is not widely known. Presumably, the president of Venom only dared to confidently allow Dr. Midori to accept our employment invitation after already mastering the environmental information of Zone 5. But at the same time, he would secretly assign Dr. Midori tasks related to their own exploration. President Carey had explained. So, Dr. Midori is executing his own exploration plan under the guise of being hired by us? Derek suddenly understood. Yes, he probably already has a clear exploration direction in mind and a complete plan to deal with unexpected situations. Therefore, instead of aimlessly exploring based on a hypothetical plan of our own, it would be better to let those young kids, who are new to the field and passionate about exploration, follow the already knowledgeable Dr. Midori and bring back the discovered resource information to the guild. So you created such a vague exploration plan as preliminary exploration of Zone 5, allowing Dr. Midori to quickly turn the tables and use the 3 young people as tools to assist him in completing his own exploration plan. Am I right? Derek exclaimed. Yes, that's correct. However, this idea is based on the premise that Midori indeed possesses reliable information about the environment of Zone 5. Otherwise, this exploration mission might really be doomed. In the trading market, Midori stood by the shelf, selecting healing-type items. The items in Zone 2 are very different in both usage and crafting formulas compared to Zone 1. He picked up a bottle of light blue potion and examined it carefully. This is a specialty potion from Zone 2, sea salt slime. Applying it to the wounded area can relieve pain and has some hemostatic function, but it cannot heal severe injuries. Yes, after all, most healing here relies on the effects of drugs on the human body, which is completely different from the electronic technology in Zone 1, Agua replied, who was following beside him. Well, even we use a small amount of medication for wound healing when conducting human experiments with electronic technology. Let us take some of these local specialty medicines back for research. He mumbled, placing the potion bottle into the shopping basket. Doctor, the reason the president agreed so readily for you to participate in this exploration must be based on some strategy, right? Strategy? You're overthinking it. I just saw the high employment fee of 120 fish balls they offered. Midori smiled. But our guild is currently collaborating with the Breakers Guild in Zone 3 on a research project, and we're short on manpower right now. Aren't you afraid of delaying things by running out to make extra money at this critical moment? Agua still seemed puzzled. Midori raised his head and sighed. I was just joking. Of course, I didn't come here just to make extra money. Well, doctor, you're really something, always joking with me. Agua pouted and raised his hand to punch his shoulder lightly. I have my own arrangements for what comes next. However, compared to my plans, your work is even more important, he said with a serious expression. Are you talking about the task of maintaining constant coordinate sharing with headquarters? That's not difficult at all. As long as we use the prepared positioning device and portable signal transmitter, we can easily send our location to headquarters, right? Agua replied clearly. No, this logic only applies to ordinary areas. We don't know if the environment in Zone 5 meets the conditions for cross-zone signal transmission. The reason you can send signals to the headquarters in Zone 1 from Zone 2 through signal transmitters is that we have already set up a signal capture network in every corner of Zone 2. However, there are no such devices in Zone 5, and that is a completely new environment for us. That's why I specifically chose you, who graduated as an information transmission specialist, to be my assistant for this mission, Midori admitted. Wait, doctor, are you saying that our real purpose this time is to establish a permanent signal transmitter in Zone 5? Although completing the equipment setup on my own is not impossible for me, I cannot be sure if the survival environment in Zone 5 allows me to carry out the setup work. No worries, I will help you carry out the work. And besides, there are 3 young people from Whale who can provide labor to help us build. What can they, with no professional knowledge, do to help us? Agua questioned. At least they can be responsible for security, right? Midori laughed heartily. Is it really appropriate to take such a backseat approach? I believe Zone 5 has likely become an extremely harsh and barren place, with survival conditions that must be quite severe. The beasts that can survive, there are probably ferocious creatures. Let alone conducting exploration work, even trying to survive there for a while would be quite difficult. At that time, they will soon realize that the environmental conditions there do not allow them to carry out exploration according to the original plan. And the inexperienced young people will surely pin all their hopes on me, who has relatively rich experience and knowledge. At that time, no matter what plans I propose, they will surely believe it and follow my instructions, right? Midori laughed heartily, his eyes filled with confidence. You're so cunning. Agua scoffed, tilting his head to the side. Hey, the ones who initiated the exploration are them. Well, and we're just assisting them. When they are in a desperate situation, I will step up and find ways to help them complete the task, and then quietly establish our own signal transmitter in the dark, achieving 2 goals at once. What's wrong with that? Midori defended himself. Oh, you really think it through. What if the situation is completely different from what you envisioned? Then we'll just have to leave it to fate. Midori shrugged and turned to continue walking. By the way, doctor, Agua followed Midori, bouncing along. Did you forget something very important? Huh? What is it? He looked puzzled. Really don't remember? Agua pouted, glaring displeasedly at the exquisite cake placed on the nearby shelf. What is it? Midori tilted his head, looking confused. Huh, forget it. If you don't remember, then forget it. Seriously. Agua let out a heavy breath, flicked her hair, and walked ahead on her own. What is wrong with this girl again? Meanwhile, the S-team was also selecting the items they needed at the trading market. We should stock up on some recovery potions. And we also need to prepare some mana-enhancing potions, Capella said, eagerly throwing all the potions from the shelf into the shopping cart. Esk and Sophia followed her, each pushing a cart full of items. Healing potions, magic enhancement potions, weapon amplification potions, perception enhancement potions. All kinds of functional potions were available. Hey, aren't you taking a bit too much? With this amount, I probably wouldn't use it up in 2 years. Esk asked in surprise. What's there to worry about? Didn't Team Miss Lista say that the guild would cover all expenses? If we don't buy more good stuff now, we want to have this shop after we leave this village, she said excitedly, humming a little tune while continuing to scour the shelves for items. Hey, Sophia, why do you look so bitter? Is something wrong? Esk looked at Sophia, noticing her dim eyes and her hands tightly gripping the cart, silently following beside them. Are you worried about the safety of this exploration? Esk asked. She nodded and answered softly. Oh, come on. According to most investigations, Area 5 is likely a desert with almost no conditions for human survival. The only threats to us are the harsh climate and geographical environment. As long as we prepare enough food supplies, completing the mission assigned by the guild leader shouldn't be a problem. Besides, if we really encounter any danger, we'll protect both of you. He patted his chest confidently. A textbook example of a cannon fodder speech. Capella shook her head and continued with her work. Looking at the two who seemed completely unfazed, Sophia sighed gently. Although I'm naturally the type to worry, the tension in my heart never seems to fade. Am I overthinking? Damn it. Isn't this the biggest item trading market in Area 2? Why are all the shelves empty? A rough voice cursed from behind a nearby shelf. Sophia peeked through the gaps between the shelves and saw a sturdy man with dark skin. From the huge crocodile head tattoo on his arm, it was clear he was a member of the notorious violent group in Area 2, Silent Croc. This guild took robbery as its mission and bullying as its guild spirit, making it despised by the residents of the entire Area 2. However, with nearly 1,000 members, their average strength was at T3 level, and it was said that the strength of the 3 leading captains even reached T1 level. According to the combat power standards recognized by the concentration camp, warriors above T3 level only accounted for 10% of all residents, T2 for 3%. And those at T1 or even higher levels, the war gods, numbered less than 1,000. It was precisely because of the Silent Croc's powerful combat abilities that the surrounding residents could only endure their bullying in silence, with some even voluntarily joining their ranks to avoid being bullied. Oh, so the goods are all here. At this moment, the man's voice appeared at the corner of the shelf, clearly directed at Sophia. The burly man swaggered over to her, reaching out his large hand to swipe the recovery potions from her cart into his own. Please wait a moment, Sophia said in a delicate voice to stop him. The man tilted his head, looking at her in a strange manner. He was at least 2 heads taller than Sophia, and looking down at her was like an ostrich gazing at a little rabbit in front of it. What's wrong? He said arrogantly, his huge nostrils flaring towards Sophia, exhaling hot air. These items were chosen by me first. You can't. What's wrong? So I'm saying you can't. Huh? The man's expression twisted, his grotesque face nearly touching Sophia's nose. You haven't paid at the counter yet, right? You don't have ownership of these items, so why can't I take them? The man had an arrogant look, his face full of excess flesh shaking slightly, which was infuriating. Sophia was left speechless. I didn't expect this pig-headed man would actually try to reason while being a bully. Capella walked over from the side, pulling a cart piled high with potion bottles behind her. Saying this, she grabbed a bottle of potion and threw it heavily at the man. Crash! The bottle shattered on his face, and the sour liquid inside splattered all over him in an instant. Hey, do you want to fight? Another man accompanying him stepped forward and pushed Capella down. As she fell, Capella accidentally knocked over the cart, spilling all the potions everywhere. Watch out! Esk shouted, leaping towards the fallen Capella. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mixed potions detonated violently, sending flames shooting out in all directions, and several nearby shelves were blown to bits. Even worse, the 2 men were burned as if set ablaze, screaming and running toward the market's fountain. Sizzle! As their scorched skin hit the water's surface, the burning sensation finally eased, preventing them from losing consciousness due to pain. But damn it, the 2 men cried out as they lay in the water, turning the entire fountain a murky black. At this moment, a group of people hurriedly rushed from the market. Leading them was a long-haired woman in tight combat armor, with a spike club strapped to her waist. What's going on? She demanded sharply. The 2 men, with sorrowful faces, recounted the events to her. You're really embarrassing the Silent Croc. Our guild has always taken without buying. Do you think you can come here and just take things without paying? This woman's focus seemed a bit off, but it earned her followers praise. Crazy, Esk scoffed coldly, helping Capella to her feet. Your hand. Are you okay? He looked at Capella's right hand, which was cut by glass shards, and quickly took out a recovery potion to heal her. What should we do now? Sophia said in a fluster, her cheeks flushed, a sour feeling hitting her nose, and tears welling up in her eyes. Let us get out of here first. Esk helped Capella up and led Sophia and the remaining goods towards the counter. Hey, stop right there. The woman's shout came from behind. So they really came after us? S closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It seemed that his plan to slip away early was going to fail. That guy, which guild are you from? You really have some guts, huh? Provoking the silent croc openly. Are you tired of living? The woman scolded, pulling out her club and marching toward them like a shrew. The spiked club in her hand began to shine with a green light, a special enhancement ability granted by enhancement magic, capable of making the weapon unleash tenfold or even 100-fold destructive power. The silent croc had always been brutal and unreasonable, and this woman's behavior completely matched their style. In fact, one could say that such a person was the textbook definition of a bully in today's era. Who is afraid of whom? Esk gritted his teeth, opened his right hand, and a golden light flickered in his palm as a magic wand appeared out of nowhere. This was a summoning-type magic item. Lousy, after all, is also an excellent warrior of the Tiger Beard Whale first team. How could I lose face for the guild in such an occasion? He silently recited the spell, and his wand emitted a colorful glow. Watch me smash your head, and you two stinky girls behind you can die together. The woman swung her long staff, and the air around her began to whistle. The colorful wand shot out flames, directly hitting the woman rushing towards her. She waved the long staff, causing strong airwaves to create a shockwave that met the fiery onslaught head-on. Zizz! A harsh sound of flames scorching something echoed ahead, and the hands wielding the staff also felt a numbing sensation as they rebounded off a hard object. What kind of hard defense item can withstand my enhanced heavy strike? The woman thought in shock, cautiously jumping backward. Esk also sensed that something was wrong. The magic perception he had cast on himself alerted him that a third party had suddenly joined the battle. As the smoke and dust cleared, the two were surprised to find that the one blocking both their attacks was not each other, but a third party that had suddenly appeared between them. It was a slender girl with a ponytail, wearing round-frame glasses and oddly shaped heavy armor. Two massive iron arms hung from her back, stretching out to the sides, palms open as they blocked the dual strikes from the staff-wielding woman and Esk. The girl adjusted her glasses, and the iron arms behind her folded with a click, moving as if they were part of her own body. Public places prohibit noise. The strong wind blew sand into her eyes, and the girl removed her glasses, rubbing her eyes with both hands. Where did this bastard come from? The staff-wielding woman tilted her mouth, pointing her staff at her with a face as if she had seen a bug. Miss Agu, how did you end up here? Esk quickly recognized Agu's appearance. After all, there wouldn't be another girl wearing such heavy mechanical armor here. Ah, it's Captain Esk. I was just wondering which foolish person would fight a woman in such a public place. She smiled as she adjusted her glasses. Bang. A sound of the staff striking iron came from behind. Turning around, she saw the staff-wielding woman forcefully swinging her spiked staff towards her. The staff glowed green, creating airwaves that crashed towards her, but Agu's mechanical arms easily blocked it. The woman was taken aback, her expression changing slightly. The originally arrogant demeanor shifted to one of surprise and fear in an instant. Still not understanding the situation? Your little stick can't penetrate my steel defense. Agu adjusted her glasses, a smug smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The two massive mechanical arms began to move flexibly, their palms touching the ground, lifting Agu into the air like spider legs. Well, I'm off first. The doctor is waiting for me to move supplies over there. The mechanical arms buzzed as they moved, carrying Agu deeper into the market. From a distance, her silhouette resembled a roaring steel beast walking through the marketplace, causing passersby to stop and curiously look at her. TCH, I remember your faces. Don't think this will just end here. I will make you clearly understand how painful it is to offend the silent crocodile. Her expression twisted with anger as she put away her staff and turned to leave. A textbook-like speech from a minor character. Capella shrugged, touching the wound on his hand. At night, Sophia sat alone on the hotel rooftop, surrounded by the dark, deep blue night sky. She had heard from her elders that the night sky outside the concentration camp was pitch black, dotted with stars. Though dark, the starlight still flickered. What kind of scene could that be? Although it was just a rumor passed down from her predecessors. Having a beautiful expectation for the unknown world that everyone longed for was not a bad thing. Hey, little girl, still awake? A deep voice came from behind. It was Dr. Medley, holding a bucket filled with water, soaking 2 bottles of beer. Hello. Sophia greeted him politely. Want some? Medley took a bottle from the bucket and held it out to her. Ah, thank you. But no. A little alcohol helps with sleep, he said with a smile, and the ring on his ring finger automatically opened a small lid from above, revealing a slender mechanical arm with a sharp blade at the end. Click, the bottle cap was easily opened by the blade, and he tilted his head back, glug glug, as he poured half the beer into his stomach. Sitting on the rooftop, feeling the cool breeze while drinking beer is the best. He turned to look at Sophia. Are you worried? Sophia nodded, curling up her body and hugging her legs tightly. This is an unknown challenge for any of us, regardless of experience or status. Only by helping each other can we successfully complete the mission. He smiled, taking off his coat and draping it over Sophia. Thank you. His warm body temperature transferred through the coat, and Sophia had never felt such warmth before. After all, growing up in an orphanage, she had no idea what paternal or maternal love was. They simply raised these children towards becoming guild warriors. To dedicate everything to the guild in the future was the fate of all children raised in the orphanage. If my daughter were still alive, she would probably be about your size now. He gazed at the night sky, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Although he was nearing 50 and not yet old, wrinkles had begun to appear at the corners of his eyes, likely due to years of hard work. Sophia didn't know how to respond to his words and could only nod slightly, pulling her body closer. This world is quite marvelous. Though we are in the same concentration camp, different areas nurture their own unique civilizations, as if 5 originally unrelated worlds are intertwined, he sighed. Do knowledgeable adults like you also have such thoughts? Sophia looked at him with interest, this topic piquing her curiosity. He smiled lightly. I've just walked a bit more than you. It's nothing to boast about. Over the years, we have been dedicated to exploring the outside world. The tsunami battle from 20 years ago left many unsolved mysteries in this concentration camp. Our old president was a witness to that battle, although it is now in the past. He has not given up on finding a way to break out of this concentration camp. At this point, his eyes were filled with longing. Don't you want to see the outside world? To see that legendary pitch-black night sky, with stars shining in that endless depth. Sophia nodded vigorously. His words invigorated her. Although unrelated to this mission, they filled her with courage and diminished her unease. Wow, doctor, you're at it again, sneaking out to drink. A girl's complaining voice came from the stairway behind. Agu, wearing spotted pajamas and bare slippers, climbed up to the rooftop, still sleepy. Seriously, you're always thinking about drinking. You even forgot my birthday. She muttered softly. What did you say? Medley said drowsily, quietly hiding the bucket of water under the lounge chair. Hello, Miss Agu. Sophia greeted her softly. Whoa. Agu was startled, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. I'm sorry. I can't see clearly without my glasses. She fumbled to take out her glasses from her pocket and put them on her face. This prop called glasses is truly magical. Is there some kind of magic attached to it that enhances vision? Sophia leaned closer to Aqua's face, carefully examining the delicate round frame glasses. Faced with the approaching Sophia, Aqua felt a bit shy and pushed her glasses up. No, this is a physical correction method that uses optical principles to enhance the wearer's vision, not due to magic. I don't quite understand. Sophia tilted her head in confusion. In the second district, where magic is the primary energy source, all production, daily life, and work are powered by magic. Even patients with vision impairments can enhance their visual perception through corresponding magical boosts, thus restoring normal vision. So, this method of enhancing vision through physical means is something Sophia had never encountered before. So this world is really wonderful, isn't it? Feeling a slight breeze on her cheek, Sophia woke up from her dreams. Opening her eyes, she realized she was lying in a moving carriage. How? She looked confused, and her consciousness quickly awakened, sitting up nervously. Wow, you're finally awake? It was Esk sitting opposite her, grinning at her. Where is this? She covered her slightly aching head and looked out the window, where endless grasslands stretched around her, occasionally spotting wild animals foraging by the roadside. We're already on our way to the 5th district. Capella leaned over, reaching out to tap Sophia on the forehead. She still looked dazed, tilting her head. By the way, you really can't handle any alcohol, can you? came the laughter of Dr. Medori from the side. It was then that she remembered. Last night she had been chatting with Dr. Medori and the others on the rooftop, and in the excitement had taken a sip of beer from his hand. And then there was nothing after that. When we set off this morning, the expression on President Crade's face as he watched us lift you onto the carriage with the flying fish was truly unforgettable. I'll never forget that expression. To avoid embarrassment, he even said, "It seems Sophia is full of confidence in this exploration plan." I almost couldn't hold back. Capella laughed heartily. Huh. Sophia widened her eyes at Esk, the team leader, hoping to find the truth in his expression regarding what Capella had said. However, even without him speaking, the amused look on his face already said it all. What should I do? I'm so embarrassed. She hugged her head and crouched down on the ground, even starting to regret going to the rooftop last night for some fresh air. Clang! The carriage jolted violently, and luggage on the shelf fell and hit her on the head. Are you okay? Esk hurriedly came over to ask. Ha 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 ha. Are you having a run of bad luck? Capella laughed even harder. At that moment, the coachman lifted the door curtain, and a cool breeze blew into the carriage. Everyone shivered together, their gazes focusing on the coachman. Everyone, the carriage must have run over something hard. The wheels are damaged and need to stop temporarily for repairs. Please get off and rest for a moment. The cool breeze brushed against everyone's clothes. While it wasn't exactly cold, it felt a bit too cool compared to the warm climate of the 2nd District. Fortunately, everyone had prepared warm outerwear in advance, pulling it out from their bags to wear. Did we hit some rubble? Doctor. Medori approached the coachman to check the cause of the wheel damage. I'm not sure, look over there, the coachman said, directing his gaze toward a dark spot in the middle of the road, not far away. Wait, it looks like something armored. Medori murmured, Aqua. Go take a look over there, he said, pointing at that dark spot. Okay. The steel arms folded behind her began to transform. The originally robust and three-dimensional arms folding in, quickly turning into a pair of flat, wide steel wings. Hiss. The mini-jet nozzles at the tail of the wings expelled a stream of blue and red flames, propelling Aqua out. Wow. Could this be the legendary underworld battle armor? It's too cool. The coachman stopped his work, attracted by the sound of the flames. I didn't expect you to know a lot about this, Dr. Medori said proudly. People in our line of work have a strong passion for various modes of transportation. Especially me. I love to study the different characteristics of transportation in various districts, like the jet boxcar in the 1st District, the traditional carriage in the 2nd District, and the flying fish in the 3rd District. The coachman raised his head, enthusiastically recounting. Soon, Aqua returned with the black object. A small mechanical arm extended from her waist, tightly holding a black cylindrical object. It's a helmet, and it's already charred, she said, placing the item before everyone. Can you analyze its material? Medori asked. I just finished the analysis. The material is some kind of old alloy, harder than ordinary metals, but due to severe damage, there is no remaining viable DNA to determine the identity of the deceased. However, from the char marks, we can roughly infer that the deceased experienced a very intense battle before death. Aqua analyzed. Medori exhaled, looking at the coachman. How far is it to the 5th District? About 40 kilometers. As expected, he lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the charred helmet on the ground. Is there a problem, Doctor? Aqua leaned over to ask. This area is desolate, so the chances of it being a battle site are low, meaning the owner of the helmet likely came from the 5th District. Could it be a resident of the 5th District? Everyone asked in unison. No. It's more likely that it's something left behind by someone who escaped from there. Wait, Esk interrupted him. Why is only the helmet left? Where are the other parts of the body? As soon as the question was raised, everyone fell silent. One could hear Sophia's terrified gasps, as countless horrifying images likely flooded her mind. We should set off as soon as possible, Medori suggested. But the carriage's wheels have cracks from the earlier impact, and repairs will take half a day. If we set off now, we might not even reach our destination before the wheels completely shatter. The coachman sighed. It's fine. It's just the right opportunity for you to see the super technological products of the 1st District. Medori smiled and winked at Aqua. Aqua tilted her head, not understanding the meaning. Silly girl. I meant for you to take out the self-guided traction vehicle. He held his head, feeling embarrassed, not expecting that after working together for so long, they still lacked this kind of tacit understanding. All right, okay. Aqua fumbled and set the huge suitcase she was holding on the ground. After repeatedly pressing several buttons on the surface of the box, Aqua gestured for everyone to step back. With a violent shaking, the exterior of the box began to change, opening layer by layer from the inside out, transforming as if it were assembling, ultimately becoming something that resembled a large bird spreading its wings. I named it the flying machine. This is one of my proudest inventions, Midori introduced loudly. Under Aqua's operation, the tail of the flying machine extended two long arms, firmly securing the entire carriage at the back. Get on board, Midori said, leading the way into the carriage, with everyone following closely behind, including the driver. Hold on tight, Agua commanded, and a roaring sound of flames shooting out came from outside the carriage. The entire carriage lifted off the ground, being pulled into the sky by the flying machine. Encountering enemy conditions, the carriage shook violently, and a whistling sound of cracks echoed. Driver, please control the direction, Agua said, handing him an electronic touchscreen panel the size of a book. What is this? Look, this is for moving forward, and this is for moving backward. She began to explain patiently. Sophia? Sophia? Can you let go now? Esk's face turned red as he reminded Sophia, who had been clinging to his arm like a koala since they got on the carriage. Is it safe? She quickly released her grip and let out a deep breath. Phew, this flying device is really convenient to use. Where can I buy such a device? The driver, holding the control panel, swayed with the shaking of the carriage, looking like a primary school student playing a motorcycle game. Only one model is available in the entire concentration camp, Midori said proudly, tilting her head back. If this super technology could reach mass production, it would probably trigger a huge transformation in the transportation industry in a very short time, the driver exclaimed, looking like he had discovered a treasure. Well, I'll think about it, Midori laughed. Buzz. In an instant, a deep humming sound resonated in their heads. Did you hear something strange? Capella became alert. You heard it too? Esk's eyes widened, clearly indicating that he had also heard the sound. Buzz. Another sound came, this time even stronger, causing a feeling of paralysis throughout their bodies. Where did that electronic vortex come from? Midori stood up, her face filled with surprise. She opened the front cover of her watch, and the dial displayed some incomprehensible numbers. Why? Can't we control the direction anymore? The driver shouted. Hold on, we're going to fall, Midori yelled, gripping the nearby support beam tightly. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused the young warriors to panic. After all, very few soldiers in the concentration camp could master flying skills or special abilities. Most of them had only experienced flying at a height of 4 or 5 meters off the ground while riding the flying fish or jet boxcar. However, the experience of suddenly plummeting from hundreds of meters in the air was something they had never encountered. Capella screamed, gripping Esk's arm tightly. What good is grabbing me? Esk shouted, both hands firmly clutching the support beam. Doctor, all the electronic equipment has malfunctioned. Agua yelled at Midori with all her strength amidst the violent shaking. So I said, hold on. Boom. The out-of-control flying machine plummeted to the ground like a javelin, dragging the carriage down with it. The wooden carriage shattered upon impact, and everyone flew out of the carriage in a chaotic tumble. Fortunately, prior to departure, Capella, as a support mage, had cast defensive and damage-reducing spells on the team members to prevent fatal injuries during the crash. Phew. The warrior's alertness saved our lives. Esk slumped to the ground. Even with the protective magic, his body still sustained some minor injuries due to the strong physical impact. Driver. Sophia's startled voice came from his side. Almost simultaneously, everyone realized the dire situation. After all, Capella had only cast protective spells on herself and her teammates before leaving, neglecting the presence of the driver. Blood covered his body, and his shattered face made it impossible to distinguish between his nose and mouth. A massive crack appeared on his head, with a viscous white liquid slowly oozing out. He collapsed on the ground, still exhaling a faint warmth from his mouth, and his right hand lay motionless beside him. There's no saving him. Midori shook her head, tightly gripping the box in her hand. You're a doctor, right? You must have a way. Sophia pleaded, rushing towards Midori. He remained silent, standing in place as Sophia tugged at him. Capella, quickly use a healing potion on him. She cast a pleading look at Capella. However, Capella also fell silent, looking down and unwilling to meet Sophia's gaze. Why? Sophia asked in confusion, her eyes welling with tears. The driver is obviously still conscious. If we could just save him. Sophia, Midori interrupted her cries. She choked on her words, her eyes trembling as she looked at the tall man before her. Our mission is to explore Zone 5 and stay there for a week. During this time, we cannot resupply our resources and must not waste them unnecessarily. She couldn't believe that such words were spoken by a powerful figure in the top ranks of the First Zone's chief guild. This is a life. Just a moment ago, the driver had been smiling and chatting with them. Even if he was an ordinary person, he deserved the right to be saved. Sophia. Capella stepped forward, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. We are warriors. Facing death is a common occurrence. Some perish in our magic, and we ourselves may die one day by someone else's blade. We have long remembered these truths from our training. But, she raised her head, tears soaking her gloves, her hair disheveled and sticking to her face. Buzz. In an instant, another deep humming sound echoed. This time, even her heart was jolted, and her entire body trembled. Agua, prepare for battle. Using her keen perception honed from close combat training, Midori issued a warning almost the moment the sound reached them. Backup armor assembling. Agua reacted almost simultaneously, throwing off her white shawl into the air. The floating shawl quickly expanded, began to fold and transform, and soon reassembled into a brand new mechanical armor. However, it seemed slightly thinner compared to the previous set she wore. Swish! Esk swung his right hand, summoning a T2 level wand named Death Curse. Capella also became alert, holding a staff called Black Fire in front of Sophia. She glanced back at Sophia, who was now clad in dark red full-body armor, holding a staff and accumulating magical power, with two fiery explosive flaming birds swirling above her head, ready to strike. Although she's a little girl who cries a lot, she's surprisingly reliable when it comes to action. Midori glanced back, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It's coming. In their line of sight, a petite figure slowly approached, accompanied by a series of chilling, low rumbling sounds. At the same time, in Zone 3, the team led by Sun Linsheng, the action team captain, set off towards Zone 5. The view was covered in green as Sun Linsheng piloted the flying fish at the front of the group, with Ariel and Li Huahua accompanying him on either side. Because flying fish is a convenient flying tool, it is very light in weight. While flying, it often experiences severe shaking due to gusts of wind, and the pilot must remain mentally focused at all times to avoid falling due to the turbulence. Flying fish is designed according to the ability characteristics of the residents in Zone 3, where the warriors generally utilize physical techniques and enhanced magic to arm themselves, prioritizing speed in combat. Flying fish is specifically designed to be flat and streamlined to meet this characteristic. Capable of transportation with a starting speed and travel speed that surpasses any other mode of transportation in other zones. It is almost time to reach the location specified by Mr. Luo. Sun Linsheng stopped advancing and slightly raised the flying fish to about 10 meters in the air to observe the scenery in the distance. After confirming the surrounding environment, he returned to the ground and shut down the flying fish. There is still nearly 40 kilometers to Zone 5, and according to Mr. Luo's instructions, the next leg of the journey requires us to walk. Luo Cole's original plan was to have the captured Li Huahua and Ariel deliver an item to an acquaintance in Zone 5 to compensate for the loss caused by stealing the guild's fish balls. However, due to a chance encounter with Sun Linsheng and his curiosity about the truth hidden behind the concentration camp, Luo Cole agreed to let Sun Linsheng travel with the two girls. Once we get there, you will know most of the truth about the various legends of Zone 5, as well as about this concentration camp. This is a direct quote from Luo Cole. Thus, Sun Linsheng resolutely set out on the journey with the two girls. Before they left, Luo Cole advised Sun Linsheng, who was acting as the operations supervisor. He had marked a landmark about 40 kilometers from Zone 5, and, after arriving there by flying fish, they must walk the rest of the way, and they were not allowed to carry any electronic devices, Not even everyday items like electronic watches. Although he didn't know the reason behind this, they still complied with the request. After all, Mr. Luo knew much better than Sun Linsheng and others about the dangers of Zone 5, which was undoubtedly true. Speaking of which, Mr. Luo's landmark is indeed a bit frightening. Looking at the giant pit with a diameter of several hundred meters in front of them, a trace of cold sweat inevitably seeped from Sun Linsheng's forehead. It was clearly a huge pit formed by some extremely powerful explosive attack, with obvious scorched marks from flames at the entrance, though it had become almost unrecognizable over time. This must be a battlefield from a long time ago, right? Because there are more than just this one pit around here. Looking around, the road they are about to take is littered with such giant pits, only smaller compared to the one in front of them. What kind of terrifying battles must have taken place here? Li Huahua tightly clutched her clothing at her chest, fear evident in her eyes, and her legs trembled slightly. Since flying fish is also an electronic product, it cannot be brought into the front area as per the requirement. So Sun Linsheng found a hidden corner to fold up the flying fish for the three of them and put it there. After successfully completing the task, we will come back here to retrieve it. He smiled at Li Huahua. However, since the departure, she had been in a state of fear and timidity, like a little girl who accidentally broke a vase at home, showing that kind of panic when facing her mother's stern questioning. Not only her, but even Miss Ariel was the same. They remained silent, and no matter what topic Sun Linsheng tried to use to spark their interest, it was futile. Usually possessing a charm that could make even girls envious, he found himself unable to make the two girls smile at this moment. For Miss Ariel, who has seen countless men, perhaps his looks were not enough to impress her, but even the little girl, named Li Huahua beside him, didn't seem moved. Could be because she wasn't at that age yet. Sun Linsheng frowned, honestly feeling quite disappointed. After all, his proud appearance advantage had become useless at this moment. But upon reflection, after experiencing interrogation by a man known as the knife-wielding maniac and pure killer, if one could still face life with a smile, as usual, that would truly be admirable. Are we really going to complete the task smoothly? It was Li Huahua who spoke. She held on to Ariel tightly, like a baby who had just learned to walk, afraid that if her mother was not careful, she would be left behind. Sun Linsheng hesitated for a moment. Of course, we are just delivering something from Mr. Luo to an acquaintance. Surely if they are his friends, they must hold a relatively high status in Zone 5, right? It wouldn't make things difficult for us as messengers to say this. He simply relied on his social experience and recognition of Mr. Luo's character. But in this concentration camp filled with bloodshed and violence, where people could go to any lengths to survive, is there really such a thing as friends? There are countless cases of after obtaining the token, eliminating the messenger and anyone who has been in contact with them to keep quiet. And in fact, Sun Linsheng himself had done such things before. It was unavoidable. After all, in transactions involving major secrets or interests, once the information leaks, the huge losses it brings are incalculable, and sometimes it can even lead to total failure. Yet even so, Sun Linsheng still said such self-comforting words to her. After all, what else could he say in this atmosphere, when everyone else was downcast? If he too succumbed to the mood, the morale of the entire team would completely collapse. As the last line of defense for the team's optimistic spirit, and as the only male on the team, he must shoulder such responsibilities and face this action with a stronger and more optimistic mindset. After all, Mr. Luo also said, I asked you to act as the operations supervisor and accompany the two girls as a friend. Moreover, his true purpose for coming here was to explore the so-called desolate land mentioned in the legends and to understand the huge secrets behind the tsunami incident in this concentration camp. 52 former memories. So, what exactly is the item that Mr. Luo asked us to deliver to his acquaintance? Sun Linsheng walked while fiddling with the folder in his hand. It was a small folder wrapped in multiple layers of iron paper, about the size of a palm, and not thick at all, very light. What important document could it be? Li Huahua leaned over to examine it. Seeing the girl was interested, Sun Linsheng quickly continued the conversation. It seems Mr. Luo has been in contact with the residents of Zone 5 for a long time, or perhaps the people we are about to meet are actually Mr. Luo's guild companions planted in Zone 5. At this point, he felt a bit more at ease. If that were the case, The people they were about to meet could be considered fellow townsfolk from the same zone, and a sense of familiarity arose. Is it really appropriate to encourage himself in this self-persuading manner? Liwawa Nudda. Her eyes dimming again as she lowered her head and continued to walk silently. Sun Linsheng was at a loss for words for a moment. Stop. Suddenly, the silent Ariel stopped in her tracks, squinting her eyes as if she saw something and stared intently ahead. What is that? She pointed into the distance, and her other hand moved to the handle of the coral stick at her waist. At the end of the line of sight, a massive dark shadow slowly appeared. Because it was too far away, its appearance was unclear, but it could be felt approaching quickly. Hide! Sun Linsheng warned. The three quickly jumped into a nearby deep pit, covering themselves with an item called Illusion Cloak. This item could weaken the effects of breathing and magical power on the surrounding environment, similar to a radar jamming device. It was particularly effective against opponents who relied on smell or electronic signals to locate their enemies. Soon, the sound of hooves patapata grew louder, and the bodies close to the edge of the pit felt slight tremors. It was the sound of some kind of beast trampling the ground, and, from the vibrations, it could be judged that it was of a significantly large size. A low howl came from above, seemingly having arrived near the hidden pit. However, the beast's howl sounded more like a cry of pain, as it wasn't a powerful roar, but rather a continuous whimper. Looking through the gaps in the cloak, it was a beast with two thick horns shaped like tree branches on its head, an extraordinarily large body, and beneath its round and heavy form were four strong legs, with sharp spikes on its knees, likely a highly aggressive species. However, as the line of sight shifted upwards, Sun Linsheng finally deduced the reason for the beast's wailing. At the same time, Sun Linsheng let out a gasp of astonishment. On the beast's broad back sat a petite figure, dressed in a pink long dress with a white bow on her head. She was a young girl. In her hands was a massive scythe that gleamed with a golden sheen, gripped tightly, as she used its sharp curved blade to hook the beast's throat. The blade had already pierced halfway into its skin, and the beast's howling turned hoarse as black-purple blood gushed out like a fountain. Kill. Eliminate. The girl's cherry-red lips moved, muttering the same line repeatedly. Death, the Grim Reaper. Sun Linsheng stood frozen, as if petrified. In horror, memories flooded back to the battlefield of the tsunami incident from 20 years ago. The old chairman of Hex, clad in battle robes, swung the Shark Hunter, firearm to fend off the relentless close combat attacks from the opponent, who was none other than the Grim Reaper girl wielding a massive scythe. The opponent's speed and attack power completely surpassed that of Chairman Hex, forcing him, who was skilled in long-range shooting, into a close-quarters brawl. The scythe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, leaving cracks on the barrel of the Shark Hunter in the old chairman's hands. Linsheng escaped. The old chairman bellowed, shielding his comrades and urging them to flee the battlefield to rebuild the Ocean Priestess. His desperate roar echoed around, a final battle cry from a leader protecting his companions. No, I want to fight too. He struggled to rise, pain coursing through his already fractured right hand, unable to wield his weapon properly. Quizlong, I command you to take my child out of the battlefield. Hex swung his firearm with all his might, pushing away the Grim Reaper's scythe, creating distance before pulling the trigger. Boom! The gun's muzzle spewed blue flames, and a projectile enveloped in fiery energy shot out, successfully striking the enemy in the chest. The projectile exploded, creating a violent shockwave that sent the petite body flying into the air, thus creating distance between them. Yes, as a loyal subordinate of the old chairman, Quizlong resolutely obeyed his command, also motivated by the need to protect the still young Sun Linsheng. This battlefield does not need your corpse. He gritted his teeth, firmly securing Sun Linsheng's limbs amidst the smoke and dust, and after giving the old chairman one last glance, he carried him away from the battlefield. Old man, in a sea of corpses and blood, all that remained was the heart-wrenching cry of the young boy. His mind filled with painful memories, his heart raced violently. Unable to control himself, he shouted out the chairman's name. Not good, Ariel shouted, grabbing Sun Linsheng, who was lost in memories, by the collar and forcefully flinging him out of the pit. Almost instantly, The Grim Reaper girl atop the beast noticed the noise from the pit, swung her scythe, and a flash of light shot from the blade, creating a shock wave aimed at the pit's entrance. Boom! The entrance was blown to smithereens. The explosion's force rivaling that of the high-tier explosive magic, explosive flamebird. However, this was just a casual swing. Fortunately, Ariel reacted quickly. Sun Linsheng, flung by her immense strength, landed not far away, and Li Hua Hua closely followed, using her transformation ability to become a shadow that merged with Ariel's body. This shadow transformation ability was typically used by her and her brother to infiltrate extremely tight spaces, but it could also serve as protective armor, residing in another's body to absorb some damage when attacked, as long as Li Hua Hua herself could withstand it. No, don't engage with it, Sun Linsheng warned from afar. His face was filled with terror, and the previously optimistic demeanor had completely vanished. His expression akin to that of someone who owed a huge debt. Kill. Eliminate. The Grim Reaper raised her scythe and instantly severed the beast's neck beneath her. Blood gushed out from the severed neck, and the massive body collapsed to the ground. The petite figure leaped to the ground, landing silently like a feather. Kill. Eliminate. 53 Grim Reaper girl, great spray. Sun Linsheng raised his firearm and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The double-barreled gun gleamed brightly under the sky's blue light, and blue flames erupted with a bang. A magical bullet, enhanced with explosive power, shot out directly towards the Grim Reaper, who was swinging at Ariel and Li Hua Hua. Swish! The scythe swung gracefully, creating an arc in the air, the blade shining with blinding golden light. The incoming projectile was precisely sliced in half by the scythe, as if it had been practiced beforehand, the two halves perfectly proportioned. Clatter! The now powerless projectile fell to the ground, turning into two semi-circular scraps of metal. Now's the time, run, Sun Linsheng shouted, not wanting to engage the Grim Reaper, but rather using a feint to buy escape time for Ariel and Li Hua Hua, who were nearly at zero distance from it. Vortex acceleration. Li Hua Hua activated her skill. The shadow she transformed into enveloped Ariel's body, revealing numerous small holes that exhaled white mist rhythmically. Instantly, Ariel felt a mysterious lightness enveloping her, as if wings were aiding her movements. Whoosh! Ariel kicked off with her right foot, and the scenery before her flew by as if she were riding a fast-flying fish. In the blink of an eye, she had leaped to Sun Linsheng's side. He was also astonished by the powerful leap granted by vortex acceleration, his face lighting up with surprise. However, in the next second, the face of the Grim Reaper appeared before them. That thing can flash step, Sun Linsheng shouted, raising his firearm to intercept the scythe's strike from above. Although the Grim Reaper appeared as a young girl, her strength was astonishing. The blade clashed with the gun barrel, sparks flying. He had just managed to heal the scars inflicted by the scythe before, and now new wounds were added. 78. That was the number of scars on the gun barrel. He gritted his teeth and forcefully swung the barrel, creating distance between the scythe and the Grim Reaper. The action was exactly the same as when the former Hextech president fought these guys back in the day. As the trigger was pulled, that petite figure soared into the sky, just like back then, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. It worked. A smile broke through the tightly clenched teeth. A joy fell upon encountering a once invincible foe from memory. I did it. I've touched the pinnacle of this world for the first time. His heart couldn't help but feel a moment of joy. Not only that, he also sensed that even the legendary Grim Reaper, who once brought destruction to this concentration camp, was still a physical being and would be harmed by external attacks. But now was not the time to gloat. Although he had no idea how strong this terrifying entity known as Grim Reaper truly was, he could feel from its cold, lifeless pupils that, at least in battle, it would not bring any personal feelings into this confrontation. This meant that it was standing here from the very beginning with the determination to kill or be killed, wielding its scythe, fearless of death. Kill. Eliminate. That petite figure shouted, its hollow gaze locking onto him. Even though they had created a significant distance, it still felt like it would flash before him in the next second. So even while attempting to flee, he had to be ready for close combat. After all, opponents who relied on physical skills and cold weapons were hard for gun-wielding fighters to deal with. It's coming, Ariel warned. Black fire. She turned around quickly, her feet skidding to a halt due to inertia. The air around her transformed into black currents, coalescing behind her, forming a pair of wings made of pitch-black smoke. Let's see if your Grim Reaper is stronger, or if my hellfire prevails. As she roared, she swung her hands down, and the dark wings behind her flapped in response to her movements. Instantly, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, as if a dark hell had suddenly descended, with an even sharper chill assaulting her. In a moment, the ground began to erupt with black flames, whoosh, scorching the Grim Reaper's body. Apocalypse Apostle. She activated the follow-up skill, and the black smoke wings behind her began to dissipate, the dispersing black smoke condensing into black crows with beak-like sharp edges, shooting towards the target like bullets. The crows swept across the sky, a massive wave crashing down. However, that petite figure showed no fear. Its wax-like face remained expressionless. It swung the scythe again, drawing two arcs in the air. The black wave formed by the crows was sliced in half, instantly dispersing into black smoke and disappearing into the air. What the hell? Is that possible? Sun Linsheng exclaimed, cursing in surprise. Humph. Ariel's lips curled up slightly, her gaze fixed on the enormous golden war scythe. Got it. She clenched her teeth, controlling the remaining black smoke around it to coalesce again, wrapping around the scythe like satin. Come here, you, she shouted arrogantly, forcefully pulling her hands back. The black mist wrapped around the scythe was pulled, slipping from the Grim Reaper's hand. Wow. Both Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua gasped in amazement. The combat power of a melee fighter deprived of their weapon would drastically diminish. Truly worthy of Miss Ariel, he said excitedly, raising his firearm and aiming at the petite figure in the distance. Great blast! The bullet shot out again, infused with a powerful aura, embodying Sun Linsheng's belief-filled strike. However, the strongest shot infused with magic thus far vanished in a black smoke just about a meter away from the Grim Reaper's body. What? Sun Linsheng's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. At the same time, the Grim Reaper clenched its hands, black smoke billowing from behind. A pair of pitch-black wings unfolded, accompanied by a swarm of black crows. Damn it! Is the scythe just a decorative, secondary weapon? Ariel shouted in shock, turning around to flee. In that instant, a deathly pressure surged in her heart, a sense of fear sweeping over her as if the true Grim Reaper had descended before her. We're going to die. Such thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of the three. This guy, why does it have the same abilities as you? Sun Linsheng asked while running. It must have a skill of the imitation type, or perhaps it inherently possesses such skills. Ariel yelled, her voice drowned out by the overwhelming cawing of the crows behind them, sharp and piercing, even causing her head to throb. Predicting the future? This escape won't work. Sooner or later, it will catch up. Just as the words left her mouth, a suffocating, killing intent swept in from the front. Their sharp senses of danger made all three stop in their tracks, but the next second, they realized the severity of the situation. The source of the killing intent ahead was the small Grim Reaper holding the scythe, and it was the scythe in its hand that told them that this was a completely different entity from the one behind them. Is there another one of these freaks? The spirit residing in Ariel, Li Huahua, allowed a hoarse wail. In an instant, the cold blade hung at their necks, feeling the warmth of blood flowing from their neck into their chest. The suddenly appearing Grim Reaper had already flashed behind Sun Linsheng, firmly placing the scythe against his neck. Kill. Eliminate. Such fragmented thoughts echoed in his ears as the blade pierced his throat. His vision turned red, his throat unable to breathe, his abdomen contracting violently, inhaling only the blood flowing from the wound on his neck. However, such a scene only happened in an instant. The next second, his vision brightened again, and the newly appeared Grim Reaper stood in the same position as before. Suddenly, it activated, flash, and disappeared from view. Sun Linsheng immediately understood something. He quickly bent down, lowering his stance, shouldering the firearm, aiming at the position behind and below him. Great blast! Boom! The bullet exploded not far from his heel, clearly hitting something. He did not stop, quickly running straight ahead until he reached what he deemed a safe location, then quickly turned to check the situation at the explosion site. Sure enough, He raised his fist in a victory pose. The newly appeared Grim Reaper lay there, her face nearly obliterated by Sun Linxing's powerful strike that had almost grazed her face. How did you know it would appear behind you? Ariel, catching up, asked in astonishment. In that instant, I saw the future. What? I inexplicably saw what was about to happen in the next few seconds. I predicted it would flash behind me and cut my throat with the scythe. He replied, still running without pause, occasionally turning back to check the situation behind him. What the hell? Predicting the future? I don't know. Maybe some incredible passive skill awakened in a critical moment. He felt a bit of joy, but knew it was just a joke. After all, passive skills didn't exist in this concentration camp. After running with all their might for a long time, the deadly killing intent from behind gradually faded, and the dark sky returned to its previous bright blue. Do we shake that guy off? Li Huahua, attached to Ariel, poked her head out from behind, looking as if a head had suddenly sprouted from Ariel's back. It seems so. The three collapsed in the bushes, panting heavily. Let's take a break here for a moment. If we run again, we might just collapse. Sun Linxing was sweating profusely, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his chest. Wow, the pretty boy not only has a shiny face, but also has a fair and clean body. Ariel wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed on Sun Linxing's exposed chest. Sun Linxing's face turned red, and he quickly turned his body to the side. After all, she is the woman he admires. Making such an unintentional move towards her really lacks propriety. He regretted this in his heart, and couldn't help but pinch himself hard. Hiccup. Hiccup. Gradually, the sound of a girl sobbing came from beside him. Turning his head, he found Li Huahua, her face flushed. She had transformed back to her original form, sitting on the grass. Tears flowed down her cheeks, although she hadn't participated in the battle. Her small body was already covered in injuries. How could this? Sun Linxing hurriedly got up and took out a healing potion from his backpack to clean her wounds. Only then did he realize that after a fierce battle, or more accurately, a strategic retreat, Ariel was completely unscathed, not even a minor scrape. It was she who blocked all the attacks for me, Ariel explained calmly. Is that because she used her transformation ability to attach to you? Sun Linxing understood and looked at Li Huahua with sympathy. The poor girl had a slight blush on her cheeks, her left eye slightly swollen, and her fair, soft face was marked with many bright red cuts, blood seeping out from them. Go ahead and cry if you want. Sun Linxing sighed deeply. After all, he had accumulated so much pressure from the past few days. Whether it was from the battle just now or the severe torture he experienced in the interrogation room in Rockray a few days ago, it was truly a hellish experience for a girl in her teens. If these things had happened to an ordinary girl, she might have already collapsed under such enormous psychological pressure, right? Crying now would be good. Letting out all the inner pain is the right choice. Sure. Suddenly, Ariel covered her mouth with her hand and pushed her down to the ground. The tense atmosphere spread instantly. Sun Linxing didn't even have time to react. His hands still paused at the spot where he was treating her wounds. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside the tree trunk. Are they chasing us? Sun Linxing jumped up, aiming his firearm at the shadow. No, it's not them. Although he asserted this, Ariel still tightly gripped her coral stick, not daring to let her guard down. The shadow gradually stepped out from behind the trunk, its face becoming clear to everyone. It was a young woman with long golden hair, wearing a green robe, and behind her were beautiful, semi-transparent butterfly wings. Strangely, two slender antennae extended from her head, resembling a flower fairy from mythology. However, even with such a gentle and beautiful appearance, in front of these warriors who had just experienced life and death calamities, she seemed full of suspicious points, making the three of them wary. Who are you? Ariel asked warily, her eyes fixed on the other person without blinking. The three of them slowly backed away as she approached. Don't you recognize me? She said softly, her butterfly wings gently flapping as she floated toward them. Huh? Ariel frowned and looked at the other two. Is she someone you know? No. I think she's talking to you, Sun Linxing said firmly. Don't try to deceive us. I don't know you. Ariel swung her stick, pointing one end at the butterfly woman. Indeed, she nodded. Having been very concerned since earlier, you're not the real Ariel, are you? At the entrance of Zone 5, A five-person team dispatched by the tiger whale guild paused in place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The deep vibrating sound continued to ring out, accompanied by the small figure approaching from afar. It seemed like some kind of sub-bass wave. Pain swept through their bodies, and as the figure gradually came closer, the pain intensified. Agu covered her chest, already in so much pain that she knelt on one knee. Is it some kind of special ability that can damage the human body by controlling sound wave frequencies? Midori gritted his teeth, glancing at the rapidly spinning hands of his wristwatch. This is an abnormal state of electrical appliances caused by magnetic fields or some kind of electromagnetic interference. Aside from the backup, old-style battle armor, all other electronic devices were paralyzed. Could there be something in this area that damages electronic equipment? Fear gripped his heart. Losing the advanced technology he prided himself on for protection and attack made Dr. Midori somewhat unhappy. However, being originally a close combat warrior, aside from using the underworld battle armor to attack, he could also engage in hand-to-hand combat using various martial arts. After all, to maximize the effectiveness of the battle armor, the holder's physical strength and endurance are also extremely important factors. Dr. Midori, Miss Agu, are you all right? Moved forward first, adopting a defensive stance to shield them with his body. Capella followed closely behind, while Sophia, who was ready to launch explosive magic, remained in place. Her gaze aimed at the spot where the shadow appeared. If she sensed any signs of the enemy advancing, she would immediately unleash the two explosive firebirds above her head to attack. Compared to Dr. Midori and Miss Agu, the three young warriors of the Tiger Whale Guild did not feel overly uncomfortable due to the buzzing sound. They only experienced slight pressure when breathing and occasional sharp pains in their hearts, but it did not affect their normal actions. Why is it that only I and Agu are reacting so strongly? While pondering, the petite figure had already approached to a distance where her face could be clearly seen. Is she a girl? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, their expressions of astonishment identical. The girl had an expressionless face, her hollow pupils showing no human emotion, wearing a delicate white bow on her head, and gripping a gigantic golden war scythe that was twice her height, sparkling in the bright blue light cast from the sky. As she drew closer, she mumbled something to herself. It's coming. Esk lowered his stance and released enhancement magic. Killing intent perception. Action speed up. Armor-piercing sword. Dragon scale. At the same time, Capella also used her supportive abilities to enhance Esk's body with various defensive and restorative spells. The enhancement potions had already been applied to everyone's weapons. So please fight with confidence, Capella announced. Are you coming to my doorstep before I've even reached yours? The girl lightly waved her scythe, stepping lightly, looking harmless on the surface. However, the warriors who had activated killing intent perception already sensed the suffocating killing intent approaching them. Even though the buzzing sound would not put much physical burden on their bodies, the strong pressure emanating from the girl, who was stepping toward them, was so intense that cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. How can this be? I feel like I want to retreat even before the battle has officially begun. Sophia reminded herself in her heart, even though she clearly knew that retreating here was absolutely not allowed, and that everyone had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. Her legs and hands gripping the staff still trembled uncontrollably. After all, in the face of such a strong and authoritative enemy, there are probably very few who can remain calm and composed, right? Should we take the initiative? Capella asked Esk, who was at the front of the team. No. Although the other party's killing intent was evident, it was still unclear whether they truly intended to fight us after all. There was only one of them, and we had overwhelming numerical superiority. That small figure gradually approached, and their face, in stark contrast to the imposing aura, became clear to everyone. Is she really a warrior? Capella couldn't help but wonder. With a delicate and petite face, cute fluffy black curls, and a soft flowing pink dress. If she were placed on a beautifully decorated counter, she would probably be mistaken for a high-end doll for auction, right? However, the enormous scythe she tightly gripped and the cold, killing intent emanating from her hollow eyes indeed defined her as a genuine warrior. At least her close combat strength surpassed that of the three young magic warriors of the humpback whale. That scythe is just for decoration. Capella alerted everyone warily. She formed a cylindrical shape with one hand over her right eye, peering at the scythe girl through her palm. This was a supportive magic known as tactical prediction, which could roughly analyze the opponent's combat style and type by sensing the magical power surrounding their body. Compared to melee combat, she was more adept at using magic to attack. Capella shouted loudly, simultaneously waving her staff to cast a magical defense enhancement. Magical barrier. Kill. Clear. The girl raised her scythe and charged at everyone. Sophia, unleash explosive magic. Esk stepped back and loudly issued the command. Yes. The staff emitting red light aimed at the rushing girl, and one Firebird explosion shot out in response. A strong heat wave roared overhead, thundering towards her. In the next moment, amidst the sea of red light, a bright flash appeared, and a crack formed in the fiery wall created by the fireball. The girl used her scythe to split the incoming fireball in half. The shattered fireball flew past her and struck the ground not far behind. Causant violente explosion. Whoosh! The girl vanished from sight. Take cover, Esk shouted loudly. However, in the next second, that wax-like cold face suddenly appeared right in front of him, the scythe swinging down. Dark wave. Esk activated an attack magic, expanding black flames outwards from his body. This was a 360-degree all-around attack magic, specifically designed to deal with warriors who attempted to engage in close combat. Ka! The scythe girl let out a strange sound as she was hit by the flames. Quickly retreating, it seemed she could use blink for rapid movement, but her combat strategy appeared lacking. Since she possessed the ability to teleport, she should have moved to the enemy's backline first to eliminate the archer-type warriors who had weaker defenses but exceptionally high damage output. Yet, she still chose to launch a frontal assault despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of her enemies. Is she overconfident in her combat abilities? Or is her brain really as childish as her appearance? However, the girl's next action provided Esk with the answer to his question. She swung her right hand, inserting the enormous scythe into the ground like arranging flowers, and in an instant, a golden halo spread out from the scythe, covering all visible areas. What is that? Sophia exclaimed in terror, her gaze following the spreading halo as it flew into the distance, with no signs of stopping even at the horizon. It's some kind of force field. Dr. Medori stood up. After donning the spare old armor, the pain throughout his body slightly lessened. It seemed that the opponent not only had considerable confidence in close combat, but also possessed unknown offensive methods related to magic, mental abilities, and even wave frequency control. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It had been a long time since he experienced such a tense psychological state, which oddly brought him a sense of pleasure. Indeed, there are some outrageous things existing in this forgotten 5th district, he said, stretching his arms, his hands forming claw-like shapes. And the 2 iron wings folded behind him whooshed open, with the shoulder armor beginning to transform, quickly reassembling into 2 small missile launch pads. Agua, leave the battle to us. You find a way to set up the first signal base here, but all the electronic equipment we brought. Then use your little brain to figure something out. Even if it means death, we must establish the first signal base in history here. Doctor. Midori's tone was firm, but full of strength. Is this how a high-ranking figure from the chief guild behaves in the face of danger? S couldn't help but swallow hard. Buzz. The deep sound echoed again. She's attacking. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the girl, glowing with golden light, leaped into the air, although she had no wings. She could maneuver in the air as if riding a flying fish. Flame barrage. Sophia cast an attack magic, summoning dozens of fireballs above her head. And with a wave of her staff, the fireballs flew towards the girl in the sky. However, they vanished in the air when they were only about a meter away from her. It was as if they hit a transparent wall, crackling and shattering into dust. Try using Firebird Explosion. Capella shouted loudly at Sophia. Although launching a large number of fireball attacks could cover a vast area of the battlefield and significantly increase the chance of hitting the enemy, the lethality of a single fireball was not remarkable. In contrast, a single Firebird Explosion, condensed with high-intensity magical energy, could produce a nuclear-like destructive effect upon hitting the enemy. Yes, The hovering, Firebird explosion responded, burning the surrounding air as it whizzed away. Kill. Clear. The girl continued to repeat such lines, raising her small hands high. An astonishing scene unfolded. The surrounding air became increasingly dry, the temperature rapidly rising, and above the girl's head appeared a gigantic fireball identical to the Firebird explosion. It was even slightly larger than Sophia's. This girl, is she an all-round mage? Esk exclaimed in shock. The fireballs collided in midair, sparks flying like meteorites, leaving scorched craters on the ground around them. The originally cold and biting battlefield instantly transformed into a hell of scorching heat waves. Amidst the red light and swirling dust, visibility significantly decreased, and amidst the confusion, the sound of metal clashing echoed from somewhere. Is anyone injured? Es shouted. I'm fine. Sophia responded. I'm okay. Miss Agua is also unharmed. Capella shouted loudly as she expanded the magical barrier in front of Miss Agua. Agua was focused on setting up the signal base. She had a pile of instruments in front of her, and her hands were busy with various incomprehensible operations. Is this really the time for leisurely research? Capella thought to herself. But after all, it was Dr. Midori's order for her to do this. There must be a reason behind it, right? Thank you, Miss Capella. I'll leave the defense to you. Agua looked up, her eyes filled with trust. Capella's heart trembled. It was not due to the previous buzzing sound, but because of Miss Agua's trust in her. As one of the new, outstanding graduates from the Humpback Whale, Capella had gained a reputation among her peers for her excellent support magic. Reliable teammate, with Capella, failure is absolutely impossible. Receiving such praise has become second nature for her. However, these honors were only earned during simulated training organized by the guild, as graduates like her had never experienced real combat. Although the guild's simulations perfectly set up a realistic battlefield environment, the students were all too aware from the start. This is just a drill. Regardless of success or failure, there will be no casualties. And most will just be scolded by the instructor after a failure. Such a psychological suggestion. However, what she now faced was the real battlefield. The murderous aura was palpable, and an overwhelmingly powerful enemy stood right in front of her. In regular training, students would anticipate the characteristics and attack methods of potential enemies, preparing a series of countermeasures. After all, based on past training experiences, the opponents they would encounter were only a few types. But standing before her was a small girl wielding a scythe, her eyes radiating endless killing intent, the innocent and carefree face contrasting starkly with the terrifying aura of death. This was an opponent completely unimaginable in school training. This is against the rules. Why does such a bizarre opponent suddenly appear? Fear flooded her heart. That's what she originally thought. However, Miss Agua's trust in her immediately restored her courage. I leave the defense work to you. Such words of trust echoed repeatedly in her heart. This was different from a usual, monotonous recognition and praise from classmates after training. It was genuine positive energy. To completely entrust one's life to another and still confidently carry out equipment setup work in such a dangerous battlefield was a sign of trust in her teammate. Although there were no words of praise, it surpassed all compliments in the world. Don't worry, leave it to me. A fire was burning passionately in her heart, and the surging waves of excitement within this support mage burst forth. The first battle was victorious. As the smoke gradually dissipated and the dazzling flames dimmed, everyone could finally pinpoint the location of the battle through the sound of metal clashing. Not far away, Dr. Medley, clad in iron armor, firmly grasped the slender neck of the girl, allowing her to wildly swing her scythe, but it had no effect against the Doctor's armor, which served as absolute defense. Big tremor. The doctor swung the arm that held the girl. Flames erupted from the joints, and the tremendous arm strength, enhanced by the force of the flames, multiplied the destructive power. A loud boom shook the ground, creating a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters in the center of the battlefield. The girl fell heavily into it, her small body contorting, her head suffering severe trauma. One eyeball vanished from its socket, not knowing where it had fallen. If this scene happened to an ordinary little girl, those witnessing it would surely feel a tightness in their hearts and rush over to check her injuries, trying to save her as much as possible. right? However, the terrifying presence disguised as a girl before them would not allow anyone present to take such action. Instead, it was met with a new round of bombardment. Explosive flame bird, dark current devour, combat power loss. The joint attack from the trio of Orcus flew toward the broken girl lying in the giant pit. Flames and dark magic intertwined and swept over, once again blowing the massive pit apart, debris flying into the sky, the sound of particles cracking incessant. Did it succeed? Sophia excitedly looked towards the center of the explosion. Don't celebrate too early. Dr. Medley leaped into the thick smoke. The sounds of clashing soon came from within, accompanied by violent tremors. A broken body entwined with wisps of black smoke fell from the pit. With a thud, the small body hit the ground, so light that it barely made a sound upon landing. The skin was almost entirely charred, parts of the body eroded by the devouring effect of dark magic. White bones exposed to the air, the originally delicate and tender girl's face completely gone, revealing a shriveled corpse before their eyes. Sophia covered her mouth, turning her head away, unable to bear to look at such a tragic sight. Nausea surged in her throat, feeling like she was about to vomit. Pua! Medley exhaled, relaxing and lying on the ground. It had been a long time since he engaged in close combat under such dangerous circumstances. It seems one has to admit their age. He sighed while gazing at the bright blue sky. This is a healing potion. Let me help you apply it. Capella approached with a medical kit, opening the cork bottle to apply the potion to Medley's wounds. At the same time, several small mechanical arms busily worked on his injuries, some wielding scalpels, others wrapping bandages and spraying disinfectants, as if multiple doctors were simultaneously treating him. What a convenient armor. Capella was amazed by the sight, carefully observing the movements of these little arms. For warriors living in Zone 2, applying healing magic potions to wounds is usually sufficient to alleviate pain or promote healing. Hardly anyone would imagine healing wounds through such physical means. Although some have tried such recovery methods, the technical limitations resulted in slower healing compared to simply using healing potions. Well, that's the difference between super technology and ordinary technology. Medley chuckled, turning his head to look at Agua. How about it? Have you come up with a suitable method to set up a base station with your little brain? I can only use some old equipment to set up a simple base station, and the signal reception coverage is only a few kilometers. Setting up a base station for longer distances would be very difficult. Agua nodded in response. Strange, why can only old equipment and armor be used? And why did only Agua and I experience severe heart pain after hearing that strange humming sound? What is the connection between these? Medley couldn't help but ponder. Wow! A scream from Esk came from the side. She's not dead. Buzz! A sharp pain struck her heart again. Kill! Clear! That corpse-like small body trembled and struggled to rise, trying to lift the arm that had already lost its right hand. Kill! Kill! She mumbled incoherently. Just as Esk was gathering magic power to deal her a final blow, she fell down herself, with a thud, collapsing to the ground. Her shriveled head falling off her neck, and then her entire body shattered like a glass doll that had fallen to the ground. Agua analyzed the origin of this girl. Medley released the tension in his nerves. Lying back down, a few bandaged wounds reopened from the earlier incident. All right, following the doctor's command, Agua took out the reagent kit and testing equipment to begin her work. Even the cell testing instruments can't function properly. Are there no old-fashioned ones? None. After all, who would expect to encounter such a situation? The few old-fashioned devices and battle armors we have are only meant for emergencies. There's no way we would prepare a second set of detection equipment. After all, they take up too much space. But didn't we detect that helmet that had broken the wagon wheel just before using the flying machine? I think at that time, we probably hadn't officially entered a domain that could disrupt the core systems of electronic devices, right? In other words, during the process of piloting the flying machine in the air, we crossed a sort of boundary, which is why the flying machine stopped working and fell, and after that, all the equipment, except for the old-fashioned electronic devices, fell into a state of paralysis. The conversation between Midori and Agua left the nearby trio of the humpback whale team somewhat puzzled, as this was a field of knowledge they had never encountered before. Each profession has its own expertise, so data analysis and similar tasks are entirely entrusted to Dr. Medori. In the upcoming exploration, we will do our utmost to protect the two of you. Ice looked back at Capella and Sophia, whose eyes also showed a firm expression. The humpback whale exploration team encountered a skirmish after officially entering Zone 5 and achieved victory through the close cooperation of the 5 team members. Agua recorded this first major event of the journey in her notebook. After the thrilling battle ended, the team members appeared somewhat fatigued compared to the physical stress. The mental strain was even more pronounced. This thing doesn't look human. Medori stroked his chin with one hand while examining the charred black skull with the other. Doctor, that's disgusting. Could you please stop holding it? Although Agua wanted to say this, she chose to silently sit beside the doctor and take notes. As a research assistant, Agua had been working with Dr. Medori for 10 years, since she entered the top guild venom in Zone 1 at the age of 15. Thanks to her incredible research talent and arithmetic ability, Dr. Medori had been paying attention to the learning progress of this somewhat clumsy girl. After graduation, Agua excelled in all her courses and submitted a thesis titled Research Report on New Dark Elements, focusing on the newly discovered dark elements and aiming to find ways to transform them into new energy sources through study. Despite their abundant presence in nature being largely overlooked by people, the research methods and experimental results outlined in this thesis were confirmed as feasible and effective by the authoritative research institutions in Zone 1, sparking an energy revolution that shook the entire zone. Although current technology could not completely convert these dark elements into usable energy, the input of energy available was still far from the strength of ordinary electricity. It provided valuable references for the renewable energy system in Zone 1. Dr. Medori, who also served as the vice president of the Scientific Association of the First Institute of Super Technology in Zone 1, recognized her extraordinary talent and strong learning ability and actively invited her to join him in scientific research. It proved to be the right choice. In their subsequent collaboration, Agua's imagination and creativity far surpassed those of other young assistants, and although she was a girl, her passion for super technology far exceeded that of those boys who called themselves genius scientists. This thing doesn't look human, Dr. Medori murmured again. Not human, but she clearly has tender flesh and bones? Agua asked, glancing at the scattered, broken body of the girl nearby, where several disjointed joints exposed white bones. And several hours had passed. The remaining small area not charred was starting to yellow, likely due to surrounding microorganisms beginning to erode the corpse, right? Flesh and skin are indeed real. After all, they will also be eroded by bacteria after death, but he furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. A rare expression for the doctor, only appearing when he encounters a knowledge blind spot. However, in Agua's eyes, it was almost impossible for the knowledgeable Dr. Medori to encounter a lack of knowledge or even a blind spot. Look, there's not a drop of blood in her body, although she has all bodily organs, including blood vessels. There's no blood flowing within. What kind of structure is this? Could it be that the temperature of the explosive flame bird was so high that it evaporated all the blood in her body? Agua analyzed. The possibility is low, because after being hit by the explosive flame bird, she still had the ability to move if all the blood had evaporated. She wouldn't have been able to stand up from the ground again. The only possibility is that she can move freely without blood in her body. In other words, her body doesn't need blood at all. Agua looked at the doctor. This conclusion was hard for her to accept, and she wanted to refute it, but couldn't find solid evidence. Where could such a bizarre species exist? She complained, stemming from her shallow academic knowledge and wanting further explanation from the doctor. So this guy is simply not human, Medori murmured, his eyes reflecting a restless expression. How is it any different from saying, I don't know, just randomly guessing a result? Be a bit more specific, she said, lowering her head helplessly. Even so, she was well aware that human intelligence has its limits. Even the well-informed Dr. Medori encounters things he has never seen before. Otherwise, he wouldn't engage in research day after day, exploring new phenomena. Perhaps only those at the pinnacle of world technology truly understand. The knowledge they possess is merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vast world. and the unknown far outweighs what they know. Ha 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 ha. Midori laughed maniacally, raising the charred skull high above his head as if holding a priceless gem. His eyes filled with joy. That was the expression of a great scientist with a strong thirst for knowledge when first encountering the unknown, mixed with a blend of fear and delight. Compared to the fear and impact brought by the unknown, the joy of delving into the mysteries contained within is even greater. The complex and bizarre expression on the Doctor's face reflected exactly this. Agua, put this corpse in a vacuum bag for safekeeping. We will have plenty to do when we get back, he said excitedly, handing the skull to Agua. Agua nodded excitedly, taking out a magic storage bag called Whirlpool pouch from her suitcase to pack the scattered body parts. Well then, everyone, if you're rested, let us prepare to set off. After all, our journey has just begun. Oh! Everyone raised their fists and cheered. The morale boost from the victory in the first battle was quite effective. The previously worried Sophia also relaxed her tightly furrowed brows after the win, her right hand, which had been gripping her collar without pause, finally willing to loosen up, and her serious expression eased considerably. I told you, didn't I? I will protect the two of you ladies in times of danger, Isk said proudly, lifting his head with an air of superiority typical of a team leader. Hey, can you please stop making such fishy comments? Look at that long face you had during the fight. If Dr. Midori hadn't rushed forward to engage that monster in close combat, you might have been scared enough to wet your pants. Capella stepped forward, twisting his ear mockingly. Ouch! Esker covered his reddened ears, looking quite aggrieved. So, the humpback whale exploration team sets off. 59 mysterious butterfly girl at this moment, the Breaker Squad, led by Sun Linsheng, was paused in the dark forest near Zone 5. Suddenly, a mysterious woman stepped out from behind a tree, leaving the three of them puzzled. You're not really Ariel, are you? The butterfly-like girl gently floated towards Ariel and stopped in front of her. What are you talking about? Who are you anyway? Ariel took 2 steps back, creating a safe distance, and raised her coral stick to prevent her from coming closer. Why are you disguising yourself as her and coming here? And why is the team configured like this? She showed a confused expression, tilting her head to look at the three in front of her. Judging from her behavior, it seemed she had no intention of attacking, and there was not a hint of murderous intent about her. Unless she was an overwhelmingly powerful individual, or someone who had the confidence to win even while exposing their killing intent. Breaker, Eel Twins, Ocean Priestess. This is a combination I wouldn't even dream of in my sleep. What on earth happened? Wait, what did you mean by that? Ariel was clearly getting impatient, her gaze flickering, and her right hand, which tightly gripped the stick, twitched. Is there something wrong with my description? A smile appeared on her face. Although it was pure and flawless, it still sent a chill down her spine. We were indeed temporarily formed into a team to carry out a mission for the Breakers. But that doesn't mean I am a member of the Breakers. Ariel showed that, still not ready to admit it? From your battle with that fisherman earlier, I could tell you're not the real Ariel. After all, even the way you use skills is completely different. Besides, as the vice president of the Hermit Crab, I have never seen the president refer to herself as... She couldn't help but laugh. Vice president? Sun Linsheng and Li Hua exclaimed in surprise at the same time. You are the third member of the Hermit Crab? The information loser whose personal information has not been recorded by anyone until now. That's right, but calling me information loser is a bit too outdated, isn't it? I prefer the title flower butterfly given to me by the president. She giggled, scratching her head, and the semi-transparent butterfly wings on her back flapped rapidly like a dog wagging its tail. Wait, aren't we focusing on the wrong thing here? Sun Linsheng finally reacted. Thinking back, the impression of Miss Ariel was that she always liked to play with that little stick called Little Coral, which is true, but as far as I know, her abilities are mostly self-enhancement and quick movement magic. I've never seen her use magic with dark energy. Sun Linsheng analyzed, his doubtful gaze gradually emerging as he shifted his focus to the Ariel before him. Moreover, during the fierce battle just now, you indeed cursed and used the word I. Li Hua also became alert, drawing a dagger from her waist and gripping it tightly. Ariel lowered her head, her body trembling with a gloomy laugh. Stop pretending. Although the other two can't see through your illusion, You can't deceive someone like me who is also a psychic warrior. The butterfly girl said, lightly waving her right hand, and golden light, like pollen, drifted through her sleeves and sprinkled onto Ariel. Soon, Ariel's body began to twist, her exterior peeling away like mud, ultimately revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Wow, Sun Lynching gasped, his legs going weak as he collapsed to the ground, raising his firearm to aim at the man's chest. Bastard, how could it be you? Li Huahua gritted her teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her right hand, holding the dagger, trembled slightly. The figure before them was Zhao Minglei, known as the Aurora Breaker. He was the one who had restrained thousands of enemy soldiers with his powerful psychic abilities during the recent assault operation. Likewise, he was also the one they encountered when Li Huahua successfully stole the fish balls and returned to the base to rescue her brother. Sun Lyncheng and Li Huahua both screamed in unison, their weapons instinctively aimed at the man before them. They could never have imagined that a powerful opponent who had once nearly put them to death would now be fighting alongside them as a teammate. What a strange battle experience. It seems we indeed underestimated the strength of the members of the Hermit Crab. If you, as the third guild member, had joined that assault battle, perhaps even the hundreds of thousands of fish balls stored in warehouse number 2 would have been stolen by you, Zhao Minglei remarked. He spread his hands. The previous coral stick vanished as his body returned to its original form. Seeing that he had no intention of fighting, Sun Lyncheng lowered his weapon. However, Li Huahua remained vigilant, her eyes bloodshot, glaring at the man. It's all because of you. It's all because of you that I suffered such humiliation. She flushed with anger, threw her dagger to the ground, and buried her face in the grass, crying loudly. Huh? Sun Lyncheng looked surprised. Rather than saying this poor girl was crying out of fear, it looked more like she was sobbing due to recalling something extremely shameful. Are you referring to Lord Rockray using you as a human model, stripping you completely naked, and changing into children's clothing in front of thousands of warriors at the guild? Zhao Minglei's voice trembled slightly, his tone feigning restraint. No, it can't be. Sun Lyncheng exclaimed, shocked to learn that Mr. Rockray had such a hobby. Ah, it's not what you imagine, Zhao Minglei explained. Fighting back laughter, President Rockray seems to be preparing to have a child. Although as his subordinates, we don't even know who his wife is. But while he was trying on clothes for this little girl, he kept muttering things like, is purple better or white? I guess pink would be more suitable. Right? Isn't he preparing new clothes for his future child? It was clear from his expression that he also didn't want to believe what he was saying. But he had no need to lie about something so trivial. Wait, let's stop discussing irrelevant topics here. First, tell me why you came to this desolate place with such a bizarre combination. And why did you disguise yourself as President Ariel? The butterfly girl interrupted the idle chatter, bringing everyone's thoughts back on track. 60, the third member of the Hermit Crab, I see. You were sent to deliver a token to a friend living here on behalf of the Breaker leader? After listening to Sun Lyncheng's explanation, the butterfly girl roughly understood the purpose of their visit to Zone 5. It seems this little girl is quite dependent on Ariel. So Lord Rockray ordered me to transform into her likeness to accompany her, probably to give her some sense of security. Zhao Minglei glanced at Li Huahua beside him. Oh, I see. I don't believe that Lord Rockray simply made this decision out of pity for the little girl. The butterfly girl stared into Zhao Minglei's eyes, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. Zhao Minglei was taken aback for a moment. He could sense that the butterfly-like girl in front of him indeed possessed a level of mental attack capability equal to his own. However, within his understanding, there were only a handful of strong individuals who could rival or even surpass him in this field, and she was not on that list. To put it more bluntly, Zhao Minglei had only heard rumors that besides Ariel and Fred, there was a third member in the Hermit Crab Guild, but to this day, no one had truly learned any personal information about that mysterious member, not even what they looked like. Wait, he suddenly realized something. Why should we believe you're the third member of the Hermit Crab Guild? After all, we don't even know their appearance or gender. What evidence can you provide to prove the truth of your words? Right. The two standing nearby also became tense, their vigilance towards Zhao Minglei shifting to the butterfly girl. She shrugged, a surprised smile on her face. I can't believe you would make such a judgment. She laughed, her expression making it hard to tell whether she was mocking Zhao Minglei's excessive caution or genuinely amused. My aim is to confirm your true identity and the reason for your presence here. Now that the purpose has been achieved, I'll take my leave. The butterfly girl flapped her wings and slowly floated into the air. Please wait a moment. I have one more question. Sun Linsheng hurriedly caught up. During the recent battle with death, I inadvertently glimpsed the future. Was that your ability secretly aiding me? In response to the question, the butterfly girl did not answer. Her gentle smile remaining as she rose high into the sky, transforming into countless petals that scattered in the view. It feels not like a bad person. Li Huahua gazed at the falling petals, speaking softly. Now, it's South time to close the door and resolve our internal issues. Sun Linsheng clenched his hands around his firearm, his gaze returning to Zhao Minglei, blocking Li Huahua behind him. Tell me, what is your purpose in impersonating Miss Ariel and passing through with us? Sun Linsheng questioned, his eyes slightly widened. I just said, it's for the sake of this little girl. No one would believe such a reason. Who in Area 3 doesn't he know that Mr. Luo is a notorious torturer? His methods for tormenting captives are cruel and ruthless. Those who have been interrogated by him ultimately end up committing suicide out of mental breakdown. How could a man like a demon-s apostle possibly show mercy to a sinner who stole tens of thousands of his fishballs? Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Minglei suddenly burst into laughter. What the hell? Sun Linsheng felt a bit annoyed. It seems that Lord Luo's misunderstandings by the world can never be resolved. Zhao Minglei laughed, clutching his stomach, because of his imposing appearance and physique. The strong aura he projected made those who did not know him feel immense pressure. Moreover, as the leader of a guild with a bandit nature, all these reasons combined would lead anyone to unconsciously associate him with such a brutal character, right? Rather, Lord Luo is completely misunderstood by the world. He often sits on the steps in distress, smoking and mumbling. What exactly about my appearance is fierce? Is it because of my muscular lines? Or am I too tall? And so on. He laughed so hard he leaned back and forth. So what is he really? Sun Linsheng felt surprised. This man before him didn't seem to be lying, and his laughter didn't appear to be intentional acting. The fact that he could laugh so freely at his superior also reflected that such a superior should have a relatively close relationship with his subordinates. Finally stopping his laughter, Zhao Minglei wiped away the tears of joy from the corners of his eyes and continued. However, it must be said that the captives who were locked up in Lord Luo's interrogation room indeed did not survive, as those who enter that terrifying little room are all people who have committed absolutely unforgivable sins. Also, the person who conducts the interrogations is not Lord Luo himself, but an executioner named Chris. However, as subordinates, we only know that mysterious executioner's name and gender, not even their specific appearance. In other words, these half-true, half-false rumors are what led Mr. Luo to be labeled as a murderer using a borrowed knife and a pure slaughterer in the eyes of the world. Exactly. Zhao Minglei nodded. But what surprised me is that this little girl is the first person in history to walk out of that interrogation room alive. Hearing this, Li Huahua's cheeks turned red again, and she hugged her head and shook it vigorously, seemingly trying to shake off those shameful memories. Well, that's true. After all, compared to dying a painful death in endless torment, accepting that kind of insult is indeed a relatively lenient punishment, right? Sun Linsheng scratched his head awkwardly. This is the retribution for your wrongdoing. Since your parents don't want to punish your mistakes, let me, the uncle, carry it out for them. These are Lord Luo's exact words. Zhao Minglei shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. It sounds like a creepy uncle. But ultimately, this little girl and Ariel have indeed committed grave sins, and punishment is the inevitable result. Saying this, Zhao Minglei once again directed his gaze at Li Huahua. You should feel lucky. After all, you're the first person to be pardoned by Lord Luo, and I was even sent to carry out this messenger mission together. The purpose is to ensure your safety. What? Li Huahua looked up, incredulous as she stared at this man. That said, your brother is still locked up in the cell undergoing torture, as he has to bear the burden along with you. As your role as a messenger, you must do your best to complete this mission and return to freedom with your brother. Is what you said really true? Her eyes sparkled with life again. and her facial expression seemed to relax a lot. Lord Luo seems to be quite fond of both of you, so he hopes you can return safely. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky. It's almost dark. Let us find a temporary place to rest first. The bonfire flickered in the cold wind of the night, and the three escapees sat around the fire, enjoying the bright flames and warmth. There aren't too many wild animals living here. It seems this environment is indeed not very suitable for human habitation. Zhao Minglei handed the roasted food to Li Huahua. She hesitated for a moment, but still took it. You can't properly fight just by eating compressed biscuits. Zhao Minglei looked at the compressed biscuits she had set aside. Even after revealing his true identity and spending most of the day with the two young people, having shared quite a bit of interaction, it seemed they still couldn't fully break down the barrier between them. After all, the two in front of him were opponents he had fought against and had been overwhelmed by his strength. They probably still harbored some complex feelings at this moment, right? Excuse me, Li Huahua murmured softly, holding the roasted game in her hands. Was the real Miss Ariel also captured by you? Zhao Minglei shook his head. Adding some firewood to the bonfire. We only captured you and your brother. We never saw Ariel at all. Upon hearing this, Li Huahua seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her whole body sinking down a bit. Wait, so you mean you didn't recover the lost fish balls at all? Li Huahua suddenly realized. Yes, according to the investigation, two thieves had already infiltrated the reserve before you and Ariel arrived and stole around 100,000 fish balls. Just as I thought. Li Huahua lowered her head in recollection, remembering that after she arrived at the reserve, she first discovered Miss Ariel unconscious on the ground. And then they began their operation to steal fish balls together, only to find that someone had already beaten them to it and taken half of the fish balls. I'm afraid the headlines of the newspapers these days will be dominated by reports about the assault operation, right? Sun Linxing joked, gently wiping his beloved firearm with a handkerchief. Yes, but to avoid the Breaker Guild's dominance in the 3rd District, we still need to restrain the media's reporting so that the content presented to the public won't have too much impact on the Guild's development. Moreover, for us, losing just a few fish balls won't significantly affect the Guild's future, Zhao Minglei said. Indeed, only a guild with absolute strength would say such things. Sun Linsheng sighed, staring at his firearm, inadvertently thinking of the members of his own guild. Young man, the girl named Nana, who is with you, seems quite compatible with you. Zhao Minglei came over, placing a hand on his shoulder, revealing a gossipy expression. I just see her as a sister. We have known each other for a long time and often carry out missions together, of course. We are familiar with each other. He turned his head to the side, feeling a bit embarrassed. A sister, huh? Li Huahua lowered her head, biting into the roasted food with a sense of loss. So bad. As expected. Zhao Minglei stuck out his tongue. Are you and your brother in a mentor-mentee relationship? Sun Linxing asked why I asked this. Just asking casually. If there's something difficult to say then. He quickly waved his hand. Well, it's nothing. Li Huahua paused and continued. She is my biological brother, 2 years younger than me. Our parents died shortly after he was born while fighting against bandits. She raised her head, recalling the experience hidden deep in her memories. That night, the thugs of the Silent Crocodile Guild blew up her family's door with magic, and her parents were beheaded in the courtyard while resisting them. The villains ruthlessly looted and burned, taking everything valuable from their home to save their lives. The eldest sister covered Li Huahua and her brother's eyes and stuffed them into a small cellar used for preserving cured meat. But the small cellar could only accommodate 2 people. After hiding them well, the thugs broke in through the cracks in the cellar. Li Huahua witnessed how the thugs insulted her sister and, as they were leaving, cut off her head with a bloody knife while shouting bring the head for a reward, dragging her hair and taking her head away, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. In one night, the family of 5 was left with only her brother and Li Huahua. Under the pale moonlight, the 2 poor children crawled out of the cellar in tears, kneeling beside their family's dismembered bodies, covered in the stench of spices and cured sausage. Since then, the name, Eel Twins, appeared on the White Shark leaderboard in the 3rd District. No wonder you 2 siblings are famous in the White Shark world as crocodile hunters. Sun Linxing suddenly understood, putting away his gleaming firearm. However, those villains probably long forgot about these things. After all, that second-rate guild makes a living by doing these heinous acts, and their range of violence is not limited to cities or regions. They are indeed a bit arrogant, Zhao Minglei said darkly, then lit a cigarette by the campfire and put it in his mouth. That said, the role of the breaker in the 3rd District seems no different from that of the silent crocodile, Sun Linsheng said with a smile, glancing at Zhao Minglei's expression. As a senior manager of the Breaker Guild, he should possess great strength and a cold, ruthless personality. Yet this man before him did not seem as intimidating as imagined. Instead, he appeared more like an ordinary middle-aged uncle, smoking and chewing on charred meat. Haven't you noticed that in recent years, very few external guilds dare to cause trouble here? The Breakers are exploiting. While monopolizing and taking over various fields of development in the 3rd District, they also play the role of regional guardians. For this camp filled with slaughter, violent rule seems more suitable than peaceful governance. However, the equally powerful silent crocodile wastes all their combat power on pointless looting and burning, slaughtering the defenseless poor, venting their desires for bloodshed. This is why the Breakers can become the leading guild in the 3rd District and hold all rights here, while the silent crocodile can only bear the stigma and never represent the 2nd District to other districts. So, is it because Mr. Luo's ruling ideology of only I can bully my own people causes his guild to be despised by the residents, while also becoming the representative guild of the 3rd District? Well, that's probably the case, which is why the future development of the guild is closely related to the ideological realm of its ruler, Zhao Minglei said with some satisfaction, lifting his head and exhaling a puff of smoke into the deep blue night sky. Sleep now. We will officially start looking for targets tomorrow morning. 62 The cave regarding the tiger mustache whale exploration team. After some adjustments, the injuries from the battle have mostly healed, and the 5 members set off on their exploration journey once again. The first step of the exploration plan is to conduct a preliminary exploration of the natural environment in the 5th District and, after gaining a general understanding, find a relatively safe location to establish a temporary camp. It seems there are not many beasts here. Is it because the living conditions are too harsh? Agu carefully observed the surroundings. They passed through a dense jungle, forming a stark contrast to the endless desert around it. At first, when they spotted the lush green color from a distance, they thought it was a mirage, but this jungle truly existed, and there were relatively many beasts living in it. However, apart from that not-so-large jungle, the rest of the area was all desert, and even with high-powered binoculars, no colors other than sand could be seen. It was already noon, and after walking non-stop since morning, even though her mechanical armor provided assisted kinetic energy, she still felt a bit tired. Agu sat down against a sturdy tree trunk, savoring the fragrance of the flowers and grass blowing in the jungle. After leaving this jungle, she probably wouldn't encounter such a green place again, she thought, gently closing her eyes. The cool breeze brushed against her cheeks, creating an inexplicable sense of happiness. Perhaps because she hadn't enjoyed such a pleasant nap in the embrace of nature for a long time, she pondered, her consciousness gradually sinking, and she slowly fell into a dream. Kill. Eliminate. Suddenly, the sound of a girl mumbling came to her ears. Ugh! After experiencing the torment of that deathly girl, Agu could not forget such a voice so quickly. She woke up from her dream, instinctively leaping up from the ground. The armor she wore provided her with powerful kinetic energy, allowing her to jump directly onto the branch above her head. Sure enough, a petite figure holding a sickle stood not far away, mumbling that phrase. Clear, clear, clear. Are you a lawnmower? Agu turned and jumped down to the other side of the tree, shouting, "Everyone run!" as she fled deeper into the jungle. Wait. But she soon realized the problem. Where is everyone? Doctor? Captain Esk? Miss Capella? She shouted loudly while running, but the only response was the murmured chant of kill. Clear, coming from behind her, buzz. A heavy thrum hit her heart, and a sharp pain spread throughout her body. Puff! The pain made her legs twitch, and she accidentally tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground, her face hitting the grass. Fortunately, the protection of the mech prevented any injury to her face. Swish was the sound of the scythe slicing through branches, and the figure wielding the scythe quickly pursued her from behind. Keep running. She gritted her teeth, enduring the stabbing pain in her heart as she ran forward. However, The killing intent rushing towards her caused her body to convulse again. Another one. Terrified, she turned and fled to the left. But, kill, clear, kill, clear, kill, clear. Countless girls' murmurs came from all around. Looking up at the trees that blocked out the sky, she couldn't see their figures, yet the voices kept echoing in her mind. What to do, Egu? Think of a way quickly. She closed her eyes, desperately suppressing her trembling breath, pounding her chest. In the midst of her thoughts, the sound of shoes trampling on the grass came from all directions. Despairing, she opened her eyes to see a girl with half a face missing coming towards her. The remaining half of her head also severely damaged, yet her clothing and appearance were exactly the same as the one she had seen before. However, just as she had analyzed with Dr. Medley, even with half a head missing and murky, unknown liquid flowing from the shattered top, she moved gracefully and effortlessly, and there was not a trace of blood on her. Could it really be some bizarre clone? Or perhaps an alien? She couldn't help but associate the scythe-wielding girl in front of her with the special races existing in Zone 1. The residents of Zone 1 were divided into two main factions. One was the tech faction humans who primarily used super technology for production, and the other was the alien faction, which possessed inherent transformation abilities. Although their living philosophies and racial characteristics were completely different, they had lived peacefully in the same area for a long time. Even if small frictions occasionally occurred, no major events had ever impacted the development of the entire region. Egu couldn't help but link the scythe girl in front of her to the alien faction of her hometown. However, compared to the bizarre appearance of the alien faction, the doll-like, delicate, and cute scythe girl in front of her did not fit their appearance characteristics, meaning they could be ruled out as being part of the alien faction. So what exactly are they? Clones created using super technology? Or subhuman species summoned using dark magic? While pondering, the four identical-looking girls surrounding her swung their scythes and launched an attack, their faces still bearing that waxy, cold expression. Suddenly, a floral scent reached her nose, and countless golden petals fluttered down around her. A slender figure with butterfly wings flitted quietly among the branches, but Egu couldn't fully see its appearance. Turning to look at the four scythe girls, she was astonished to see them simultaneously change their target, attacking a nearby large tree. The scythes sliced through the air with a whoosh sound, and the sturdy tree was instantly chopped into 5 sections. With a crackling sound, they fell to the ground. Better run. Seeing this, Egu took off at full speed, using the jet thrusters on the back of her mech to assist her, even surpassing the maximum speed that the flying fish could provide. She ran desperately for about 10 minutes, seemingly shaking them off completely. Egu looked back multiple times and, confirming she was safe, collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. Whoosh. It felt like stepping into an empty trap, and she experienced a sudden sense of weightlessness as her entire body began to fall rapidly. What the hell? She screamed as she fell, her body being whipped by the plants along the way, her hair getting tangled with unknown weeds. Finally, it felt as if something had caught her in midair, and the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. She opened her eyes slightly and found herself hanging on a sturdy tree branch, the branch having caught her backpack and lifted her entire body. However, the scene before her made Egu widen her eyes in shock. 63 abnormal memories, dazzling blue light filled her vision, and Egu had to take out her sunglasses and put them on. The steel wings on her back transformed into blades, cutting through the branches, entangling her body, and she finally fell freely to the ground. She looked up, her eyes widening behind her sunglasses as she gazed at the spectacle before her. What lay before her was a towering tree with a trunk approximately several meters in diameter. The lush leaves emitted a dazzling blue light, and countless semi-transparent golden bubbles floated around the tree. White light points continuously floated upward from the roots, slowly gathering at the top of the tree, ultimately condensing into those round golden bubbles that settled around the tree, forming a huge bubble halo. What on earth is this? With questions in mind, Egu walked toward the massive trunk and reached out to gently touch the surface of the bark. A smooth, cool sensation came from her fingertips, and her body felt as if it had been healed by magic, becoming incredibly refreshing. Suddenly, the scene in front of her changed. The blue light filling her vision gradually dimmed, and another image appeared. It was a bustling marketplace. On the road, directly below her, dozens of white horizontal lines were neatly arranged vertically, and across the road stood a sign with a red light, shaped like a standing little person. Soon, the red little person changed to green, and her gaze began to move. Beep, beep. At that moment, a harsh sound came from her left, and her gaze quickly turned to that side, where a series of jet boxcars appeared, continuously emitting beep-beep sounds, as if urging passing pedestrians to hurry through. Agu released her right hand that had been touching the trunk, and her gaze immediately returned to reality. "This is the same effect as when I ate the fishball," she exclaimed, placing her palm against the trunk again. Her vision changed once more. In a hazy state, she heard the voices of men conversing. "Is the prison construction going smoothly? Report to the doctor. Everything is normal. Okay, continue to monitor strictly. Zheng Tianbang, you are responsible for security. Ensure that no agent infiltrates the laboratory." Her gaze shifted to a long-haired man who was rapidly tapping on a longboard, producing a crackling sound while occasionally looking up to check the content on the screen in front of him. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the side, and her gaze quickly moved there. At the broken door frame, a man in a strange uniform appeared, a duckbill cap firmly covering his face, making it impossible to determine where his gaze was directed. "Protect the experimental subject." A loud shout rang out. When her gaze once again searched for the figure that had broken in, Agu's vision returned to reality, and the scene cut off here. What on earth is that place? In the previous scene, the numerous instruments that appeared in the laboratory were of types she had never seen before. And even the beep-beep sounding jet boxcars that had appeared in the first scene were models that had never been seen in Zone 1. Previously, I had heard about the hypothesis of a world outside the concentration camp from Dr. Medori. He speculated that if there really was another world outside the camp, the technological level there might be higher than that of this concentration camp. My brain began to race, and various novel ideas triggered from my interactions with the big shots of the scientific community in Zone 1 kept flooding in. A strong curiosity surged within me, and my heart started to race. I had a premonition, a strong feeling that I was about to glimpse something unknown. A passionate flame ignited in my chest, driven by an intense desire for knowledge, and I raised my trembling right hand, still shaking from excitement, to touch the cool, smooth trunk of the tree. However, this time it brought on a severe headache, almost causing me to faint. I knelt down and gently rubbed my head. Is it because my brain can't handle too much information in a short time? It seems similar to the effect of eating a fishball. As is well known, after consuming the first fishball, at least an hour must pass before taking another. Otherwise, the brain may experience swelling pain due to suddenly receiving too much information. And sometimes it can even be fatal. Suddenly, it seemed like there was a voice coming from a corner in the distance. I took off my sunglasses and switched back to my usual round glasses. "Huh," I exclaimed in surprise, widening my eyes at the figures in the corner. Doctor. That stout, tall figure was someone I would never mistake. It was indeed Dr. Medori. It seemed he heard my call and quickly responded. I excitedly ran over. "Did you all fall in here too? No wonder I couldn't find you before." I sighed in relief and quickly approached everyone. However, there were only the doctor, Capella, and Miss Sophia here. They were battered and bruised, and the tattered battle robes along with the half-set armor left on the doctor clearly indicated how fierce their battles had been. "Miss Agua!" Sophia cried out and rushed towards me, a wave of unknown stench hitting my face. What happened? I pinched my nose in confusion. 3 days, we thought. "Even you," she sobbed, tears and mucus streaming down her face. "What do you mean, 3 days?" I felt a bit lost. "You have been missing for 3 days. We thought you would end up like Esk." She lowered her head, unwilling to continue, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Finish your sentence. What happened to Captain Esk?" I suddenly realized something was off and shook Sophia's shoulders tightly. She only kept her head down, her body shaking from sobs. "Just yesterday, Esk was killed by those guys." A heavy voice came from behind. "What?" My hands gripping Sophia's shoulders dropped to the ground. A wave of questions flooded my mind, but I didn't know where to start. "Wait, I'm a bit confused." I leaned against the wall and sat down, one hand covering my head, desperately trying to suppress the inexplicable panic rising within me. You mean I have been missing for 3 days? During that time, Esk has already fallen in battle? I looked at everyone and spoke slowly, trying to express my understanding. The doctor didn't speak, only nodded silently. Impossible. There must be a mistake. We clearly set off together in the morning. Even if I took a nap in the jungle, it shouldn't be until the 3rd day that I wake up, right? I almost shouted in disbelief. Wait. Suddenly, I realized something, my gaze becoming distant. Before I took my nap, it seemed like I was the only one left. I recalled that at that time, I was focused on observing the geographical environment around me, and even though my remarks went unanswered, they would just be ignored as maybe they didn't hear. However, you indeed completely disappeared for 3 whole days. The moment we entered this jungle, you vanished without anyone noticing. In the following 3 days, we kept encountering those scythe girls chasing us, and Captain Esk also fell in battle last night. Those girls wrapped him in a strange black cloth bag and took him away while he was on the verge of death. Sophia said through her sobs, her handkerchief completely soaked in tears. Damn it. In the end, we couldn't even bring back the fish balls that his body turned into. Doctor. Midori pounded his fist heavily on the ground, the broken armor making a clattering sound. I hurriedly opened the briefcase and took out repair tools to fix the damaged battle armor. All the tools for repairing the mecha were in your hands. And after you disappeared, my armor couldn't get timely maintenance, greatly reducing its combat effectiveness. Dr. Midori said awkwardly, Wait, why did I disappear for 3 days? And how did you get here? What exactly is this place? A series of questions from me left Dr. Midori somewhat speechless. He only sighed and looked up at the towering tree radiating a blue glow. After arriving in this forest, many things happened that couldn't be explained by normal logic. Dr. Midori said in a low voice, his eyes seeming a bit lost. Doctor, cheer up. The exploration has just begun. Don't give up like this. I was a bit agitated, perhaps because I hadn't experienced the unfortunate events of the past few days with them, and coupled with what I saw through that strange tree, I felt a surge of excitement. We've been trapped here for almost a day, and we can't find a way out to the outside world, Capella said softly, cleaning her magic wand with a handkerchief. Compared to the other two, she seemed relatively calm, her expression unchanged from before. Agua, you noticed that big tree too, right? The doctor stood up, shook off the armor that I had completely repaired, and the iron wings on his back unfolded again. Although they had lost their previous shiny metallic luster, they looked much better than before the repairs. His previously gloomy expression had also improved significantly, and a smile returned to his lips. Yes, touching the trunk can have the same effect as eating a fishball. I nodded and described what I had just seen and heard to the doctor. Dr. Midori slowly walked towards the big tree, and I followed closely behind, carrying the briefcase. After a maximum of 2 memory reproductions, the brain needs about an hour of rest before it can observe again, he said, lightly placing his hand on the trunk. After a moment, he opened his eyes and continued. Did you notice that the things seen by touching the trunk do not exist in this concentration camp? Yes, exactly. I nodded affirmatively, my eyes fixed on the doctor's, eagerly awaiting his further speculations. However, the silence lingered for a long time, which was unusual for the doctor. Normally, he would immediately express his opinion or a deeper guess after posing the first question, but this time he remained silent, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow. Is he hesitant to make rash assertions? After all, if he speaks out a wrong guess, the subsequent discussion might deviate further from the truth. I thought to myself, even so, I still felt quite relieved. After all, the doctor, who had just been downcast, regained his spirits upon seeing me. Although he was troubled and unable to come up with further guesses, this expression also proved that he had begun to think actively about the development of the situation, rather than being passively idle. At this moment, he sat down on a nearby stone and pointed to the notebook in Agu's pocket. This was a common gesture of the doctor, meaning to let Agu focus and take notes, as what he was about to say was quite important. Have you heard of the legend of the initial people? The doctor said softly, raising his head to meet Agu's gaze. Those were the first residents who appeared in the concentration camp, right? Agu pondered and replied, Yes, over 300 years ago, the first residents appeared in this concentration camp. They were of different ages and genders, but the only commonality was that apart from their names, they had lost all memories of their lives before coming here. This is the same characteristic as the newcomers who joined the concentration camp now. However, there is another rumor about the initial people. It is said that they initially entered the concentration camp with all their memories, but quickly discovered that their memories were disappearing at a rapid pace. Therefore, someone proposed to record those memories in some form, so that after they completely lost that part of their memories, they could recall their past through the materials they had left behind. Under the leadership of several initial people, they established a vast information repository to preserve those memories that were about to disappear. However, shortly thereafter, nearly half of the group of initial people suddenly became traitors. A brutal conflict began. Wait, why did they betray? Egu asked curiously. I don't know, after all. Even the authenticity of this rumor cannot be confirmed, let alone the reasons for that betrayal war. The doctor paused and continued. The betrayal war led to the demise of all the initial people who had established the information repository, and over time, the other initial people who witnessed that event gradually left this world due to their limited lifespans. The rumors about that information repository then faded into obscurity. Doctor, Egu suddenly thought of something. Don't you feel that the development of this event is strikingly similar to the tsunami incident 20 years ago? Yes, the doctor nodded, affirming her speculation. So, upon seeing this strange tree, I couldn't help but connect that rumor with the tsunami incident 20 years ago. And don't you think that the information repository mentioned in that rumor is very likely to have some special connection with this big tree in front of us? Hearing this, Egu shivered, a mysterious power bursting forth from her heart. She opened her mouth wide and stared intently into the doctor's eyes. The two looked at each other. Even without verbal expression, the tacit understanding between the two elite scientists spoke volumes. Suddenly, applause came from the side. Who? Capella's alert voice came from behind. Medley and Egu also turned to look in the direction of the sound. There stood a long-haired man carrying a huge wooden box. No wonder you are the renowned scientist of the 1st District's Chief Guild. Your logical deduction ability exceeds my imagination. The man praised loudly, clapping his hands vigorously, with a look of admiration mixed with a hint of malice on his face. He kept his eyes tightly closed, but his movements were not affected at all. Is it some ability that relies on magical power to perceive the surrounding things and act accordingly? Wait. Egu stared at the man's face, her eyes widening in surprise. This man, I have seen him in the painting after touching that big tree. At the same time, the entire scene of that laboratory, along with the man who was banging on the strange longboard with his eyes closed, reappeared in her mind. Zheng Tianbang, right? She called out the man's name loudly, as if testing him. However, the next moment, a chilling, killing intent from behind made Egu's hair stand on end. A cold hand tightly grasped her throat from behind. She wanted to turn around, but for some reason, her body couldn't move. You're in a bit of danger, little girl. The man's dark and terrifying voice echoed behind her, accompanied by a sudden pain in her back as his glowing red fist pierced through her armor and directly into Egu's chest from behind. Blood splattered on the ground as it burst through her chest, with Egu's body hanging like a skewer on the man's bloodied arm. Let go of her! Medley's furious roar came from above. With the assistance of the thruster, Medley appeared above the man at nearly instantaneous speed, his iron fist wrapped in the mechanical arm armor, crackling with electric light as it made a sizzling sound. Bang! The lightning-fast punch sent the man flying away, and Egu, pierced by the fist, fell heavily to the ground. Capella, the healing is up to you. Medley lifted Egu and threw her toward the distant Capella. Life boost. Death resistance. Capella cast healing magic, taking out a healing potion from her backpack to apply to Egu's wound. Fire mesh. Explosive firebird. Sophia rushed in, dozens of dazzling fireballs gathering above her head. Blade edge. A strange female voice came from behind. Sophia, be careful behind you. Capella warned from a distance while healing. Turning around, a red-haired woman with a long sword appeared behind them, her sword shining with purple light, as if enhanced by some powerful buff magic. Fireball barrage. Sophia waved her staff, and the fireballs in the sky all fell down. A large-scale bombardment ensued, but the woman moved swiftly, easily dodging all the fireball attacks with her agile movements. In the blink of an eye, the ground was in ruins, with plants scorched to charcoal by the fireballs, and flames spreading along the branches toward the towering tree. "Camille, hurry and put out the fire." The man's voice echoed from a distance. He shouted in panic, leaping towards Sophia, trying to stop her from continuing to cast fireball barges. "No way," Medley shouted, and the steel wings on his back instantly unfolded. Underworld core wave. Accompanied by flickering electric light, his body gradually rose into the air, generating a powerful electromagnetic field between his palms, which instantly expanded to form a huge, dazzling sphere of light crackling with strong lightning. "Burn to ashes with the current," Medley roared as he threw the light sphere. "Dark barrier." The man quickly reacted, releasing black magic from his body to form a solid defensive barrier. However, Medley's attack was not aimed at this man, but rather directly thrown toward the dazzling tree. "Bastard!" the man roared, but he was already too slow to stop the light sphere from colliding with the tree. "Sure enough, that tree is the key, isn't it?" Medley exclaimed, as if he had discovered the enemy's weakness. "Sophia, concentrate fire on that tree," he shouted loudly, quickly flying toward the man, using his 4 mechanical arms to firmly restrain the man's limbs, blocking his movements. Instant flash. The red-haired swordwoman activated her ability, flashing directly to a spot less than 10 meters from the light sphere. Flash slash. Accompanied by a battle cry, the space around the sword blade distorted, and a massive wave of blades surged forth, striking directly at the light sphere. The slashed light orb shattered in the middle, and the sound of thunder echoed throughout the cave. The scattered fragments of the light orb vanished into the air before touching the tree trunk, and the red-haired swordwoman managed to block Midori's final strike at the last moment. "Ha ha ha!" The man with closed eyes laughed maniacally. "Haven't you noticed that all electronic devices have been affected to varying degrees since entering this area?" Upon hearing this, both Midori and Aqua were startled, their eyes turning towards the laughing man in unison. "It must have been tough being chased by those fishers all the way here," he mocked Midori. "Any electronic device, no matter how inconspicuous, will trigger spatial fluctuations upon entering Zone 5. The strange occurrences that follow are beyond even my predictions." He shrugged, his tone filled with schadenfreude. "Who exactly are you?" Midori activated the bullet launchers on the ends of her shoulder pads and aimed fiercely at the man, opening fire. However, the bullets vanished into thin air less than a meter away from him, just like during the battle with those scythe-wielding girls. "There's no time to mess around here. We have more important guests to welcome. You can just die in this cave with everything you've seen." He waved his right hand, and 3 pitch-black magic circles appeared on the ground, summoning something from within. First, a giant scythe gleaming with golden light appeared, followed by the face of a girl wearing a white bow, and finally, 3 scythe-wielding girls in pink dresses appeared before everyone. "Come on, let's continue playing with your old friends," the man shouted, moving his arm. The 3 girls responded immediately, their scythes gleaming in the light as they swung them towards Midori and the others. Meanwhile, the man and the red-haired swordwoman gradually ascended into the air, disappearing into the cave. "Doctor, my fireball attack isn't working on that big tree," Sophia exclaimed. "Forget about that for now. We need to deal with these first." Midori activated her armor, recharging her electric energy while focusing on the 3 scythe girls in front of her. It seemed that in order to leave this place, they would first need to take down the 3 enemies in front of them. "Sophia, I'll handle the 2 on the left. Can you deal with the remaining one?" Midori shouted, waving her arms as 2 large cannons extended from the sides of her mechanical armor, sweeping fire towards the scythe girls. A barrage of bullets forced the scythe girls to scatter, and Midori charged towards the 2. Fireball barrage. Sophia gathered her magical power and shot a fireball at the remaining scythe girl, drawing her attention away and quickly leading her away from Aqua and Miss Capella. Watching the fierce battlefield, Capella gritted her teeth, continuing to help Aqua recover from her injuries. Fortunately, Aqua's mechanical armor also possessed the same automatic surgical functions as Dr. Midori's. And with the combined healing from the mech and Capella, the wounds in Aqua's body had almost healed. "Miss Capella, Can you help me with something? Aqua struggled to sit up. Although her wounds had healed, the fatigue in her body and mind still lingered. Don't talk. Let's wait until you're fully healed, Capella said softly, placing her hands over Aqua's head to begin mental rehabilitation. Please go now, she said, taking out a cylindrical device from her suitcase. Capella took it, looking into Aqua's eyes, which were filled with determination and trust. She nodded. What do you need me to do? Aqua slightly raised her arm, pointing to the roots of the towering tree. Install this signal base station in a hidden spot, but I don't know how to install it. Capella exclaimed in panic. It's okay. Just place it in the right position and press this red button. It will install itself. Aqua explained. All right, you lie down here, and I'll be right back. Under Aqua's watchful gaze, Capella rushed to the base of the tree. It must succeed, Aqua prayed. Fortunately, Dr. Midori and Sophia had perfectly drawn the attention of the three scythe girls, allowing Capella to easily reach the base of the tree. She chose a dimly lit corner where several roots intertwined on the backside of the tree, placed the cylindrical device there, and pressed the only red switch on it. Click! A crisp sound came from the device as the lids on both ends automatically opened, and four mechanical arms firmly grasped the surrounding ground, securing it to the tree's roots. Then, the surface of the cylinder began to show regular cracks, emitting blue light, and the shell began to peel away layer by layer along these lines as if sliced by blades, quickly transforming into a signal base station. Is this super technology? Capella marveled at the powerful technology as she watched the astonishing signal base station expand dozens of times in just a few seconds. While some magical effects could also instantly enlarge small objects by several times, those transformations typically happened in the blink of an eye. Witnessing such a device expand and morph right before her eyes, eventually transforming into an entirely different massive object, was a visual experience she had never had before. Boom! A loud noise came from the battlefield in the distance, and Sophia, who was fighting a scythe girl, was accidentally knocked to the ground by a flying magic attack. Her deep red armor shattered, and if she were hit by another attack like that, her life would be in danger. There's no choice, Capella said softly. She drew her staff and raised it above her head, quietly chanting a summoning spell. In an instant, a purple glow radiated from her feet, and a huge circular magic circle appeared on the ground. Sea monster summon, Leviathan. As she shouted loudly, the massive magic circle began to spin rapidly, filling the field of vision with purple light, and a slight tremor shook the ground. GRRR! GRRR! A strange low growl echoed in front of her as a stout, elongated black shadow appeared in the center of the battlefield. The sea monster Leviathan had been successfully summoned. Capella exclaimed in delight. Is it the legendary powerful sea creature? Aqua's eyes widened as she gasped at the enormous shadow, radiating a terrifying aura amidst the dust. Two massive sharp pincers pointed skyward, and within its tooth-filled maw, several tongue-like appendages flailed like octopus tentacles. Once caught, there would be no escape. Its long, segmented body was estimated to be over 50 meters long. The massive form, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of the ocean's depths, could even rival the towering tree beside it. Can Miss Capella really command such a gigantic monster? Leviathan, attack that scythe girl, Capella commanded, waving her wand towards the battlefield. GRRR! Leviathan roared as it charged at the petite figure like a falling meteor. The impact on the ground caused tremors, dislodging rocks from above, and Aqua raised her steel shield to protect her head, having mostly recovered from her injuries. Her mobility was gradually returning to its previous level. Observing the battlefield, it seemed that the powerful Leviathan summoned by Capella could easily restrain one of the scythe girls, while Dr. Midori's side appeared to be in a more urgent situation. The recently repaired mechanical armor was once again battered and torn, with its exposed body slashed by sharp scythes, leaving multiple wounds that soaked Midori in blood, which continued to flow out. Fireballs were shot in quick succession. Sophia activated her skill from a distance, and with Leviathan's help, she left the original battlefield and joined Dr. Midori. Now a 2-on-2 situation had formed with Dr. Midori engaging both girls in close combat. while Sophia released magic missiles from afar for precise strikes. However, the scythe-wielding girls quickly realized their disadvantage and turned their attention to Sophia in the distance. Whoosh! The two girls vanished from sight simultaneously. They can use blink. Watch out, Midori warned loudly. But it was too late. The two girls flashed beside Sophia, swinging their golden war scythes down simultaneously. There was no time to dodge, and the sharp blades grazed her cheek, sending a chill across her face. Thud. A sound like meat hitting the ground came from beneath her feet. Don't look down! Agua screamed heart-wrenchingly, staring in terror at Sophia's face. That sharp strike had directly severed half of Sophia's face. However, the human nervous system couldn't immediately convey the pain to its owner. Wow, what? Soon, Sophia began to feel a severe burning on the left side of her face, warm blood flowing down like a spring, trickling into her chest. Don't you understand? No hitting the face. Midori yelled in anger, flying to Sophia's side almost simultaneously with Agua. The two swung their iron fists, enhanced by the energy of the mechanical armor, and sent the two girls flying away. The girls twirled twice in the air, landing lightly like feathers, as if the powerful attack had not caused them much harm. Am I hurt? Sophia trembled, her half-skinned face splattered with blood, sticky white liquid seeping out from various places. 67. The last blessing. Disarm. Agua commanded the armor on her body. The mechanical battle armor quickly began to disassemble, scattering into pieces that reformed into a cape-like style. Agua draped the cape over Sophia's head. Surgical mode. Soon, the interior of the cape adhered tightly to Sophia's face like it was covered in suction cups, wrapping her entire head. First, she felt an intense pain that nearly made her faint, followed by a sensation of needles piercing her entire face. That was the pain from countless micromechanical arms repairing Sophia's face inside. Since the wounds were too close to her eyes and brain, there was no way to administer anesthesia. So please endure the pain, Agua said with a pained heart, supporting her as they ran to a corner. Even though she had personally participated in numerous human dissection experiments, it was her first time witnessing someone lose half their face alive in front of her. Moreover, it was a girl who was originally beautiful. Even if she relied on the mechanical surgery for face restoration, she probably couldn't return to her previous fair and lovely appearance. Agua next. A voice from afar called out, and the doctor stood up as a set of spinning mechanical armor appeared in her sight, the one she had originally worn. She jumped, and as her body made contact with the flying armor, it wrapped around her as if it had a mind of its own, quickly reshaping to fit her form. Steel wings unfurled behind her as she dove towards the still battling doctor. Doctor, take this. Agua opened the storage compartment on the armor's chest, retrieving two knife handle-like items and tossing one to the doctor. This is the ion-cutting sword invented by Agua. Its principle is similar to the photon sword held by Hawk. Pressing the button fires a high-intensity beam, lightweight yet powerful. Is it okay to borrow the armor? Agua shouted while fending off the frenzied slashes from the scythe girls. No problem. It'll be much easier with you fighting alongside me. This was the doctor's trust in Agua. Although she was slender, once she donned the mechanical armor, it was as if she had transformed into a different person, her combat power rapidly increasing by several levels. Buzz. Suddenly, there was that deep sound again. Pua. Agua felt a jolt in her chest, as if it were going to explode from pain. This time the pain was dozens of times stronger than before, nearly making her lose consciousness. Did you hear what that man said earlier? Any seemingly insignificant electronic device worn on you could trigger a spatial fluctuation here. The doctor shouted at Agua. I heard it. What you call 3 days of time difference is probably due to that. Are you saying you inadvertently crossed time and space? It seems so, but this isn't the time to think about that. As they shouted at each other, the two scythe girls attacked again. How is this possible? Capella's desperate scream came from afar. What happened? On the other battlefield, there were actually two giant leviathans. They were intertwined, viciously biting each other's bodies with the hard pincers on their heads. Where did another one come from? Those little girls seemed to be able to mimic enemy skills. Midori guessed loudly. But why aren't they mimicking us? Agua wondered. It's probably due to some kind of limitation. or they can only mimic magical skills. Soon, the Leviathan summoned by Capella fell into disadvantage under the combined assault of the others, and after a period of time, the exhausted creature was suddenly cleaved in half by the Scythe Girl. Accompanied by Capella's scream, the massive sea monster turned to dust and disappeared into the air, leaving only the Scythe Girl with a wax-like stiff face and the evil Leviathan making a gurgling sound above. Agua. The doctor's voice came from beside her. He gripped the necks of the two girls tightly. No matter how they slashed at him, he refused to let go of those big hands. Doctor, why are you? Agua was astonished by the doctor's sudden actions. Run. The exit seems to be at the top of that tree. We just left from there, he shouted, enduring the wild slashes from the two Scythe girls. But why all of a sudden? It's impossible to escape. Everyone now. You're wearing my armor. Use maximum power to get Sophia out of here. The doctor roared, his body continuously suffering from the sound of flesh being cut by blades. Are you kidding me? Agua's eyes filled with tears, her heart sinking painfully. She unleashed her full power, charging madly at the scythe-wielding girl. However, Midori kicked her towards Sophia's direction. Go now. Take the information we gathered back and tell the world. It will surely spark a huge change. I don't want to. Finally, unable to hold back her tears, she wailed as she charged towards the doctor again, wanting to smash those two detestable Scythe girls to bits. Fool, what did you say when you first came in my lab? You wanted to become a world-renowned scientist, didn't you? Now the opportunity is here. Hurry and take Sophia and everything you see here out of Zone 5. Midori shouted, her voice becoming hoarse. I don't want to be an ungrateful scientist. Aqua screamed in agony, her mechanical armor fully powered up. Dozens of turrets, all aimed at the heads of the two Scythe girls. Mecha, activate Level 1 alert status. Midori commanded her armor. Capture Aqua and Sophia. Escort them to the Mecha laboratory in Zone 1. The moment the order was issued, the mecha surrounding Aqua responded. The armor she wore began to act against her will, and all the turrets that had been set up folded back and shot toward Sophia. Damn it! Aqua struggled with all her might to break free from the armor's restraints, but with her slender body, she couldn't escape the mechanical suit that had completely bound her. It was like a large iron cage locking Aqua inside, automatically extending two mechanical arms to carry Sophia, who was lying in the corner, on its shoulder. The boosters at the feet of the mecha shot out red flames, and the body gradually ascended towards the treetops. As the height increased, the things on the ground gradually shrank, and she could see Miss Capella waving at her, giving a thumbs-up gesture, which felt like a final blessing before parting. Aqua! A distant voice of the doctor shouted from the ground. Happy birthday. Chapter 68. Escape battle with the mecha's boosters. Aqua rushed out of the cave, carrying Sophia. She looked down at the towering tree that emitted a blue glow, and a few tears fell in the air. Suddenly, a slash passed by her ear, and a handful of hair was severed and floated down. To her surprise, the Scythe girls who had been chasing her were waiting at the cave's entrance. All boosters activated simultaneously. The red flames from the nozzles gradually turned light blue, and the flying speed was much faster than before. This was the mecha's automatic escape mode, activated in a critical moment. But compared to the normal flight mode, this mode consumed more energy and equipment durability. However, even with the mecha fully powered and flying forward, she still couldn't shake off those Scythe girls. They stood on the long poles of their scythes like riding flying fish, closely following Aqua. Hearing the chattering noise coming from behind, she looked back to see the girl with only half a head casting dark magic, summoning a pair of dark wings formed by condensed black magical energy. Apocalypse Apostle, Aqua exclaimed in shock. She had read about this dark magic in the Encyclopedia of Dark Magic. It resonated with the dark elements in the environment, gathering and condensing them into pitch-black crows, a large area damage type of magic. The single target lethality of this magic could reach T2 level. In other words, each crow dealt damage equivalent to a small half of a blazing firebird. Such terrifying lethality was rushing towards her from behind. Attempting to dodge while fleeing was simply impossible. Flame Grid. Suddenly, Sophia, who was lying on Aqua's back, activated her skill. A massive protective net made of flames appeared in the sky behind them, crashing into the crows that were coming their way like a tidal wave. Upon contact, they emitted a sizzling sound and quickly turned into black smoke, disappearing into the air due to the flame's scorching heat. Miss Sophia, how is your injury recovering? Aqua asked in surprise, feeling a bit relieved. After all, if they could help each other escape, their chances of success would be much higher. Thank you, Miss Aqua, Sophia replied gratefully, but her tone was slightly despondent. After all, they had escaped at the cost of abandoning their comrades, and that heavy feeling in her heart couldn't be shaken off no matter what. Hold on tight, Aqua warned, lowering her body and reducing her flight altitude to less than 10 meters above the ground. Use fireballs to bombard the ground in front of them to create dust. It can confuse their vision, Aqua suggested, swaying her body to continuously dodge the pitch-black crows shooting in from the gaps of the flame protective net. Blazing Firebird. Sophia cast her magic, summoning a giant fireball that struck the ground. Boom! The fireball exploded right in front of the pursuing girls, sending debris flying everywhere. The explosion created a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, and the dust it raised soared over 100 meters high. However, amidst the fog formed by the dust, flashes of blades flickered, creating a knife wave with a strong gust of wind that instantly dispersed the mist. Damn, are these guys all-purpose fighters? There's no weakness to be found at all, Aqua shouted in frustration. These scythe girls, whose origins were unknown, not only used magic, but also engaged in fierce close combat with their scythes. Even when their bodies were under severe attack, their actions weren't hindered much, and they could mimic powerful magic released by their enemies, even summoning special abilities. The most terrifying part was their ability to release a buzzing sound that Aqua couldn't explain with her knowledge. It was this strange wave that disrupted electronic devices, leading them into such a predicament. Beep, energy levels low, entering low energy mode. A prompt sound came from the chest plate of the mechanical armor. Damn, of all times. Aqua clicked her tongue as her flight altitude gradually decreased, and her speed quickly slowed down. Mecha, activate land transport mode. Aqua shouted her command. Beep, command system locked. Currently in level 1 alert status. Will automatically disengage alert status after completing the instruction to escort Aqua and Sophia to the mecha laboratory in Zone 1. The mecha automatically replied. Damn it, did the doctor not anticipate that the energy would run low? Before fleeing, Doctor, my Dolly had given his mecha the command to escort Aqua and Sophia back to the base, and until the task was completed, the mecha would not follow any other commands unless the energy was exhausted. Beep, energy is about to run out. Land transport mode activated. The mecha warned. As the altitude decreased, the mecha landed and began to run on the ground, moving several times slower than before. They're coming after us, Sophia shouted loudly, continuously firing fireballs behind her. Not only did they possess overwhelming attack capabilities, but their ability to evade attacks was also exceptionally strong. Sophia watched in despair as they gracefully dodged the incoming fireballs like butterflies. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to heat up. Sophia widened her eyes, her body twitching at the sight before her. The 4 girls following closely behind all raised their hands, and above their heads appeared 4 massive and dazzling, blazing firebirds. They could easily mimic such a powerful, explosive magic. She screamed, desperately waving her wand, summoning 4 equally large fireballs. However, this was all the magic power she had left. If the opponent used the same attack magic again, or even stronger skills, all she could do next was watch those spells strike her body. In the blink of an eye, 4 fireballs flew towards the 2 of them. Sophia gritted her teeth and waved her wand, sending out the 4 fireballs she had summoned. 8 sun-like, dazzling and scorching fireballs collided in the air, bursting forth with flames like a collision of asteroids, with fiery fragments splattering down to the ground around them, leaving deep craters billowing with black smoke reminiscent of bombs. However, the scene of despair soon unfolded as expected. After the 8 fireballs collided, they quickly vanished into the air. However, the scorching airflow did not dissipate with their disappearance. Instead, a wave of even hotter, boiling torrents surged forth. What is that? Sophia's gaze became vacant. her expression gradually stiffening, the catastrophe of annihilation. Trembling, she whispered that name. It was the most devastating magic among all explosive spells. It was said to be a terrifying existence that could only be touched by explosive mages whose combat strength surpassed T1 level. Yet this ultimate magic, which an ordinary person could never witness even once in their lifetime, had now truly appeared before her. Agua felt a sharp pain in her back and looked back in surprise. Sophia launched a fireball attack behind her, severing the two mechanical arms that had grabbed her, allowing herself to fall from Agua's body. "You idiot, what are you doing?" Agua shouted loudly, wanting to turn around to pull Sophia back. But the mech continued to run forward uncontrollably. "Damn it, stop, you bastard!" Agua shook her body forcefully, but the mech completely disobeyed, repeatedly announcing, automatically releasing security status after completing the command. The purpose of the underworld mech was to provide its wearer with greater combat power, but now it had become the greatest obstacle, forcing her to watch her teammate walk to their death. "Miss Agua, I'll buy you some time." Sophia smiled, waving her staff to cast magic. Light of life, flame grid, burning life fire. Red and green light enveloped her vision, and dozens of massive vines erupted from the ground, intertwining with flames to form a gigantic fiery protective net, blocking the dark explosive orbs summoned by the catastrophe of annihilation. Warriors who had long since grown indifferent to life and death were like this. For the final victory, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to buy even a second of survival space for their teammates. What if a miracle happened? "Miss Agua, please bring everyone back safely." She smiled as she turned around, memories of her upbringing in the humpback whale orphanage flooding her mind. Life is indeed fleeting. Who can predict when they might suddenly leave this world one day? But at the very least, my disappearance should help everyone, right? She could feel her bones cracking, a sign that her body was shrinking into a fishball. She had heard countless times the sounds of people dying in front of her, and now, was it finally her turn? Crimson and black mist intertwined, roaring and engulfing the world, and in that moment, everything fell silent, as if souls were being annihilated by the pitch-black energy, and everything before her faded away like a washed-out oil painting. Sophia's life vanished into the endless darkness. Damn it! Agua gritted her teeth, her gums bleeding from a force. However, even with one less person's weight, the energy provided by the mech was not enough to support it in moving quickly. Beep. Energy depleted. The alert sounded just as the indicator light on the mech's chest dimmed. The depletion of energy signified that the mech would no longer restrain her body's movements. But it also meant that her subsequent actions could only rely on her own physical strength. Whoosh! Another wave of blades swept past her ears, and the scythe maidens appeared in her line of sight, not far behind. "Run!" She ran without looking back, her mind repeating one phrase: escape this area. If she died here, everything would be in vain. However, countless slashes came from behind, ding-clang, striking against the armor on her back. The sound of the mech shattering came from behind. It wouldn't be long before it was completely destroyed. Kill. Eliminate. The voices of the fragmented thoughts echoed from behind, like the announcement of death's arrival. How could she die here? She roared, throwing her particle-cutting sword backward. However, her vision was filled with crimson, and dozens of sun-like, explosive firebirds flew towards her. Kill. Eliminate. Boom. The fireball fell and struck Agua hard. The damaged mech finally couldn't withstand the violent explosion and shattered. Agua was also thrown into the air by the massive shockwave, landing heavily on the ground. Pua! Her face collided with the ground. A shock of pain jolted through her nostrils, blood gushed out, and stars filled her vision. Even so, she struggled to get up, moving forward step by step. Even if it was just one more step, even if it meant getting a little further away from this terrible hell. Even if, in the next moment, a scorching fireball came at her again. Without the protection of the steel mech, her body was instantly ignited, her flesh burned to charcoal, sending intense pain coursing through her. It was the first time she smelled the scent of human flesh burning. Her ability to act was nearly completely lost, and after putting forth every effort to take one last step, she finally fell to the ground. Damn it, am I really going to die like this? She gritted her teeth. That was the last spot on her body untouched by flames. Slowly, She raised her arm, feeling the blood within her evaporating. But that arm stubbornly reached for her head. She took off her charred helmet and threw it forcefully ahead of her. The helmet was the information repository for the mech's journey data, recording all experiences throughout the trip. Agua flung this last hope into the distance. Even if it left behind a thread of clues, whoever found this helmet would inevitably discover the information stored within, revealing those unknown secrets to the world someday. Thud thud. The helmet rolled away, engulfed in flames, leaving a charred mark, falling on the road a dozen meters away from her. Crack! A crisp sound came from her waist as a giant golden scythe split her charred body in two. In her gradually darkening vision, there were 4 identical girls with wax-like faces holding scythes. One of them took out a black cloth bag and placed it over Agua's head. The world before her finally turned pitch black, the flame of life burning down to its last moment. So hot, her body had already been burned to a crisp, yet the heat was still unbearable. Is this what death feels like? It's not quite what I learned in books. Doctor, Miss Sophia, accompanied by the sound of the bag tightening with a zipper, sleepiness washed over her, gradually sinking into slumber. Agua sacrificed herself, turning into a fishball. In the endless desert, for petite figures holding scythes returned towards the green jungle. Only a charred helmet remained. Pat pat. At that moment, distant sounds of hooves echoed. A carriage was approaching. Crash! The massive wheels crushed the helmet. The carriage jolted violently and soon came to a stop at the side of the road in the distance. Everyone, the carriage seems to have run over something hard. The wheels have sustained some damage. The driver's voice came from the carriage. 70 Cave at this moment. A trio from the escapers was wandering through the dense jungle. Sun Linsheng forcefully slashed through the branches of plants, blocking the way ahead with his long knife, stretching his neck to gaze into the distance. I said, what if the person we're looking for isn't even in this forest? The possibility is higher here. After all, apart from this forest, the other places seem to be deserts. If we want to live long-term in the 5th district, this is the only place that can provide the various resources needed for survival. Zhao Minglei took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled smoke, and frowned as he spoke. After all, Locke Ray didn't tell us the exact location of the other party, so searching is indeed a bit troublesome. Li Huahua said. She had transformed into a black shadow, wrapping around Sun Linsheng's shoulder to gain a higher vantage point to look into the distance. When they set out from the makeshift camp, the 3 had already assigned their respective tasks. Zhao Minglei, as a psychic warrior, was responsible for sensing potential invisible enemies through his unusual killing intent. Sun Linsheng was in charge of clearing the branches in front with his long knife. And Li Huahua acted as a watchtower by becoming a black shadow on Sun Linsheng's shoulder. The 3 formed a triangular iron formation with both offensive and defensive capabilities, able to respond flexibly even in unexpected situations. The description Mr. Luo gave us about the sword-wielding woman with red hair and the long-haired man who can move freely with his eyes closed is quite vague. Sun Linsheng couldn't help but complain as he swung the long knife down. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in from the front. Stop! Stop! Sun Linsheng and Zhao Minglei warned simultaneously. Huh? What happened? Li Huahua, confused by the unexpected situation, looked at the 2 in surprise. There's a cave ahead. A cave? Yes, just now, there was a gust of cold wind that clearly came from underground ahead. And look, there's an unusual blue light on the ground in front. Sun Linsheng pushed aside the plants in front of him with both hands and pointed his long knife forward. That's right, I also sense unusual energy fluctuations ahead. Zhao Minglei extinguished his cigarette and waved his hand to disperse the mist surrounding him. Is it the killing intent released by enemies? It's somewhat mixed, containing a lot of magical power, along with something resembling electronic waves. He murmured, his gaze fixed on the blue glowing ground not far ahead. From the surface, there doesn't seem to be a cave there? Li Huahua, acting as the watchtower, observed. It's an illusion created by some psychic ability, commonly referred to as distraction. Zhao Minglei explained seriously. Should we go take a look? Wait, don't act rashly. Zhao Minglei held Sun Linsheng back and cautiously stepped forward first. Little girl, stay alert to the surroundings of that area. Sun Linsheng and I will keep an eye on the entrance. Okay, that cave is under a psychic illusion. which means there is something inside that doesn't want outsiders to see it. Zhao Minglei carefully led Sun Linsheng closer to that area. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Finally, they arrived at the nearest grass patch to that area. A cool, chilly wind rushed towards them. Even though they could not visually see the cave ahead, Sun Linsheng, as a warrior, had a keen sense that indicated its real existence. Kill. Eliminate. Suddenly, a girl's cheerful murmuring came from ahead. Hide. Zhao Minglei immediately pressed down on Sun Linsheng's head, and Li Huahua transformed into a black shadow, covering Sun Linsheng's back like a puddle of black water. Kill, eliminate, kill, eliminate. They were astonished to see several little girls wearing white bows popping up from the glowing underground. Following them were their bodies in pink long dresses, and soon, they all emerged from the ground. It's definitely an illusion, Zhao Minglei asserted. 6 girls had emerged from the ground, the same death goddess young girls they had encountered before. But instead of holding the huge golden battle scythe, they carried 2 black bags, one large and one small. They were grouped in threes, each lifting 2 bags while still chanting kill, eliminate, skipping and dancing like mischievous and adorable girls, their fluffy black curls gently bouncing in the air. If someone had not experienced the previous battle with them, they might really mistake this scene for 6 identical sisters from a noble family. Hiss! Zhao Minglei gasped, his half-closed eyes widening slightly. People? Yes. One radiates dark magical power, probably a mage, and the other is wrapped in some electronic waves. Could it be a warrior from the first district? He speculated uncertainly. Kill, eliminate. The girls jumped and skipped while carrying the black bags, moving further away. The 3 cautiously stepped out from the grass. This place wouldn't be their nest, would it? Li Huahua said in panic, her eyes trembling as she stared at the blue ground. Should we go in and take a look? Sun Linsheng asked, sheathing his curved knife and drawing his firearm from behind to hold it in front of his chest. Let's go. Zhao Minglei gritted his teeth and waved his hands to release psychic illusions. Visual shield, killing intent, elimination, tidal wave, splash. In an instant, they felt the surrounding scenery change. The originally colorful forest instantly turning into a world of only gray and white. Even more astonishingly, Sun Linsheng suddenly gained the ability to see the birds resting on the branches in the distance with the naked eye, though they appeared as white energy clusters before him. I used the tidal wave illusion to cover a large area around us. You can also share the beneficial magic in this area with me, like being able to see living beings hidden in the jungle with the naked eye and gaining faster movement abilities. Zhao Minglei briefly explained, then waved his right hand. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared in front of him. Upon seeing their faces, Sun Linsheng almost shouted, "Why are we there? Illusion? Clones?" He looked at Zhao Minglei in surprise. Those are illusions I created. Enemies entering the tidal wave domain can only see those illusions, but not our true forms. No wonder during the assault operation, I couldn't hit your true form while fighting you at the main gate of the headquarters. Conversely, all our movements were completely exposed to your sight. Sun Linsheng said with some lingering fear, recalling the previous situation where he and Nana attacked Zhao Minglei together. Ahem. Liwawa kuwa legally. I also accidentally entered his illusion domain while returning to the supply depot to rescue my brother, and I saved the illusion of my brother. As she spoke, her face turned red, even though she was still maintaining her shadow form. When discovering that the brother she had been crying and hugging suddenly turned into a fierce-looking bearded uncle, who could accept such a reality? Sun Linsheng shrugged, starting to feel sympathy for the girl before him. We're about a meter away from the edge of the cave. I'll use my magical power to sense the situation inside. Zhao Minglei said, taking a half step forward and crouching down to extend a hand toward the ground. As expected, his hand reached toward the ground as if it were penetrating through the surface of a small river. Radiation illusion. He activated the illusion toward the cave with his right hand and then leaned his head in to peek at the environment inside. The walls of the cave were covered with a lot of weeds and rod-like plants, making it impossible to see the bottom of the cave directly, and I had no idea how deep it was. However, the strange magical power emanating from it piqued my interest. He said with great curiosity, poking his head in again, "Do you have any flying abilities?" For example, enhancement spells like levitation or gravity negation. Sorry, I can't. Sun Linsheng shook his head. I can transform into a winged form as a parasite, but I can only act as a cushion and can't fly freely in the air, said Li Huahua, transforming into a black shadow that clung to his back. That's fine, Zhao Minglei replied. But how we get back to the cave entrance? I have a way, he said, stretching 1 foot into the cave. Sun Linsheng followed closely, while Li Huahua turned into a pair of black wings that appear behind him. Get ready. We're about to fall, Zhao Minglei warned. Just as he finished speaking, the sensation of weightlessness hit them, and the 3 of them fell into the cave together. Splash! A huge circular cloth shot out from Zhao Minglei's backpack, with dozens of thick ropes connecting the edges of the cloth, tightly connected to his backpack. Is this a parachute? Sun Linsheng exclaimed in surprise. I saw this kind of item at an auction once. Although it wasn't very popular, someone still bought it for a high price. That someone was me, Zhao Minglei said, gripping his backpack tightly. Since it was his first time using it, he wasn't very skilled. The moment the parachute opened, his body rebounded upward, almost making him throw up his breakfast. Ha, Mr. Zhao also has his off days. Sun Linsheng laughed at Zhao Minglei's grimace. Off days? There have been too many of those. He smiled lightly, recalling Fred, who was engulfed in flames. And I still haven't settled the score with that brat. I must find a chance to get back at him. He muttered to himself, frowning slightly. Who? And nothing, he said awkwardly. The light ahead grew brighter, and the sky blue glow gradually filled their vision. The 3 were astonished to discover that the dazzling blue light was coming from a towering coral-shaped tree. Countless circular bubbles surrounded the coral tree, forming a beautiful and gentle giant bubble halo. Numerous light spots emerged from the roots of the tree, rising to the top, then gradually converging, forming circular bubbles that slowly settled down, ultimately joining the ranks of the bubble halo. What is that? Li Huahua poked her head out, her eyes full of curiosity. It was her first time seeing such a beautiful sight. Just looking at it seemed to make the clutter in her heart dissipate like the wind. We're about to land, Zhao Minglei reminded them, swinging his body to adjust the landing angle. Li Huahua flapped her wings vigorously, helping Sun Linsheng descend to the ground at a gentle speed. As soon as they landed, Li Huahua immediately transformed back and ran and jumped toward the giant coral tree. Hey, don't move around carelessly. Zhao Minglei tried to reach out to stop her, but was held back by Sun Linsheng. Let her go. After all, this child has had a rough time lately. It's not easy for her to see something beautiful that can lighten her mood, and besides, it seems there are no. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes fixed on a figure sitting in the corner. There's nothing here, he exclaimed, wanting to rush to pull Li Huahua back. However, Zhao Minglei pulled him back. I've cast an illusion over the entire cave. Enemies in this area can't see us, and as long as we don't speak too loudly, we won't attract their attention. Covering Sun Linsheng's mouth, he waited until he nodded in understanding before releasing his hand. Will there be any problems? Don't worry. Even the killing intent and magical power on us have been shielded by me. Unless a powerful psionic warrior far exceeds my strength, they won't easily discover us. Even though his words were full of confidence, Sun Linsheng still acted cautiously, half believing. As they approached to observe, they found a young man with a handsome face. Dressed in a loose robe, his black long hair was tied up high, and he sat cross-legged with his hands resting on his knees, seemingly meditating with his eyes closed. He doesn't seem to be the person we're looking for, does he? Sun Linsheng observed the young man's face closely. By the way, this guy is indeed handsome. He doesn't look like a physical warrior, but more like a mage. I don't think it's wise to view things in Zone 5 through our previous common sense. Zhao Minglei shrugged. Hey, are you done making noise? Suddenly, the young man's voice rang out from the side. Who? The 2 of them looked around in panic. Right in front of you. Wow! Sun Linsheng screamed, jumping back several meters, his hands already gripping his firearm aimed at the young man. Ugh! At the same time, Li Huahua's scream came from the side, followed by a strong tremor. Turning back, they were shocked to find that behind the coral tree was a colossal creature of similar size. It was a long, strip-like monster with 8 thick legs. It had 2 huge, hard pincers on its head and was whipping numerous whip-like tongues from its mouth. roaring with its toothy abyssal maw as it crawled toward Li Huahua. "Grrr! Leviathan!" Zhao Minglei exclaimed. "Why is it appearing in a place like this? What do we do? Should we retreat?" Sun Linsheng looked at Zhao Minglei, but his figure had already disappeared from the spot. "Come this way," Zhao Minglei's voice called from a distance. However, because his voice was too loud, even the Leviathan heard him, and it followed Li Huahua and Sun Linsheng toward him. "Get ready, we're taking off," he warned, his hands forming claw shapes. "Harbinger of doom!" In an instant, a layer of writhing carpet made of dark mist appeared beneath their feet, bouncing up and down like a spring bed. 3, 2, 1. After counting down, Zhao Minglei released his magical power, and the springboard beneath their feet sprang upward violently, launching the three tightly embraced individuals toward the top of the coral tree. Feeling the fierce wind blowing against their cheeks, the three were instantly shot out of the cave. Meanwhile, the massive Leviathan collided with the branches of the coral tree due to its weight and fell back into the cave. "Are you hurt?" "No, just a few scratches," Sun Linsheng said, brushing off the plant fragments stuck to him. "Let's head back to the camp." In the evening, the three sat around a makeshift tent. Why would there be a creature like Leviathan in that cave? Zhao Minglei frowned, smoking a cigarette and continuously exhaling smoke. "Is it that man's summoned creature?" "Doesn't seem like it. It is said that summoning such a creature requires not only powerful magical support, but also some special items." "Special items? Do you mean altars or staves as mediums?" "Yes, but there are also people who can summon directly through special means, paying only a bit more magical power than usual." "Is that guy strong?" Li Huahua took a bite of the compressed biscuit and gulped down some water from the bottle. Zhao Minglei nodded. "Yes, if it were just me, I could barely kill one under full firepower, but the one in the cave is clearly enhanced by some kind of buff spell. However, if the three of us confront it together, we should be able to handle it. But what?" Li Huahua tilted her head in confusion. "There's a man waiting there. You were so excitedly running towards that coral tree that you didn't even notice him sitting aside." "Huh?" Li Huahua was surprised because her attention was completely drawn to the magnificent bright blue sight, completely ignoring everything else in the cave. "By the way, how did that man see through your illusion?" Sun Linsheng asked while wiping his firearm. "It's probably because your voice was too loud, making his hearing detect your presence. Once an enemy trapped in an illusion senses the real body, the illusion will immediately lose its effect," Zhao Minglei explained slowly. "Oh, is it possible that he's a psychic warrior stronger than you?" "Well, that's probably unlikely," Zhao Minglei replied uncertainly, his gaze shifting to the side. "Not long ago, I said there are only a handful of illusionists stronger than me in this concentration camp, and then I got slapped in the face." Sun Linsheng chuckled mischievously. "You little brat, do you want a beating? I can easily deal with your strength." He exhaled smoke towards Sun Linsheng's face. "Cough, cough, cough." Sun Linsheng choked on the smoke and waved his hands in the air. "Sigh." He extinguished the cigarette, raised his head, and sighed as he looked at the sky outside the tent. "What's wrong? Are you about to reflect on life, uncle?" "Back in the day, I was also brought along by Lord Luo to smoke," he said lightly, squinting his eyes. "I was originally a professional white shark. After accepting the assassination mission for Rokir, I infiltrated his residence to launch a sneak attack, but that lord easily defeated me, who was at my peak state, while under an illusion. I didn't even get to touch him once." "And then? Were you locked in his interrogation room?" "At that time, he hadn't established the Breakers Guild yet, and he didn't intend to kill me. After knocking me to the ground, he calmly smoked a cigarette and even asked me, 'Want one?' As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, seemingly immersed in that memory, although the two young listeners couldn't feel his current emotions. Perhaps this is the true meaning of only those who have experienced it will have feelings about it. May I ask, what is Rokir's ability? Is he also a psychic warrior like you?" Li Huahua asked, already rolled up in her bedding, curling her small body inside, as if ready to listen to the story and fall asleep like a little child. "She's a child after all. I don't know." Zhao Minglei shook his head. "I've hardly seen him fight an enemy in earnest. The few battles I did witness were resolved in just one round, and they were all simple combat methods relying on dodge combined with body techniques. In most cases, Lord Luo would have us, his subordinates, do the work of collecting heads for him. If calculated carefully, in the more than 20 years I've known him, The number of people who died at his hands wouldn't exceed 5. No more than 5. Such an answer made both young people show expressions of surprise at the same time. No wonder some call him the murderer who uses others' weapons. It turns out to mean exactly that. Yes, and there's one thing that intrigues me. Although Caesar and I are both Lord Luo's deputies and often carry out the work of collecting heads for him, the work in the interrogation room has never been assigned to either me or Caesar. He usually hands it over to a man named Cleis. He only appears during the time Lord Luo is conducting interrogations and leaves quickly after they're done. Since he always wears a highly concealed black cloak, no one could see his face. Zhao Minglei frowned in thought. Wait, Li Huahua seemed to recall something. I think I might have had some influence on that man. What? Zhao Minglei's body jolted, but he quickly regained his calm. It must have been in the interrogation room, right? After all, you were the first person to come out alive after an interrogation. Yes. She nodded. When he was questioning me about stealing the fish balls, that man walked into the interrogation room wearing a black cloak. And then, Zhao Minglei's eyes widened slightly, focusing intently on the girl in front of him. After he took off the hat covering his head, he turned into a woman with golden hair. What? Both men showed expressions of confusion, as if they didn't understand. She turned into a blonde woman, probably in her 30s, with well-defined features, and was very beautiful. Li Huahua said, nodding to affirm her statement. This is impossible. Zhao Minglei murmured, I've brushed past that guy multiple times. Although he can hide his face with a hood, I never felt that he had used any illusion to change his appearance. Perhaps she is also a psychic warrior stronger than you. Sun Linxing laughed heartily. TSK. Zhao Minglei clicked his tongue, and his expression showed a hint of unwillingness. If what Sun Linxing said is true, it would mean there are psychic warriors in the Breakers Guild stronger than himself. His future status in the Breakers might be severely affected. The unexpected guessed that woman's name seems to be Lilith. Is that her full name? Zhao Minglei asked. Li Huahua, Nudda. But she just whispered something in Rokir's ear before leaving the interrogation room. Zhao Minglei lowered his head, lost in thought. Since she could hide her true appearance in front of everyone before, even going so far as to use some kind of illusion to change her gender and appearance, it must mean she didn't want outsiders to know her true identity. But why did she let Li Huahua, who knows the truth, walk out of that interrogation room alive? Isn't she afraid of her true identity being leaked? He lowered his head and lit another cigarette, putting it in his mouth. Could it be? His eyes began to show anxiety, and the cigarette he was biting broke in half. The broken cigarette fell to the ground with a thud sound. The two people in front were startled by his sudden change in expression, holding their breath as they waited for his next words. Did she already anticipate that we wouldn't be able to return? His right hand holding the cigarette box hovered in the air, his eyes wide open as he stared at the ground. What are you talking about? Li Huahua became nervous, sitting up again from her bed. He already knew we couldn't leave the 5th district, so even if you knew Cleis's true identity, you wouldn't be able to spread that information. He gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the cigarette box in his hand, crushing the palm-sized box into a thin strip. Before we set off, Lord Luo ordered me to disguise myself as Ariel and accompany you to the 5th district. The surface purpose was to provide you two with psychological encouragement using Ariel's face, since you both have unique feelings for Ariel, right? He looked at the two and continued. In fact, he wanted me to meet the two people we were looking for in Ariel's identity. But what is the purpose of doing this? I don't know. He just said to me before leaving, be ready for battle. His teeth were chattering, and I could clearly feel Zhao Minglei's heavy breathing. Has he been abandoned by the president? He murmured, his brows tightly knitted, his face showing a terrifying expression that words couldn't describe. How could that be? The other two said in unison. You were his personal assistant, having been by his side for so many years, and he just abandons you like that. Sun Linxing couldn't believe such speculation. He didn't want to see the positive image of Rockray that he had just built in his mind collapse in an instant. No, there has never been a rule that comrades who have walked a long way together cannot suddenly be abandoned on some future day. Moreover, no one can truly understand what that man is thinking in his heart. Even Caesar, who has followed him for many years, and I cannot understand. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a large dent in the carpet underneath. This is just speculation, right? We shouldn't approach such things with a preconceived mindset. And besides, our mission has just begun. Thinking too much about irrelevant matters now will only affect our plans later. Sun Linxing said calmly. In the face of sudden situations, Sun Linxing often displayed a childlike panic. But in this quiet discussion, he often played the role of the most rational thinker. Are we really not going back? Li Huahua curled up in the blanket, looking dejected, as if thinking about something. So stop thinking about those things. What we need to do is quickly find those two people and return to District 3. Sun Linxing set his firearm beside him, stood up, and walked out of the tent. What are you going to do? Go into the bathroom. In the cold wind of the forest at night, it was now Sun Linxing's turn to keep watch as agreed. The cool breeze brushed against his cheeks, and his golden long hair turned a bit dark red in the dim light of the campfire. He kept adding firewood to the campfire, contemplating the topics everyone had discussed before going to sleep. Clearly, I have already encountered the Reaper girl that appeared in the tsunami incident 20 years ago, but I have no clues about the betrayal war in the latter part of that incident. Perhaps I will know something when I meet the two people we are looking for, he thought. Feeling drowsy, he shook his head vigorously, tried to dispel the sleepiness, stood up, and stretched. Is someone there? A shadow appeared in the nearby jungle. With the faint blue light from the sky, he could roughly make out the figure as a long-haired woman, wearing a long sword at her waist, somewhat resembling the red-haired swordwoman described. Wake the two people inside. As he turned his head, a man's face appeared behind him. Damn, I didn't sense his presence at all. Sun Linxing was startled. The man had his eyes closed, dressed in black tight clothing, with his hands behind his back. Although he hadn't felt any killing intent from him earlier, he could always sense a strange chill creeping up his spine as he looked at him. Clearly, these are the two people they were supposed to find. Shoo! Before Sun Linxing could speak, the man raised two fingers to cover his mouth. What are you here for? The man asked first, his deep-set eyes locking on his Sun Linxing's gaze. Sun Linxing felt a chill down his back. He wanted to loudly wake the two people in the tent, but his firearm was still inside. And if he acted rashly and provoked the hostility of the two in front of him, the consequences would be unimaginable. We are here to deliver a message to you from Rockray. We? The man glanced at the woman behind him, and after a brief exchange of looks, he continued. Which Rockray? What? How old is he? One-armed? Or one-eyed? The man's questions left Sun Linxing somewhat bewildered. After pondering for a moment, he replied, the president of the Breakers. He should be around 50 years old. As for whether he is disabled, I have only been close to him once, and he seemed to be a physically healthy man. After hearing the answer, the man rubbed his chin as if he was contemplating something. I heard that you are acquaintances of Mr. Rock. Is it because you haven't seen him for many years that you can no longer remember his appearance? Sun Linxing asked. The man raised his head, a somewhat surprised smile appearing on his face. Acquaintances? In a sense, that is indeed the case. At this time, the sword-wielding woman behind him also chuckled softly. Sun Linxing could sense that it was not a genuine smile of seeing a friend, but rather one mixed with sarcasm or some negative emotion. Kidnapping? The item is in the tent. I'll go get it for you. Sun Linxing walked into the tent and took out the tightly wrapped folder from his backpack. Before exiting the tent, he deliberately kicked Zhao Minglei beside him to wake him up from his dream. This is what Rockray entrusted to you. He handed the folder to the man. Don't move. Before his voice fell, the woman raised her long sword and pointed it at the entrance of the tent. Turning back, he found that the person coming out of the tent was Ariel. This guy got up so quickly. At least listen to the sounds outside before taking action. But since he came out looking like Miss Ariel, he must be mentally prepared, right? Sun Linxing thought helplessly. The man took the folder into his hands and stroked its surface with the other hand. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. The man's reaction startled everyone. What's inside? The woman looked visibly flustered. The man stopped laughing, his gaze fixed on the unopened folder, a glimmer of red light passing through his eyes. He found the source. An eerie smile appeared on his face as he looked up at the dark sky. What? The woman looked surprised. How did he enter District 5? It seems he didn't come to District 5 to find it, but rather the source itself was thrown out of District 5. Sun Linxing didn't understand the content of the conversation between the two, but it was not difficult to tell from their suddenly changed expressions that it was something important to them. Since the item has been delivered, then we shall take our leave. Sun Linsheng said tentatively, turning around to leave. Suddenly, the chill returned, piercing his heart like ice, and he shuddered, stopping his steps. Since you've come, why not stay a little longer? The man's voice echoed in his ears. More accurately, it was coming from inside his head. Suddenly, his vision became blurry, and a strong sense of drowsiness surged in his mind. Thud. They both collapsed to the ground. When he woke up, only Li Huahua remained in the tent. Huh? Where is everyone? She sat up and looked around, but there was no sign of the two. Are you there? She put on her combat armor and walked out of the tent with a dagger in hand. In the empty forest, she couldn't see a single living being. Li Huahua climbed up to the treetops to look out, but still had no clues. Could it be that they left me behind and ran away? She thought, but quickly dismissed that speculation. After all, during the journey of these few days, any member of the team would play a significant role. Without any one of them, it would be uncertain whether they could safely exit this area. Moreover, one is the president of a well-known guild, and the other is the second in command of a powerful guild. It is both unreasonable and unthinkable for them to abandon their teammates, even if it is just a temporarily formed team. Miss Li Huahua, Miss Li Huahua, a soft feminine voice called from somewhere. Looking around, there was no one in sight, only the sound echoing in her ears. More like it was coming from inside her head. It was likely some kind of mental perception ability. Who? She checked her surroundings again, but found nothing unusual. I am Alias. Who? The butterfly girl you met a few days ago. Li Huahua immediately recalled the woman with butterfly wings she encountered when she first entered the forest. My magic power is currently insufficient to support my physical manifestation, so I can only communicate with you through magical resonance. The voice continued to come from her mind. What exactly happened? Where did the other two people who were with me go? Although Alias just appeared, she must know something about this issue. Otherwise, she wouldn't suddenly show up at such a critical moment. It can't be just a coincidence that she happened to pass by to say hello, right? Last night, they were taken away by two strangers. Based on your previous descriptions, they're likely the people you're looking for. Are you saying a red-haired woman with a long sword and a man with his eyes closed? Yes, their appearance is basically consistent with your descriptions. But why did they leave me here alone? Li Huahua was somewhat confused. Last night, those two approached us, and when they encountered the night watchman Sun Linsheng, he entered the tent to retrieve the token and inadvertently kicked Zhao Minglei, who was sleeping beside him, awake. The butterfly girl recounted what she saw last night to Li Huahua. Wait, since the token has already been handed over to them, why did they take the two of them away and leave me here alone? When Zhao Minglei transformed into the appearance of President Ariel, he also cast a concealed aura illusion on you while you were asleep. It is likely because of this that you evaded that man's life perception ability. Is that so? Li Huahua was somewhat surprised. Perhaps at the moment Zhao Minglei was suddenly awakened, he realized something was wrong, and when he stepped out of the tent, he specifically cast a hidden aura illusion on you. Is it possible that he wanted you to find a way to rescue the two who were taken away after you woke up? After all, if all three of them were captured, escaping would be very difficult. Or did Zhao Minglei realize that this trip was likely to end badly and purposely hide you away, just to let you escape 5th District alive? Complex emotions intertwined in her mind, but regardless of the reason, the fact that her two teammates were kidnapped could not be changed. I have to go save them. Li Huahua gritted her teeth, returned her dagger to her waist, and began to organize the items needed for her journey. Do I really have to go? Although I specifically noted their travel route, in my current soul form, I cannot provide support when encountering enemies. Li Huahua gently shook her head, smiled at the sky, as if facing the invisible Alias. If it is the first reason, I will take responsibility as a team member and go rescue my two teammates. If it is the second reason, I will go with gratitude to rescue them. After all, I don't want to be an ungrateful person. She packed her small bag, rechecked all the necessary combat items, and tidied up her messy clothes before stepping out of the tent. Miss Alias, please guide me. As she walked through the dense jungle, Li Huahua remained vigilant about her surroundings. However, compared to before, she surprisingly did not see a single Reaper girl, and even slightly larger beasts were nowhere to be found. Strange. Are they all creatures that adhere to a regular schedule, only coming out at specific times? Li Huahua murmured. Those guys with scythes aren't any kind of creatures. Alias's voice rang in her head. What? Then what are they? They are a type of self-aware material collective. That's a bit difficult to understand. Li Huahua frowned. Simply put, they are thinking wooden puppets. Ah, then in that case, they're not much different from living beings. Li Huahua chuckled bitterly. If you think so, it does make some sense. However, those guys seem to lack pain sensation, and you might have noticed they don't have the red blood flowing through their bodies like we do. Alias's words jolted her, and she couldn't help but recall the scythe girl whose head was blown off by Sun Linsheng. At the moment Sun Linsheng pulled the trigger, the head was shattered by the bullet's explosive power, yet there was no scene of blood splattering afterward, because everyone was extremely tense at that moment, and no one cared about such things. But in hindsight, it really seemed to be the case. So, they really are what you call a material collective? Yes. I wonder if Miss Li Huahua has heard about the tsunami incident that happened 20 years ago? No. After all, I was only 16, and I wasn't even born when that happened. But I did hear Zhao Minglei and Sun Linsheng talk about related topics during our trip a few days ago. However, I'm not interested in those past events. I just want to complete the mission quickly and rescue my brother from Rock Ray. Oh, is that so? Alias's tone sounded somewhat disappointed, as if she didn't get the answer she wanted. Compared to actively learning about such things, it would be better to live a peaceful life in this concentration camp. Alias mumbled softly. By the way, Miss Alias, is your purpose for coming to 5th District the same as Sun Linsheng's to find clues about that incident? Well, Alias pondered for a moment. Not entirely. After all, I've been living here for a long time. Li Huahua was surprised. Then you must know a lot about the situation in 5th District? Alias did not answer, and a silence lasted for several minutes. We're almost there. The voice rang in her mind again. Huh? Isn't that the cave we visited yesterday? Li Huahua tiptoed to look. As soon as she finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind her. Kill. Eliminate. Kill. Eliminate. Fragmented girl voices came from behind, growing more numerous, gradually filling the space around her. Kill. Eliminate. Wait, why didn't I sense such killing intent before? How did they all suddenly appear? While she was thinking, about 6 scythe girls slowly emerged from behind the surrounding trees, wielding golden battle scythes, chanting the same lines. Damn it! Li Huahua turned to run. At least she should lead those guys away from the cave, and then return here later. But just as she turned around, a figure blocked her way. She was a butterfly girl with horns on her head, her semi-transparent wings gently flapping in the air, surrounded by floating bright golden petals. Alias. Miss. Li Huahua was stunned by the scene before her. What exactly? Looking at the butterfly girl in front of her, her lips curled into a sinister smile, and her eyes looked down at Li Huahua from the air, clearly displaying a devious expression of having succeeded in her plan. What is going on? Panic surged in her heart as Li Huahua shouted loudly at the sky. What is happening? Don't you understand? From the very beginning, you fell into my trap. Alias's voice came from the sky. Damn it, why? Are you in cahoots with them? Yes, but it's too late to find that out now. She laughed loudly, her lips exaggeratedly curling up, her body swaying up and down with her laughter. Kill. Eliminate. At this moment, the scythe-wielding girls had formed a circle, completely surrounding Li Huahua. Escaping was impossible, she thought to herself, casting a defensive spell. Conch shell. A milky white light appeared around her body, forming a semi-transparent magical shield. However, the girls did not launch any further attacks. They simply stood still, blocking her escape route. At this moment, a man's voice came from the direction of the cave. What is going on? Did we miss one? The man said with slight surprise, his footsteps gradually approaching Li Huahua's direction. You're really stupid. You didn't notice that there's still someone sleeping in the tent? Alias's voice mocked sharply, her tone completely different from the gentle manner she had before. Everything you said to me along the way was a lie. Just to lure me here, wasn't it? Li Huahua shouted loudly at the sky. Alias laughed, slowly descending to the ground. Before you woke up, I was still considering what kind of tricks to use to gain your trust. I didn't expect you to believe everything I said from the beginning. Didn't you ever doubt why I knew everything so clearly? Besides, I had no reason to help you. Why would I bother documenting the kidnapper's actions? Damn it! Li Huahua suddenly realized her lack of experience in vigilance. Compared to those seasoned white sharks who had survived in a world of intrigue for years, she and her brother, who only engage in assassination work, didn't need to suspect their enemies too much, accept assassination tasks, and then assassinate targets were the entire process of their work, during which they didn't need to consider what the other party was thinking at all. This was precisely why the well-known assassin Li Hua fell into the trap without a second thought. What? Look at your surprised face. To be honest, I'm quite surprised too. After all, you're a well-known eel twin, and you actually believe what I said so easily despite only meeting me once. Alias shrugged and smiled. She gently waved her right hand, and the scythe girls surrounding Li Hua moved together, firmly pinning her down and heading towards the cave. 76 captured 2 girls, held Li Hua's arms, and slowly brought her out of the cave entrance. As the ground came into view, 4 figures appeared there. It was a red-haired woman with a long sword at her waist and a long-haired man with his eyes closed, just as Rockley had described. The other 2 were Sun Linsheng and Zhao Minglei. Both of them had their hands bound by iron chains, and their eyes were covered. Hey, why are we being tied up? The items have already been handed over to you. Our task as messengers is complete. What do you want to do with us? Sun Linsheng raised his voice, deliberately suppressing his anxiety. Fool, can't you see that these guys aren't Rockley's acquaintances at all? Zhao Minglei sneered from the side. This uncle has some skills. He can actually resist my mental probe ability. The man with closed eyes said quietly as he placed his hand back on Zhao Minglei's head, but then he trembled as if electrocuted, quickly retracting his hand. However, you must have something you don't want me to see since you are trying so hard to stop me from probing your memories, right? The man smiled and sat on a nearby stone, signaling the girls holding Li Hua to guide her to Sun Linsheng and Zhao Minglei. They bound Li Hua in the same way and covered her eyes. What do you want to do with us? She questioned loudly. From what I understand, this man named Zhao Minglei is Rockley's right-hand man. The reason Rockley sent him along with the other 2 is likely to protect their safety. After all, you can see that this man has a high level of mental abilities. Even your mental probe cannot invade his mind. But even so, that foolish Rockley still didn't realize that our strength has long exceeded his estimates. Sending just one of his subordinates to act is really too foolish. Therefore, we're going to use you as bargaining chips to exchange some information we want with Rockley, Alias said excitedly, a hint of pride on her face. Indeed, having you in our team is very beneficial. After all, it's quite difficult for us to leave Zone 5. And having you responsible for going out to collect information is really convenient, the man said, tossing a fishball to Alias. Alias caught it, lightly rubbing in her hands. By the way, why do you need to collect so many fishballs when you don't need to eat them every day? The man raised his head, pausing for a moment. Because you have only recently joined our team, I was planning to tell you our plan later. To put it bluntly, you still don't trust me, right? Alias pouted, deciding to leave what she didn't want to say for later. I'll go out to scout the situation. Saying this, she flapped her wings and turned to leave. Hey, wait. At this moment, the man took out a delicate small box from his pocket and threw it to her. She opened the lid of the small box, which contained a pink fishball marked with a cross pattern in black ink. What is this? This is a fishball specifically used to store information. Once you eat it, you'll be able to see the entirety of our plan. I have some other matters to attend to, so I want to explain further here. I see. Thank you for your trust. However, as a reward for working for you as a team member, you still need to pay me separately, Alias said with a smile as she flew away from the cave. Luo Jing. The man called out to the silent red-haired sword girl waiting nearby. Here, I need to take care of some matters next. You are responsible for keeping an eye on these 3, and make sure nothing unexpected happens. With that, his body gradually rose into the air, heading towards the cave's exit. Silence filled the cave, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of dripping water and Sun Linsheng's heavy breathing. Kid, you seem too nervous, huh? You weren't this scared when you confronted me head-on at the Escaper headquarters, right? Is it because that girl named Nana is here that you're deliberately trying to act tough? Zhao Minglei said with a faint smile. No, it's not. Sun Linsheng immediately shouted. In such a dangerous situation, who wouldn't be nervous? What are we going to do now? Is Roker really willing to agree to these people's trading conditions to exchange us back? Li Hua asked with a slight cry in her voice. Didn't I analyze this with you last night? Since Lord Luo can confidently let Li Hua who has seen Christ's true identity, out of that interrogation room to deliver the token in the 5th District, it proves he has long anticipated that we could never escape from the 5th District again. In other words, after we hand over the token to the other party, our value to him completely disappears. How could it be like this? Tears streamed down the corners of Li Huahua's eyes, not out of fear, but from the sorrow of never seeing her brother again. Damn it! In the end, what Nana was worried about still happened. Sun Linsheng gritted his teeth and tightly clenched his bound hands. That girl must have strongly opposed you coming to the 5th District with us, right? Zhao Minglei laughed. It really took me quite a bit of effort to convince her. While they were talking, the red-haired sword girl walked over. Hey, stop chatting over there. Sit quietly. She scolded as she sat on a nearby stone, her gaze firmly fixed on the 3 people in front of her. At that moment, a sound came from the cave entrance, as if something had fallen, accompanied by the crackling sound of plants breaking. Alias returned to the cave, looking anxious, her body covered in plant debris from rushing back. What happened? The red-haired sword girl hurriedly got up and ran towards her. A considerable number of outsiders have invaded the 5th District. How many people? Probably over 100. Most of them are warriors with combat power around T3. Following behind the team are more than a dozen people in cloaks, likely explosive magic-type warriors. Damn it! Quickly, come with me to check the situation, the sword girl said in a panic, drawing her long sword and taking to the air. Wait, what about these 3 people? Alias followed closely behind. It doesn't matter. There are 6 fishers here. They won't be able to escape. Unexpected encounter, Alias followed the red-haired sword girl out of the cave, accompanied by the crisp sounds of blades chopping through plant stems. Kill and eliminate. After receiving the order to guard the 3, the 6 scythe girls began to dance around the 3, continuously chanting those lines. They held hands, their small bodies bouncing up and down, and their shouts echoed with their movements. What are these guys doing? Li Huahua asked in confusion. They must be performing some kind of sacrificial ritual, right? Putting us in the center of an altar, chanting strange spells while dancing weirdly, and then summoning some terrifying monsters, right? Zhao Minglei said in a low voice. Oh my god, does that mean we're going to die like this? Li Huahua exclaimed in shock. Just kidding. You. What are you messing around for when death is imminent? Sun Linsheng shouted, lowering his head in frustration. Hey! Zhao Minglei suddenly thought of something and elbowed Sun Linsheng's body, saying, the large number of invaders they just mentioned, could it be that Nana is leading the guild army to rescue you? What? Sun Linsheng was startled and jumped up from the ground. Ha 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 ha. Look at your excited face. I was just joking with you. Besides, you ocean priests only have a little over 100 people, right? You can't possibly abandon the guild headquarters and have the whole family come to rescue you, right? No, there is indeed that possibility. Sun Linsheng lowered his head. Wait, you can see my face. Are my eyes covered? He suddenly realized. Any psychic with a bit of power can act using their strong perception of the surrounding things without relying on their eyesight to observe the outside world. Zhao Minglei said somewhat proudly. The opportunity has come. He whispered, quietly activating a skill. In an instant, the 6 girls guarding them stopped dancing, picked up the scythes that were on the ground, and began to attack each other. What's going on? Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua, who couldn't see their surroundings, shouted loudly, only able to hear the crisp sounds of blades clashing around them. Now's the time, Zhao Minglei shouted, turning around and facing the girl closest to him. She was wildly swinging her scythe, fiercely battling an enemy that didn't exist in the illusion. Zhao Minglei seized the moment, stretching his hands forward just as the scythe was about to fall. Crack. The blade sliced through the iron chains, binding his hands. Freeing himself, Zhao Minglei quickly stood up and freed the other 2. Hurry, we need to leave before the illusion wears off, he shouted, pulling the 2 up. Harbinger of Doom. He released dark magic, and the ground became bouncy like a spring bed. Take off. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist under their feet sprang up like a spring, launching the 3 tightly huddled together toward the cave entrance. The sound of rushing air passed by their ears, and in the blink of an eye, they flew out of the cave. Safe landing. Li Huahua jumped off Sun Linsheng's back, only to suddenly find a strange man sitting on the ground at the entrance, staring blankly at her. Wow, who is this? She screamed, frantically tugging at Sun Linxing's clothes. Wow, isn't this the person from yesterday? Sun Linxing also shouted. Aren't you going to run? Zhao Minglei yelled, waving his right hand to release dark magic. Tiger roar. A giant tiger made of black flames erupted from behind Zhao Minglei, roaring as it charged toward the man. Run. The three ran for their lives, but found that the strange man showed no signs of chasing after them. Who exactly is he? Li Huahua asked while running. He asked the one who was sitting in the corner of the cave yesterday. I don't understand your explanation. In any case, he must be with that Zheng Tianbang faction. After several minutes of running, the three finally returned to their temporary camp. Fortunately, all their belongings were still there. Those guys seemed to have not had time to clean this place. Let's go. There's no time to waste, Zhao Minglei said, grabbing his backpack and jumping out of the tent. A loud bang came from afar, accompanied by a slight tremor, and smoke rose in the sky not far ahead. That was the smoke produced by high-intensity explosive magic attacks. They must have clashed with those invaders. Zhao Minglei speculated. Should we go check it out? Are you serious? You don't really think it's Nana coming to rescue you, do you? It's my fault for saying too much. I shouldn't have joke with you like that. Zhao Minglei looked at Sun Linxing regretfully. No, just a glance. We could determine whether they are ocean priests from a distance. His gaze was firm, not like he was joking, as he looked toward the direction of the explosion. Huh. Seriously. Zhao Minglei sighed deeply, then said, let us move quickly. The reason he could agree to Sun Linxing's unreasonable request so readily was that he didn't want to return to the 3rd district only to find out that those invaders were indeed the ocean priests come to rescue him. If that were true, he would owe Sun Linxing an unpayable debt. Just a glance. Sun Linxing quickly picked up his pace and dashed toward that direction without hesitation. The place where the explosion came from was outside the forest, easily visible without the cover of plants. Zhao Minglei once again released Great Underworld Flow, covering a radius of hundreds of meters with an illusion that could move along with his movements. There was still about 2,000 meters to go. Li Huahua transformed into a watchtower standing on Sun Linxing's shoulder. Explosions continued to sound from the front, and the tremors grew stronger, indicating that the battle had reached its climax. Can you see anything? We need to get closer. Li Huahua squinted her eyes and observed carefully. Among the three, as a professional assassin, Li Huahua had the best eyesight, able to see clearly even from about 1,000 meters away. All right, that's enough. The three slowed their pace, and Li Huahua quickly activated her observation-type magic. The scene of the battlefield in the distance was instantly magnified in her eyes. Amidst the clouds of dust, 2 figures shone brightly within the encirclement of hundreds of enemies. The red-haired woman held a sword in her right hand, quickly blocking the attacks coming at her. Behind her, Alias cast support-type magic. Inspiration, Blessing of the Sea God. A faint blue light appeared on the red-haired swordswoman, causing the long sword in her hand to shine with a dazzling luster. Damn it! Observing the battlefield, Li Huahua suddenly showed a fierce expression, gripping Sun Linxing's neck tightly with her right hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Sun Linxing cried out in pain. What did you see? Li Huahua remained silent, baring her teeth as she stared at the battlefield, her eyes turning red, a trace of killing intent emanating from her. Hold her down. Zhao Minglei immediately reacted, rushing forward to try to restrain Li Huahua, who was about to launch herself off Sun Linxing. However, it was too late. With a powerful kick, Li Huahua knocked Sun Linxing to the ground and shot towards the battlefield like a bullet. Has she gone mad? Sun Linxing, with disheveled hair, got up from the ground, watching the figure that rushed forward recklessly. It's that gang of bandits from Silent Crocodile, Zhao Minglei said calmly, unable to help but furrow his brow. I remember now. Sun Linxing suddenly recalled the events before their departure. The afternoon before they set off, he and Nana were at the item trading market buying magical potions and happened to encounter several members of Silent Crocodile. It seemed they were purchasing supplies in bulk, probably for some large-scale operation. It looks like they are also preparing to extend their claws into District 5. Hey, look, she has joined the battlefield. Sun Linxing pointed towards the battlefield, which was already filled with dust and smoke. Without using special long-range observation magic, it was difficult to see the specific situation clearly. What should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up! and pull her out. Zhao Minglei clicked his tongue, dark mist swirling beneath his feet, gradually forming a black cloud that carried the two of them towards the battlefield at high speed. I'll steer the black cloud to get close to the girl. You find a right moment to grab her. All right. All right. Truly the strongest bandit group in District 3. Even their phrasing when rescuing teammates is so arrogant. The black cloud beneath their feet gradually accelerated, reaching speeds several times faster than flying fish. However, steering the black cloud consumed a massive amount of magic power, and the consumption increased with speed, so usually, Zhao Minglei preferred to use the energy-efficient flying fish instead of the black cloud. I see her. Sun Linsheng widened his eyes, searching carefully. Amidst the chaos, a petite figure flickered among the crowd. Due to her small size, most enemies in the chaotic battlefield could not capture her movements. After a shadow flashed by, they would soon feel the sharp pain of a dagger piercing their back and then fall to the ground. As a professional assassin, Li Huahua could effectively utilize her physical advantages, and with her ability to freely change her body shape, she could quickly escape the battlefield after killing enemies, hiding in someone else's shadow to continue locking onto her next target. Oh no, that girl turned into a shadow and ran underground, Sun Linsheng said in distress, as this meant he couldn't grab Li Huahua's body to pull her away. That little rascal, Zhao Minglei cursed as he cast an attack spell. Underworld Sea Roar. In an instant, black magic power erupted from his body, filling the battlefield, scattering all the dust like a hurricane, replaced by rolling black smoke. And the visible distance instantly shrank to about 3 meters. What the hell? What's going on? Surprised exclamations came from the silent crocodile warriors on the battlefield, and screams from those stabbed by swords and daggers could be heard intermittently. In a situation where the surroundings were unclear, the continuous sounds of teammates being stabbed created a considerable psychological fear for the enemies. The warriors trapped in the black mist were dominated by such fear, and the previously aggressive shouts gradually quieted down. Magic perception. Zhao Minglei closed his eyes. He had already marked his magic power on Li Huahua and Sun Linsheng, intending to quickly locate them in such chaotic situations. But this also required a massive amount of magic power. Found it, he shouted and waved his right hand. A large amount of black mist gathered in his right hand, forming several long black bands that spiraled and merged into the surrounding black mist. Before long, he made a pulling gesture. Catch her. In the blink of an eye, Li Huahua was wrapped in 3 black bands and pulled back to the 2 of them. With bared teeth, she looked like a mad wild dog, covered in the blood of enemies, and the dagger in her hand had inexplicably turned into a large sword. Likely because she had accidentally dropped her dagger in the chaos and picked up a random weapon to continue fighting. If you had used this energy in the fight with those scythe girls a few days ago, we could have suffered less torment, Zhao Minglei said with a wry smile, loosening the black bands, binding her. This is a rare opportunity. I want to kill 2 more. She still wanted to charge out, tightly gripping the bloodied large sword. Sun Linsheng held her down firmly. Now is not the time to be willful. That butterfly girl and the sword-wielding woman are also on the battlefield. If they discover her, it will be disastrous. As he spoke, he felt a cool breeze sweeping in, accompanied by a large number of bright golden particles that fused with the black mist released by Zhao Minglei, creating crackling explosion sounds. It's that butterfly girl, Zhao Minglei said, turning the direction of the black cloud and flying towards the edge of the battlefield. In an instant, the battlefield filled with black mist became bright. The golden powder dispersed large areas of black mist and reclaimed the entire battlefield. The visibility became clearer, and Sun Linsheng looked back at the battlefield. This silent crocodile team, numbering over 100, had more than half of its warriors lying on the ground, and the remaining warriors were gradually being cut down by the red-haired swordswoman. Almost all with a single hit. That swordwoman seems quite powerful. While executing ultra-fast slashes, she could maintain a one-hit kill lethality. This strength is likely rare even in District 4, where cold weapon combat is common. Sun Linsheng squinted and analyzed. Yes, just now in the chaos. I unfortunately had a brief encounter with her. With a short dagger, I could hardly block her attacks and almost got cut. Li Huahua, having regained some sanity, said quietly. No wonder they were discovered so quickly. Now, we can only hope that Silent Crocodile can hold them off for a while longer. For the first time, I cheer for the warriors of Silent Crocodile in my heart. 79, the conch ship, just as he turned his head, a sweet and warm breeze filled with golden powder blew towards them, and a figure with butterfly wings appeared before the three. Damn, that was too fast. Zhao Minglei gritted his teeth without a hint of hesitation, turning the cloud to evade the direction of Alias and fled. Is that butterfly girl an enemy? Sun Lynching frowned. Obviously, otherwise, why would she be with that red-haired sword girl? Zhao Minglei found Sun Lynching's remark strange. Yeah, she even tricked me back into that cave under the pretense of helping me rescue you, Li Huahua said sadly, feeling guilty for her lack of caution. However, if she hadn't brought you to the cave, you wouldn't have found us so quickly, right? That seems to be the case. Li Huahua nodded. But when I woke up and found you all missing, I was really panicking. After she took the initiative to contact me, I immediately believed what she said. Yeah, after all, she did save my life with her special ability when we first met. Sun Lyncheng lifted his head, recalling the moment he suddenly encountered the future during his first battle with that scythe girl. If one has such precognitive abilities, they would have an overwhelming advantage in battles against enemies, right? After all, one could foresee what skills the enemy would use in the next second and from what angle they would attack. He sighed. Wait, didn't she say she was the vice president of the Hermit Crab Guild earlier? Could it be that Hermit Crab has some secret ties with them? Li Huahua became anxious. Why do you say that? Do you think Miss Ariel would collude with those terrifying beings once known as the Reaper Girl? Sun Lyncheng was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, Ariel has always represented justice, strength, and freedom in his mind. She is someone he respects and even admires. So suddenly having to accept the fact that Ariel is part of the evil faction is indeed a bit cruel. Which do you think is more likely? That she was originally an evil person or that she was betrayed by her subordinates without knowing? Zhao Minglei said solemnly while maneuvering the black cloud. The latter, the two young people said in unison, their eyes filled with determination. It seems that guy really holds quite a significant weight in your eyes. For many young girls, Miss Ariel can be considered a figure of faith. Sun Lyncheng raised his head, looking as if he were boasting about his official father. Wow, it sounds more like something that little girl would say than from your mouth. Zhao Minglei chuckled bitterly. Uncle, the faith of admiration is part of gender and age, okay? He retorted loudly. I think so too. Li Huahua quietly agreed. In that case, Zhao Minglei gradually reduced the speed of the black cloud. Hey, what are you doing? That guy is about to catch up. Sun Lyncheng shouted anxiously, quickly hoisting the firearm on his back and aiming at the pursuing Alias. This was originally a tool given to me by Rockray for self-defense. It would be a pity to use it, but if I can capture that butterfly girl, it seems I can obtain quite valuable information. Zhao Minglei murmured softly, reaching into his backpack. The black cloud stopped moving, and Zhao Minglei jumped down. Hold that butterfly girl for 30 seconds. He took out 5 conical objects from his bag and placed them on the ground, forming a regular pentagon. What does this guy want to do? Sun Lyncheng raised his firearm and fired at Alias's body. Great shot. Blue flames erupted from the muzzle, and several slightly smaller bullets were fired simultaneously. Whoosh! Several bullets grazed Alias's ear, the burning sensation reaching her earlobe. She reached out to touch it, her fingers stained with a hint of blood. Is he intentionally reducing the size of the bullets to increase the firing quantity and speed? She calmly analyzed, extending her tongue to gently lick the blood from her fingertip. These days of battle have made me realize that it's impossible to rely on the same move to conquer everything. Even if I can't come up with entirely new attack skills in a short time, I can still enhance and modify existing skills. While speaking, Sun Lyncheng continued to pull the trigger, with raindrop-sized bullets flying toward Alias. Although these bullets are small, their explosive power is much stronger than before. Alias waved her translucent butterfly wings, creating a small whirlwind that blocked the incoming bullets in midair. They lost their forward momentum before even touching her body and fell to the ground. Damn it, was I tricked? Looking at the bullets easily blocked by the wind wall, Alias realized she had been deceived. Those bullets were the most ordinary type, usually only used in simulated combat. I indeed discovered the truth that one cannot rely on a single move to conquer the world. But researching more practical gun skills is not that easy. Sun Linsheng laughed heartily. Sun Linsheng, who could easily become scared and lose his rationality in sudden situations, would immediately show a youthful arrogance when he gained the upper hand or when something worth boasting about occurred. Well, anyway, that group of invaders has been dealt with, and Luo Jing will soon come over with her great sword to chop off your heads. Alias sneered, glancing back toward the battlefield. Really? Unfortunately, it seems our progress is a bit faster here, came Zhao Minglei's low voice from behind. He was standing in the pentagon-shaped magic circle, with the 5 corners occupied by the conical objects he had taken out from his bag. So those are the tools needed to set up the formation? Li Wowa Sudanli realiza. While pondering, the magic circle emitted a purple glow, and a silver circular helmet slowly rose from the center of the magic circle. So it's summoning magic? Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua exclaimed in unison. Wait. Upon seeing this scene, Alias suddenly widened her eyes, her expression clearly indicating that she recognized what was about to be summoned. What is alcohol? The 2 teammates' eyes lit up, excitedly staring at the object gradually rising in the magic circle. Come out. Sea conch número 2. Zhao Minglei raised his hands above his head and shouted this line loudly in the wind, resembling a teenager in the middle of the road having a sudden bout of delusion. Accompanied by dazzling purple light, a steel warrior clad in silver armor appeared before everyone. 80 awkward returned the silver light filled their field of vision, and a nearly 3-meter-tall armored warrior emerged from the magic circle, as if it had just crawled out of a 10,000-year-old ice cave like a rock giant. Is this a super tech robot from District 1? Sun Linsheng shouted, having experienced the power of the underworld mecha at a technology exhibition in District 1. They're said to be powered by electricity, providing extraordinary combat power to the holder without consuming any magic power. Zhao Minglei smiled calmly. This is probably something more terrifying than what you are imagining. No sooner had he finished speaking than Alias's actions confirmed the truth of Zhao Minglei's words. She flapped her wings vigorously and fled in the direction she came from, propelled by the strong wind. However, facing Alias's retreating figure, Zhao Minglei appeared somewhat at a loss. How do I give this thing commands? I've never played with something like this before. He circled around the armored warrior 3 times, occasionally tapping its body to make a ding-ding-dong sound. But that guy stood still, completely ignoring Zhao Minglei's actions. Mecha, chase Alias. Sun Linsheng raised his head high, tossing his golden long hair, and pointed at the back of Alias. However, it remained motionless there. Conk number 1, charge. Li Huahua's battle cry came from the side. Received, please specify the target. A deep voice mixed with electricity came from that steel helmet. Is this start command too silly? Conch número 1, persuadius. Li Huahua continued to give orders. As soon as she finished speaking, the armored warrior disappeared with a buzz in front of everyone, and an explosion sound came from not far away. With a buzz, something suddenly whizzed from a distance, creating a whirlwind that swept up half the sky's dust. In the blink of an eye, Conk number 2 reappeared in front of everyone, carrying the unconscious Alias on its shoulder. This process occurred in less than 2 seconds, and Li Huahua hadn't even had time to lower her right hand pointing at Alias. Splitting slash! A sudden battle cry from the red-haired sword maiden was heard not far away. A powerful crimson blade wave flew towards Conk number 2, splitting a deep crack along the road. Bang! Conk number 2 swung its arm and directly blocked the incoming blade wave. The blade wave struck the steel arm wrapped in armor with a huge sound, yet the shimmering silver arm showed not a single scratch. God, what material is this guy made of? Sun Linsheng screamed, recalling the scene of shooting at the breaker headquarters door with his own firearm. Conk number 1, activate flight mode. Li Huahua issued another command. The steel armor began to deform, first extending 2 steel wings from its back, with both hands placed at its waist, 2 iron fists separating in the middle, and black flame nozzles emerging from within. The legs folded upwards, opening outward from the surface of the legs, forming multiple seats that could be occupied, equipped with a transparent protective layer to defend against enemy attacks. Hurry up! Zhao Minglei summoned black bandages to tightly bind Alias, then jumped into the cockpit. Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua followed closely behind, taking seats at the back. Kong number 1 returned to the breaker headquarters, initiating transit mode. 5, 4, 3. Just as the countdown reached a few seconds, the red-haired sword maiden had already caught up to Conch number 2. She swung her longsword, enhanced with various buff spells, to cleave through Conch number 2's steel shell, but all that responded was the sound of hard steel ringing. The hatch had closed, and the sword maiden's curses gradually faded from their ears. They could only see her clawing and hacking at the machine with her sword, but it had no effect whatsoever. Boom! The sound of flames being ejected filled the air. The body was heavily pressed against the back of the chair due to inertia. The powerful forward thrust forced everyone tightly against their seats, as if something was pinning them down. What kind of flying speed is this? Sun Linsheng marveled, his face contorted from the pressure. If the guild members saw this scene, they'd probably laugh all night. After a brief period of torment, feeling their bodies relax somewhat, they gradually regained the ability to move, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, even seasoned warriors had never experienced such high-speed flight. Arriving at the destination, a muted voice mixed with electricity sounded from above. The tightly locked hatch opened, accompanied by the smell of something burnt, and the three walked out of the cockpit together. However, what lay before them was the chaotic training ground of the headquarters. With a massive pit formed from the strong impact upon landing, and the warriors training around had all been blown into the air by the powerful shockwave. Soon, a large number of guards armed with weapons gathered towards them. What happened? Guard Captain Carlo ran out from the lounge, terrified, without even having time to put on his shoes. Don't panic, it's me. Zhao Minglei walked towards the guards. Who are you? Carlo shouted sharply, raising his cane to point at Zhao Minglei. Huh, you don't recognize me anymore? Do you still want to work, you brat? He exclaimed, standing with his hands on his hips in front of Carlo. However, he quickly realized that due to the powerful recoil from their flight, the muscles in his face had severely twisted, and he even remembered feeling a strong headache, having thrown up once during the flight. Wait. He immediately covered his face, feeling something like a mixture of slime and vomit on his hands. That's Zhao Minglei. A voice from the side came, belonging to General Caesar, who was walking over with a cigarette in his mouth to check the situation from the supply room. Although it was difficult to tell Zhao Minglei's appearance from the outside, he had worked with this man for over a decade, so he still had some recognition. You came back so quickly? Caesar said, handing a towel to the three. Lord Luo previously joked that you might not return. Let's not talk about that. Quickly detain this woman. She is a warrior with mental powers comparable to mine and must be restrained with special means to limit her actions. Zhao Minglei calmly said, continuously wiping his face covered in slime with the towel. Summary meeting at 8 p.m. in the conference room of the Breaker Guild headquarters. After learning that General Zhao Minglei had successfully returned to the base, the senior leaders of the Breaker Guild gathered in this conference room. Has Lord Luo not arrived yet? The first to speak was Guard Officer Carlo, who, despite being the weakest in combat among the 5 senior members present, had an excellent talent development model. With unique and effective methods for combat psychology and morale boosting, effectively stabilizing the growth of the entire Breaker Guard army by himself. Caesar has gone to pick him up. He should be here soon, answered the head of the 3rd Division, Bai Luoqi, who at only 30 years old, mastered dozens of summoning spells, any of which could summon sea demon-level monsters, and had her unique insights into warrior training management. She wore a purple dress, with 3 droplet-shaped marks on her forehead and an exaggerated gemstone necklace around her neck. Her long hair, cascading down her shoulders, the tips dyed a fiery red. Her beautiful appearance and extravagant attire often made her the focus of discussion among the concentration camp warriors during breaks. At this moment, there was a thud sound of footsteps outside the door, and with the sound of the door opening, everyone in the conference room immediately straightened their postures, their eyes fixed on the figure of the man appearing at the door. Everyone's here, Rocklai said as he took a seat at the head of the table, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and putting it in his mouth, with Caesar immediately following to light it for him. The 5 senior members are all present. Carlo stood up and replied respectfully, Everyone is busy, so let's get straight to the point. Rocklai said, taking a puff of his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Yes. Zhao Minglei stood up to start reporting on the experiences he had with the other two young people along the way. After a brief report, Rocklai smiled bitterly and handed a cigarette to Zhao Minglei, saying, "Speaking of which, you really managed to come back alive." Lord Luo is laughing. To be honest, the danger level of this mission was indeed too high. After all, we did not have detailed information about the enemy before departure, which kept us in a passive position. By the way, Lord Luo, are they really the acquaintances you mentioned? From their attitude towards us, I actually think they are more like your enemies or competitors. Zhao Minglei took a puff of smoke and couldn't help but recall the scene of confronting that man with closed eyes using mental abilities. Locke Ray chuckled softly a few times. No matter how good or bad the relationship is, it can still be called acquaintances. Besides, we are not the kind of bad relationship you imagine. He paused for a moment and continued, "We are former comrades who have experienced the tsunami together." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Among the 5 senior executives, only Caesar and Carlo had experienced that apocalyptic catastrophe, and as witnesses, they were unwilling to recall the details of that event, while the other 3 young people, who had only heard of it from legends, remained cautious and chose not to express their opinions. The conference room remained quiet for several seconds. "Lao Zhao, are you worried about something?" Locke Ray asked, leaning back and lighting another cigarette. "No." Zhao Minglei lowered his head, his expression slightly melancholic. Although the purpose of this trip was successfully achieved, what I feel more is pressure and fear for the future. Locke Ray looked at him without responding immediately. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Then tell me, where does this pressure and fear come from?" "To be precise, it's the fear of the unknown," Zhao Minglei said in a low voice. He glanced at the other executives present. Most of them had looks of surprise on their faces, as it was the first time they had seen Zhao Minglei say such despondent words, and their attention turned to him. "After entering the 5th district, my understanding of this concentration camp has been refreshed again and again. First, there was the girl in the long dress wielding a sickle, then the mysterious green forest, the caves, and the group of powerful individuals you refer to as acquaintances. Although I didn't spend much time with them, it was not difficult to judge from a few brief encounters that they are all powerful beings with absolute strength. If any one of them were placed in the other 4 regions, they would quickly become leaders in their respective fields. Is that how you think? So, are you afraid of suddenly encountering unexpected powerful beings?" Locke Ray retorted, "That is part of the reason, but more so, it's a change in my perception of this concentration camp, this world. Ever since experiencing those things, I have started to rethink the events of the tsunami from 20 years ago. Although I am not a witness, I always have this feeling that the tsunami will definitely happen again one day in the future. So what are your thoughts?" Locke Ray narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Zhao Minglei. His hand holding the cigarette paused in midair. "Although I feel a bit of fear. If Lord Locke wants to stir up the waves again, then I, Zhao Minglei, will do my utmost to be your assistant and walk alongside you." Zhao Minglei lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Good." Locke Ray slapped the table, his face breaking into a joyful smile, as if he had been waiting for him to say this. "Lord Locke." Caesar and Carlo also stood up simultaneously. Although we did not play any important roles in the deep-sea breakthrough operation and did not have the same spirit as Lord Locke, our relentless efforts over the past 20 years have made us individuals of certain value to you in restarting that operation. We will always accompany you as your assistants." Facing their passionate speeches, Locke Ray smiled wryly, nodded gently, and waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. "Why does this feel like I'm about to dismiss you?" He laughed, reclining with his legs crossed, stating that the purpose of this meeting was to let everyone hear Zhao Minglei's psychological feelings after completing the task, thereby alerting everyone present not to stop their training just because they are high-level executives of the 3rd District's hegemonic guild. "You must know that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heaven. Countless powerful beings are hidden in the dark corners of this concentration camp, and compared to them, our situation in the spotlight is the most dangerous." It seems that Zhao Minglei has fully realized this point. I am very pleased. I hope his feelings can be well conveyed to everyone present. Also, as for whether I want to restart the deep-sea breakthrough operation from back then, You all don't need to worry about that. Everyone should focus on managing the guild and improving their own strength, which is the top priority now. Do you understand? Yes. Zhao Minglei, you should rest well for the next 2 days. There are still some matters to discuss with you in detail, Locke Ray said, standing up and walking towards the door. Yes. In the late night, in the living room of Coral number 3. Locke Ray lit a cigarette and sat side by side with Klee on the sofa. It had been a week since Ariel went crazy after eating fish balls in the training ground, and she was still lying in bed unconscious. The people in Coral know. 3, including the children, took turns caring for her day and night, but they still had not waited for her to wake up. In the empty living room, the 2 men exhaled smoke towards each other, and Klee was the first to speak. That photo has been successfully delivered to those people, right? He took a puff of smoke, and the tentacles on his head waved gently. Yes, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Locke Ray nodded and leaned back on the sofa. What do you mean by that? Ariel encountered an unknown attack during the previous assault operation, and after you searched her memories, you discovered that it was the work of those guys from the 5th District. So what? Those guys quickly realized that Ariel, wearing my specially made armor, must be someone related to me. So they applied a mental magic to seal her memories, aiming to test whether the mental ability users we have, after separating for more than a decade, can compete with them. Those guys are good at using mental attacks as their main means. If we already have mental ability users who surpass them, they would probably become restless, right? Locke Ray said thoughtfully. So, you specifically had the guild's top mental ability user, Zhao Minglei, disguise himself as Ariel to meet with them in the 5th District, intending to give them a warning? Klee retorted. Yes, after all, the initiative to restart the deep-sea breakthrough is still in their hands. Even if we have the source of the restart plan, we may need to force them to take action for our plan to progress in the right direction. We will observe the situation and wait for our opportunity. However, I don't think Zhao Minglei and those 2 young people can escape from those guys. Even if Zhao Minglei holds the item that can summon Conk number 2, their strength should be able to handle it. But I didn't expect those 3 would come back safely. Locke Ray said with a wry smile, shrugging. It's probably thanks to Conk number 2. After all, that thing was made using technology outside the concentration camp, and its core structure is something that cannot be analyzed with the technology here. Well, but the real purpose this time was to let them see the content in the photo. Since that purpose has been achieved, the rest is of no consequence. What about the 3 who successfully returned? They must have caught a glimpse of the coral tree in the 5th District. If they make the news public, it would probably cause quite a stir, right? Klee asked, his tentacles above his head moving rapidly. The 3 of them still have value to be utilized. I will find a way to seal their mouths, and then find a suitable path for them to meet their end. Roker took a puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Speaking of which, you really are a cold-blooded animal. That man named Zhao Minglei was your loyal second in command. And treating him like this doesn't make you feel even a hint of guilt or compassion. Klee said with a bitter expression. My only goal from the beginning has been to take that guy out of the concentration camp. Everything else is unimportant in my eyes. This is the will inherited from Roker. Is that so? Klee smiled slightly and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Uncle Luo, something's wrong. At that moment, Hawk, who had been waiting outside Ariel's room, burst into the living room shouting, Ariel, she has taken the core. Location. In the forest cave of Zone 5, 5 figures sat around a giant coral tree glowing with dazzling blue light. Zheng Tianbang had his eyes closed, with 2 large wooden boxes filled with fish balls behind him. A red-haired woman, Luo Jing, stood to his right holding a long sword, her body leaning against the large box. To his left was a young man sitting on the ground, his expression still calm, with soft black hair gently swaying in the breeze blowing through the cave entrance. The other 2 wore identical silver battle armor, with 2 shiny silver spears beside them. Thick helmets completely obscured their faces, making it impossible to discern their appearances from their attire. Captain, there have been increasing numbers of outsiders invading here recently. Have you considered relocating the coral tree? One of the silver-armored warriors spoke, his voice muffled from behind the tightly fastened helmet. Zheng Tianbang nodded and said, I was just thinking about that. Moreover, that newly joined alias has surprisingly been captured by them. I should have given her the truth fish balls so early. He gritted his teeth, his face fierce. By the way, have we clarified the origins of the recent invaders? He turned his head to look at another silver-armored warrior. All 120 warriors from the second zone, silent crocodiles, have been killed, and all 5 warriors from the second zone, whale shark, have also been killed. 3 warriors from the third zone, escapers, remain unharmed. We lost 1 fisherman, he reported. How many fishermen do we have left? There are still 10 left. Is that all? It seems we need to capture a few more from outside. Zheng Tianbang pondered while stroking his chin. He stood up and said to the meditating young man beside him, Bu Lingxuan, how is your spatial transfer preparation going? It's ready. We can move the base at any time. Bu Lingxuan nodded and stood up from the ground. Then let us get started quickly. The target location is set at the junction of Zone 1 and Zone 3. Saying this, he took out a map from his backpack and handed it to Bu Lingxuan. He placed the map on the ground and extended his right hand to hover over the location indicated by Zheng Tianbang. In an instant, a golden light radiated from his palm, continually spreading outward. Everyone please stand firm, he shouted loudly, using his left hand to grip his trembling right hand tightly. The golden light gradually filled the entire cave, its brightness even overshadowing the giant blue coral tree. The view before them turned bright white, completely obscuring the surrounding scenery, and they could only feel the ground beneath them shaking violently. After several seconds, the shaking gradually subsided. When they opened their eyes again, the others had fallen to the ground, and many wild animals and plants appeared around them. They were the flora and fauna that originally existed in this area. Because the space transferred by Bu Lingxuan overlapped with this area, the creatures existing between the two also appeared simultaneously in this space. The combat power of the wild monsters here is far inferior to that of Zone 5, right? Luo Jing swung her long sword and easily killed a giant beast that roared at her, blood instantly spraying onto her, yet she remained composed, as if nothing had happened. Unlike Zone 5, this place probably houses some refugees from other zones, so the monsters here cannot breed recklessly. Zheng Tianbang explained. All right, since we have completed the cave transfer, I will return to Zone 5 first. After all, we cannot stay outside for too long. The remaining cleanup work will be left to you, he said, gradually transforming into a black shadow and disappearing into the air. Captain really is something. He always leaves the dirty work to us, Luo Jing complained softly, quickly getting up to slay the beasts that scattered and fled in the cave, their roars immediately echoing throughout the cave. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, the silver-armored warrior, standing at the root of the coral tree, shouted loudly to everyone. Wait, this thing, why is it transforming on its own? Accompanied by the screams, a signal tower, shining with metallic luster, automatically constructed itself from the roots behind the coral tree. The surface of the tower was flashing with regular stripes, and the shell unfolded outward from the stripes, quickly reconfiguring and transforming. It spiraled up around the giant trunk, firmly binding itself to the coral tree. What on earth is this? Luo Jing shouted. Damn it, it's probably something that those warriors from Whale Shark we killed earlier secretly placed here. Another silver-armored warrior exclaimed. We must not let it send out a signal. Quickly destroy it. Luo Jing roared and swung her sword. However, it was too late. A massive photon beam shot from the top of the tower into the endless night sky, illuminating the underground cave. Not good. Hurry and notify Zheng Tianbang. Chapter 2 Special Edition. Ariel's nightmare consciousness was hazy, and my body felt as if it were being pressed down by a ghost. Unable to act according to my will, the overlapping calls of multiple girls echoed in my ears. I am the first generation Ariel. I am the second generation Ariel. I'm the third generation Ariel. Remember, you must remember, I am Ariel. Follow that man until the end of life. No matter who you were before, from this moment on, you are Ariel. You must inherit everything from us, carrying the shared memories of all generations of Ariels. Pass them on to the next generation of Ariel until you escape. Sister Ariel was still screaming painfully on the bed. It has been a week since she consumed the fish balls in the training room. Yet during this week, she had been in a crazed state the entire time. Her throat had become hoarse from the endless screaming, and soon she would likely be unable to make a sound at all. Sister, what should we do? Looking at Ariel, I tightly held Lilith's hand, feeling sour in my heart, unable to imagine what the outcome would be if this situation continued. It's okay, it's okay. Ariel will definitely get through this, Sister Lilith replied. She hadn't slept for 3 days, sitting in front of Sister Ariel's bed, keeping watch over her. Her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and her long, fair hands were extremely cold. I rubbed my palms vigorously to make my hands warm, tightly holding her hands. The cold feeling spread through my body from her hands, and the warmth I had just generated disappeared in an instant. I shivered and repeated the same action, trying my best to let my sister feel some warmth. Because I couldn't do anything, I didn't have those superpowers, nor a strong physique. The only thing I could do was to transfer this body heat to her. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Ariel's right hand, which was hanging down by the bed, twitching. At the same time, a sharp pain shot from my heart. Ruaishin, be careful. I heard Lilith's terrified scream in my ear. However, by the time my consciousness finally caught up with what I was seeing, I was already pinned against the wall by Ariel, whose eyes were bloodshot. Clang. A loud noise echoed as something hard struck the wall, and an indescribable pain surged from my abdomen. I trembled and lowered my head. My vision caught on my abdomen, which was pierced by the coral stick in her hand. Before I could regain my senses, the stick was swiftly pulled out of my body. Clang. Another strike. This time it was my left abdomen. Vomit. My stomach seemed to be injured as well, and I began to throw up violently. This feeling reminded me of the stubbled man who chased me before. I was also pinned against the wall back then, my abdomen pierced by a hard dagger. My life was hanging by a thread. Blood, red blood. Ariel gritted her teeth, her bright red eyes radiating murderous intent, staring intensely at my already mangled abdomen. You can actually bleed too? She screamed, her terrifying face almost pressed against my nose. Feeling her hot, labored breaths hitting my face, the intense pain in my abdomen made my vision blurrier, and my consciousness began to fade. Is this the end? Another nonsensical plot. Am I leaving this world for no reason? Why? After all, who am I? What is this place? That man, the one who once said he would save me. Who is he? Ruaishin, don't be afraid. I'm here. It was the man's voice. The voice I had waited for so long, but had never heard. In a daze, like in a dream, a man in special police gear appeared before me. Uncle, you finally came. I cried out in pain, excitedly opening my arms to hug the man's neck. However, the cold aura emanating from him instantly pulled my consciousness back to reality. Uncle Luo held me, his eyes filled with tenderness. He was wearing the same brown shirt as before, still carrying a layer of cool air from outside. Who was that shadow I saw in the haze earlier? Due to excessive blood loss, I fainted again. In the living room, Ariel was tied up tightly on the sofa. All members except for Lu Ruaishin were present, their gazes focused on the poor girl. Are you feeling better? Locke took a puff of smoke, speaking coldly. Yes. Although Ariel was exhausted, her awareness was still relatively clear. After injuring Lu Ruaishin, Uncle Luo arrived in time and, with Uncle Klee's cooperation, managed to subdue Ariel's frenzy, forcing her to drink a large amount of sedatives, and her hands and feet were tightly bound by Uncle Klee's tentacles. Your reaction was unexpected. It seems your mental training is still lacking. Uncle Luo sighed, wiping the wound on his arm where Ariel had bitten him with disinfectant cotton. I'm sorry. Ariel lowered her head, sneaking a glance at Uncle Luo and Uncle Klee, who were tending to the wounds. Sister Lilith and Hawk were in the kitchen cooking dinner. After all, opportunities for the whole family to gather were rare, though the reason was somewhat unpleasant. Uncle Hu exhaled a puff of smoke and stood up. So, do you now understand the full scope of my plan? He turned his back to Ariel, waiting for her response. Yes, no. My brain was a mess, and I didn't know how to think. She shook her head, her mind still lingering on the shocking scene she had seen after fainting. It's okay. After all, the information carried by this fishball is not something an ordinary human can handle. You should rest well, calm down, and digest it slowly. After saying this, he walked towards a courtyard. Wait. She raised her head and called out to Uncle Luo. Despite her chaotic mind, there was one question I had to clarify first. She stared at Uncle Luo's back, her face dark and her eyes full of confusion. That Lu Ruaishin, what exactly is she? Chapter 3. the anomalous continent, at 7 p.m. in the conference room of the 1st District's Chief Super Technology Alliance Venom headquarters. The brightly lit interior had walls embedded with countless electronic screens of various sizes, showcasing content from all corners of the concentration camp's 4 areas. This was the observation room for Venom to monitor, surveil, all areas except for the 5th District, and it was also a secret place for the higher-ups to hold high-level strategic meetings. In front of the huge electronic screen in the center of the conference room stood a silver-haired woman with short hair, dressed in a gray shirt and blue jeans, frowning as she carefully observed the images on the adjacent screen. The content being played came from the 3rd District's Intelligence Guild Crocodile Eye Snail, and this was a video that the president of Venom, Yang Jiran, had exchanged for 1,000 fish balls. The brief few seconds of footage left all the guild's high-ranking members present in silence. No one was willing to be the first to speak, as everyone present was a top scientist in the field of technology, fully aware of the chaos that would ensue if the content of the footage were to be made public. President Yang Jiran, Robbins, seated at the conference table, was the first to speak. He was the vice president of Venom and the head of the 1st Research Department, knowing that in such an atmosphere, if no one took the initiative to start the conversation, the president wouldn't speak first, as he understood Yang Jiran's indecisive nature well. Is this footage really reliable? Facing the question, Yang Jiran remained silent, her furrowed brow still unrelaxed. According to past patterns, she should have slightly relaxed her expression and then shared her thoughts based on Robin's topic. But this time was slightly different. She continued to silently stand there, her arms crossed as she repeatedly stroked her chin, showing a rather unwilling expression. This footage was purchased through Mr. Locke as an intermediary, and Crocodile Eye Snail is the most renowned intelligence guild in the 3rd District. So far, there have been no reports of clients publicly complaining about receiving false information from them. However, the high fees for intelligence have deterred many guilds with limited financial resources. Yang Jiran said, "Then that means, yes, after all, this information was provided to us by Mr. Locke, who has been cooperating with us for 10 years, so its authenticity should be beyond doubt." Yang Jiran replied seriously, her eyes fixed on Robbins as if seeking his affirmation. "Should it be?" Robbins muttered as he lowered his head. "What do you think of this video?" Yang Jiran turned to the 2nd and 3rd Research Department heads, Prek and the attendant Dorji, who were sitting nearby. "Forgive my ignorance, but in my opinion, the man who died on the battlefield in the video is undoubtedly Lord Midori." Dorji lowered her head slightly, her lips trembling as she spoke. Since learning 2 days ago that Dr. Midori and Miss Agua had died in the 5th District, she, as Midori's close attendant, had collapsed to the ground as if her soul had left her body. If I'd been a bit more assertive back then, the doctor would have taken me on the mission with him. In that case, it might not have caused the current outcome. She gritted her teeth, tightly clenching her fists at her sides. "All right, even if you go with Midori, it won't change much except for adding another person to the death toll." Yang Jiran raised her hand to stop Dojil from continuing to speak. "I'm sorry." Dojil lowered her head, taking the handkerchief offered by Director Pilek to wipe away the tears that had seeped from the corners of her eyes. "I also believe this video is real. After all, the technology on the Rockray side is not capable of producing false images," Pilek stated. "So Robbins, what is your opinion?" Yang Jiran looked at Robbins. His gaze returned to the screen, observing for a moment before saying, "From a technical standpoint, no other faction besides us possesses the technology to create false videos. But from a logical perspective, it shouldn't be easy for the most powerful combatant among us, Dr. Midori, to die in such a remote area, right? At the very least, he should have used the Underworld Battle Armor's automatic return system to escape in the most critical moments." Dojil, standing aside, finally couldn't contain her grief and shouted out. She was deeply pained by Dr. Midori's sacrifice. After all, this man was someone she had served for nearly 10 years. From Midori's daily necessities to weaponry, and even the preparations for meetings, she handled everything. One could say she had become Dr. Midori's personal maid, knowing exactly what dishes he liked and which brand of beer he preferred. But he... "All right, no more talking." Yang Jiran interrupted Dojil sharply, her face also showing unwillingness and anger. "Dojil, your emotions are too intense. Please step back and take a good rest. You don't need to do anything for the rest of the meeting." "What?" This meeting is about discussing Dr. Mederi's death. As his personal attendant, what reason do I have not to stand here and discuss with you? Even if I don't have the right to speak, I should at least be able to stand by and listen. She became agitated, and the white cloth draped over her arm fell to the ground. Huh. Yang Jiran let out a deep breath and sat down on a nearby chair, her expression extremely restrained, perhaps having reached her limit. Attendant Dojul, I understand your feelings. The chairman is also deeply pained by the loss of Dr. Mederi. Everyone present has a significant bond with Dr. Mederi, but the fact is set. Crying and shouting cannot change the outcome. So, please go back and alleviate your emotions for now, Pilek said gently. It surprised her that Pilek, as the highest administrator of the Technology Alliance, would speak to comfort Dojul in such a caring tone. She had originally come to the meeting with a mindset of if it breaks, ready to argue with the executives and leave in anger, possibly ending her career at Venom due to confrontation with her superiors. However, she unexpectedly received such kind treatment from Lord Pilek, which somewhat eased her grief. I'm sorry. She lowered her head again and quickly left the meeting room. Looking at Dojul walk out of the meeting room, Yang Jiran slammed her fist on the conference table with a thud. Her slender fist, mixed with anger, kept striking the table, causing the entire table to shake violently. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ah! After about a frenzied pounding, Yang Jiran's anger finally eased a bit, and she adjusted her expression to sit up straight. So, both of you actually know that this video was not provided by the crocodile eye snail, right? She looked at the two, seeking confirmation in their eyes. Yes, this video was actually received by the Information Transmission Department from a special signal in Zone 5 the day before yesterday. It has been confirmed that it was automatically sent by the signal station established by Dr. Mederi in Zone 5. Although Dojul attended this meeting as Dr. Mederi's confidant, it is better for her not to know the real situation about this matter for now, Robin said. According to the analysis and inference from the Information Transmission Department, the space where that signal station is located has been displaced and has shifted to the large forest at the junction of Zones 1 and 3. Yang Jiaran continuet. Should we send an exploration team to investigate? Pilek asked, somewhat excited. Yang Jiran paused for a moment, looking at the two. Robbins, Pilek, take your orders. Yes. Tomorrow, Pilek will lead a team to assemble an exploration team to investigate the forest where the signal station is located. Remember, all actions are confidential, and do not disturb the situation. Yes. In a late-night tavern, Dojul sat at a wooden table, drinking in silence with her friend Pela. What on earth happened? I've seen you confused for the past 2 days. Say something? Pela asked anxiously. She was Dojul's childhood friend. They grew up together. Due to their different races, she became a member of the Sea Demon Tomb Guard team, the chief guild of the alien faction, while the human Dojul entered the opposing Technology Alliance Venom as an attendant. The residents of Zone 1 are divided into 2 factions, the Technology faction consisting of humans and the alien faction consisting of alien races. And their power struggle has lasted for over 100 years. However, it was only 20 years ago when the new Demon King of the alien faction, Godongling, took office that this struggle began to come to an end. Because the new Demon King Godongling was naturally steady and not fond of competition. He did not advocate ruling Zone 1 through force and was also uninterested in monopolizing power. After 100 years of mutual competition, the soldiers of both the alien and technology factions were already exhausted and needed a representative figure to step forward to end this century-long battle. And Godongling was that person. The task of managing the troubles of Zone 1 was handed over to you, Venom. But in exchange, you must supply Sea Demon Tomb with 10,000 fish balls every year. This was the vow made between Godongling and the previous president of Venom, Yin Piaoyang. In the years following the vow, the economic development of Zone 1 gradually got on track. And now the residents rarely mention terms like alien faction or technology faction. Both sides mostly greet each other with terms like old monster or old iron to express friendliness. It is no longer a novelty for a human to have several alien friends, and others do not treat them as outcasts or heretics. And the same goes for the residents of the alien races. Bang! Gripping the table, Dojul slammed her hand down heavily, letting out a deep sigh. The sour smell of alcohol rushed towards Pela, who had never drunk before and coughed repeatedly from the odor. She waved her hands to dispel the smell, looking at Dojul, who had a face full of grief and anger. Did he get fired? No. Dojul shook her head with half-open eyes. Then what is it? Hiccup. Dojul trembled. The doctor. Before she could finish her words, she had already collapsed on the table, tears flowing down her arms that were resting on her head. What happened? Pela became anxious and hurriedly sat beside her. Doctor. Metairie. He is dead. Dojul raised his head, tears and mucus smeared across his face, his body trembling as he stuttered. What? He's dead. How could this happen? The news came too suddenly for Pela, leaving her at a loss for words. Who told you? It was during the evening meeting. I saw it with my own eyes. In the video, Dr. Metairie, the scene of his death. She replied, half speaking, half sobbing. Pela fell silent, fully aware of how much her dear friend admired the man named Metairie. Even as an alien being, she had a deep understanding of Metairie, the chief scientist of Venom, known for his incredible strength as a scientist in Zone 1. His power was evident not only in the unparalleled contributions he made to the technological development of Zone 1 through his extraordinary intelligence, but also as a formidable mecha warrior. Few in Zone 1 would dare claim superiority over him when it came to the design and use of the renowned underworld battle armor. As the director of the 2nd Research Department of the Chief Technology Alliance Venom, Metairie even bore the responsibility for a third of the Alliance's construction work. Unlike other zones, Venom had become almost the de facto governing body of Zone 1, guiding its development, with all other guilds operating under Venom as members of the Technology Alliance. Therefore, Dr. Metairie's status was more akin to that of a high-level leader of a nation than a mere guild executive. Moreover, those who knew him understood that he was quite protective of his subordinates, always prioritizing their interests over everything else. If anyone did something to tarnish Zone 1's reputation, he would be the first to rise in fury, pointing a finger at them and cursing them out. This was Pela's perception of Dr. Metairie, with the latter part of her understanding coming from her close friend Dojul, who served as Metairie's personal attendant. After all, Metairie's name was one that Dojul mentioned almost every time they met, as if he were a proud father figure, his lips curling into a smile whenever he was brought up. I want to see for myself. Suddenly, Dojul straightened up, her expression fierce. What? Pela was astonished by her actions. President Yang Jiran certainly won't just give up on exploring Zone 5. She will definitely organize another expedition there. So I must go to Zone 5 and see for myself. She gritted her teeth, tightly gripping the glass in her hand. You really want to go there? That's a terrifying area known as the Desolate Land. Pela said anxiously. She looked at Dojul, who stood tall, showing no signs of hesitation in her eyes. Miss Aguis is also my good friend. Before I set off, she told me that exploring the unknown of Zone 5 was her lifelong wish. She will assist Dr. Metairie in completing his mission during this operation and tell me everything she sees in Zone 5. I'm waiting for that day to come, but that day will never come. Dojul bit her lip, looking down at the glass in her hand. So, you really want to go to Zone 5? Pela cautiously asked. Yes. I want to fulfill Miss Aguis's wish and see the full view of that desolate land. Also, I want to confront those evildoers who put Dr. Metairie in such a difficult position. Dojul said, clenching her fists, the images of those who fought against the doctor flashing in her mind. By the way, how strong could those who made that great man struggle possibly be? As just a servant, you can't possibly deal with them, right? Oof. I only know that those guys are short and wield huge golden battle scythes, and they seem to be agile, close combat fighters. Dojul replied, Oh, if they are close combat fighters of equal level, wearing mecha to fight should give you the upper hand, right? But they are opponents who can defeat even Dr. Metairie. So you should be careful. Pela quietly reminded her. Regardless, I must go see it, even if it's just for a glance. I want to see the face of the one who killed the doctor. So you still can't accept the fact that the doctor has died? Pela lowered her head, gently holding Dojul's hands. Those hands were extremely cold, showing that Dojul hadn't rested well in recent days. Tomorrow I will apply to President Yang to join the expedition to Zone 5. Hey, don't act impulsively. This isn't impulsive. Don't worry, I'm very rational. Rational my foot. Meanwhile, in the Liberators Base conference room, Rock Lee gathered Zhao Minglei, Li Huahua, Sun Linsheng, and others for a meeting. Lord Rockley, you called us here so soon. Is there something important? Zhao Minglei asked. After 2 days of rest, the three had regained their former spirits, and their injuries had fully healed with the aid of healing magic. You need to go to Zone 5 again, Rockley said, holding a cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. Wait, Li Huahua jumped up first. Didn't we agree that once we handed over the token, you would release my brother and me? Why we have to go to that dangerous place again? Her tone was firm, clearly annoyed, but her eyes showed more fear. Rockley snapped his fingers and the door to the conference room opened. A small boy appeared at the doorway. Brother. Li Huahua excitedly jumped off her chair and turned to look at Zhao Minglei sitting down before quickly running to the boy. You've suffered these days. Are your injuries better? She hugged her brother tightly, carefully checking the places where he had been hurt. Don't worry, sister. I've been staying in their base, and aside from being restricted from leaving, they let me do anything else as long as it doesn't affect their daily work. Her brother replied happily, a faint smile on his face. Really? Li Huahua turned back, casting a suspicious glance at Rockley. She didn't believe that this man would treat her and her brother, who were thieves, so gently, and she even had a hint of suspicion that her brother was someone disguised by some bearded man using an illusion. Ha ha. It seems that Zhao Minglei's impersonation of your brother really left quite a psychological shadow on you. Rockley laughed heartily. Answer my question. Since we have completed the task you assigned us, why do we have to go to that dangerous place again? She questioned. Rockley took a puff of his cigarette and crossed his legs. I did fulfill my previous promise, giving you your brother back. And I will also grant you both your freedom. If that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Saying that, Li Huahua grabbed her brother's hand and headed for the door, wanting to leave immediately. However, I now want to hire you two to help me execute the next plan. Rockley's voice came from behind. Who would want to go back to that terrifying place? She muttered, pulling her brother's hand as she walked forward. But they promised that if we completed this task, they would help us pay off all the debts for the fish balls. Her brother spoke, tightly holding onto Li Huahua's right hand, quickly following behind her. The 2 feet moving forward gradually slowed down and eventually came to a stop. Are you talking about the total debt of 3,100 fish balls that our stepfather owes? She turned to look at her younger brother. Yes. The brother nodded vigorously, shaking his malnourished body, which was even smaller than Li Huahua's. Slap, slap. Li Huahua stretched out her hands and forcefully slapped her brother's face, leaving 2 red handprints. It hurts so much, sister. The brother covered his face and mumbled. Are you really my brother? Li Huahua leaned inclusive, carefully examining the boy's face. Yes, I'm really your brother. He pouted, and his face, marked with handprints, turned even redder. What do you mean? Her gaze returned to Rockley in the conference room. Literally, Rockley said quietly, lifting his hand to flick the ash off his cigarette. Li Huahua stood there, lowering her head in thought. Indeed, even if Rockley released them, the 2 siblings would still need to rely on the assassin business to earn fish balls. There were still 2,300 fish balls left to repay their stepfather's debt. If they worked day and night, even without calculating the profits, it would probably take decades to pay it all off. Although the previous assault operation gave them hope, the outcome was disappointing. How about this? Instead of engaging in dangerous assassin work day and night for the next several decades, why not accept my commission? As long as the task is completed, I will help you repay all the fishball debts, no matter how many. Moreover, this time I will still send the experienced Zhao Minglei as an assistant to help you complete the task together. Rockley said, smiling at the siblings. The siblings. Sister. The brother looked at Li Huahua. He always listened to her arrangements, and this time was no different. Ever since their home was destroyed 10 years ago, the 2 siblings had relied on each other, living in their stepfather Carl's house. He was a thrill seeker, especially in gambling and arena events. And almost all the meager income Li Huahua and her brother earned for him was invested in those. He always went to gambling venues with the mindset of getting rich overnight or bet everything on competitors who were almost certain to lose in arena events. Day after day, his debts piled up, and finally, one day, after losing everything in gambling, he was summoned by a bald creditor to a dark alley and had his head cut off with a long gun. But even though this despicable man had died, all his debts were inherited by Li Huahua and her brother as his adopted children. Thinking of this, Li Hua Hua swallowed hard. So, after completing this task, you pay me the corresponding reward, and we will be square. After that, where I go and what I do will have nothing to do with you, she said, pulling her brother back into the conference room. Yes, that's natural. Rockray nodded, his gaze shifting to the silent son, Linsheng, beside him. As for Mr. Sun Linsheng, I won't force you to participate in the upcoming operation, but please keep what happened in District 5 confidential after you return to the guild. Hearing this, Sun Linsheng remained silent, his brow furrowed as if he were troubled by something, his hands constantly rubbing against each other on his knees. Mr. Luo, he suddenly spoke up. I want to go again. As soon as these words came out, a heavy silence filled the room, lasting for several seconds. Oh, Rockray looked at him with interest, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. To be honest, this operation only gave me a rough understanding of District 5. It didn't fully satisfy my quest for the truth behind this concentration camp. Is that so? After all, the situation was also beyond my expectations. I thought you would be able to obtain more information from those people. Rockray murmured. So, you still want to take the risk and go there again to find out? Yes. Sun Linsheng nodded firmly. But maybe you won't get the answers you want there? Rockray said meaningfully, gently leaning back in his chair. Mr. Luo, Sun Linsheng suddenly stood up with a serious expression. I have the same dream as the former Chairman Hex, which is to seek the truth hidden behind this concentration camp. Since the situation has developed to this point, I will be straightforward with you. We both know that there must be another mysterious world outside this concentration camp. And for so many years, I have never given up seeking a way to break through this camp. As the former leader of the tsunami incident, you must also be secretly carrying out such plans. Exploring that mysterious District 5 is an important part of your grand plan, isn't it? Go on, Rockray said calmly, looking at Sun Linsheng. So, please allow me to participate in your upcoming exploration plan, and, if possible, let me join your entire breakthrough plan. He lowered his head, his demeanor quite humble. So you're already assuming in your heart that I still want to restart that deep-sea breakthrough operation from back then? Rockray smiled. No, not exactly. Sun Linsheng paused and continued. I believe that the deep-sea breakthrough operation named Tsunami back then was just the beginning of a huge plan that some people were plotting. Its failure was precisely what the planners had anticipated. And the real mastermind behind the plan is you, Rockray. As soon as these words were spoken, Rockray trembled slightly. But thankfully no one around noticed. He did not reply and lit another cigarette, then slowly said, In that case, are you determined to join my exploration plan? Yes. If it doesn't interfere with your upcoming plans, please allow me to join. Facing the determined gaze of Sun Linsheng, Rockray smiled and stood up. Zhao Minglei, you will be the captain for the upcoming operation. I will inform you of the details later. You three can take the next few days to further coordinate. Yes. After saying that, Rockray slowly left the conference room. In the dim interrogation room, the butterfly girl was firmly bound to a wooden post by iron chains. Rockray entered the interrogation room and gestured for the soldiers waiting inside to leave the room. After confirming that only Rockray and the butterfly girl were left in the room, he tightly closed the door. Thank you for your hard work, Alias, Rockray said, releasing the chains that bound her body. It's nothing. But those soldiers were a bit too serious with their beating just now. You could have skipped that step and come to see me directly, right? Alias complained as she twisted her shoulders. At least I need to create a few witnesses to prove that you were indeed treated as a prisoner in the interrogation room. Haha, don't you feel exhausted from being so cautious every step of the way? Not really, at least not yet. Rockray replied with a bitter smile, while he reopened the door to the interrogation room. The iron door opened with a creak. But what appeared before them was not the corridor outside the interrogation room in the previous escape base, but another dimly lit scene. Go in, Klee is waiting inside. Under Rockray's guidance, the two walked down a long corridor lined with paintings. In the dim light, Alias carefully observed the various paintings on the walls along the way. Are these arranged by era? Yes. Rockley, who walked in front, replied. After all, to sort out a complete timeline of events and accurately predict future occurrences, we must arrange them in chronological order. Luckily, this isn't a difficult task. Look, this is a new scroll we just obtained. As he spoke, Rockley raised his head and pointed to a new piece of paper at the end of the corridor. The content of the painting depicted a group of workers in white lab coats working in a laboratory filled with instruments and equipment. In the corner of the lab sat a little girl in a dress, holding a drawing board, seemingly capturing the scene of everyone working in the lab. Why does she include herself in every painting? Alias asked in confusion, gently touching the surface of the paper. I'm not sure, but everything she has drawn has so far appeared in some corner of this world. We are basing our upcoming plans on the content of these paintings. During their chat, the two had crossed the corridor and arrived in a large, dark laboratory. Is it here? A sharp, strange voice came from a corner of the lab, where a tall figure covered in tentacles stood. Hello. Alias respectfully bowed deeply to the figure. I haven't seen you in over a decade. I remember the last time we met, you were still a little girl, Clay said with a gentle laugh, his thick tentacles slithering toward them. Thanks to your help, my life has been sustained until now. For you, I am willing to give everything. Alias kept his head down, and although his gaze did not meet Clay's, it was filled with considerable reverence. Let's catch up later. We should get to the point now. Rockley interrupted their conversation and walked straight to a test bench with a huge screen. Uncle Rockley, this is the truth fishball I obtained from Zheng Tianbang, which contains the entirety of his plan. I have now officially joined their team and am responsible for collecting intelligence outside of Zone 5, Alias said, handing over the fishball sealed in a small box. Rockley placed the fishball into another small box and inserted it into a slot behind the screen. A beep sounded, and a buzzing noise came from the machine as it powered up. By the way, Alias, how did you encounter Zhao Minglei and the others in Zone 5? I didn't inform you in advance that they were going there, did I? Rockley asked. Zheng Tianbang noticed outsiders entering Zone 5, so he sent me to check the situation. I discovered your subordinate, Zhao Minglei, and the others at the border. They were at a disadvantage in their battle with the fishermen. I secretly helped him a bit, then used an illusion to block Li Huahua's magical power in the tent, allowing Zheng Tianbang to overlook her presence, and then guided her to Coral Tree to rescue Zhao Minglei and the others. Ah, I see. No wonder they returned safely. Rockley chuckled. Did you not intend for those three to come back from the beginning? Well, I originally wanted to send Zhao Minglei, who has strong illusion abilities, to test the opponent's illusion skills. If the transformed Zhao Minglei returned safely, it would prove that the opponent's illusion strength was not as strong as ours, Rockley replied. But deep down, you still hoped Zhao Minglei and the two young ones would return safely, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given Zhao Minglei the Conqueror's trump card weapon. The conch, Alias smiled and touched the back of his head, which still ached a little. He had been knocked out when the conch hit him in the head while escaping. Ha! You caught me. After all, old Zhao has been with me for many years. It would be a bit unsatisfactory to just abandon him. By the way, Uncle Rockley, the performance of the conch is truly powerful, able to launch a subjugation operation against me instantly, even in the ion interference environment of Zone 5. The speed was so fast that I had no chance to fight back. Alias complained. After all, that guy is one of my trump cards. I also wanted to test its combat performance. However, I didn't expect to pull you into this plan. I originally intended to contact you later, but unexpectedly brought you back this way. As they spoke, a clear image gradually appeared on the electronic screen. This was a projection of the memories stored in the fishball through some kind of super technology, allowing everyone to see the memories of the deceased while they were alive. In the image, a hazy view gradually became clear, and the owner of the body opened his eyes. Standing directly in front was a figure, the man who always closed his eyes yet moved freely, Zheng Tianbang. Rockley, nice work. Zheng Tianbang's mocking voice came from the screen. Haha, it seems there's no need to continue watching. Rockley suddenly laughed, his previously focused gaze relaxing, replaced by a playful expression. I didn't expect you to find the source ahead of me. In the image, Zheng Tianbang turned around, his expression fierce and venomous, his teeth tightly clenched, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. But it doesn't matter. Even if you found the source without the key in the database, you can't proceed with your next plan. Just wait at home for me to come and take the source from you. Then a wail echoed in the image, and the red-haired sword girl slowly stepped forward, raising her long sword to strike down from above. The image ended there. A silent atmosphere lingered for several seconds. I seemed to have been discovered. Alias tilted his head and tapped his own head. After all, Zheng Tianbang was an extremely cunning person. As the captain, He was well aware of the psychological activities of every member in the team. He must ensure that each subordinate is completely loyal to him, allowing no impurities to enter his ranks. From a certain perspective, if you could truly infiltrate his team as an undercover agent, that would be quite extraordinary. Rockley sighed bitterly and took out a cigarette to put in his mouth. Hey, don't smoke here. Clay, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to smoke when I got excited. Looks like I need to change that habit, Rockley said, hurriedly putting away the cigarette. Excited? What was there to be excited about in that video just now? Alias tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. That guy still believes confidently that I only found the source and didn't find the key to unlock it, Rockley explained. If I'm not mistaken, it's that little girl, right? Alias said, glancing at the scrolls hanging on both sides of the corridor. Yes. No wonder you laughed out loud. But since we've obtained both the source and the key to unlock it, why don't we activate the source right now? Alias asked curiously. The source has the right to access the database, while the key has the right to actively communicate with the source. However, if we don't have the database, having the first two is meaningless. Next, I will find a way to continuously provoke Zheng Tianbang, leading him to take action quickly, thereby exposing the location of his base and the specific location of the database. So we can seize the database as soon as possible. 89 Preparation for the second action. Let me go. Doger repeated her point again. At this moment, Yang Jiran's authority as the president seemed weak in the face of Doger's filled with sorrow and anger. She slumped helplessly in the lounge chair, showing a hint of a tired smile on her face. I really can't do anything about you. She shook her head and picked up the pen that had been placed aside. Look at this. Saying this, she handed over the document she had just been reviewing. This is... Looking at the content of the document, Doger showed a surprised expression. This is the registration form for the combat personnel. We plan to investigate the mysterious space that suddenly appeared in the large forest at the border of District 1 and District 3 the day after tomorrow. This. Doger looked at the description on the registration form, her surprised expression gradually replaced by joy. I'm sorry for hiding some truth from you in the previous meeting. After all, knowing those details at that time wouldn't have been beneficial for you. Now that you have made up your mind to personally go there to find out, you have the reason to know these truths. Reading the words in the document, Doger's hands trembled slightly. President, did you already plan to send an expedition team there for the exploration plan? Doger raised her head excitedly, her eyes shining with renewed vitality. I can't understand why joining such a dangerous plan makes you so excited. Yang Jiran shrugged helplessly. President, you are so kind. Doger jumped over and hugged Yang Jiran's neck. All right, don't do that. Yang Jiran laughed and gently pushed Doger away, straightening her disheveled clothes. You have always been impulsive, which is why I didn't want you to participate in the exploration plan. After all, in such a dangerous and unknown environment, there is no room for carelessness. And we can't rely solely on enthusiasm to carry out actions. Yang Jiran sighed. Her serious expression finally softened. Originally, I was just trying to make Doger realize the seriousness of the situation by deliberately putting on a serious and stern president's appearance. But seeing her so persistent, I gave up. Go ahead, after filling out the registration form. Report to Director Zhao Pailik. He is the commander of this exploration mission, and everything must follow his arrangements. Yes. On the side of the escapers, Zhao Minglei's team, preparing for the second exploration of District 5, was gathering supplies in the trading market. Uncle Zhao, I suggest reducing the number of recovery potions and increasing the number of speed-enhancing potions. Li Huahua stood by the shelf, tiptoeing to read the descriptions on the magical potion bottles. Indeed. After all, when fighting those so-called Reapers, it's almost a matter of either you die or I die. To increase the chances of winning, we must work harder on action speed. Even leaving room for escape if victory is not possible. Having had a combat experience, Zhao Minglei and his team were relatively familiar with the fighting style of those Reapers. They clearly understood the power gap between both sides. If they faced each other head-on, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand, so they needed to consider how to complete the task assigned by Locke Ray in the safest way. By the way, what task did Locke Ray assign to us this time? Li Huahua said, extending her hand to place a potion bottle from the shelf into the shopping basket. to find the coral tree and confirm its exact location, marking it there. Zhao Minglei looked around and, after confirming that there were no other people nearby, replied in a low voice. Is it that huge tree glowing blue like coral? Yes, but isn't it located within that green jungle? If we go to District 5 again, we just need to find that vibrant green in the desert to quickly locate the coral tree, right? She tilted her head in question. It was supposed to be like that, but Lord Luo said that the space where the coral tree is located has shifted. It seems to have moved to the large forest at the border of District 1 and District 3. What? The space can actually shift? Are you kidding? Li Huahua was taken aback. I don't know the specific details. I just received the order from Lord Luo to investigate that forest. It is said that this information was provided by Venom, which governs the power in District 1. Venom? Is that the tech alliance that controls the government of District 1? How do they know about this? I don't know. They probably detected the anomalies in that forest through some advanced technology. Venom and escapers have been collaborating in the field of advanced technology for decades, and they almost fully share information. After learning about the anomalies in that forest, Venom is also organizing an expedition team to prepare to explore there. Zhao Minglei replied, if that's the case, will the two guilds join forces to take action together? It's likely so. Even if we don't actively invite them to act together, they will come to us since we already have experience going there. Rather than Venom recklessly entering that unknown area alone, it is better for them to assist us in exploring that area again. That makes sense. Were those guys really trustworthy? I don't know much about the guilds in District 1. Rather, I don't know much about the cultures of other areas besides District 3. Li Huahua said self-deprecatingly. By the way, where's that brat's son Linsheng? We agreed to meet at the entrance of the trading market, but I haven't seen him yet. Zhao Minglei looked up at the market entrance, which was empty except for the guard. It seems he had an argument with the vice president in his guild and has been delayed. He is probably still entangled with them now. An argument? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ocean Priestess Guild. No, absolutely not. I already tolerated your willfulness the first time. This time, I will not let you go to that dangerous place. The vice president, Nana, blocked the door of the guild, placing a large table horizontally at the entrance while sitting cross-legged on the tabletop. Nana, can you think from my perspective? Sun Linsheng, with a sorrowful face, stood in front of the table, trying to persuade his vice president earnestly. No. If you were to die, what would happen to all of us in this big guild? She crossed her arms, pouting, and tilted her head to one side. Seeing this, Sun Linsheng cast a pleading look at the attendant, Pales. However, Pales just shrugged, turning his back to Sun Linsheng with a helpless expression. You guys, 90 obsession and love are humans not striving to live in order to see a broader world? Sun Linsheng sighed and sat down beside Nana. Don't talk to me about such grand principles. If you insist on following that Lockeray to explore District 5, take our whole family with you. She bit her lip, frowning with a serious expression as she looked at Sun Linsheng. This is no joke. How can you bring us into such a dangerous situation? Sun Linsheng panicked. You know this is a dangerous thing? If you're not afraid of dying, why should we be afraid of dying? Nana shouted loudly, pointing around at the guild members. He was momentarily speechless. Look at the injuries you came back with. Your clothes are in tatters. If anyone dared to touch your firearm on a usual day, you would go crazy and argue with them. And just look at how many scratches are left on your gun barrel when you come back. It's already a blessing that you returned safely. Her tone grew more agitated. Nana, you still don't understand my feelings. Compared to those. Compared to what? Compared to your dreams? That wish of the old president you always talk about? Before Sun Linsheng could finish, Nana interrupted him, pointing at his nose. Stop talking about escaping the concentration camp and searching for the truth. Such endless things, okay? Do you want your large guild, which you have painstakingly cultivated for over 10 years, to suffer with you? You are a guild leader. Don't act recklessly like a child every day. Nana lowered her head, her tone softening. She knew very well that no matter how unreasonable she was, she couldn't change this man's mind. However, even if there was only a slim chance of saving it, she had to fight for it because this man named Sun Linsheng was not just the guild leader of the Ocean Priest. He was the most important man in Nana's life. Before meeting Sun Linsheng, Nana managed the farm with her parents as the daughter of a farm owner. But a sudden disaster caused this young girl to lose everything. It was a plague that came without warning. It struck fiercely, not even giving her or her family time to escape to other cities. The plague virus, referred to as green fish, swept through the entire farm, indiscriminately infecting all living things on the farm. Plants, animals, and even the residents living on the farm were all infected with the virus. In just one night, the originally vibrant farm turned into a silent hell. At that time, Nana happened to be participating in combat training in a nearby city, narrowly escaping the plague's baptism. When she returned home and saw the horrific scene ravaged by the plague, she fainted from the immense psychological blow. When she woke up again, she was already lying in an orphanage in the neighboring city, funded by a nearby guild to raise her to adulthood. After turning 18 and losing her family's farm, Nana could only rely on her own hands to earn a living. With her excellent physical abilities and combat skills, she became an outstanding combat trainer. After gaining full confidence in her strength, she signed up for arena competitions, where she met the current guild leader, the young man named Sun Linxing. During their match, Sun Linxing's fierce and unyielding attacks quickly put Nana at a disadvantage. A long-range warrior wielding a firearm could use it as a melee weapon with ease. Just as Nana was knocked to the ground by a powerful punch, the barrel of the coiling dragon firearm was pressed against her forehead. Your killing intent isn't enough. She heard Sun Linxing's triumphant voice from above. He turned the gun's muzzle and pulled the trigger at the oncoming dual-knife swordsman. Bang! Pale blue flames filled her vision, and the rushing dual-knife swordsman fell in response. Ding! Conditions met. Stone cup will soon open. A female, ethereal prompt echoed above the arena. You don't have a guild, right? How about joining us? WH. What? The sudden question left Nana, lying on the ground, somewhat bewildered. You are not suited for the stage of slaughter. You should manage the guild with me instead? Why? My sixth sense. Sun Linxing smiled, extending his right hand toward Nana, who was still on the ground. As the competition ended with a prompt, the breeze brushed against the handsome face of the man, his golden long hair flowing in the wind, that refreshing, sunny aura instantly captivating the girl's soul. What girl doesn't like a handsome and powerful man? Huh. Sitting at the large table, Nana sighed deeply. Let's have a fight. What? Before the words were out, Nana's dagger flashed in front of Sun Linxing, a lock of golden hair falling to the ground. Do you remember the rule you set when you got drunk? Whoever can knock you down in a duel and step on your face shouting, "You stupid pig," gets your position as guild leader. When did I ever say that? Sun Linxing dodged while pulling out the firearm from behind. You did say it. Nana quickly swung her dagger, lowering her body as she charged at Sun Linxing. You just want to vent your emotions, right? Shut up and take a hit. Various colored lights sparkled around Nana, all the enhancement magic she had cast on herself in advance. Looks like this guy is prepared for a fight. The dagger struck the firearm barrel with a clang, and the guild members surrounding them quickly spread out, moving all the objects nearby to avoid unnecessary damage during the fight. For so many years, I have been constantly training in physical techniques and illusions, completely different from you, who just lie in bed polishing that firearm. She shouted as she drew a second dagger from her waist, relentlessly pressing Sun Linxing, who's lying in bed polishing the gun every day. Sun Linxing swung the firearm, blocking Nana's powerful chop with the barrel, forcefully pushing her back and creating several meters of distance between them. Suddenly, he raised his elbow and forcefully pushed into the air behind him. Bang! The sound of his elbow hitting a hard object came from behind, and Nana's figure suddenly appeared behind him. I knew you would use that move. He smiled proudly, using the firearm to pin Nana's neck. Fool, that's an illusion. A roar came from above, but it was too late. When she looked up, Nana's feet were already above his head, feeling the pain of her face colliding with a wall. Sun Linxing's face was heavily stomped into the ground by Nana, who came crashing down from the air. You stupid pig, she shouted, raising her foot again to stomp on him. Sun Linxing covered his head, desperately protecting it, at such close range. Even using the firearm for a swinging attack would be ineffective. This is the end. Suddenly, a rough shout from a man came from the door. The crowd's attention was drawn to the man who suddenly appeared. Standing there was Zhao Minglei, the chief guardian general of the Liberators Guild from District 3. What? Why is this man here? Everyone was astonished, raising their weapons in preparation for battle. So it really is going to escalate? A girl's voice came from behind Zhao Minglei. A long black shadow gradually rose along his back, eventually taking the form of a girl. Il Twinsley Wawa? Nana's eyes widened as she stared at the girl on the man's back. You aren't dead at the entrance of the Liberator's base during that assault operation, are you? Not only did Nana have questions in her heart, but the witnesses who had seen that tragic scene also showed surprised expressions. It's a long story, Zhao Minglei said softly, but you don't need to know the truth. As he spoke, he slowly walked toward the fallen son Linsheng. What are you going to do? Nana scolded, quickly stepping in front of son Linsheng to shield him from the man. Hee, just now you wanted to stomp on this blonde kid's head with your shoe, and now you're protecting him? Zhao Minglei stopped, revealing a faint, bitter smile, shaking his head gently. Why does this man seem different from the last time I saw him? Nana pondered. She could sense that during the previous assault operation, Zhao Minglei had exuded a suffocating killing intent, but now he seemed like an ordinary uncle without any aura. Only his sharp and steady gaze remained unchanged. There's no need for you to worry about our business. Hurry up and tell me, what is the purpose of your visit here? Nana brandished her dagger and poked son Linsheng, who was lying on the ground covering his face with her right foot. It's a find me. Son Linsheng slowly got up, rubbing his face that had a black footprint on it, while a nearby attendant hurriedly brought a towel to wipe him down. Find you? What happened between you? I didn't tell you when I came back a few days ago. Actually, they are my companions on the trip to the 5th District. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, Nana spoke up. So, you three explored the 5th District together? Yes, and thanks to Uncle Zhao Minglei's help, we were able to return safely to the 3rd District. Son Linsheng brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, tidying his disheveled outfit. You actually worked with such a man without any vigilance. Nana pointed her dagger at Zhao Minglei. As an enemy, he is indeed a terrifying presence, but if this relationship is reversed, he would become a very reliable teammate, right? Son Linsheng smiled, stepping forward and resting an arm on Zhao Minglei's shoulder. Oh, the members of the guild around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing their guild leader casually draping an arm over such a prominent figure's shoulder was indeed impressive. Really, is that true? Nana looked at the three in front of her with some skepticism. If you don't look closely, passers-by might mistake the three of them for a dad, mom, and daughter on the dad's back, creating a family scene. What is this shocking visual all about? Nana covered her head, trying to sort out her chaotic thoughts. Since both of you have come looking for me, it probably means the preparations for departure are nearly complete, right? Son Linsheng said with a smile, subtly moving toward the door. Yes, the supply items are fully prepared, and after discussion, we decided to stock up on more speed-enhancing potions this time. Li Wawa, who was lying on Zhao Minglei's back, replied. She hooked her hands around Zhao Minglei's thick neck, her small head resting on his back like a koala baby clinging to its mother. Then let us set off quickly, Son Linsheng said, reaching out to move the large wooden table blocking the door. Hey, by the way, how did you two get in? He suddenly realized and turned to look at the two behind him with a puzzled expression. The little girl transformed into a shadow, along with me, and slipped through the crack of the door. She anticipated that you and Nana would start arguing. When we arrived at the guild's entrance and found the door tightly shut, she wondered if you were already fighting inside. Zhao Minglei laughed. Upon hearing this, both Nana and Son Linsheng flushed red. Family matters should not be made public. How could you tell others about such things? Nana blushed and stepped forward, twisting Son Linsheng's ear 360 degrees. The guild's door was reopened, and the light from outside flooded in, instantly brightening the hall. Then let us hurry and set off. The adventurers from Venomous Fang are already waiting for us at the colorful Coral Reef Tavern. Zhao Minglei said, turning to walk outside. Hey! Nana's voice called out from behind, stopping Son Linsheng, who was closely following him. Are you really determined to go? She slowly approached, her face showing a conflicted and melancholic expression. The guild will be entrusted to you, Son Linsheng said softly, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he continued to walk forward. Bastard, what are you talking about? Nana scolded, raising her hand to throw a small metal ball at his head. Thud. The small ball hit the back of his head hard, causing him to stumble forward a couple of steps. I packed it in my pocket. Press it when you encounter danger. Nana grinned and shouted loudly. Got it. Sun Linxing smiled, raising the small ball and waving it at her. You must press it. A girl's nagging voice continued from behind until the guild's door closed again. In the evening, in the VIP meeting room of the colorful Coral Reef Tavern, 6 people sat around a round table filled with sumptuous dishes. Yang Jiran, the president of the 1st District's Top Technology Alliance Venomous Fong, the directors of the 2nd and 3rd Research Departments, Pai Leek and Attendant Doger, and Zhao Minglei, representing the top guild breaker from the 1st District. Mr. Zhao, it's been over a year since we last met, hasn't it? You look good lately. Yang Jiran gently flipped her silver-white short hair, smiling at Zhao Minglei. Oh, President Yang, please don't be so polite. The 3 of us just escaped from that terrifying area in the 5th District. Being able to return with our lives is already a stroke of luck. If you think I look good, it must be thanks to the electrotherapy provided by you Venomous Fong, right? Zhao Minglei replied with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. 92, the quirky trio, I am Zhao Minglei, the general of the breaker. Hello, everyone. Zhao Minglei extinguished his cigarette and smiled at Pai Leek and Doger, who were sitting across from him. These 2 are Sun Linxing, the president of the Ocean Priest Guild, and Li Huahua from the Eel Twins Assassin Duo. Sun Linxing is a marksman-type warrior who uses a musket for long-range attacks, while Li Huahua is an assassination-type assassin with the ability to transform her body, making her suitable for infiltration, assassination, and various other tasks. Zhao Minglei introduced. I see. The professions and special abilities of the 3 of you can complement each other to some extent. No wonder you were able to return safely from the previous exploration mission. President Yang Jiran sighed, a trace of frustration appearing on her face. In contrast, our side seems to have been somewhat lacking in preparation. She did not continue. Zhao Minglei saw her thoughts and refrained from pressing further. So this is Lord Pai Leek, right? The light-storing sword you invented is highly favored in close combat. Zhao Minglei looked at the man sitting beside him. Pai Leek was dressed in purple full-body armor, with a large light-storing sword at his waist, which is typical attire for close combat warriors. Unlike Medley, who likes to wear the underworld mech, he absolutely would not wear that seemingly clumsy and unattractive giant mech unless he was in battle. And in Medley's view, the underworld mech is more impressive than any armor on the market. So this is the one who invented the light-storing sword. Sun Linxing's eyes lit up with awe as he stood up to bow to Pai Leek, sitting across from him. Seeing this, Li Huahua, though not knowing the situation, hurriedly stood up and followed Sun Linxing's example, slightly bowing her head. I've heard of Lord Pai Leek's great name long ago. After all, the light-storing sword you invented is one of the most popular items besides the flying fish. I once spent a fortune at an auction to buy 2 for self-defense. They're quite convenient to use. Sun Linxing exclaimed, pulling out a long, slender tube from his waist. So it's you. Li Huahua also became surprised. She finally realized that the man sitting in front of her was the well-known father of the light-storing sword. Someone once calculated that the annual demand for luminous swords in this concentration camp is about 200,000 units, and with a rising population, is increasing by 10,000 units each year. Just as the invention of the flying fish sparked a transportation revolution back in the day. The birth of the luminous sword has similarly triggered a huge revolution in the field of melee combat. Many warriors skilled in melee weapons have significantly increased their attack and movement speed after acquiring luminous swords, which are almost weightless. It was also at that time that the dominance of ranged warriors in the arena gradually began to change, ultimately leading to a balance between melee and range combat. Faced with the great figure before them, the 2 young people from the Breakers felt a deep respect. Sun Linxing couldn't hide his joy, feeling grateful for his stubborn decision to participate in the 2nd exploration mission. After all, not only could he gain a deeper understanding of the hidden secrets of this concentration camp, but he could also exchange experiences with many renowned figures. Such opportunities were probably unimaginable to his former self, who was just an unknown nobody. However, compared to the excited Sun Linxing, Li Huahua appeared less thrilled. Although meeting the legendary figure in person surprised her somewhat, it was only that. Her sole purpose from the beginning was to quickly complete the task assigned to her by Rockley and leave this place of strife with her brother, living a simple life away from the mundane world. So, who is the other young lady? Zhao Minglei looked at the reserved Dogier sitting in the corner. She frowned, her face serious, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, occasionally glancing around the room. This demeanor felt somewhat out of place compared to the atmosphere in the room, as if she were constantly on alert for something. Unlike her usual attendant outfit for formal meetings, Dogier was participating today as a member of the meeting, so she was only wearing a white shirt she often wore. However, this young girl, accustomed to her attendant duties, felt quite awkward sitting among several prominent figures. After all, as an attendant, she didn't know how to sit equally with everyone else and feared offending the adults present with an ill-timed word. She is Dogier. Previously, she served as an attendant for Dr. Medley, and this time, she is participating in the exploration of Zone 5 as a team member, Yang Jiran explained. An attendant? The three from the Breakers said in unison. To be able to attend this meeting as an exploration team member, she must not be just an ordinary attendant, right? Zhao Minglei pondered. Her appearance is average, and nothing extraordinary stands out about her. Could she be a warrior using illusion magic? Sun Lynching thought. I think I've seen her white shirt before at the trading market. Li Huahua mused. Under the serious gazes of the three opposite her, the already nervous Dogier felt even more at a loss. Is there something on your mind? Yang Jiran asked curiously, looking at the three. No, nothing. The three responded in unison. Ha ha ha, you three are quite in sync. Parikh joked from the side, but at first glance, it's really hard to tell that they are members of the same team. Heh, I feel like I've heard that line somewhere before. Zhao Minglei shrugged, recalling his first encounter with Alias in Zone 5. Now let's put aside the small talk. As the venomous Fong, we as newcomers would like to hear the thoughts of the three from the Breakers regarding the previous exploration mission in Zone 5, Parikh inquired, crossing his hands on the table and staring seriously at the man in front of him. Zhao Minglei took a puff of smoke and glanced at the two young people beside him. They were silent, all focusing their attention on him. Sigh, I guess it's up to me, as the elder, to speak on behalf of everyone. He smiled inwardly and took on the role of spokesperson. Ahem. In that case, let me share some of my humble opinions regarding the last mission. He nodded and continued. First, we need to clarify a very important matter. There exists a supernatural phenomenon known as ionic fluctuation in Zone 5, which interferes with all electrical devices entering Zone 5, including signal transmission towers, electronic mesh, and even electrically powered watches will lose their functionality due to this interference. Therefore, the primary prerequisite for entering Zone 5 is that no electrical devices can be carried. After saying this, Zhao Minglei carefully observed the expressions of the three members of Venomous Fong. As expected, extreme surprise appeared on their faces. After all, as the leading guild of the Super Technology Alliance, Venomous Fong is known for its powerful underworld mech, and almost all daily production and life rely on electronic technology. If they were to be deprived of these products, it would be difficult to maintain their dominant position, and even the most basic production and living conditions would be at risk. If they enter Zone 5 without any electronic devices, it would be akin to an unarmed ordinary citizen walking into a terrifying forest full of tigers and wolves. The consequences are unimaginable. I see. Yang Jiran suddenly understood, her eyes widening slightly, her fists tightly clenched together. Parikh and Dogier turned to look at her simultaneously. No wonder Dr. Medley cut off contact with the information department after entering Zone 5. Was it due to the interference from that so-called ionic fluctuation? Her tightly clenched hands began to tremble. This was the fear brought by the unknown to this scientist. Could it be that Dr. Medley was defeated by that enemy, because the mech couldn't exert its full power in such an environment? Parikh also reacted at the same time. Wait, I remember in the footage sent by the signal station a few days ago, the doctor was wearing an old mech while fighting those enemies with scythes. That kind of mech is different from the current mainstream models powered by electricity. It uses some kind of magic for its energy source, and in a sense, it doesn't fall under the category of electrical devices. However, the performance of that old mech is far inferior to the new electric mechs, which is why it was phased out long ago and is now just kept as a backup in the toolbox. Dogier analyzed passionately, facing the three with serious expressions. Zhao Minglei had anticipated this response. After all, as an excellent psychic warrior, he had also experienced the pain of being unable to use his specialized abilities to fight against enemies. A warrior who has lost their specialty will find it difficult to perform at their best against strong foes. However, it is precisely at that moment that a seasoned warrior's adaptability is tested. After all, those who rely solely on their specialties to achieve victory cannot be considered excellent warriors. However, I encountered a situation like this when I fought against the Crimson Chomp Shark Fred, but that battle ended abruptly after Fred received a phone call. That incident has always remained fresh in Zhao Minglei's mind, and he thought that one day he would settle the score with that fiery brat. However, there's no need to worry too much, as the supernatural phenomenon known as ionic fluctuation only occurs within the confines of Zone 5. The area we are exploring this time is the large forest at the junction of Zones 1 and 3. The reason I compared this exploration target to the previous Zone 5 should be quite clear to the three of you, right? Zhao Minglei spoke, casting a look at Pyleek, the leader of the Venom Fang expedition team, seeking an answer. Yes, after all, it is speculated that that area was transferred from Zone 5 through some kind of spatial magic. So it is very likely to have the ionic fluctuations phenomenon you mentioned. Pyleek replied, however, I believe that there won't be any ionic fluctuations in that space, or if there are, their frequency is quite low. Otherwise, that signal tower wouldn't have restarted its signal transmission function to actively contact us. Yang Jiaran continued to analyze. So the conclusion is, we can wear electronic devices into that area, right? Zhao Minglei summarized. Well, even so, I think we should prepare a few sets of old mechas. Pyleek nodded. How many old mechas are left in the base warehouse? Yang Jiran looked at Pyleek. 94 units. Not many. It's fine to provide everyone present with one, but it definitely won't meet the needs of all the expedition team members. Pyleek shook his head. All expedition team members? Zhao Minglei exclaimed. Yes, we have gathered 10 elite warriors from the guild, excluding the three of us, with Pyleek as the combat commander and Dogier as the assistant to carry out this exploration mission, Yang Jiran explained. Sigh, you really haven't grasped the situation. Zhao Minglei smiled tiredly. The three people opposite tilted their heads, somewhat puzzled by his expression. What do you mean? Zhao Minglei paused and explained. There are a large number of powerful girls known as Reapers in Zone 5. They all look the same, wielding huge scythes as weapons. And they can also unleash extremely powerful explosion magic. I'm afraid each of them is around T1 level. WH what? The three members of Venom Fang widened their eyes at Zhao Minglei's statement. T1 level. Yes, that means each of them possesses the strength of Pyleek, who is clad in the Nether River Mecha. Moreover, they can easily handle both melee and ranged attacks. But the most troublesome part is that they seem to be able to learn the magic released by their enemies. This is something I witnessed firsthand during my battles with them. As he spoke, Zhao Minglei looked at Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua beside him, and the two nodded in confirmation of his statement. So you mean we should minimize our numbers to avoid alarming the enemy? Pyleek asked. Yes, although it is still unclear whether there are such Reaper girls in the transferred space. We must maintain a cautious attitude. A grotesque, three-headed demon stone statue stood on either side of the main entrance of the Spirit Magic Palace, its sharp eyes watching everything in front of the door. Even inanimate objects would instill a sense of fear in those who approached. Leaning against the throne in the Magic Palace was a demon with red horns on its head. It wore a bright red robe, and its dark, shiny skin reflected a dim light in the darkness. It lazily sat on the throne, resting its head on one hand while observing the winged demon standing respectfully in the center of the Magic Palace. The winged demon clasped its hands together, gently flapping its black wings behind it, gazing at the ground with a look of reverence. My lord, I have an important report to convey. It slightly lowered its head, pulling its wings tightly against its back. Speak. A few days ago, our patrol team sensed unusual magical fluctuations in the forest at the border of Zones 1 and 3. Upon investigation, we discovered that an unknown space suddenly transferred into that forest, likely due to some form of spatial transfer magic. I already know about this matter. Oh, the winged demon slightly raised its head, surprised. May I ask, did the patrol team members inform you in advance? No, it was Didas who told me. He sensed the existence of that space a long time ago and is currently collecting intelligence there alone. Demon King Go Dongling shifted his posture, adjusting his head. So was the military god. The winged demon quickly lowered its head in embarrassment, saying, "I'm ashamed," as the commander of the patrol team. "I'll let the military god Didas take on the task of intelligence gathering for us. It's my failure." Well, it's fine. After all, that guy just happened to encounter the suddenly appeared space while training in the forest and investigated out of curiosity. However, the subsequent detailed investigation work still needs to be handled by you. A discussion meeting will be held tonight, focusing on the exploration plan for that space. I understand. All right, you may leave now, and remember to attend the meeting on time tonight. Yes. Watching the winged demon leave the magic palace, the bat demon, waiting nearby, slowly approached. "Lord Godongling, I believe that the appearance of that space must be intentional. Regarding the dispatch of personnel for exploration, please think twice." This demon is named Cheongchi, a strategist under Godongling, and like the military god Didas, is one of the highest managers in the Sea Demon Tomb of the 1st District. Aside from the demon king Godongling, as the military god, Didas commands a total of 20,000 aberrant warriors of Sea Demon Tomb and directs their training as a combat instructor. Meanwhile, as a strategist, Cheongchi is responsible for talent development strategies and the management of daily affairs within the guild, maintaining the daily operations of Sea Demon Tomb as Godongling's assistant. The aberrant warriors of Sea Demon Tomb habitually refer to themselves as the Demon Army because most aberrant beings possess terrifying black wings and demon-like faces. They were once the aberrant faction that other humans despised 100 years ago, as their shapes and appearances were drastically different from humans, and even the blood flowing within them was a deep green color. No one knows why such a small group of aberrants, numbering only around 20,000, exists in this massive concentration camp with a population of nearly 1 million. However, despite their small numbers, aberrants are significantly superior to ordinary humans in terms of physical abilities and the development and application of magic. Yet, they used this unique talent to occupy rights above ordinary humans here 100 years ago. However, with the development of human technology, the technological faction gradually emerged and matured within human society, and with the end of the tsunami incident that shook the entire concentration camp, the 1st District completely transformed into a situation of equal power between the technological faction and the aberrant faction. Coincidentally, both the chief scientist of the technological faction, Yang Jiron, and the ruler of the aberrant faction, Godongling, share a pacifist nature and surprisingly similar timelines for their rise to power, with less than a week's difference. Thus, the two leaders of the opposing factions quickly reached a consensus on a ceasefire. No fighting, focus on development. This was the conclusion they both voiced at their first negotiation meeting. Over the next 20 years, the residents of the 1st District gradually adapted to each other's racial cultures, transitioning from mutual resistance to mutual tolerance. You were right. I have considered this as well. As long as the appearance of that space does not affect the stable relationship between Sea Demon Tomb and Venom Fong, we do not need to pay too much attention to its existence. However, a simple investigation is still necessary. You will host tonight's seminar, Godongling said, picking up the goblet from the armrest of the throne and savoring the bright red liquid within. Wow, human blood is truly irresistible to me. Adults, that's just ordinary wine. In the evening, in the Sea Demon Tomb conference room, senior managers of the Sea Demon Tomb gathered around a round table. Sitting in the highest seats were the Demon King Godongling, the strategist Cheongchi, and the war god Daidasai. In addition, Cheongchi also invited the patrol team commander Hasley and the captains of 20 soldier squads to attend. Despite the large number of people, the room was surprisingly quiet, as everyone was waiting for the Demon King to speak first. Much like strategists on the battlefield waiting for their general's command, all eyes focused on Godongling. After surveying everyone, he finally straightened up and placed both hands on the table. Good evening, everyone. Your Majesty, good. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted with deafening cheers and applause from his subordinates. Well, then I'll hand over the hosting of the meeting to Cheongchi. He stood up, patted his backside, and prepared to leave the room. And Master Demon King, what's wrong? Have you finished? It's over. Oh. Xiongqi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After all, Godenling had already instructed him to host this meeting, so this situation was expected. Ahem. Then, let's officially start today's meeting. Uninvited guests, everyone knows the purpose of gathering here, right? Strategist Xiongqi asked the commanders at the round table. After receiving affirmative responses through their gazes, he stood up. It is well known that space transfer-type magic is extremely rare in the concentration camp. Even the great demon King Godenling, who possesses many abyssal spells, knows only a handful of space transfer spells. However, the person who can transfer such a large area of space to that forest in such a short time must be one of the few powerful beings in a concentration camp. Yet, in our understanding, there is no known user with such powerful magic. In other words, if the transfer of that space was indeed done by someone, then he is likely an unfamiliar figure to us. If that's the case, it will be difficult to discern whether he is friend or foe. As Xiongqi spoke, he looked again at everyone present. The expressions of the crowd were filled with surprise, but more so with concern and contemplation. When an outsider suddenly appears in one's own territory without prior notice, it is only natural to regard them as an enemy. So, do you want to send a reconnaissance team to investigate? Patrol Team Commander hastily raised his hand to inquire. Yes, but the specific number of warriors needed to form the expedition team is still up for discussion. The purpose of gathering everyone here is also to hear your opinions. Xiongqi nodded and spread his hands towards everyone. The crowd fell silent, facing an unknown invader. It was understandable to think that sending troops without clarity on the situation could easily alert the enemy. At the same time, it cannot be ruled out that the other party might have no hostile intent at all. If we were to show our weapons first in such a situation, it might provoke the other party's hostility or even more extreme actions. Before that, I have something to say. A rough male voice sounded from the side. It was a tall and powerful horned demon, Daitasai, the war god of the sea demon tomb. Commanding over 10,000 powerful aberrant warriors, he possessed strength befitting his position. As a Super T1 level magic warrior, Daitasai not only had an extraordinarily strong physique and exceptional close combat ability, but he also skillfully utilized his racial talents in the use of dark magic. He had learned the destructive magic known as Cataclysm, revered by many magicians as the ultimate technique. 10 years ago, the vast reserve of magical energy within him was also one reason why Daitasai was admired by thousands. It was said that he could simultaneously unleash 4 fully charged cataclysms. According to official assessments of destructive capability, if 4 cataclysms were to explode at a single point, the resulting shockwave could flatten more than half of the first district. Moreover, the dark particles composing the waves would devour any living beings in the area. This truly qualifies as a devastating strike. So far, the only explosive magic known to be on par with this destructive magic is Fiery Pulse, mastered by Fred, the vice president of the Hermit Crab Guild in the 3rd District. It is a fire-type explosive magic that can change dramatically based on the strength of the caster's magical power, and it is said that at its peak, it can achieve the same destructive effects as Cataclysm. However, this conclusion is merely based on the subjective judgments of witnesses. No one has truly seen these 2 forms of magic compete against each other. Hearing the war god Daitasai's remarks, the crowd's attention quickly focused on the dark, muscular figure. Well, rather than me recounting this in words, it's better for everyone to witness it firsthand. He muttered to himself, raising his arms high above his head. Magic resonance. Daitasai cast the spell, and the audience's vision was immediately enveloped in a patch of black mist, which gradually revealed another scene. In a forest, Daitasai stood on a wide expanse of grass, facing a massive, hard boulder. He waved his right hand, and the black magical energy coiling around it flew out, gathering in the air, ultimately forming a highly concentrated black energy sphere that exploded against the boulder. At the moment the energy sphere detonated, dark energy erupted with a piercing zzzz sound, splattering onto the surrounding trees and instantly corroding their trunks. Suddenly, a clapping sound came from behind. So you finally came out? You've been lurking there observing me for half an hour. What exactly do you want? Daitasai turned to look behind him. There stood a long-haired man in a black shirt. His eyes were tightly shut, yet this did not hinder his movements at all. A sensory ability user? Didasai muttered quietly. Lord Didasai truly lives up to his reputation. Casually waving and unleashing T1, level explosive magic. The man praised while clapping his hands. Stop with the sarcasm. Why have you been following me? Didasai questioned sternly. Following? You've misunderstood. I just came to see what kind of guest suddenly appeared on my floor. The man replied with an eerie tone. Your floor? What a joke. Are you a wild beast from the mountains or a king of the jungle? This is the public domain of the First District. Have you paid a base fee or drawn a boundary line? How did it become yours? Didasai scoffed, turning to leave. Hey! Suddenly, the man's voice came from below Didasai. Because Didasai stood at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, the man appeared like a little dwarf in front of him. Didasai paused, clearly startled by the man's astonishing speed of movement. What do you want? Didasai became cautious, retreating slightly while gradually accumulating black magic energy between his palms. I just moved here recently. My name is Zheng Tianbang. I don't have any special purpose for coming here. Just wanted to greet my neighbors and maybe make some friends. The man replied with a smile. Moved here? Are you nomad? Didasai frowned and slowly lowered his hands that were accumulating magical energy. Well, what you said doesn't seem wrong. However, as a newcomer, I still need to greet the neighbors around me. Saying this, the man took out something from his pocket, a small square box wrapped in a vortex package. This is 1,000 fish balls as a gift to the new neighbor. I hope Lord Didas can convey my greetings to your demon king. The man smiled as he handed over the small box. Didas looked down at the small box in Zheng Tianbang's hand and sneered. Who's he look down on? He thinks a mere 1,000 fish balls can make me do something for him? His tall and powerful figure stood like a mountain in front of Zheng Tianbang, lowering his head to show a proud expression towards this man whose height only reached his chest. Oh, Zheng Tianbang slightly curled his lips. Lord Didas is indeed a military god. His aura is indeed extraordinary. You're being so sarcastic, we are total strangers. And you actually know my identity and name so well. You must not be a good person. Didas bared his teeth and raised a fist, larger than Zheng Tianbang's head, in front of him. Who in the concentration camp hasn't heard of your demon General Didas' fame? Rather than saying I am familiar with you, it is more accurate to say that all the residents of the concentration camp are well aware of your power as the military god Didas. Zheng Tianbang explained leisurely. Is that so? Didas felt a hint of joy. Am I really that famous? His eyes widened slightly. Yes. I also learned about your fame from friends and know that as a general of the aberrant race, Lord Didas possesses terrifying strength beyond ordinary people. That's why I chose to move my residence close to your demon tomb base, so at least I can live quietly under your protection, right? You're so good at talking. Why not become a cross-style performer? Facing the flattery, Didas showed no signs of being swayed. He turned and walked toward the forest exit. Suddenly, the sound of iron boots trampling on the grass came from his side. Didas swiftly swung his left arm, and a strong wind mixed with magical power howled out from his solid arm. Boom! A loud noise came from the air above his left side as a red-haired woman wielding a long sword swung down at Didas. She skillfully swung the blade, cutting through the strong wind waves coming at her, and flew straight towards Didas. The thick steel armor clashed with the blade, producing a piercing metallic clanging sound, and sparks flew. However, the powerful slash did not cause Didas any harm, and even his massive body showed no sign of shaking. Instead, the red-haired sword woman seemed to have struck a diamond with her sword and was rebounded, rolling a few times in the air before sitting beside Zheng Tianbang. She released her long sword, shaking her right hand, which was numbed from the recoil, with a look of considerable surprise on her face. Is this guy's body made of iron? She exclaimed in astonishment. This guy is different from human warriors. Ordinary cold weapons probably can't hurt him at all. Zheng Tianbang said. I guess correctly. You are definitely not good people. Didas smiled proudly, reaching out to touch a small dent on his left arm armor caused by the long sword. So what are you here for? Didas raised his voice and roared at the two with a powerful tone. However, this crude momentum did not intimidate the two in front of him. Instead, The red-haired sword woman charged forward again, swinging her long sword. Mountain split slash. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, and a wave of sharp energy cut through the trees like tofu. Flying towards Didas's left arm, Didas stood still, not moving an inch. He gently raised his right hand, with a purple light flickering in his palm. The next second, he clenched his right fist, and with an explosion, the sharp energy wave flying towards him exploded in mid-air. It was as if it collided with something coming at it, and the purple smoke billowed up into the sky after the explosion. Damn it! The red-haired sword woman clicked her tongue and returned to Zheng Tianbang's side. So it turns out that two idiots came here looking for a beating. Then I will comply respectfully. Before his voice fell, Didas spread his legs apart and bent his body down. In an instant, his body seemed to inflate like it was filled with air. His muscles swelled to twice their original size. Black and red stripes spread rapidly along the bulging muscle lines on his chest, gradually covering his entire body. This is my newly mastered enhancement-type magic, beast power. Let you two idiots be my first test subjects. His originally rough voice became even deeper, and one could feel the terrifying killing intent constantly radiating from his massive body towards the two. If the combat level is below T3, any warrior would probably have fainted from mental breakdown in front of such a fierce conglomerate. The woman's hand holding the long sword trembled, and she took a step back. Captain, should we retreat? A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. This aberrant demon clearly exceeded her understanding of this race's combat capabilities. In contrast, Zheng Tianbang remained silent, still with his eyes closed and an expression of unchanging indifference on his face. Phantom break. The wind howled, accompanied by piercing screams like those from hellish undead. As a giant translucent ghost, nearly 3 meters tall, was summoned in front of Zheng Tianbang, staring at the colossal Didas. Lord Didas, please wait a moment. Zheng Tianbang immediately spoke. He summoned the giant ghost, but did not command it to fight Didas. Instead, he used its massive body to shield himself, forming a protective barrier for his safety. You want to beg for mercy? Didas sneered. Let me be straightforward. Zheng Tianbang waved his hand, signaling the nervous red-haired sword woman to put down her long sword. You should have done this earlier. This time I came here to negotiate a cooperation with Lord Didas. Cooperation? Cooperation for what? Simply put, not long from now, this concentration camp will face a sudden incident that will shock the entire nation. Some will gain from it, while others will disappear without a trace. Zheng Tianbang said, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Isn't that nonsense? Didas said disdainfully. Zheng Tianbang smiled and continued, saying, in that incident, I will be one of the beneficiaries, and I will gain enough power to change the entire concentration camp. But the premise is that we need your help. Me? Yes. To achieve the goals of the plan, we need quite a number of people, and your powerful strength makes you our best choice. Facing Zheng Tianbang's words, Didas lowered his head and pondered for a moment. What kind of plan is it? What is the purpose? Yes, at that time, our alien race had not yet reached a friendly agreement with humans, so we did not wish to participate in your so-called deep-sea breakthrough operation. Of course, the leaders of us few from sea, Demon Tomb, are relatively steady in character and do not want our people to be involved in a journey with no visible outcome. Didas's expression became slightly serious. He began to reevaluate the man before him, who was still keeping his eyes closed at that moment. After all, he was a suspicious figure who did not shy away from discussing the tsunami incident of that year. So, your goal is to restart that tsunami incident. Haven't you learned from the painful experience of the failure 20 years ago? He furrowed his brows and continued to ask. No, not at all. Zheng Tianbang said slowly, rising gradually, his eyes fixed on Didas. Although it is not our intention to restart that incident, someone will certainly awaken it again in the near future, and we will profit greatly as bystanders. I'm sure Lord Didas understands the meaning of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He handed Didas a scroll. This is our contact information. If Lord Didas is interested in cooperating with us, please contact us in the manner outlined above. After speaking, he and the red-haired sword girl beside him turned into a cloud of dust and dissipated into the air. Boom! Didas reacted quickly, instantly swinging his right fist to attack the man's vanishing body. However, the fist, wrapped in a massive wave of energy, seemed to pass through the air as if it had struck nothing, and the attack completely missed. Illusion? Could it be that only that red-haired sword girl was actually standing here just now? No wonder my heart wavered quickly after I revealed overwhelming strength. Didas muttered to himself. So, Jarella, do you think this man's words are credible? As he spoke, he turned his head, and his gaze met with that of the others. Absolutely cannot trust them. A male demon's voice came from below, the voice of the gaze's owner. As neutral parties, we have always maintained a secluded attitude in the deep forest of Area 1. And for nearly 20 years, we have not caused any major disturbances in Area 1, nor have we had conflicts with residents of other areas. The man who claimed to be Zheng Tianbang clearly has the intention to provoke a dispute. Joining them would likely damage our reputation. It could even lead to losses in personnel and property. Jarella analyzed. Makes sense. Let's end today's training here. We need to return to the Demon Palace quickly to inform Lord Godongling about this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Didas interrupted the magic resonance, and everyone's gaze returned to the conference room. Silence filled the conference room, and no one knew what to say about the content they had just seen on screen. Wow, this is really unexpected, stuttered the strategist Qiongqi. Even he did not anticipate that the protagonist of this incident would actively seek them out and directly approach the highest authority of the guild, Didas. So, the situation is actually quite clear now. The other party is a suspicious figure who wants to create some major events in the future, and they are currently in a state of manpower shortage, wanting to recruit us to do bad things together. Didas spread his hands and shrugged. Yes, my subordinate also believes that this matter should be informed to the commanders and captains of the guild sooner rather than later. After all, we want to gather some opinions and viewpoints from everyone. Jarella's voice sounded from beside Didas. As a male demon holding a long staff gradually materialized from a semi-transparent state in front of everyone. He is Didas's personal attendant, an assassin with high-level stealth abilities, capable of completely hiding his magic breath and form within the surrounding environment, to the extent that even spending a whole day in the same room with him may not reveal his presence. You are right. Our demon army has lived in seclusion in the deep forest for many years without conflict, precisely to enjoy a stable and harmonious development space. Thanks to these years of stable development, we have made breakthroughs in the field of dark magic that are unprecedented. The patrol team commander, Hasley, responded from the side. After hearing Hasley's statement, the other squad leaders also nodded in agreement, and everyone's opinion was quite unanimous. They all believed that they could not trust the sudden appearance of this suspicious figure's words, nor could they accept his invitation. However, the final decision still lies in the hands of our great demon king, Godongling. If he whimsically wants to collaborate with that man named Zheng Tianbang, I think everyone should have no complaints, right? The strategist Qiongqi looked around at everyone, and the group fell silent, tacitly agreeing with his inquiry. That said, the plan to explore that unknown space must continue. Although that forest belongs to the public domain of Area 1, since there are suspicious figures residing there, it is necessary for us, as one of the landlords, to investigate the matter first. Didas added. Hasley, yes, I order you to gather a small number of reconnaissance personnel, and tomorrow, act together with my attendant Jarella to find out what those suddenly appeared guys are all about. Yes, Lord Didas. Hasley and Jarella both bowed their heads simultaneously, accepting Didas's instructions. So, today's meeting is over. Do not disclose this matter to outsiders for now. We will decide on the follow-up plan after discussing it with the Demon King. Understood. 99 Forest Exploration, Captain Sun. Our team has currently completed the search of the outer area. Should we decide to increase our pace? Dujir leaned over and whispered to Sun Linsheng. She is serving as the deputy captain in this operation, maintaining communication and recording information with the other two teams throughout the process. The steel helmet worn on her head records the entire exploration process and keeps an online connection with the information center located in Area 1, allowing the information center to see their real-time situation while they operate here. Sun Linsheng slightly straightened up, surveying his surroundings. We can speed up our pace now. As the exploration deepened, the air around them gradually became drier, a climate that should not exist in the jungle. Sun Linsheng quickly sensed this change. Did you feel a significant change in air humidity? It seems. I didn't notice anything. Dujir replied. Strange. I distinctly feel that the air is much drier now than when we first entered the forest. Is it just an illusion? He murmured. Does the difference in air humidity have any significant impact? It's not something particularly worth worrying about. Sun Linsheng said as he pushed aside the plants in front of him and continued to move forward. Captain Sun, could you give me a specific introduction to the final goal of this exploration mission? After all, we only learned about the appearance characteristics of that coral tree before setting out. Dujir asked curiously, quickening her pace to walk alongside Sun Linsheng. Sun Linsheng contemplated for a moment and said, We discovered that giant coral tree in a forest located in the desert of Area 5. It is at the lowest point of a massive cavern, standing about 100 meters tall. It emits a brilliant blue light, surrounded by a halo composed of floating bubbles. We encountered an enemy attack as soon as we entered there, so we did not conduct a more detailed investigation of that coral tree. Is that so? No wonder Lord Lockeray, the president of the Liberators, would send you all to explore again. Dujir nodded in understanding. By the way, Captain Sun, you're not a member of the Escaper, right? Why did you participate in this exploration mission as an Escaper expedition member? Were you hired by Lord Rockray? She raised her question again. Sun Linsheng, as the president of the well-known Guild Ocean Priest in the 3rd District, is renowned for his youth and talent, making it hard for people to associate him, a guild leader, with accepting commissions from other guilds to participate in missions. I voluntarily applied to join this exploration mission. Sun Linsheng replied simply. Voluntarily? Yes, I have long had the desire to uncover the truth hidden behind this concentration camp, but due to insufficient resources, I was unable to formally initiate my actions. However, not long ago, after participating in the incident known as the assault operation in the 3rd District, I was fortunate to meet Mr. Rockray. During our conversation, I discovered that he had similar ideas to mine and had already begun his own plan. So it was only natural that I accepted his invitation to join his exploration plan. Sun Linsheng replied, recalling the encounter with Rockray during the assault operation day. Oh, the assault operation you mentioned wouldn't be the sensational assault escaper operation that took place in the 3rd District 2 weeks ago, would it? Dojir slightly widened her eyes as if recalling something. Yes, but I voluntarily withdrew shortly after the operation began, so I don't know much about its aftermath. That incident caused the escapers to lose nearly 200,000 fish balls, and they still haven't recovered them. It is said that the incident was led by the Hermit Crab Guild, with more than 40 participating guilds and thousands of powerful warriors involved. Dojir became slightly excited, her voice gradually rising. Sure. Sun Linsheng pressed down on her head, signaling her to lower her voice. Sorry. Dojir lowered her head, still filled with admiration. Captain Sun, as a participant in that assault operation, should have been punished by Lord Rockray. But why is he now representing the escapers as an expedition member here to scout? In response, Sun Linsheng smiled. I haven't really thought about that question after all. I chose to surrender early in that operation and left the battlefield. Or perhaps those 200,000 fish balls are just a drop in the bucket for the escapers' fish ball reserves. Then, that is quite astonishing, Dojir said, slightly surprised. However, I believe the reason Lord Rockray didn't hold it against you is likely because of your shared interest with the two of you. Plus, you weren't the mastermind behind that assault operation, so Lord Rockray would be magnanimous towards you. She speculated. It seems Mr. Rockray is quite a sentimental person in your eyes. Sun Linsheng felt a bit surprised, as from an outsider's perspective, Rockray, as the leader of the escapers, is unconsciously seen as a symbol of death, labeled with terrifying titles like Killer by proxy and Pure Slayer, which is the usual perception of him in the world. Previously, when I was serving as Dr. Medley's attendant, I was fortunate enough to participate in several technical cooperation meetings with the escapers, and it was during those meetings that I got a close-up view of the dreaded Lord Rockray as described by others. He doesn't seem to match the terrifying persona everyone talks about at all. She smiled as she looked up, a soft light flashing in her eyes. Although the topic was about Rockray, her expression was clearly reminiscing about someone else's face. Sorry. Sun Linsheng noticed the change in her expression and immediately ended the topic. Before setting off, Sun Linsheng had already learned from Rockray about Dr. Medley's sacrifice, and he intended to avoid discussing him during the mission, but unexpectedly, he still touched upon this sensitive area. Don't mind it. After all, Dr. Medley sacrificed himself for the development of the guild, and that honor will be remembered by everyone in the guild. Her expression was somewhat stiff, but she still managed to force a smile. Get down. Suddenly, Sun Linsheng pressed down hard on her shoulder, and the members of the team quickly crawled on the ground. 100 kill. Clear. The incident happened suddenly. Due to excessive force, Dujier's face was heavily pressed into the mud of the grass by Sun Linsheng. Fortunately, with the protection of the helmet, otherwise, her bright face would definitely suffer a lot. In the silent forest, faint sounds of footsteps on the grass could be heard, gradually approaching the squad's direction. The cheerful singing of the girls, kill, clear, echoed for not far away, getting closer and closer. Dujier could feel Captain Sun's right hand pressing down on her head, vibrating violently, a sign of fear that only occurs when recalling some terrifying experience. Team, Captain. Dujier's head was pressed down, making it a bit sore as she gently called out Captain's name. Shoo. Sun Linsheng pressed her head down again, and her neck felt a sharp pain as if it had been pulled. She couldn't help but let out a cry of awe. At that moment, the footsteps not far away stopped, but soon moved again, now heading straight toward the squad. Damn it! Above her head, Sun Linsheng's voice came out with gritted teeth. Sorry. From Sun Linsheng's expression, Dujier felt the seriousness of the situation, but it was too late. The faint footsteps were getting closer, almost within 10 meters. Withdraw, retreat. Sun Linsheng quietly issued the command, releasing Dujier's head and running towards the forest exit behind them. They just ran away. Not only Dujier, but even the other 3 members of the squad showed surprised expressions. However, in the next second, when Dujier raised her head to look at the few girls who were so close, she immediately understood Sun Linsheng's feelings. There were 3 small girls holding huge golden sickles, wearing cute pink dresses and white bows on their heads. Their delicate faces etched with a stiff expression that was devoid of emotion, yet made one break out in a cold sweat. It's those people from the video. Her memory instantly returned to the footage watched a few days ago with some high-ranking guild members. The ones in front of her were the murderers of Dr. Medori. However, their innocent faces and doll-like cute outfits were completely incompatible with the terrifying existence of those who could kill without blinking. Her heart was pounding violently, and she gasped for breath, trembling all over as she activated the battle mode of the underworld mecha. Dujier, the vice captain, Captain Sun has already issued the retreat order. Don't act rashly. A few of the squad soldiers had prepared for retreat, but they saw Dujier already unleashing all her firepower, facing off against the 3 sickle girls. Kill clear. The girls, previously cheerful and melodious, singing transformed into a shout filled with murderous intent. Kill clear. The leading girl said nothing and jumped forward, swinging her sickle. The blade drew a shining arc in the air, striking directly against Dujier's hard mechanical arm. Air cannon. Dujier shouted, her armored right arm glowing with a golden light. The armor wrapping her right hand changed, instantly transforming into the launch port for the air cannon. Boom! With a loud noise, an air bullet shot out, compressing the surrounding air and making a squeaking sound, heavily striking the girl's chest, accompanied by a powerful spiral air current. The girl's entire body was sent flying into the sky. The pink dress was blown to shreds, and the fair skin beneath was torn apart by the force of the explosion, scattering flesh all around, falling like rain on the ground. TCH, not so strong after all. Dujier felt a bit surprised, then another wave of joy. These guys seem not as strong as imagined. No need to be afraid. She turned around and shouted to her 3 teammates behind her, hurry to inform Captain Sun Linsheng. Captain, be careful. Before she could regain her senses, the 2 girls following closely attacked from both sides. Clang! The 2 sickles swung down simultaneously, colliding with the armor on Dujier's left and right hands, and in an instant, sparks flew. Particle flow fluctuation. Dujier launched another attack. The front cover of the mecha opened upward, and 2 slender cannon barrels extended out. Countless light spots gathered in front of the cannon barrels, instantly being absorbed into the energy source that filled the mecha, surrounded by holes in the barrel. Two blinding rays shot out, with cannon holes the size of thumbs, emitting a carpet-style laser sweep that filled the entire field of vision. Come and taste the power of Dr. Midori's underworld mecha. The laser swept through, igniting fierce flames, and in just a few seconds, the surrounding forest was engulfed in a sea of fire. Suddenly, she felt something around her waist snagging her, and she was uncontrollably pulled forward. What? Dujir looked down in horror. A thick satin made of black mist was tightly wrapped around her waist, like a giant arm forcefully pulling her towards the forest. Ion cutting. Dujir swung her left hand, shooting out a blue laser from her palm, aiming to cut through the black satin. However, the ion soared past through the satin as if cutting through air, unable to touch its substance at all. What the hell? Is it an illusion? In the blink of an eye, a tattered figure appeared in front of her, the very girl who had been blasted away by Dujir's air cannon. Half of her intestines dangled out from her exploded belly, and her chest was shattered, exposing half of her ribcage to the naked eye. If this tragic state were to happen to an ordinary child, they would have long lost the strength to stand up. Yet the girl in front of her showed no change in her wax-like expression, moving as if nothing had happened, completely unhindered. Robot. Puppet. The ability to reach such a conclusion in an instant came from Dujir, quickly noticing the abnormalities in the girl. Why isn't she bleeding? With such severe injuries, not a drop of blood is flowing from her body. She screamed. If she were an ordinary robot or puppet, she shouldn't bleed like a normal human. However, the exposed white bones and intestines of that girl were just like those of a real human. This was what confused Dujir, after all. No designer of a robot would deliberately modify its internal structure to be like that of a human. Such unnecessary settings shouldn't exist at all. The first battle erupted with a loud explosion. Suddenly, bright blue light filled their vision, and the scythe-wielding girl was struck by a blue projectile, flying into the air once more. Sun Linqing's figure appeared not far away. I told you to retreat quickly, he shouted as he raised his shark hunter again, aiming at the other two girls to fire. Under Sun Linqing's lead, the 3 expedition team members concentrated their fire on the 2 girls, with everyone providing cover. Doji successfully broke free from the bindings of black satin and returned to the side of her teammates. Why can't those guys be killed? A team member exclaimed. The 3 girls were bathed in a hail of bullets. Even though their bodies were riddled with wounds, they moved with ease, showing no signs of being affected by their injuries. They were not human, but terrifying entities once referred to as fishermen. Sun Linqing's face darkened as he uttered a term that had not been mentioned for decades. Fisherman? The others cast puzzled glances at Sun Linqing. This is not the time to talk about that. We need to find a way out of the forest. Damn it, Doji cursed. What's wrong? The electronic communication has been cut off. Communication with the headquarters information center and the other 2 teams has been interrupted. Doji replied with wide eyes. At the same time, a strange buzzing sound filled their ears, and his heart raced, a wave of fatigue suddenly sweeping through his body. Cough, cough, cough. The 4 team members, except for Sun Linqing, immediately collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Not good. Sun Linqing clutched his chest, feeling a strange wave spreading from the surroundings, a sudden sense of panic rising in his heart. It might be ion waves. Quickly switched to the old armor. Sun Linqing shouted loudly. However, the intense wave caused the other 4 team members to collapse as if they had lost consciousness, although they were aware. Their bodies could no longer move. Is it that serious? Sun Linqing raised his firearm and shot at the approaching damaged girls, trying to buy time for his teammates to switch to their mechs. Ugh! Doji let out a wail, desperately moving her body to turn the pocket in front of her towards Sun Linqing. Hurry, the mech replacement device is in the pocket. Activate it for us. She pleaded in a voice that was almost breathless, seeing the 3 girls already rushing at them with scythes raised. Sun Linqing quickly put away his firearm and reached into the teammates' pockets. The moment he pressed the controller button, the supply box fixed to his back automatically opened, and 3 sets of old mechs shot out with red flames, transforming into mech shells that conformed to the shapes of their bodies upon contact. Meanwhile, the 3 girls were already within arm's reach, their scythes raised above their heads. Launch! The 4 team members shouted in unison. With the click sound from the old mechs, the teammates' bodies were propelled toward the girls with the enhanced mobility of the mechs. The 4 of them collided with the girls like bullets. The specially made pointed helmets pierced through the girls' chests, directly launching them dozens of meters into the air. Encirclement formation. Doji shouted the command. The 4 quickly surrounded the 3 girls in a square formation, raising their hands with the cannon barrels aimed at them. Aim for the head. Blow their heads off. Sun Lynching shouted. He recalled the battle against that scythe girl in Zone 5. After smashing half of her head, her mobility had significantly decreased. Strike with a focus on the head for a devastating blow. Doji issued the command again. The 4 of them simultaneously fired lasers from their palms, and the girls raised their scythes to block, but the blades melted upon contact with the lasers. Zap! For lasers simultaneously pierced the scythes, splattering against the girls. Flames erupted from their bodies, accompanied by wisps of black smoke, the smoke produced from charred flesh. After a few seconds, 3 burnt lower halves of bodies fell to the ground, shattered like broken puppets. A loud explosion. Sun Lynching roared as he pulled the trigger, unleashing another 4 or 5 rounds of bombardment until the scattered bodies were reduced to dust. The scene of relentless bombardment left the 4 tech-savvy warriors nearby dumbfounded. That's enough. Captain Sun, you've turned their bodies into dust. Doji hurriedly stepped forward to stop Sun Lyncheng, who still wanted to fire more rounds. Seeing his expression, it was clear that he had suffered significantly from these scythe girls during their previous explorations, right? Sun Lyncheng panted heavily, and under the guidance of the 4 teammates, he finally calmed down. Gradually, his anxious expression faded, replaced by joy. Did we take them out? He widened his eyes, looking at Doji and then at the other 3 teammates. Yes, Captain Sun, we won. Doji smiled widely and patted Sun Lyncheng's shoulder. No, it might be an illusion from those guys. They can learn the magical abilities of their enemies, and they might have learned illusion magic elsewhere that can confuse our senses. Sun Lyncheng looked around suspiciously, still gripping his firearm tightly. Captain, I think you're overthinking it. You witnessed the scene where we just swept them with lasers, right? And in the end, it was you who dealt with their bodies. One of the teammates stepped forward to advise him. Really? Sun Lyncheng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked around at everyone. Although I don't know what kind of brutal battle you experienced with these guys before. We indeed achieved complete victory this time, Doji said with a smile, placing her hand on Sun Lyncheng's shoulder. Sun Lyncheng lowered his head in silence for a moment, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts caused by excessive tension. He took a deep breath, a relaxed and calm expression returning to his face. Sorry, I lost my composure. He tossed his long golden hair back and tucked his firearm behind him. Shall we continue our exploration? Continue. 102 the thief, son? Meanwhile, the 3rd squad, led by Perek, had explored about 500 meters into the forest. Report, Captain. Speak. We've lost communication with headquarters and also with the other 2 squads. Have you identified the cause? Not yet, but there was mention of ion fluctuations as a supernatural phenomenon during the mobilization meeting before departure. I suspect this might be the cause. The communications officer carefully adjusted the communication device in his hands, but the screen remained filled with garbled text, completely cut off from the outside world. What should we do? Captain, should we retreat? No, wait a moment. Perek raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. Based on previous estimates, there's about 1,000 meters from the forest entrance to that unknown space, and all 3 squads are heading towards that area simultaneously. According to normal travel speed calculations, we should be able to meet up soon. Under these circumstances, they likely wouldn't choose to retreat either. So, Captain, should we continue forward? Perek pondered for a moment and took out a small control panel from the storage pouch on his chest. First, switch to the old-style armor to guard against the ion fluctuations. Yes. The 5 members of the squad simultaneously held the control panel in their hands. After pressing the button, the supply boxes on their backs automatically opened, and the old-style armor inside replaced their original mechs. Record the journey and continue forward. Perek looked into the distance. The lush green jungle stretched endlessly before him. At that moment, there was some movement from the nearby jungle. Captain, biological energy response detected. All personnel, be on alert. Perek instantly entered a combat-ready state, and his mech transformed into battle mode. All squad members focused their attention on the direction of the noise. In their line of sight, a tall figure slowly emerged from behind a tree. It was a tall armored knight in bright silver full-body armor, wielding a silver knight spear. "Who goes there?" Perek shouted. "From the Hell Knights." A deep, muffled voice emanated from the closed steel helmet, with the sound of iron boots trampling the ground. He walked towards him step by step. "Cold weapon system warrior, from the 4th District, huh?" Perek squinted, observing closely. The armored knight had a robust physique, and the closed helmet completely concealed his face, making it impossible to determine where his gaze was directed. "Stop. If you come any closer, we will open fire." Perek issued a warning. However, the armored figure continued to advance, seemingly oblivious. "Laser." Perek drew the laser gun from his waist, and, as he pressed the trigger, a laser shot from the gun's muzzle, directly hitting the knight's chest. However, the beam, which could have pierced through rock, was completely blocked by his silver armor. 100 years ago, the great forger Mr. Doragungel first developed the abyssal battle armor powered by magical energy, but this great research achievement was stolen by his apprentice, later modified and developed into the first-generation underworld battle armor. Yet the true designer of that mech, Doragungel, was not remembered by the world. Instead, the thief who stole all the research results, Toralcatch, became a celebrated scientist. As descendants of that shameless thief, are you truly prepared to bear the heinous sins he once committed? The armored knight raised his long spear, which reflected dazzling light under the illumination. "You even mentioned the name of the first-generation Venom leader. Who exactly are you?" Perek slightly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the armored knight before him. That battle armor was originally meant to be equipped for the Desert Iron Cavalry Corps. But because it was stolen by that shameless Toral, it eventually became the so-called greatest invention of the technological faction, the Underworld Mech. "It's utterly ridiculous." A deep voice filled with anger came from beneath the steel helmet, and one could hear the sounds of his trembling body continuously clashing against the armor due to rage. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in stories from the past. If you want to seek an explanation from our old leader, please go find him personally. As juniors, we have no right to interfere in his personal matters." Perek shrugged, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Shut up. The son of a thief is still a thief. Even if the thief Toral has long since died, the sin of stealing Doragongel's great achievements can never be forgiven. You shall die in this desert, burdened by the resentment he has brought upon you." The armored knight roared, swinging his spear towards Perek. "Défensive formation," Perek commanded, stepping back 2 paces. "Ah!" A scream came from behind. Turning around, he found that one of the expedition team members had been pierced through by the massive knight's spear, blood gushing forth. The mech was shattered so easily. Perek couldn't believe his eyes. However, what astonished him even more was that another knight in the same silver armor suddenly appeared behind the squad. 2. A team member screamed. "What is the situation?" Perek looked at the fallen teammate, whose body was pierced by the long spear. "I'm using the armor to heal, but I can't participate in the fight. Damn it." For against 2, Perek steadied himself, his mind racing. "You 3 hold back the knight at the back. I'll deal with the one in front." Perek issued the command, simultaneously drawing the massive energy sword from his waist. Buzz! A huge electrical sound came from the hilt, and a bright blue beam shot out from it. This was an enhanced energy sword developed by Perek himself, boasting 3 times the length and destructive power of a regular energy sword, with a significantly extended energy release time. However, because it requires a large amount of magical and electrical energy, it has not reached the point of mass production. As a new emerging super technology faction, we have no prejudice against traditional cold weapon factions, but since you want to fight us, then I'll gladly oblige. The light blade clashed violently with the steel long spear, and murky black smoke filled the battlefield. Let death cleanse the sins. 103 interleaved poof. Another team member was pierced through the body by the giant knight's spear, collapsing to the ground. In less than 5 minutes since the battle began, 2 out of 5 members had already fallen. Blood flowed from the wound onto the ground. And to avoid affecting his companion's fight, the injured team member struggled to crawl toward the corner of the battlefield. The silver-armored knight followed closely behind, aiming the spear in his hand at the crawling team member. Swish! The long spear pierced through the team member's mech once again, pinning him to the ground like a nail to a wooden board. Bastard! Seeing this, Perek turned and rushed towards him. However, the silver-armored knight did not give an inch, quickly launching a thrust to restrain Perek's movements. Don't let him retrieve his weapon. The pinned team member still had a glimmer of consciousness. He controlled his mech to transform, forming a round shield to envelop himself and the spear. Eject! The other two teammates, in a moment of desperation, ignited the thrusters at the back of their mechs, shooting towards the Silver Knight like bullets. However, at the moment the knight swung his right hand, countless white light spots gathered in his hand, quickly forming the shape of a long spear, the previous spear returning to his grasp. Ah! The two teammates who launched the eject attack let out screams, their speed propelled by the mech's thrusters, making it impossible to halt their flight. In an instant, the helmet, shaped like a pointed tip, collided with the sharp spear tip, and the once sturdy helmet crumbled like tofu before the silver spear. The helmet shattered like a cookie, and with the blood and unknown liquid bursting from the broken skull, the spear pierced through his head and out from his abdomen. Thud! Another team member crashed straight into the Silver Knight. But his fate was even worse than that of the teammate hanging from the spear like a candied hawthorn. His head smashed against the incredibly hard diamond-like wall, and his entire head, along with the helmet, shattered into pieces. He didn't even have the chance to wail. He simply fell to the ground with a thud, convulsed a few times, and then lay still. The knight engaging with Perek let out a war cry, raising his left hand to summon a second silver spear. Perek quickly sensed the disparity in physical strength between them, even though he had the powerful kinetic energy provided by the mech. It was unclear whether the knight's traditional battle armor possessed the same function or if his body inherently had boundless strength. His movements had not slowed down even slightly. Meanwhile, Perek was already panting, appearing somewhat fatigued after blocking a powerful thrust. Clearly, this old-style mech seemed as easily destroyable as a block of tofu in the knight's eyes. To change the tide of battle, he had to switch to the new underworld mech, he speculated, quietly slipping his hand out to the control panel. Light energy scattering. He manipulated the mech to attack. A ring of cannon ports opened automatically around his chest, and circular lasers shot out, nearly covering all areas in front of his line of sight. Just as the Silver Knight began to defend, he pressed the control panel button. Mech switch. The old-style mech enveloping his body began to split open at the joints, and the new underworld mech shot out from the supply box. However, in that instant, a spear flew from behind, piercing through his heart before the new mech could be equipped onto Perek. Perek's body jolted, his eyes widened in shock as he looked down. The gleaming golden spear tip burst forth from his chest, firmly skewering him onto the spear. You fool! Did you think the world around you would stand still while you transformed? A mocking voice came from behind, but before the words finished, another spear pierced into his abdomen from the front. Perek was thus pinned to the ground, lying on his back at an angle. Did you think that as long as you donned your proud underworld mech, you could do as you pleased before the enemy? The thief who stole the Abyss armor, Tolaire, possesses only the wisdom to modify and improve it, while only Mr. Dorgongal is the true great blacksmith who masters the development of even more powerful armors. The Silver Knight laughed maniacally as he slowly approached Perek. He raised his right hand, encased in battle armor, and grasped Perek's neck. Dark purple mist slowly emanating from the seams of the armor, gathering towards his right hand. How does it feel? Do you sense the fear from the abyss? As he spoke, Perek's vision gradually darkened. An inexplicable oppressive feeling surged in his heart. He wanted desperately to free his body from the spear. But while his mind urged him to do so, his body, no matter how hard he tried, simply wouldn't move. His vision was quickly engulfed in darkness. And in that endless blackness, a pair of bloody demon eyes hung directly in front of him. Who? Perek shouted at the figure. However, his cry received no response. Soon, beneath those bloody eyes, a long, tooth-filled maw split open, rapidly flying towards Perek. Get away! He screamed, trying to escape. But his body remained frozen in place. Damn it, get away, ah! That massive mouth began to tear at his body, first starting with his limbs, quickly moving to his abdomen, then his chest, and finally consuming his head. Finally, he lost all strength, and Capel, as if soulless, let his hands drop, rolling his eyes as his head weakly tilted to one side. Go to hell and find redemption. In the last remnants of his consciousness, the Silver Knight's deep voice echoed in his ears, feeling his body grow heavier, as if pressed down by a great mountain, slowly sinking underground. In the end, Perek and all his teammates vanished in this area, now shrouded in black mist. The two Silver Knights also gradually disappeared in this deep, dark realm. Swoosh! The nearby bushes were pushed aside, and a group of figures emerged. Damn it! Did we arrive too late? Zhao Minglei was the first to step out from the bushes. However, the black mist quickly dissipated into the air, and this area returned to its previous state as if nothing had happened. Did you notice something strange? Li Huahua followed closely behind, asking. No. It might just be my illusion. Zhao Minglei scratched his head, leading the team to continue forward. Victory? It has been nearly an hour since they entered the forest for exploration. According to the plan, the three teams should have converged by now, but not even a shadow of a team has been seen. Could it be that they chose to retreat out of caution after losing contact? Li Huahua transformed into a shadow form and attached herself to Zhao Minglei's broad back. The purpose of this exploration is twofold. First, to locate the exact position of the coral tree, and second, to understand the environmental changes caused by the unknown space in the forest. Clarifying what equipment is necessary to wear when entering this forest and what should be avoided, Zhao Minglei explained. Even though there aren't many old-style mechas stored in Poison Fong, they still equipped each of us with a set. Wouldn't it feel ungrateful not to wear them? Li Huahua whispered in his ear. I understand President Yang Jiaran's good intentions, but I believe we should pay more attention to Lord Rockley's advice. Are you saying that Rockley advised us not to bring electronic devices into the 5th zone during the last exploration? Li Huahua tightened her grip on his back and climbed up a bit. Yes, even though that old-style mecha is almost powered by magical energy, it still has some inconspicuous functions that require electrical power, so it's better not to wear for safety's sake. Well, to be honest, I'm not very willing to wear it either. After all, putting on that heavy mecha would be a burden for someone who is operating it for the first time during a battle, right? Li Huahua nodded in agreement. Well, let us just consider it a last resort when absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Shoo! Zhao Minglei raised his hand immediately to stop everyone. He had already set up concealment illusion traps around his body, making it difficult for enemies without a certain level of insight to detect their presence. Eliminate! Eliminate! Hiss! Hearing such sounds coming from the bushes, both Zhao Minglei and Li Huahua on his back gasped. Run, should we run? Li Huahua reacted first. No, stay calm. Zhao Minglei twitched slightly but quickly composed himself. After all, he had already fought those girls before. They were not unbeatable opponents. At least if they tried their best to escape, the chances of survival would still be quite high. With the illusion in place, it's fine. With the illusion in place, it's fine. Not just self-comfort, but also comforting others. Zhao Minglei kept repeating this phrase. Eliminate. The small, light singing voice became clearer, and the sound of small shoes stepping on the grass came closer, gradually approaching the bushes. Eliminate? Accompanying the melodious singing. The bushes were pushed aside by two small hands, and a girl wearing a white bow peeked out. Hey, a child? One of the explorers exclaimed in surprise. Rather than a child, it would be better to say a young spawn of the Grim Reaper. Zhao Minglei tensed his nerves, his hands already ready for battle. Although the distance between them was less than 10 meters, due to Zhao Minglei's illusion effects, the girls did not notice the exposed figures of the explorers. Wait, it seems they are coming this way. One by one, the girls walked out of the bushes, changing their course towards the Team's defense line. What the hell? Zhao Minglei whispered. They shouldn't be able to notice us. No, they might just be coincidentally coming this way. Listen to the tone in which they are reciting that phrase. When fighting enemies, they often use a fierce tone, but when they don't notice their target, it's mostly peaceful and melodious. Li Huahua whispered. You really do observe carefully. Zhao Minglei couldn't help but admire. After all, I consider myself a professional assassin. I need to have this basic skill. While they were quietly conversing, The girls' figures were already within reach. Eliminate. Suddenly, they all took down the sides hanging on their backs and held them in their hands. Yes, that's the tone. The team members asked in unison. Oh my God! Li Huahua screamed, startled and almost falling off Zhao Minglei. Stay calm. Zhao Minglei reached out his right hand and caught Li Huahua, who was about to fall to the ground, while his left hand threw out a piece of cloth formed from black mist and placed it over several team members' mouths to prevent them from making any noise that would attract the girls' attention. Swish! 3 air slashes followed the scythe swing, brushing past Zhao Minglei and crashing into a nearby spot. Watch for protection. A familiar scream came from not far away. Is that Sun Linsheng? Li Huahua and Zhao Minglei exclaimed in unison. There are 3 of them, still executing the encirclement array. Vice Captain Dogier issued the command, simultaneously controlling the mecha to prepare for battle. In the blink of an eye, the 3 girls were surrounded by 4 mecha-clad explorers, and laser beams were fired, striking directly at the girls' heads. Go help. Zhao Minglei waved his arm, dispelling the concealment illusion. Hey! Sun Linsheng exclaimed. Don't be surprised, you all go help. Zhao Minglei commanded. The members of the 3 teams also joined the encirclement array, with 7 lasers shooting towards the girls from all directions. They held their sides in an attempt to defend. But as soon as the blades touched the lasers, they turned to molten iron, and then their bodies were hit by the lasers, quickly catching fire. Great blast! Sun Linsheng pressed the trigger, and a bullet wrapped in blue flames shot out. Great nether flow. Zhao Minglei planted his hands on the ground. Gray-black magic power surged from the ground, overwhelming and attacking the girls in the center of the battlefield. Enhancement binding. Li Huahua activated a support spell, transforming into a shadow and attaching herself to Zhao Minglei's arm as he cast the spell. Feeling the surge of power filling his body, Zhao Minglei increased the output of his magic. Under the barrage of lasers, the girls' movements gradually slowed down until they were enveloped by the towering gray-black wave, gradually condensing into a black particle ball approximately 2 meters in diameter. Shatter. Zhao Minglei clenched his hands tightly. Crack. The particle ball shattered like an eggshell, and the charred remains of the girls fell out, hitting the ground with a thud. Victory. Did we win? 105 Red Horn Demon King Strange. Zhao Minglei frowned in front of the scattered fragments of corpses. Is there something concerning? Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua walked towards him together. These guys are much weaker than before. Huh? Is that so? Sun Linsheng looked surprised, clearly quite disappointed. Their physical defenses and resistance capabilities are nothing compared to those we encountered in Zone 5. They're simply a low-spec version of before. Zhao Minglei muttered. Oomph. It seems my intuition was right. Sun Linsheng sighed, her expression regretful. We have already fought 3 Reapers and easily won with the same formation. I noticed their strength was different from before back then, and it seems to be true now. Could it be related to the transfer of this space? Li Huahua speculata. Well, there might be some connection. The environment of Zone 5 likely provided some kind of enhancement for these guys' bodies, and after leaving that environment, they lost those enhancements, which is why their combat power is not as strong as before. Collect those corpse samples and analyze them back at the base. Dorgal said, calling on the guild members around to pack the scattered corpse fragments into storage bags. Why hasn't Lord Perek arrived yet? Dorgal looked back at the path while moving. The roads in this forest are complex, and it's understandable that we lost communication and cannot regroup as originally planned. Zhao Minglei replied in a low voice. It's been 2 hours since we entered the forest, and after 2 battles. None of the 10 members from both teams have suffered casualties, but our external communication methods are still down. The technicians are working tirelessly on repairs, but are at a loss. They clearly have already discovered us. Should we continue exploring? Dorgal looked at Zhao Minglei. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Let's continue. The fact that we've encountered a large number of Scythe Maidens proves that the cave hiding that coral tree must be nearby. Exactly, I think so too. After all, the last time in Zone 5, we encountered a large number of Scythe Maidens just as we were approaching that cave. Li Huahua added from the side. The 2 looked at Sun Linsheng simultaneously. Although he didn't speak, he nodded firmly, gazing deep into the forest. Since all 3 of you agree that we have the conditions to continue exploring, let's proceed according to your plan. Dorgal canceled the mech's combat mode, retracting the two cannon barrels from his shoulder guards, and the mech's shell, which had been glowing with regulated light, gradually dimmed. "Report, Captain." A communications soldier's voice came from behind. "We've received an external signal." "Oh, quickly receive it." Dorgal's face lit up with joy as he turned towards him. The receiver emitted a beep, beep, beep sound, but the display screen remained fuzzy. After a crackling sound, a man's intermittent voice came from it. "The game of hide and seek ends here. Quick, cut off the signal." Hearing the voice from the video, Dorgal immediately realized the situation was dire. However, as a communications expert, she knew that even if they cut off the signal now, it would be too late. "Damn it. We need to move to another place quickly." She stood up in a panic, looking around. "What happened?" Zhao Minglei and the others asked in unison. "I didn't expect the enemy to have signal monitoring capabilities. They're using monitoring of abnormal signals in the surrounding area to track the geographical location of intruders. Does that mean we've been discovered?" "I'm afraid so, but we still can't determine if they have fully mastered the signal positioning method. If they can only communicate remotely through electronic signals, we shouldn't have been discovered yet." Dorgal looked around cautiously. "We should act quickly." Sun Linsheng raised her firearm. "A round already chambered. Split up," Zhao Minglei suggested. "This way, even if one team encounters the enemy, the other can carry out the mission independently." "Agreed." Sun Linsheng waved her right hand, leading her team of 4 to delve deeper into the left side of the forest. "Then we will enter from the right side," Zhao Minglei said as he quickly set off, leading his teammates forward. A few minutes later, the air ahead grew increasingly cold, with gusts of chilly wind sweeping towards them. "Wait!" Zhao Minglei and Li Huahua simultaneously issued a warning. "Let me take a look first." Li Huahua nimbly jumped onto Zhao Minglei's shoulder like a cat climbing a tree, transforming into a slender black shadow to scout the distant scenery. Indeed, her tone trembled slightly, revealing a hint of joy. She looked down and smiled at Zhao Minglei. Zhao Minglei instantly understood her meaning. "Found it? Yes, it's about 500 meters ahead. But the blue light emanating from the cave entrance is much weaker than before." She quickly retracted her elongated form, returning to her human shape and jumping down from his shoulder. "Keep your heads down and move cautiously." Zhao Minglei issued a low command. Just as they moved, chaos erupted from the nearby jungle as a group of battered adventurers jumped out. Leading them was Sun Linsheng. He was struggling to carry an injured teammate on his back, while 3 other teammates dragged their broken bodies, constantly looking back. "What happened?" Zhao Minglei quickly moved forward to assist them. "Save him first." Sun Linsheng gasped heavily, laying Dorgal on the grass. The battered face made it hard to recognize the girl, and her mech was shattered from fierce battles. The protective armor was completely gone from her arms, and her pale skin was covered in dried blood. She breathed weakly, trembling all over. "Were you attacked?" Li Huahua looked at Sun Linsheng in horror. "Yes, and it was by a powerful being with absolute strength." Sun Linsheng gritted his teeth. He looked exhausted, his long golden hair covered in dust, disheveled over his shoulders, clearly having gone through a life-and-death ordeal. "What on earth happened?" Faced with everyone's questions, Sun Linsheng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath for a moment before slowly sitting up. "A few minutes after we separated from you, we encountered a strange race with red horns on their heads, and a fierce battle ensued." "A strange race?" 106 Spatial Reincarnation Red Double Horns? Zhao Minglei frowned. "Alien races? What is that?" Li Huahua also showed a distressed expression. "I'm not sure, but they seem to know something." As he spoke, Sun Linsheng shifted his gaze to the sprawled Dorgal on the ground. "It's the alien faction. More precisely, it should be a group known as the Demon Army," one of them whispered, standing guard beside Dorgal. "Wait, are you saying it's the alien faction that fought for power against the venomous Fong Technology faction back in District 1? Zhao Minglei suddenly realized, as if recalling something. "Yes, but that was the old name. After all, both sides have reached a ceasefire agreement over the years, and from the current situation, their friendly relationship is gradually improving. So this skirmish isn't based on the positions of both sides?" Zhao Minglei speculated. "It's likely. The other party might just happen to be a member of the alien race. How many powerful warriors are hidden in the dark corners of the concentration camp among those people?" Zhao Minglei broke out in a cold sweat. his mind involuntarily recalling the man who kept his eyes closed at that moment. We must relay the information to headquarters. Dorgel's weak voice came from below. What do you mean? The ones who attacked us are. Before he could finish, a wave of chilling pressure swept through his mind. Watch out! Zhao Minglei roared, then activated a defensive spell. He summoned overlapping black mist, forming a huge black shield to block in front of everyone. At that moment, a shadow flashed out from the direction where Sun Linsheng had escaped, creating a whirlwind that swept around. Damn it, where is it? Zhao Minglei stood up, scanning the surroundings in terror. What a good material. A deep, sinister voice of pleasure whispered in his ear. Who? Zhao Minglei swung his right fist, channeling magic power to strike behind him. However, his fist hit nothing. There was no one behind him. The captain is in front. A team member's alert voice came from the side. But it was too late. Just as Zhao Minglei turned back, an evil face with red double horns appeared less than a meter away from him. Swish! The claws sliced through the air, striking Zhao Minglei's neck like a sharp sword. The low whisper of "Capture the king" first echoed again. In an instant, Zhao Minglei's body endured dozens of claw strikes. This muscular man's body was easily severed like a block of tofu, shattering into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. Liwawa Skramat, turning into a shadow that attached to Sun Linsheng. Damn it! Sun Linsheng shivered all over, drawing his firearm from behind and aiming at the suddenly appeared shadow. The suddenness of the event left everyone present unable to react in time. It's it. Sun Linsheng trembled all over, his hands shaking as he held the gun. The shadow stood before the shattered body of Zhao Minglei, openly exposed to the guns of the adventure team members. In a daze, it turned its head, its bloody red pupils scanning the surrounding team members. Who's next? It let out a low growl, the corners of its mouth curling up to reveal two fangs. It's an assassin-type warrior. Everyone, try to huddle together and stay alert. Li Huahua warned. The team members quickly moved, surrounding the collapsed Dorgel. All eyes focused on that terrifying figure. W.I. Dorgel's trembling voice sounded again, as if seeking an answer to some question. As she extended her right hand, trembling toward that figure. Why are you here? Lord Godongling? Dorgel's question startled the venomous Fong warriors present, and a fearful atmosphere instantly filled the surroundings. Sun Linsheng and Li Huahua also sensed this shift in atmosphere. Is it some particularly powerful figure? Li Huahua asked. The Demon King of Sea Demon Tomb, one team member whispered. From his tone, it was clear that he felt a deep fear as his voice trembled violently. The Demon King? So, he's like the president of a guild? Sun Linsheng exclaimed in surprise. Yes. How could such a figure come alone to ambush us in this forest? No, what is more puzzling is that as a guild leader, he would take on the role of an ambush warrior? Sun Linsheng's mind was in chaos. But compared to Sun Linsheng, the members of Venomous Fong were even more terrified. The president of Sea Demon Tomb, Godongling, who actively proposed peaceful development, actually appeared as an assassin in front of everyone under these circumstances, even ruthlessly attacking members of his allied guild. Lord Godongling, why are you attacking us? A team member questioned warily. However, that question went unanswered. In an instant, the demon's figure lunged at everyone again. Facing the adventure team members who had already fully deployed their defensive formation, the black demon showed no hesitation in its actions. Lord Godongling, please stop your attack. A team member cried out in despair. As a member of Venomous Fong, attacking the leader of an allied guild would obviously be held accountable by their own guild leader. This was a great disrespect to the allied guild. But the opposing guild leader was now wielding claws and coming at them. And the look in his eyes was one that promised to kill his prey. Full burst. Sun Linsheng pulled the trigger, and the already loaded bullet shot from the gun's muzzle. Blue flames burst from the gun's muzzle, shooting straight towards the rushing Godongling. Get lost! Godongling roared, swinging his claws. The blue bullet coming at him was easily shattered like foam, not harming Godongling in the slightest. Retreat! Retreat! Sun Linsheng screamed, turning to run first. This time, no one hesitated. A team member lifted the fallen Dorgel, and everyone turned and fled with Sun Linsheng. However, after quickly crossing several bushes, the demon's figure appeared again in front of them. When did it get in front of us? Sun Linsheng exclaimed in shock. No, look closely. Li Huahua transformed in a watchtower shape and observed, we run back to where we were before, looking at the bloodstains left by Dorjil on the ground. Sun Linsheng quickly noticed this point as well. How is that possible? 107 enemies meet again. That terrifying demonic face turned towards us once more, immediately charging towards the team. Without time to think too much, Sun Linsheng turned his horse around and led everyone to run toward the other side of the forest. This way. Suddenly, Zhao Minglei's voice came from the bushes on the left side of the road. Sun Linsheng jumped into the bushes, and everyone followed closely behind. Wait, weren't you just... Looking at Zhao Minglei, who had no injuries at all, Sun Linsheng was somewhat bewildered. He had clearly been torn to pieces by Go Dongling's claws right in front of everyone. The incident had happened so suddenly that everyone had time to react before fleeing. But now, seeing Zhao Minglei unscathed again left everyone confused. It's just a little illusion trick, Zhao Minglei explained blandly, his eyes still watching the scene outside the bushes. Which ones? A team member questioned from behind. Outside the bushes, a group of people identical to Sun Linsheng and the others was running down the road, with Go Dongling closely behind, showing a look of delight as if chasing prey. Why are we appearing there? That's an illusion I created. Can you really do that? The team members exclaimed in surprise. This is a common tactic used by illusion-type warriors. After all, close combat is not suitable for our type of warriors. Setting up illusion traps in advance is the best combat strategy. Soon, Go Dongling had caught up with the team members created by the illusion. Hurry! PLL noticed something off soon. Having shaken off Go Dongling's pursuit, everyone continued deeper into the forest. In their frantic escape, they lost their sense of direction, and all the electronic devices that could be used for navigation had malfunctioned, leaving everyone unsure of where they were. Damn, we were just a step away from seeing that cave. Li Huahua clenched her fists in frustration. We would need to pass the news of the Demon King Go Dongling's betrayal to the guild headquarters. Dujir said weakly, lying on a team member's back. It's too early to say betrayal. After all, that guy is attacking us indiscriminately. He is probably just attacking us as his teammates. Zhao Minglei analyzed. Those guys? Yes. I mean the masters of this unknown space. We fought them in Area 5. They probably chose to move this space here because we learned the exact location of the coral tree. They just didn't expect us to come back again. Given the current situation, they have likely grasped our basic movements and personnel configuration, and a life-and-death encounter is probably unavoidable. He continued, Hey, look over there. One team member pointed to a nearby clearing. It was a clearing that seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment, with faint blue light emanating from it. Hardly noticeable to the naked eye. No way. Li Huahua exclaimed in surprise. Did we run for half a day and end up back where we started? Sun Linsheng frowned, unable to believe the reality before him. Didn't you notice? There seem to be many critical points in this area, Zhao Minglei said in a low voice. Critical points? Every time we pass through a critical point, the time and space we are in undergo some changes. How do you know this? What is your evidence? The group threw him astonished looks. Before entering this forest, I had placed 5 illusion puppets in different directions as scouts. However, they would occasionally disconnect from my magical link, sometimes disappearing suddenly, and then reappearing in a distant location. But what puzzled me the most was that at one point in time, 7 illusion puppets suddenly linked with me. Could it be your illusion? Sun Linsheng asked. Unlikely. After all, as an illusion-type ability user, I still have some accurate judgment. So, I speculate that the suddenly reappearing puppets might be from other time periods. That's too far-fetched, right? Li Huahua asked in disbelief. Huh, don't say it's you. I don't even dare to believe this hypothesis myself, Zhao Minglei said with a wry smile. Simultaneous time and space crossing? The other showed the same puzzled expressions as Li Huahua. However, I believe we don't need to consider this issue for now, because so far, the anomalies in time and space are still small in scope. If we choose to retreat now, we can still safely return to the base, though there may be some time discrepancies. Moreover, such time-space anomalies are likely to only occur in this area. Once we exit this area, everything will return to the previous state. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Zhao Minglei shrugged. I don't quite understand. Everyone said in unison as expected. Zhao Minglei sighed and, after a moment of silence, said, "Follow me into the underground cave ahead, collect coral tree samples. And we can leave this forest while marking our way. Instead of spending time explaining such a hypothesis, it's better to temporarily set aside this irrelevant topic and quickly proceed with the next plan." Once again bathed in the faint blue light, Zhao Minglei led everyone into the cave entrance. Unlike last time, with the help of the mecha flyer, Zhao Minglei no longer needed to use that parachute. And Sun Linsheng also didn't need to rely on Li Huahua to land. The mecha is really practical in this regard, Zhao Minglei exclaimed. As their bodies gradually descended, the giant coral tree, entwined with golden bubble-like halos, appeared before them again. No matter how many times you see it, it's still spectacular. Li Huahua's eyes sparkled, the hidden desire for beauty in her heart surging once more. Stay alert. Zhao Minglei scanned the ground they were about to land on. It seemed there was no one guarding this place this time. Soon, everyone's feet touched the ground, and Li Huahua rushed towards the coral tree first. Quickly collect samples to prevent any long delays. 108 Peeking into the truth, how did this coral tree grow? It's so lush and vibrant. I've never seen a plant like this before. Li Huahua raised her hands and felt the refreshing coolness emanating from the massive trunk. Just as her palms touched the trunk, radiating a faint blue light, a wave of dizziness hit her brain, and the scenery before her suddenly changed. In her field of vision, several people in white work clothes were moving around, all wearing the same masks and white round hats. The owner of the gaze remained silent, merely scanning the surrounding environment with their eyes. It was a very bright room, with white walls adorned with some photographs. Although the contents were unclear, it was possible to roughly determine that they were pictures of people. Prepare for the experiment. Use anesthetic number 2. A female voice suddenly came from the side. Then, the gaze fearfully shifted to the left, where a long-haired woman wearing the same white mask was slowly approaching, holding a long syringe in her hand. As she drew closer, the gaze gradually looked down. Li Huahua then realized that the owner of the gaze was fixed to a white iron bed, surrounded by various unknown instruments and equipment. As the long needle was inserted into the left arm, a light yellow liquid from the syringe was gradually injected into the body, and the vision began to blur. Returning to reality, Li Huahua released her hands from the trunk and touched her throat. The feeling just now was exactly the same as the effect after eating fish balls. She thought to herself, placing her hands back on the trunk, and her vision fell into darkness once again, saving people from fire and water, accumulating virtue, and doing good. A man's deep voice rang in her ears. Stop wearing a hypocritical mask and saying such disgusting things. A mocking voice came from below the gaze. That was the voice of the owner of the gaze. Strange. This voice sounds very familiar, but suddenly I can't remember who it is. In the vision, there was a dimly lit laboratory with tables and chairs scattered on the floor, papers strewn everywhere, and the occasional sound of electricity crackling from what seemed to be damaged appliances. At this moment, footsteps gradually approached, and, as the gaze shifted, a man's figure appeared directly in front of them. Selling your life for money. How pitifully ignorant. That familiar voice resounded again, cursing the man who was walking towards them. I'm just making a little extra money while doing righteous deeds. In an instant, the man was less than 2 meters away from the gaze. Under the dim light, it was the face of a stable and experienced middle-aged man, the faint light reflecting his muscular physique. If judged by warrior standards, he could be considered a qualified assassin. Don't come any closer, the owner of the gaze warned, raising the long stick tightly held in their hand to point at the man. Zheng Tianbang, I'm not mistaken, am I? Did the Tianmen gang leak my information to you? The hands holding the stick trembled slightly. Not just you. They handed me the entire list of members from this military laboratory. Bastard, do you know what the consequences of this will be? If the experimental subjects spread to the outside world, do you know what kind of chaos it will cause? Facing the questioning, the man's face showed a bitter smile. Yeah, I also don't want those strange things to just run out. So, what do you really want to do? What I want to do? The man showed a distressed expression, and then his eyes met the gaze, and he said fiercely, completely destroy this place. He announced loudly, leaping onto the long table, taking down the long gun hanging on his back, and began to shoot at the surroundings of the room. The sound of containers shattering echoed from all directions, accompanied by the terrified screams of the owner of the gaze. Then, red flames gradually filled the vision, igniting a fire in the laboratory. Bastard, if we're going to die, let's die together. The gaze rushed towards the man who was crazily shooting. However, in an instant, a nearby glass container exploded violently, and countless shards flew towards the gaze. On my eyes, for a moment, the vision was blood red, as if glass shards had pierced both eyes. Let your proud experimental products be buried in the sea of fire. In the darkness, the man's voice was gradually swallowed by the sound of the flames exploding. The vision returned to reality, and Li Huahua gasped. She shook her head and again pressed her hands against the trunk. A sudden sharp pain in her head made her cry out in pain, kneeling on the ground while holding her head. What on earth is this tree? Sun Linsheng and others, who also experienced different scenes through touching, gathered around Li Huahua. After touching the trunk, they triggered scenes similar to the one seen after eating fish balls, but among them, they saw many props that did not exist in this concentration camp. Moreover, the clothing and appearance of the people were also different from the residents of the concentration camp. There were even many super technological tools that I had never seen before. The team members recalled the scenes they had just seen. Although they were very curious, they still needed to leave quickly. Zhao Minglei said, taking several pieces cut from the trunk with a dagger and putting them into a bag. Retreat. Sun Linsheng picked up the fire gun and reopened the exhaust port at the back of the mecha. Following Zhao Minglei's lead, the team members activated the mecha and quickly ascended towards the cave's exit. Looking at the coral trunk that was gradually receding, Li Huahua's thoughts were still immersed in the scenes she had just seen. Ouch! At this moment, cries of pain came from above, from Sun Linsheng and Zhao Minglei. What's going on? Everyone was surprised to find that the cave's exit was blocked by a transparent wall. Although they could see the sky outside through the cave's opening, they simply couldn't pass through this wall. Is it some kind of magical air shield? Zhao Minglei reached out his hands to touch the invisible wall repeatedly. Damn it, have we been discovered? Sun Linsheng gritted his teeth, looking around the base of the cave. Hey friends! Suddenly, a man's shouting voice came from the bottom of the cave. Over there! Sun Linsheng immediately caught the source of the sound. It's him, it's him! Li Huahua suddenly shouted as the puzzle in her mind finally got solved. Because of her sudden shout, everyone focused their attention on Li Huahua. It's him. I was just observing the outside scenery from his perspective in the previous scene. She kept shouting. What? Are those not memories from people who have already died? Sun Linsheng exclaimed. We'll discuss this later. That guy's coming over. Zhao Minglei waved his arm, blocking Li Huahua behind him. In the vision, the man with his eyes tightly closed rose into the air, without wings or any auxiliary tools. He was actually flying in the air and rapidly approaching the group. Watch out, his target is Li Huahua. 109 deep sea blue. In the next moment, the man who had been soaring towards the crowd from the ground disappeared from sight. As a high-ranking illusionist warrior, Zhao Minglei instantly sensed something unusual. His keen sense of killing intent allowed him to clearly judge the trajectory of the man's movement. Yet he could not see him at all on the visual level. Relying on his perception, Zhao Minglei activated his special ability, Phantom Overlap. A swirling gray mist shot out from his hands, quickly condensing in the air to form a rapidly moving shadowy figure. He is right there. Everyone be careful. The mist-wrapped shadow lunged forward rapidly, and the crowd concentrated their fire, aiming their guns at the direction of the shadow. A large burst. Sun Linsheng was the first to strike, pressing the trigger aimed at the shadow's head. Blue flames erupted, and the bullet flew toward the shadow. With a boom, the explosion scattered the mist surrounding the shadow, revealing the man with closed eyes. I initially planned to spare your lives, but since you have touched the taboos of this world, don't expect to leave alive. He waved his arms, and a strong wind howled from the bottom of the cave. Kill, clear out, kill, clear out, kill, clear out. Countless fragmented voices emanated from below. Oh my God! Li Huahua screamed, looking in the direction of her feet. Then, a scene of despair unfolded. That's right. What appeared at the bottom of the cave were groups of scythe maidens. Some of them were already severely damaged, some had only half a head left, while others were relatively intact, but moved clumsily. There were about 20 of them. One of the team members trembled and said, "Damn it. Even if Parek's team arrives here now, we still won't have the advantage in numbers. Not to mention that troublesome man is facing us." Zhao Minglei gritted his teeth and waved his right hand, a 2-meter-long giant cleaver appearing in his grasp. "Eliminate them." The man with closed eyes raised his hand, pointing at the airborne team members. The scythe maidens, receiving the command, uniformly swung their scythes, their bodies seemingly unbound by gravity as they soared toward the crowd. "Your name is Zheng Tianbang, am I right?" Li Huahua shouted at the man. In response to the question, the man suddenly tightened his brows, his teeth grinding audibly. "The last person who spoke to me like that has already gone to hell." The man's heart-wrenching roar echoed through the cave. Clearly, the previous question had inexplicably enraged him, reaching a boiling point in an instant, which surprised everyone present. Zheng Tianbang, whose emotions had changed drastically, quickly moved, already within 10 meters of Li Huahua and Zhao Minglei. "Get down on me," Zhao Minglei warned, swinging his giant blade. "To be able to use illusions to create sharp weapons with physical properties, your illusion ability is indeed extraordinary." Zheng Tianbang's veins bulged, his body trembling with manic laughter, and a fierce killing intent shot from his eyes. "Heh, you're not too shabby either. Among all the warriors of my kind that I've encountered, you are the most unique. The mental abilities you possess are almost beyond my comprehension. Or perhaps, you are not even from this world?" Zhao Minglei whispered a question, his wise eyes locked onto Zheng Tianbang's gaze. A moment of silence lasted for a second. Those about to die don't need to know such things." Zheng Tianbang then opened his right hand, bright white light gathering in his palm, condensing into a thick iron mace. "If I kill you again, then there will be no one in this team who can contend with me," he roared, swinging the mace with a whoosh. The cleaver and iron rod clashed violently in the air, producing a loud clanging sound. Have you noticed something? Every time he makes a move, he mutters some strange incantation. Li Huahua, who had transformed into a shadow clinging to Zhao Minglei's back, poked her head out and whispered in his ear, "You noticed that too? I thought he only did that when using a specific ability. No, he almost moves his lips whenever he takes action, even when giving instructions to those scythe maidens." Li Huahua raplia confidently. "Little girl, you're in danger." Their conversation seemed to enrage Zheng Tianbang even more, and they could clearly hear his furious breaths through his nostrils. "Watch out, he's about to activate his ability again." Li Huahua noticed a slight change at the corner of Zheng Tianbang's mouth. In an instant, the surroundings began to change. The scenery around them rapidly retreated into the distance. And faster, their vision gradually flew out of the cave, then out of the forest. Finally, their bodies stopped retreating. Opening their eyes, they found themselves enveloped in endless deep blue, a color reminiscent of the sky over a concentration camp, an extremely oppressive, deep and dark blue. At this moment, it felt as if time had come to a standstill. The battle cries of the team members and scythe maidens fighting in the cave were completely absent, and the only sound was their own heavy breathing. Their feet floated in midair, and even without the mech providing upward thrust, their bodies floated as if unbound by gravity. At this time, black rays of light gradually converged ahead, ultimately forming the figure of a man. It was the man who always kept his eyes closed, Zheng Tianbang. "Who exactly are you?" Zhao Minglei asked softly. "A person? Compared to being called a human, I am more like a god to you." Zheng Tianbang tilted his head, a sinister and terrifying smile on his face. "A god?" Li Huahua and Zhao Minglei echoed in unison. "Sorry, but it seems that such a notion does not exist here. After all this concentration camp is merely an experiment born from our hands, and I am the god who created this concentration camp." He raised his hands high, his face filled with the pleasure of an impending slaughter. 110 Avengers, haha. Comparing yourself to the role of a creator, won't you feel embarrassed? Zhao Minglei mocked. In an instant, the expression on Zheng Tianbang's face changed again, his originally refined features twisted, wrinkled like a rag. "It's all because of that man. He ruined everything I created. He made me fall into this endless cage with him." The right hand gripping the wolf fang club tightened, making a crack sound. But isn't this also a good thing? Rather than thinking about how to escape this eternal hell, it's better to live forever in this illusory world as an omnipotent deity. A sinister and cunning look spread across his face, a nauseating expression that made one want to punch it to a pulp. Do you know? That operation you once called Tsunami, the deep-sea breakthrough operation, was exactly what I sabotaged. He detailed, his body trembling with extreme excitement. That ignorant and ridiculous man wanted to escape this deep sea from the beginning, yet he ruined everything for me. I will make him taste what it's like to be eternally trapped in this deep sea too. You all just die here with the resentment caused by that man. The raised hands quickly fell, pointing at the two before him. Darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, the dim, deep blue being swallowed by the darkness. I didn't expect to inadvertently extract some extraordinary information, Zhao Minglei sneered, gently pressing the communicator button placed in his inner pocket. With a beep, the sound of successful communication connection was heard. Sun Linsheng, did you record everything that man just said? Beep again, a response came from the communicator. Everything has been recorded, but how is your situation? Sun Linsheng's voice came through, faintly hearing the sound of swords clashing from the other side. The situation seems not good. Zhao Minglei smiled calmly, raising his head that had already been half swallowed by darkness. Bastard, why is your communication device still usable here? Zheng Tianbang shouted as he rushed towards Zhao Minglei. You little brat, make sure to safely bring this information back to the guild. And, I'm sorry, young lady, I've dragged you into this too. A weary smile appeared on his face as the darkness consumed the last part of his body. Perhaps the coming era will truly be created by you young people. Damn it, Rokalai, I will tear you apart eventually. Zheng Tianbang's angry roar echoed in the endless darkness. Captain Sun Linsheng, we can hardly hold on. Cries of the team members came from the battlefield. In just a few minutes of battle, more than half of the remaining 8 adventurers, including Dajier, have been injured or killed. Damn it. Sun Linsheng looked up at the cave exit above. Though it was close at hand, he couldn't break through that transparent barrier. Young man, I understand your feelings suddenly. Zheng Tianbang's voice rang from behind. Another world clearly exists just within reach. Yet no matter what, we cannot break through the barrier in between. I suppose this feeling, Rokalai has a deeper understanding than you and me now. A hint of red light flashed in Zheng Tianbang's eyes. Outsiders who glimpse the truth cannot escape this forest. I'll make you all bury everything about here. As he shouted loudly, the girls wielding scythes surged forward, countless scythes slashing down simultaneously, and the teammates guarding beside them fell one after another. Beep. The mecha energy is about to run out. Prepare to switch to land transport mode. The mecha emitted intermittent prompts from its chest, accompanied by the prompt sound. The flames shooting from the back of the mecha gradually extinguished, losing its upward thrust. Sun Linsheng fell back down to the bottom of the cave. Captain Sunday must bring back this information, no matter who it is. Dajier's voice came from the side. She leaned against a teammate who was already on the verge of death, struggling to get up, but was once again struck by the scythe girl, ultimately losing strength and collapsing. Damn it! Sun Linsheng still had a bit of strength left. He raised his firearm and shot at the scythe girls who were continuously hacking at his fallen teammates. However, the bodies of those girls were like diamonds, taking the powerful hit of the big blast without a scratch. What? How is this possible? When did my big blast become so weak? Veins bulged on his forehead. Fear and anger intertwined, sweeping through his brain. Come on, hit me. Sun Linsheng let out a desperate battle cry, shooting at the girls rushing towards him. The girls remained expressionless, dozens of scythes swinging continuously, reflecting cold light in midair. After blocking several powerful slashes, Sun Linsheng finally lost the strength to resist and fell heavily to the ground. The girls slowly approached, surrounding Sun Linsheng completely. Kill, eliminate, kill, eliminate. Is this tone mocking my weakness? After all, you guys are emotionless cold dolls without even blood. It's impossible for you to respond to my pleas for mercy, right? Then, trembling hands loosened their grip on the firearm, which had been his companion for nearly 20 years. Every time he held it, the image of the old President Hex teaching him to shoot would appear before his eyes. This young master will not die at the hands of you emotionless dolls like the old President Hex. In an instant, his right hand reached into his pocket and pressed the button, a tool that Nana specifically told him to use in dangerous situations. Ding ding, a clear sound came from the pocket. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and the metallic spheres spun out from the pocket, gradually rising into the sky. The girls' gazes were drawn to that object, all looking up at the light in the sky. In a moment, the golden light spread out, forming an inverted, giant, circular magic array in the air. It's a summoning-type magic. Finally coming. A surprise shout came from the magic array. Brothers, the guild leader is calling us. Is it here? Quick, move fast. Don't sleep now. Get up and get to work. Those were the voices of the Ocean Priest, guild members. After a call, the noisy sounds of movement gradually came, accompanied by the crisp sound of armor clashing. Warriors of the Ocean Priest jumped out of the magic array one after another. They were fully armed, their weapons shining with a dazzling luster, clearly enhanced with multiple layers of strengthening effects. I have to trouble you all again. 111 fleeing in disarray, a team to protect the president, and the second team follows me to confront the enemy. Yes, accompanied by battle cries, the warriors of the Ocean Priestess split into two groups. One small team of 20 quickly surrounded Sun Linsheng, while another team of 30, led by Nana, engaged in combat with the approaching Scythe Maidens. Nana, these guys aren't opponents we can defeat just because they have the numbers advantage. We need to find a way to escape quickly. Sun Linsheng warned. Field Vitality Enhancement. Nana cast a buffing spell. Vitality surged through the warriors' bodies, immediately increasing their speed. Everyone, hold your positions for 5 minutes. Nana shouted her command. Although Sun Linsheng didn't understand her purpose, he was already exhausted and had no better strategy. So he could only distance himself from the battlefield under the protection of the guild members. President, I will heal you. The attendant, Pears, hurriedly stepped forward, pouring the liquid from a vial onto Sun Linsheng's wounds. Looking at Pear's weak face, with dark circles under her eyes, Sun Linsheng suspected she hadn't slept in many days. I haven't been gone from the guild for long, and she was still full of energy before I left. My lord, Pears said softly while tending to his injuries. During the week you lost contact, President Nana has been consumed with worry, looking half dead. Even the other members of the guild have been in an extremely tense state. However, the escaper side, which initiated the actions, hasn't sent us a single update about your mission progress. Everyone has been waiting day and night in the guild for your safe return. Her tone trembled slightly, her expression a mix of joy and exhaustion. Wait a week? We've only been here for about a day, right? Sun Linsheng was very surprised. Have you lost track of time due to being too tense in battle? The people around him shot him puzzled looks. No. Sun Linsheng lowered his head, suddenly recalling Zhao Minglei's words in the forest. No way. Could it be that time travel really happened? He shook his head vigorously, still unable to believe such a reality. Forget about that for now. There are 7 other adventurers here, all severely injured. We need to protect them too. Sun Linsheng looked around, but the dust kicked up by the battle filled the area, obscuring his vision, and he couldn't see the adventurers lying on the ground. What is that? A warrior shouted from behind. Everyone looked up in the direction he pointed, and a towering figure was leaping down from the entrance of the cave, descending rapidly towards the bottom. However, that figure, those cold, sharp claws, that increasingly visible, ferociously delighted face, Sun Linsheng instantly recognized its identity. Go dongling. As he shouted, the figure crashed to the ground, and a violent shockwave spread out, lifting the nearby warriors into the air. I found you. An evil voice filled with a powerful aura came from his mouth, and a dark, terrifying presence instantly filled the entire cave. What is that? The warriors of the Ocean Priestess were stunned by that powerful aura, standing frozen, staring at the tall figure. Go dongling, kill them. At that moment, Zhang Tianbong's voice came from above as he slowly descended beside Go Dongling. However, the murderous Go Dongling did not attack the man. Come, let us celebrate. In the blink of an eye, Go Dongling's figure disappeared from view. The opponent is an assassin-type warrior. Stay alert. Sun Lynching warned. However, even though the warriors concentrated and did not overlook any corner, people continued to fall one after another. The warriors of the ocean priestess mostly relied on melee weapons supplemented by buffing magic, which should have provided a good advantage against close combat assassins. Still, in Godongaling's silent assassination, they appeared weak and powerless. I found you. Suddenly, a low whisper came to Sun Lynching's ear. He jolted, raising the barrel of his firearm to where the sound came from above, and pushed hard. However, the outcome was predictable. The attack missed. A cold sensation like a blade cutting across his neck followed. This was a typical tactic of assassins, to confuse their prey's perception of the enemy's location with sound before launching a surprise attack from different angles. Such a simple yet effective assassination method was often used by Li Hua to eliminate ordinary targets outside the warrior class. However, if that girl were also on this battlefield, she would surely provide timely warnings to Sun Lynching. What is happening over there with Zhao Minglei? Sun Lyncheng suddenly sensed something was wrong. Since the call ended, Zhao Minglei and Li Hua had not appeared on this battlefield. What exactly happened? While he pondered, blood covered his body again, and Pears, who had been waiting nearby, was also seriously injured without him noticing. The battlefield had descended into utter chaos. Even after 2 rounds of battle, the Scythe Maidens showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they moved even more swiftly, their scythes swinging with increasing power. In the blink of an eye, the reinforcements of the Ocean Priestess warriors also suffered heavy casualties, lying haphazardly on the ground. President Nana, how much longer? Pears shouted loudly. Just then, Nana leaped to the center of the battlefield, holding aloft a round object that gleamed with a metallic luster, identical to the one she had given to Sun Lyncheng before setting out. Teleport. The moment she pressed the button, a massive magic circle unfolded in the sky. Everyone retreat. In an instant, the warriors still fighting shook off their opponents, quickly lifting the injured who lay on the ground and desperately running towards the magic circle. Their movements were as synchronized as if they had rehearsed beforehand, and the speed was so fast that even Sun Lynching hadn't reacted before he was hoisted onto their shoulders and transported back to the guild hall. Bastard! Hurry! Destroy the magic circle! Zheng Tianbong's anguished roar came from the direction of the magic circle, followed by a tremendous impact, as if something had crashed to the ground. Ugh! Suddenly, half of Godongaling's body emerged from the magic circle, extending its claws to grab a warrior's ankle. Ah! The warrior screamed in fright, crawling desperately on the ground. Quick, pull him back. Everyone rushed forward. Dozens of people pulling on his arms, engaging in a tug-of-war with Godongaling. It's going to rip. I'm going to be torn apart. The poor warrior wailed. But everyone knew that if they let go at that moment, he would face the fate of being torn to shreds by that terrifying demon. Finally, with a brilliant flash of light, the magic circle's effectiveness came to an end, causing both Godongaling's body and the circle to disappear from the center of the guild hall floor. 112 watching the change, the magic circle disappeared, and the golden light gradually faded away, restoring the guild hall to its usual tranquility. However, the warriors did not cheer and celebrate as they usually did after victory. A silent atmosphere filled the entire hall. Sun Lyncheng slumped on the ground, silent, staring blankly at the floor in front of him. The surrounding warriors were also exhausted, having endured a night of anxious waiting and suddenly experienced such intense combat. After a brief silence, "President, we are home." The attendant pairs slowly approached Sun Lyncheng, supported by other members. Where are the others? Sun Lyncheng's gaze was vacant as he mumbled softly. Whether it was due to the relief after excessive tension or the extreme fatigue from the life-and-death battle, Sun Lyncheng had completely lost his usual vibrant demeanor, covered in dirt, his golden hair coated in dust, falling limply over his shoulders like dry twigs. Fortunately, the proud firearm he cherished was still securely strapped to his back. If he had lost it, this man might have even wished for death. Others? You mean? Pears did not understand what Sun Lyncheng was referring to. Zhao Minglei, Li Wawa. Suddenly, Sun Lyncheng's eyes widened, and like a madman, he leaped from the ground, crawling frantically towards the place where the magic circle had vanished, desperately feeling the ground there with his hands. Seeing this scene, no one around dared to speak first. Because in that chaos, being able to carry a nearby, injured teammate back to the guild to preserve one's own life was already a stroke of luck, let alone searching for an old man and a small girl in such a dust-filled environment. Where are they? Where are they? Sun Linsheng, like a mad dog digging in the sand, kept shouting the names of the two people. Things had progressed too rapidly. His thoughts were still lingering on the scene right after he finished communicating with Zhao Minglei. Where are they? Zhao Minglei? Li Wawa? His tone grew more tremulous, and his hands, exerting too much force, had already broken several nails against the rough ground. Bang! A dull sound came from above, and feeling a strong blow to the back of his head, his vision immediately darkened. Under the gaze of everyone, Nana quickly walked over, snatched a spiked club from a nearby warrior, and knocked the frantic Sun Linsheng unconscious. Huh! She let out a deep sigh, her face filled with exhaustion. The anxieties and fears that had accumulated in her heart over the past few days finally dissipated after seeing this foolish man. Thud! She also collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Rest and regroup. A week later, in the colorful Coral Reef Tavern on Underflow Street. Have you heard? A mysterious space suddenly appeared in the forest at the border of our district in District 1. Who doesn't he know about this now? The chief guild of District 1, Venom, sent an elite team to explore, but they were attacked by the leader of the alien species. Haven't the tech faction and the alien faction in District 1 reconciled long ago? Why has war suddenly broken out again? Not clear, but it said that the head of Venom's tech department, Perek, was killed in that battle. Perek? He's the scientist who created the lightsaber, right? At this moment, a week after the exploration mission ended, the entire process of that exploration had somehow reached the ears of the residents. The news of Venom's General Perek dying in battle instantly spread like wildfire. At the same time, the news of the alien species Demon King, Godongaling, betraying them also circulated. The terms alien faction and tech faction, which had been used during the war era, were once again on everyone's lips. First, the mysterious space that appeared in the forest at the border of District 3 immediately attracted the attention of the concentration camp residents. At the same time, in the conference room of the Liberators' headquarters, the high-ranking members of the guild sat around the table, and a stifling atmosphere filled the room. Everyone's gaze was focused on the president of the Liberators, Rockley. Compared to the others present, Rockley's face remained calm and indifferent. Even upon learning of the death of the Guardian General Zhao Minglei, he showed no signs of emotion. He slowly exhaled smoke, flicking the ash from a cigarette. Carlo, you will temporarily take over Zhao Minglei's duties, he said flatly. Yes, Carlo lowered his head and replied softly. President. Suddenly, Caesar, sitting beside him, slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with grief and unease. Please allow me to lead a team to explore that forest again. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Having worked alongside Zhao Minglei for over a decade, they had developed a considerable rapport. Whether in daily management of the guild or talent selection, they collaborated extremely well. Although he had no complaints about his new partner Carlo, losing such a friend who was more like family was hard for this man to accept. Calm down, Caesar. The only female member present, Bairoki, who was the commander of the third team, said. Although losing Zhao Minglei will not have a major impact on the guild's development, it has indeed dampened the morale of many guild warriors, especially those who worked under Zhao Minglei. Bairoki spoke softly. But how could he just sacrifice himself for nothing? Caesar exclaimed angrily, slamming his fist on the table. No, rather than saying he sacrificed himself for nothing, it would be more accurate to say his actions brought us significant intelligence. Carlo interjected, turning to look at Rockley, seeking the president's opinion. Rockley paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, From the results, this operation indeed provided us with extremely astonishing intelligence. But this information should have been kept confidential for our research with Venom. Yet unexpectedly, it has spread so quickly to the public. President, it's rumored outside that the coral tree actually hides information about the world outside the concentration camp. Is this true? Carlo asked. It's probably true. After all, these rumors originated from the participants of that exploration mission, but we cannot rule out the possibility of distortions and embellishments as the tale spread, Rockley replied calmly. Now, not only our guild, but guild from other districts are also starting to stir, preparing to gather forces to explore that area, Byroki said, looking at Rockley. In response to her question, Rockley replied with a single word. So, President, what are your plans next? Regroup and watch the change. 113 enduring silence late at night. In the core number 3, living room. Your soul has been acting a bit strange lately. Has there been another violent fluctuation in your mental state? Rockley took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the pig-headed Krite sitting across the coffee table. Oomph. Krite made a pig-like grunt in response, but his face quickly transformed back to its original human appearance. Not only the appearance, but even the language has begun to change. Rockley couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it's probably due to the frequent touching of the coral tree by outsiders recently, but it doesn't affect my normal actions. Krite nodded and smiled. Anyway, let's not talk about that. How is your exploration plan progressing? He continued to ask. Well, it's going much more smoothly than the last exploration of the 5th district. It's just that that little brat's son, Lin Sheng, managed to escape again. Rockley shrugged, helplessly leaning back on the sofa. I don't understand. Why do you want those 3 to die so badly? Krite frowned, a bit puzzled. Son Lin Sheng is one of the few people who knows part of my plan, and he holds some information that ordinary people wouldn't even touch, most of which was told to him by the former Ocean Priest President, Hex. So, to prevent important information from leaking out, you want to silence him? Yes. Rockley nodded, but it seems unnecessary to press him further. After all, information about the coral tree has already spread throughout the various areas of the concentration camp. Rockley smiled wryly. However, this operation has inadvertently sparked a lot of curiosity from outsiders, and it seems likely we will soon face a wave of exploration, right? Exactly. Although this wasn't part of my plan, it seems it could also help our future actions. Rockley said, by the way, what opinions do the other higher-ups in the guild have regarding the sacrifice of your subordinate, Zhao Minglei? Of course there are. Rockley crossed his legs and said, that guy Caesar was so angry he kept banging on the table, while the other 2 were pretty calm. But they must be quite sad inside, right? His expression was indifferent, as if he had long predicted this outcome. So how are you going to arrange the handling of public opinion and personnel adjustments in the guild? Next, I will gradually transfer all the work to Caesar, letting Carlo and Baloki serve as assistants, readjusting the management structure, and finally allowing them to take full charge of the escapers. Heh, are you finally ready to start doing serious business? Krite smiled at Rockley, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After all, Rockley is not cut out to be a president. I prefer the feeling of being a secret agent over carrying the huge responsibility of developing hundreds or thousands of people. He took a deep breath of smoke and then gently exhaled towards the air. The swirling smoke slowly dispersed at the ceiling, disappearing into the air. The end of this game is not far away. At this moment, chaos reigned in the Spirit Magic Hall of the 1st District Sea Demon Tomb Guild. It had been about a week since the disappearance of the Demon King Godongling, and the strategist Qiongqi and the war god Didus were busy to the point of exhaustion. No news at all. Such a big person just vanished into thin air. Qiongqi lay back in his chair, fatigue overwhelming him. Haven't you heard the recent rumors? Didus, sitting next to him, said, Rumors? About the alien faction leader Godongling betraying and attacking the Venom Fong expedition members. What? Upon hearing this, Qiongqi sprang from his chair like a spring. Where did that come from? It initially came from the 3rd district. Now all areas except the 5th district are spreading it, and the further it spreads, the more outrageous it becomes. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a loud knocking at the door. Kumin, after receiving permission, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. The visitor was a division commander, looking hurried and clearly about to report astonishing news. Lord Qiongqi, I've heard that we are going to war with the technology faction again. The silence lasted for several seconds. It seems we need to clarify things with Venom Fong before we investigate the truth of the matter. Qiongqi stood up, a red light flashing in his eyes. Soon, Qiongqi led 3 division commanders and dozens of guards to the entrance of the 1st District Super Technology Alliance's chief guild, Venom Fong. However, as soon as they approached the door, 3 cannons rose from underground in the center of the door, their huge muzzles aimed at the people of Sea Demon Tomb. Only then did everyone realize that they had been surrounded by Venom Fong, soldiers clad in underworld river mechas, their laser guns flashing with light, indicating they were fully charged and loaded. How bold! They actually dared to attack our headquarters directly. At this time, a man's voice came from above the tall walls. He was Robbins, the vice president of Venom Fong and head of the first research department. Even though his entire body was armored in mecha, it was still not difficult to sense the rage emanating from him. Wait, I think there must be a huge misunderstanding between our two guilds. Xiongqi raised both hands, indicating he had no intention of launching an attack. Boom! A laser exploded at his feet, creating a charred hole in the ground. Xiongqi was startled, staggering back 2 steps, fortunately caught by the guards behind him. Please don't do this. We sincerely empathize with the rumors outside, but we absolutely have no intention of going to war with Venom Fong. Xiongqi's attitude was sincere, still holding his hands high. Damn it, is our friendly relationship built over 20 years so fragile? One of the guards gritted his teeth and muttered. The alien faction, which already had a racial advantage, might have already occupied the hegemonic position in the first district if they hadn't established a friendly relationship with Venom Fong under the leadership of the Demon King Go Dongling 20 years ago. My lord, let us go back. I can't stand this anger. One guard couldn't help but complain. Going back like this will only deepen the misunderstandings between both sides. Xiongqi gritted his teeth and looked again at Robbins high above the wall. However, the humble attitude of the Sea Demon Tomb members continued to be met with the cold gazes and silence of the Venom Fong soldiers. Get back to your old lair. At this moment, a roar from the opposite side shattered the silent atmosphere. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent emanating from the soldiers of Sea Demon Tomb swept over the front door. Dark magical energy began to surge continuously, covering the gate of the headquarters like a shroud. For a moment, the Venom Fong soldiers could feel their terrified breaths and their bodies trembled slightly from the immense pressure. Bastards, hold it down. Xiongqi roared, his powerful aura as a strategist instantly overshadowing the anger of the soldiers behind him, easing the tense atmosphere somewhat. Huh. He exhaled a rough breath, gritted his teeth. Retreat. 114, misunderstanding. It's so damn frustrating. Xiongqi cursed as he smashed the cup in his hand onto the floor, then turned to look at the office door. Fortunately, the door was tightly closed, and no other members of the guild saw him like this. Aside from Daidasai, there were no outsiders in the office. Usually, Xiongqi presents a very easygoing and steady demeanor in front of the guild members, which is a necessary quality for a strategist. However, with only Daidasai beside him, there was no need to hide his anxious emotions. In fact, in most cases, when the two of them were in the same room, it was in this kind of atmosphere. You're back again. Does that glass cup have a grudge against you? What problem does breaking it solve? Daidasai said in a low voice, with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning back against the chair. So frustrating. Poison Fong. Those guys are too impulsive, drawing swords against us without any verification of the situation. This will only hinder the verification process even more. Xiongqi sat slumped in his chair, holding his head. After all, losing 2 key members of the guild in such a short time, not to mention that Robbins, even the President Yang Jiaran, must be on edge by now, right? Then we should be able to calmly sit down and sort out what happened. Xiongqi said angrily. I'm afraid that the overly cautious Yang Jiaran no longer dares to trust us, right? After all, there are rumors that their director Pilek was personally killed by Lord Go Dongling. Although I don't believe such rumors at all, that doesn't mean the onlookers won't think so. The usually rough Daidasai was very calm at this moment. He knew very well that if he also got angry and embarrassed like Xiongqi, the situation would likely develop into a full-scale war between both sides, just as public opinion suggested. Moreover, in Sea Demon Tomb, aside from the Demon King Go Dongling, there are only 2 top managers, Xiongqi and Daidasai, one in charge of strategic deployment and the other in charge of troop training. Especially in such a critical moment, if either of them loses their rationality, it will have a significant impact on the future development of the guild. You, at least, need to keep a rational mind until you find Lord Go Dongling. Sigh. Faced with Daidasai's advice, Xiongqi took a slight breath. Sometimes I really envy you, a big and sturdy man who does things in a straightforward way. After all, no matter how big the unexpected events are, You won't waste your brain thinking about unnecessary things. Is that a compliment? Dai forced a smile. What are we going to do next? First, stabilize the guild soldiers, then send out a reconnaissance team to search for the Demon King's whereabouts. Poison Fong aspect. President, we just repelled the soldiers from Sea Demon Tomb. Who came to visit? Robbins walked into Yang Jiran's office to report. Yang Jiran remained silent, resting her chin on her hands at the desk, with a black-clad guard holding a long knife beside her. They want to have a meeting with us to clarify the recent rumors. Seeing that Yang Jiran did not respond, Robbins continued. They want to have a meeting with us to clarify the recent rumors. Go out. Yang Jiran's cold voice came from the front. Aye. Robbins hesitated, looking at the hollow-eyed president. He did not continue speaking, silently nodded, and exited the room. Crack. The pen tightly held in Yang Jiran's hand was forcefully broken and thrown into a corner of the room. Long, what do you think? She tried to suppress the anger that was about to explode, her voice trembling as she looked at the black-clad guard beside her. There are two doubts regarding the rumors. First, did Go Dongling attack our warriors in the capacity of the leader of Sea Demon Tomb? If not, he might have just encountered our team during a hunt or training and unknowingly killed them. Second, the rumor itself lacks authenticity. Based on our long-standing understanding of Go Dongling, he wouldn't have such a murderous personality to easily attack humans. So what's your view? Yang Jiran asked again. Needs verification. Although I'm very angry about Pilek's sacrifice, we can't blame all the responsibility on Go Dongling just because of such rumors at this time. Long, go. Investigate the truth behind this matter by any means necessary. I must find out exactly how Pilek died. Yes. Then during this period, the guard duty will be handed over to Tiger. As soon as the black-clad guard finished speaking, a dark shadow emerged from his body, resembling him completely. After separating, the shadow stood in Long's original position. Then, President, I will take my leave. Go ahead. 115, take the initiative. No. In the midst of chaos, Sun Linxing struggled to wake up from the bed. His blurry vision gradually cleared, and beside him were Nana and the attendant pairs. Nana looked haggard, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, staring blankly out the window. As soon as she saw Sun Linxing wake up, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and her tired expression seemed to soften a bit. Finally awake, Pear said excitedly, a faint smile on his lips, as he quickly stepped forward to wipe Sun Linxing's cheek. Sun Linxing felt his body was extremely heavy. He wanted to sit up, but after several failed attempts, he gave up and lay back down on the bed. Since we rescued you, you have been in a deep sleep, waking up occasionally but falling back asleep after eating fish balls. Nana squinted her eyes slightly, examining Sun Linxing in front of her. I'm sorry to trouble you. Sun Linxing lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed. At the same time, a wave of panic suddenly surged in his heart, as if he remembered something, and he widened his eyes to look at the two and asked, what happened to Zhao Minglei and Li Huahua? However, the hurried inquiry did not receive an answer. The two in front of him just stood there silently, not saying a word. What is going on? He tightly grasped Nana's hand, staring into her eyes, wanted to seek answers from her. Nana gently shook her head. I'm sorry, we haven't seen those two from the beginning. Wait, do you mean? His grip on Nana's hands froze in midair, staring into her eyes, trembling slightly. I'm sorry, President. Under those circumstances, even preserving our own lives was a difficult task, let alone looking for those two missing team members. Pears said, seeing that Nana couldn't bear to continue. Hearing the answer, Sun Linxing's memories gradually pieced together from a fragmented state into a clear sequence. He sat up in bed, holding his head, slowly recalling the scene during the battle in that cave. Those two disappeared after being enveloped by a cloud of black mist when Zheng Tianbang cast a strange spell. After that, they were never seen again. He pondered, but still couldn't figure out where they had gone. Right. Suddenly, he remembered something. The mecha. Bring my mecha here. Mecha? Yes. That layer of mecha I was wearing during the battle. He rolled off the bed and began searching frantically around the room, looking quite anxious. Are you talking about this? Nana stood up and took out a set of battered armor from a nearby storage room. If one didn't know its shape in advance, and didn't know what brutal battles it had been through, one might mistake it for a pile of scrap metal. It was fortunate that Nana had kept it. Give it to me. Sun Linsheng hurriedly took it and began to search over it. What are you looking for? The communicator. The communicator Mr. Luo gave me. Sun Linsheng mumbled as he searched. Finally, in the battered storage compartment on the side of the mecha, he found the palm-sized communicator, fortunately undamaged by external pressure. What is it for? Nana and Pears asked simultaneously. It's a special device that Mr. Luo specifically gave to the three of us before leaving. It uses a special signal for communication, unaffected by electronic fluctuations, and cannot be eavesdropped on. We used it to obtain quite important intelligence. As he said this, his eyes dimmed. This is also the last thing Zhao Minglei and Li Huahua left for me. Looking at him, the two in front of him didn't know what to say and could only silently accompany him, waiting for him to speak again to find another topic to divert his attention. Hey kid, well done. Suddenly, a steady and powerful voice came from the window. Who? Nana and Pears immediately became alert, pulling out their daggers and looking in that direction. There a man was leaning against the window frame. Rockray? Mr. Luo. Sun Linsheng's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. At that moment, he no longer felt the fear he had when he first met Rockray. Instead, it felt like reuniting with a dear friend after many years. And emotions of excitement and happiness surged in his heart. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry, he shouted as he walked toward Rockray, his voice trembling more and more. Because he was still quite weak, he almost fell to the ground after stumbling a couple of steps. Rockray reached out to catch him, slowly helping him to the bedside. No need to apologize. I believe you all came to this exploration mission with the worst expectations, and those two were no exception. Moreover, didn't you obtain quite valuable intelligence? Rockray said, glancing at the communicator in Sun Linsheng's hand. Even so, I still have to apologize. If I could have followed Mr. Zhao Minglei closely, perhaps I could have brought him back too. Sun Linsheng said regretfully. Rockray smiled, not continuing to respond. He took the communicator from Sun Linsheng and slowly walked to the window, gazing at the deep blue sky while lighting a cigarette. Want one? He extended his hand, offering the cigarette box to Sun Linsheng, a smile appearing on his face. Sun Linsheng couldn't decipher the meaning of that expression, but he could vaguely feel that it was a knowing, sincere smile. Thank you, I don't smoke. He smiled, brushing back his tired golden hair that was draped over his shoulders. Anyway, you did an excellent job on this mission. Take good care of yourself for the next 2 days. I'll send someone to contact you the day after tomorrow. Good. Sun Linsheng's weary expression immediately disappeared. After saying that, Rockray turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the air. The dark blue sky enveloped the desolate land of Zone 5, and the green jungle, which had lost the life support of the coral tree, had already withered in just half a month, with more than half of the plants having died. Zhang Tianbang sat on a rock, looking up at the desolate scene in the jungle. Captain, aren't you considering moving to another area? The red-haired swordwoman, Luo Jing, asked from his side. No, my physical condition can only allow me to stay in Zone 5. Even if I forcibly leave here, I can only barely remain outside for a few hours. Zhang Tianbang gritted his teeth, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. I see. Luo Jing nodded, as if she understood something. No wonder you want to ally with the powerful alien faction as a weapon against Rockray. Well, sort of. But those guys are not brainless beings. We cannot tell them the final plan to seize the source and the key. Then, Captain, what is the next plan? Take the initiative. Chapter 4. The source, is it okay for a little girl too? The husky voice of a man with stubble whispered in my ear. Breathing heavily. In the dark alley, I was pinned against the wall by the man's large hand, unable to move, as the cold glint of a dagger in his hand swung toward me. Puffed. A strange sensation surged in my abdomen as the dagger pierced me once again. No. Suddenly, I jolted awake from the nightmare. The light before me was dim, with faint colorful lights flickering above me. I slowly sat up and looked around. In the distance was endless darkness. I stepped on the ground without making a sound, stretching out my hand to feel around, but found nothing except the lukewarm ground. Finally, I discovered the source of the light above me. It was a beautiful, glowing, multicolored glass bead that I could completely wrap my hand around. The moment my palms touched the glass bead, the concentrated light within burst forth, flooding my vision and spreading throughout the space. The surroundings instantly became incredibly bright. But it was a chaotic array of colorful spots, twisting and turning randomly, forming the walls and floor around me, making it impossible to discern the boundaries of this space. Looking down at the glass bead, I held tightly. It had transformed from a round bead into a soft tentacle, gently wrapping around my hand. When I saw it, I didn't feel fear like I did when I encountered Uncle Clee's thick tentacles. Instead, I felt a sense of gentleness and reassurance from its soft touch. "Were you?" I curiously grasped it, as if holding a warm hand tightly. However, my question went unanswered, which was to be expected. But in the next second, all the chaotic colors around me began to quickly converge towards this tentacle, as if it were consuming the chaotic space, gradually expanding and growing. In an instant, a gigantic octopus monster appeared before me, radiating a rainbow of colors, with countless tentacles waving beneath it. Strangely, I felt no fear. Instead, I had a sense of familiarity with the octopus. It wasn't the same feeling I had when I met Uncle Clee, because what stood before me was not a being of the human realm at all. The octopus gently exhaled from its large, circular mouth above, with a few slightly smaller tentacles slowly reaching out towards me. "Doesn't want to shake hands with me." I raised my small fist and lightly bumped it against the tip of the glowing, colorful tentacle. Suddenly, my vision began to move rapidly. Countless images flashed before my eyes. Men, women, children, motorcycles, roads, battlefields, laboratories, alien monsters. An array of bizarre scenes, seemingly unrelated, surged wildly in my mind, causing my small head to throb painfully. It felt like I had swallowed dozens of fish balls at once, my brain receiving countless memories of the deceased in an instant. Gradually, countless fragments of memories began to piece together, forming a long road in front of my body. I was curious about where that road would lead, but at that moment my body became immobile, reminiscent of the thrilling sensation of sitting in a shaking chair while watching a 4D movie as a child. What's a 4D movie? Rue Xin, Rue Xin. In a hazy state, a female voice echoed in my mind. It was Sister Lilith. Finally, her warm hands woke me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, I saw her gentle yet slightly weary face. "You're awake," she smiled, brushing aside the hair that had fallen on my cheek, handing me a bowl of hot soup. "Here, it's time to eat fish balls." Looking at the pink fish ball in the soup spoon, I had no desire to open my mouth. At that moment, my brain felt as if it had eaten enough food, developing a slight aversion to the fish ball that contained the memories of the deceased. Is it because of the overwhelming information I received in the dream? Even so, I forced myself to open my mouth and swallow the bland fish ball. After all, Sister had said that if I didn't eat the fish balls, I would die. "Be good. Your abdominal injury needs a few more days to heal. Just lie in bed, and Sister will tell you stories." At 10 o'clock in the evening, the cold wind howled outside the 1st District S forest, and the cold season had already set in. In the Sea Demon Tomb, at the Spirit Magic Hall, Cheongchi was busy with work, as the sudden disappearance of the Demon King had led to more tasks piling up than the entire previous year. To alleviate the external pressure from public opinion and the negative impacts on the economy and personnel flow, Cheongchi, as the strategist, was feeling overwhelmed and on the brink of collapse. Ditas, the war god in charge of soldier training, also took on some administrative functions of the guild. As both were stretched thin, it seemed that we needed to select a few assistants soon to help with our work. Cheongchi frowned, reviewing documents as he spoke. Suddenly, a sinister wind howled through the window, forcefully flinging the half-closed glass window open with a loud bang. "Who is it?" Cheongchi quickly stood up, his feet igniting with fierce flames, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. "It's me." A deep voice came from the window. A dark figure with 2 horns appeared at the window, and that silhouette and voice were unmistakable to Cheongchi. "Lord Go-Dongaling." Cheongchi leaped from his chair and swiftly moved in front of him. "You bastard. Where the hell have you been?" His iron fist, enveloped in hellfire, struck Go-Dongaling's face, filled with the repression and anger that had accumulated in Cheongchi's heart over the past few days. Boom! The two fell out the window and landed on the grass below, drawing the attention of the soldiers nearby. "The Demon King has returned." A guard's shout echoed through the courtyard. "Returned? Where?" In an instant, the originally dim courtyard became lively, lights gradually turning on, and the soldiers stationed around emerged from their quarters, gathering around. Be grateful. If the first person to see you return was Ditas, your head would have been smashed long ago. Xiangqi stood up from the fallen Go Dongling, speaking grumpily. 117 on the trap. What? In the office, facing Go Dongling's astonishing statement, Xiangqi tilted his head with an expression of disbelief. Are we really going to go to war with Venom? He exclaimed. Don't you think it's a bit boring to coexist peacefully every day? Go Dongling crossed his legs and lightly tapped the table with a finger. So, are you planning to team up with that man named Zheng Tianbang from the Outer Forest to bring down the Super Technology Alliance in District 1? Xiangqi asked again. Although he had already told the soldiers at that meeting that if the Demon King, Go Dongling, chose to cooperate with the other side, they should fully cooperate as well. That statement was just a casual remark. After all, given the current development situation, peaceful coexistence was the optimal solution. Actively provoking disputes would bring adverse effects to the guild in various aspects. He understood that Go Dongling, as the supreme leader of the Sea Demon Tomb, could not possibly be unaware of such reasoning. Moreover, based on Go Dongling's past behavior, he should have made such a decision. What have you been through these days? He asked, slowly sitting beside Go Dongling while leaning on the chair. Made a few friends. Friends? Is it the man named Zheng Tianbang? Yes. Go Dongling nodded and then leaned back in his chair, speaking carefully. He is a very visionary person. After meeting him in the forest, we talked a lot. What did you talk about? The future development of this world, Go Dongling said thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on Xiangqi. Huh. Xiangqi put on an even more incredulous expression. When did you start caring about world development? You're not usually like this. Do you remember that tsunami incident from back in the day? Xiangqi nodded. Someone wants to restart that incident and overturn this concentration camp again. What? That was a vicious event that halved the population of the entire concentration camp. If it happens again, it could cause even more severe consequences. That's right. However, Zheng Tianbang wants to prevent this vicious event from happening again. So he came to seek your help? Yes, he first approached Didas, but was firmly rejected. Then he came to me, and after some conversation, I felt this was something worth getting involved in, Go Dongling said. Xiangqi frowned and fell silent for a moment. But what does this have to do with us declaring war on Venom? Do you know that Venom has been closely cooperating with the Chief Guild, the Breakers, in District 3 in recent years? So what? Haven't we also been cooperating with the Silent Crocodile in District 2 for years? Go Dongling waved his hand. Our relationship with the Silent Crocodile is merely economic, while the cooperation between the Breakers and Venom is on the so-called super technology level. Although I don't understand much about this, the only thing I can be sure of is that the tsunami incident back then was indeed triggered by super technology. Wait a minute. Xiangqi raised his hand to stop Go Dongling from speaking. If I'm not mistaken, the president of the Breakers Guild in District 1 was one of the leaders in that tsunami incident, right? That's right. At this point, Xiangqi fell silent. Looking at him, Go Dongling continued, attacking Venom, halting their super technology research. And preventing them from restarting that tsunami incident is not my true goal. Zheng Tianbang has several powerful subordinates. A few days ago, I personally witnessed one of the White Lance Knights kill Venom's general, Pyleek, and the entire battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. If we have these people to assist us, the plan to take down Venom's headquarters will surely succeed. At that time, we will be the great heroes who saved this concentration camp, and simultaneously, without the long-standing restraint of Venom, we can naturally become the dominant guild in District 1. From then on, the name of the demon army will surely resound throughout the entire concentration camp. The alien races with inherent racial advantages will no longer have to meekly dwell in this forest under the name of peaceful development. Go Dongling's tone was high-spirited, his whole body leaning forward, hands raised high in the air, as if he already held great power. I agree with the Demon King's viewpoint. At that moment, Didas's voice came from the doorway. Oh, you're back? Go Dongling looked at him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Just in time. Saying this, Go Dongling took out 2 small square boxes from his pocket, one of which contained a pink fish ball. Xiangqi took one and examined it carefully. It looked no different from the usual fish balls, except there was a black cross mark on the top, made with a marker. This is a type of fish ball called reserve fish ball. Eating it will allow you to know the full scope of that man's plans, Godongling explained. Reserve fish ball? It means repeatedly telling the deceased what needs to be recorded before killing them, thereby storing that part of the memory in the fish ball. Xiangqi fiddled with the fish ball in his hand. That's right. Although the means are cruel, it's indeed a good method for storing and transmitting information. After saying that, Godongling quietly looked at the two in front of him. You haven't eaten it yet, have you? Xiangqi asked him. Godongling didn't reply, just nodded. Then, Xiangqi squeezed the fishball, looking at Didass beside him, trying to seek some advice from his expression. You idiot, did you eat it without thinking it through? In the time of hesitation, the thick-skinned Didass had already swallowed the fishball. What a reckless guy. Then it's just you left, my strategist. Godongling rested his chin on his hands, carefully examining Xiangqi. Xiangqi still hesitated, carefully rolling the fishball in his hands. After a moment, then I will also... Not good. In the living room of Coral number 3, Hawk suddenly ran in from outside. This kid is usually responsible for recording the information of newcomers that appears on the central screen of the arena and also for intelligence gathering. What happened? Lilith, who was knitting on the sofa, put down her needlework and went to greet him when she saw Hawk rushing in like a thunderbolt. The Sea Demon Tomb in District 1 has officially declared war on Venom. Huh? Why? Lilith's eyes widened. I have to notify Uncle Luo quickly. Just as she was about to go out, Uncle Luo and Uncle Clay had already walked in from the courtyard. Uncle Luo. Hawk hurriedly stepped forward and told Rockley all the intelligence he had gathered. Huh. That Gaijing Tianbang really fell into the trap. 118 disturbance, conch number 1, laboratory. The room remained as dim as usual, with only the faint glow of various instruments' electronic screens, accompanied by the dim light. Clay raised his head in surprise to look at Rockley. Why suddenly check the status of the source? It's just been a long time since I've seen it, and I wanted to see if there was anything unusual. Rockley said lightly. Huh. Clay let out a soft sigh. Well, my head is going to suffer again. During the conversation, several thin tentacles extended from the top of his head, and his body began to swell, quickly transforming into the octopus man form. Ha ha. It seems that the mental impact of the source on you is really quite significant, Rockley said with a wry smile, as if to comfort him. After all, the strange signals it produces are particularly harmful to us mental-type practitioners. Otherwise, my spiritual form wouldn't often appear in its likeness. Clay's form changes according to what he sees, especially with things that are deeply memorable. By the way, this is also Alias's first time meeting the source, right? You better be mentally prepared, Rockley said, nodding at Clay. Subsequently, guided by Clay, the three arrived at a door located at the innermost part of the laboratory. It was a rather heavy, massive iron door, wrapped in a metal that emitted a strange luster, with a twisted surface that exuded a chilling aura under the surrounding dim light. Clay extended 8 thin tentacles and quickly tapped on a control panel on one side of the door, inputting a long string of passwords with a crackling sound. Beep. Entering facial recognition. The system prompt sounded above. Rockley stepped forward, aligning his face with the camera above the controller. This was a lock-opening procedure that required both Clay and Rockley to operate simultaneously. Soon, the massive iron door began to slowly open, followed by a wave of bone-chilling white-cold air. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his head. Alias, as if electrocuted, went numb all over and knelt down with a scream. Take off all the electronic devices on her, Rockley said calmly, extending his hand to remove Alias's watch and other items. Hey, don't just stand there. Help me lift her up, Rockley called to Clay, who was standing nearby. However, when he turned to look at Clay, he was met with a shocking sight. The octopus head that had been perched on his neck had now transformed into a shiny round sphere. It was radiating a soft, rainbow glow. Your body shape can even transcend species boundaries? Don't worry about that for now. That rainbow sphere somehow emitted Clay's voice. Look inside. Although it was impossible to discern Clay's expression from the smooth surface of the sphere, a hint of something unusual could be detected from his surprised tone. Rockley leaned Alias against the front and quickly walked towards the iron door. Wow, I had a feeling something was going to happen. He looked at the scene before him, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. What lay before the two was a glass bead glowing with rainbow colors, about the size of a palm. sitting inside a huge glass container in the room. This is the first time seeing the source take this form. What happened? Clay exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at Rockley. Rockley narrowed his eyes, took out a cigarette from his pocket, but soon put it back. Someone has been here. He then said lightly, someone other than us? How is that possible? Clay said incredulously, of course it's possible. But don't worry, I know who it is. Rockley smiled, slowly walking out of the massive iron door. 119 walking Rue Exien. Do you want to go out for a stroll? Just as I was lying in bed, reading a picture book, Uncle Luo walked in from outside. Go out? I was a bit surprised by Uncle Luo's question. After all, he rarely initiated conversations with me, let alone invited me out for a walk. Usually, such things were done by Sister Lilith and Hawk. Sure, I got excited. Although I felt a bit strange about the sudden invitation, it didn't dampen my interest in going out. But where are we going? I jumped out of bed. My previous injuries had mostly healed to the point where I could move freely. To be honest, I was quite tired of staying at home for so many days. Get dressed. We'll wait for you at the door. Uncle Luo didn't answer my question and turned to walk towards the living room. After putting on the clothes needed for going out, I quickly made my way to the living room. Hawk and Uncle Luo were already waiting there, both dressed in high-collared trench coats and wearing black hats that covered their faces completely. Are you guys sick? A little. Hawk hesitated, glancing at Uncle Luo, then stammered his reply. Let's go. The means of transportation we were using was still the flying fish. Hawk and I shared one, while Uncle Luo drove another. We need to hurry. Hawk turned his head from his high collar to remind me. Don't worry. I grinned, wrapping my arms around his waist. By the way, where are we actually going? District 1. District 1? I felt somewhat surprised. After all, this would be my first time going to such a far place. Actually, it's not far. District 1 is just separated from us by a forest, and driving the flying fish would only take about 10 minutes. Hearing this, memories of the woman named Kashirai met at the entrance of the forest while drawing came to mind. By the way, I feel like Sister Ariel has been avoiding me lately. Ever since that time, she hasn't spoken to me at all. I glanced at Uncle Luo and quietly asked Hawk. However, Hawk remained silent. I initially thought he might know something, but it seemed he didn't. You're overthinking it. She's been quite busy with missions lately, probably just tired, Uncle Luo replied casually as he turned his head back. Oh, I see. I sighed in relief. After all, if it was because of me that Sister Ariel was upset, I would need to find her and apologize immediately. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the other side of the forest. Accompanied by thick smoke, the sky over there turned black, with flashes of lightning and thunder. Wow, is that a thunderstorm? I exclaimed, but my mind once again recalled the situation of being kidnapped in the rain that day, and I unconsciously tightened my grip on Hawk's arm. Feeling the flying fish increase its speed, my whole body began to feel as if it was being pulled backward. After about 10 minutes, we finally crossed the forest. After completing the entry procedures, we officially stepped into District 1. However, the scene here was somewhat unexpected. Empty neighborhoods, deserted streets, everywhere resembling a scene of yesterday was still in business. Today suddenly all closed down. Did everyone go home to avoid the rain? I was astonished and instinctively began searching my bag for defensive tools. Boom! Suddenly, another loud bang came, accompanied by a violent tremor. Could it be Sister Ariel operating an excavator again? I suddenly realized, excitedly looking towards the direction of the explosion. What are you talking about? Uncle Luo looked at me with a puzzled expression. It's not impossible. Let's go check it out. We might really run into her. Hawk glanced at Uncle Luo, and in that moment, they seemed to have exchanged looks. All right, let's move quickly. Uncle Luo took the lead, driving the flying fish forward. Let's go, Hawk replied, lifting the fish head and following Uncle Luo's pace. As we got closer to the stormy area, the sound of explosions became clearer. Hey! At that moment, a passerby shouted from the side. The venomous tooth is fighting the sea demon. It's dangerous over there. Don't go that way. However, his kind reminder did not elicit a response from Uncle Luo and Hawk. They continued to drive the flying fish without any intention of stopping. Venomous tooth? Sea demon? Where are those? I exclaimed, stretching my neck to look ahead. 2 dogs are fighting, Uncle Luo replied softly. Dogs? Huh. We should be careful then. The streets of District 1 were very different from those of District 3. Although the two places were not far apart, the buildings, The attire of pedestrians, and even the means of transportation were quite different. The buildings in District 1 were mostly tall skyscrapers, while District 3 had more three-story low buildings. The square-shaped jet boxcars with circular jet nozzles at the bottom completely caught my attention. However, whether it was the few remaining pedestrians or those boxcars, they were all heading in the opposite direction to us and seemed to be in quite a hurry. Hawk. Uncle Luo signaled to Hawk, who nodded and helped me down from the flying fish, handing me over to Uncle Luo. Rue Xian, I need to take care of some things next. So Uncle Luo will take you to play, he said, quickly changing direction and flying toward the other end of the street. Following Uncle Luo, we wandered through the streets and alleys of this city, seeing things I had never encountered before. However, being with Uncle Luo always gave me a strange feeling. It wasn't exactly sadness, but it wasn't exactly happiness either. Ever since he rescued me from that dark alley, he had become the person I interacted with the least on the Coral number 3. I could feel that everyone at home respected this man, and I could also sense the invisible charm he exuded, but there was always an indescribable emotion that surged in my heart every time I met him. What's wrong? At such a young age, you learned to daydream? Uncle Luo looked down at me, his face a rather mature and steady one, just like the expression he had when he easily knocked down that bearded man when we first met. Or perhaps he had always had this expression, unchanged from the beginning. This. Suddenly, a passerby shouted in astonishment, clearly directed at us. Turning my head, I saw a man wrapped in bandages leaning on a crutch, looking at me in terror. Why are you here? He screamed and turned to run, mumbling angrily about something. 120 old grudges revived in Zone 5. Captain, the plan is progressing quite smoothly. Poison Fong and Sea Demon Tomb have already engaged in battle, and both sides are evenly matched, but their tactics are relatively conservative. After all, there hasn't been a large-scale battle for over 20 years, and neither side dares to act rashly. A silver knight holding a silver spear approached Zhang Tianbang, who was leaning against a massive rock, and said, "No worries, the longer they drag this out, the more time we have for public opinion to spread. We need to use the battle between these two guilds to divert the public's attention from that coral tree." He squinted slightly as he spoke. "Captain, all the wild fishermen in Zone 5 have been captured, and we have a total of 32 that can follow our commands." Luo Jing, holding a long sword, walked over from a distance, her clothes covered in dirt, clearly the result of several fierce battles. It seems we don't need to worry about the task on your side, but report." At that moment, another silver knight rushed in from behind, looking anxious as if he had important news to share. "Speak." With the arrival of that person, everyone turned their attention to him. The key has appeared." He gulped, panting heavily. "Oh." Zhang Tianbang's expression changed immediately, his eyes widening slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he straightened his body. As expected, it must have sensed that the source hidden within, Poison Fong, was threatened, which is why it suddenly appeared in Zone 1 to quell the chaos. He revealed a sinister smile, stretching his limbs. "Silver, you two brothers stay behind with 20-foot fishermen to guard the coral tree. Everyone else come with me to Zone 1. He raised his arm and loudly issued the command to the group. "Everyone, what about the old laboratory site in Zone 5? Luo Jing exclaimed in surprise. "That guy Rockley won't be able to find this place, and besides, we've set up electronic shielding. Even if he knows the exact location of the old laboratory site, he won't be able to enter here." Zhang Tianbang responded confidently, glancing at Bu Lingxuan, who was quietly meditating nearby. "Lingxuan, activate the spatial teleportation." "Okay." Bu Lingguan replied, then took out the map and placed both hands on the location of Zone 1. "Please stand firm." As he spoke, everyone felt their bodies losing gravitational control, and the scenery before them began to rapidly move downward. Suddenly, everyone found themselves in the outskirts of the forest in Zone 1. "All units, follow your assigned areas to search. Find the key and bring it back to the base before 8 p.m. tomorrow." "Yes." On the way back, Uncle Luo carried me tightly on his back, covering me with his large black coat, making it almost impossible for me to see the outside scenery. "It's so stuffy." "Uncle Luo, is it going to rain again?" I managed to poke my head out from behind his collar and took a big breath of fresh air. There might be a storm later, so stay in the coat and don't stick your head out," he said in a low voice, his eyes fixed ahead. controlling the flying fish to gradually increase its speed. Uncle Luo. At that moment, a voice called from behind, and Uncle Luo slightly slowed down. Are they coming? Uncle Luo slowed down, flying alongside the approaching hawk. That group has already reached the forest in Zone 1. Everyone, you can see for yourself. Hawk pulled out a photo from his pocket and handed it over. I took it from Uncle Luo and glanced at its contents. It showed several adults in battle armor, followed by a group of girls holding sickles. Why does that man with the headpiece look so familiar? I felt a strange sensation. Uncle Luo took the photo and examined it closely. Well done. Uncle Luo's face lit up with joy, and he reached out to pat my head. I feel like he is saying this to me. In the evening, in the underground training ground of Coral Number 3, except for Sister Ariel, the other members of Coral Number 3 gathered here again. From the several small boxes held in Uncle Luo's hands, everyone seemed to have guessed what was about to happen. Uncle Luo, Sister Lilith stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Rockley in front of her. A different sense of happiness floated on her face. And although she always maintained that gentle and beautiful expression while interacting with me, today her expression seemed different, appearing even more beautiful and filled with genuine happiness. Uncle Luo, are you sure you want us to eat these fish balls all at once? Fred stepped forward, looking slightly surprised. He recalled Ariel's crazy behavior after eating the fish balls earlier and felt a lingering fear. Thinking carefully, if the three of them went crazy after eating the fish balls, it's likely that Uncle Klee would not be able to handle them alone. It's fine, Uncle Luo said softly, his eyes calm and composed. Everyone nodded in agreement, gathering around Uncle Luo. Wait a minute, I suddenly spoke up. Everyone clearly saw Uncle Luo's hands holding the small boxes tremble violently for a moment. Then he stopped his movements and looked at me. What is wrong, Ruixin? A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, which I noticed, but I didn't know the reason. What about mine? I tiptoed, stretching my neck to gaze at the pink fish balls in the box. Is there none for me? At that moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Silly girl, didn't you already eat one this morning after getting up? Eating two in one day will give you a headache, Sister Lilith gently said, coming over and lifting me up. Yes, if you've eaten one, you can't eat another. Uncle Luo's eyes widened, hurriedly chiming in. Then I want to eat it. I suddenly realized, withdrawing my curiosity and pulling back my neck. Kulme, hand Ruixin to me. Uncle Luo reached out his hands towards Sister Lilith. She looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then handed me over to him. Then, Fred was the first to open the box and take out the fish balls. The three of them simultaneously put the fish balls in their mouths, chewing calmly without showing any signs of discomfort. However, soon, they could feel the temperature around them starting to rise sharply. Without needing to think, they knew it was Fred's fire chakra inside him activating. Klee, be ready, Uncle Luo shouted, using his body to shield me as he ran towards the corner of the training ground. In the center of the training ground, Fred had already transformed into a charred-matched giant. Watch out, it's coming. 121 approaching the truth in an instant. The training ground was filled with a swirling black smoke mixed with scorching flames, engulfing everyone in a haze. The Crimson Tooth Shark, hailed as the most aggressive young assassin on the White Shark rankings of Zone 3, had maintained an astonishing record of only one defeat in over a decade. That defeat was at the hands of Rockley. Uncle Krell whispered, "It's here." Rockley warned in a low voice, hiding me behind him. My vision was swallowed by darkness, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from the center of the arena allowed me to sense Brother Fred's position clearly. Bang! The next second, the sound of metal clashing rang out from the thick black smoke, and a whirlwind erupted in the center of the training ground, instantly dispersing the smoke. In the middle of the battlefield, Brother Fred, wielding the flame blade, was in direct confrontation with Uncle Krell. Countless thick tentacles extended from Uncle Krell's body, with bright lights flickering at their tips, formed by the cells of his body rapidly increasing in density to thousands of times, like sharp blades thrusting forward. However, even with dozens of tentacles simultaneously attacking Fred, they still couldn't suppress his furious movements. Fred swung his arm, tightly gripping the flame blade, continuously blocking the incoming tentacles, and his feet kept advancing towards the direction where Uncle Rockley and I were. The oppressive feeling grew stronger, and as Fred's battle boots left scorched marks on the ground, my heart began to race. Ariel! Suddenly, Fred howled at the sky, and flames radiated outwards from his body. The intense heat nearly caused me to faint, but luckily I had Uncle Rockley's coat to shield me. Elias! Uncle Krell shouted loudly, realizing he could no longer contain Brother Fred's movements. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the air that I had never seen before. It was a woman with a pair of butterfly-like translucent wings, her gentle and sweet appearance like a flower fairy, gracefully flying towards Brother Fred, who was approaching us. Moths to the flame, I exclaimed, recalling a term I had just learned. As I pondered, bright golden petals fell from the sky, trailing the path of the butterfly woman, creating a long bridge of petals in the air. An unknown fragrance followed, instantly purifying my choked throat. Purification. Elias activated her mental special ability. Countless golden dust particles poured from her translucent butterfly wings, enveloping Brother Fred. It was evident that Fred's steps began to slow down, the flames engulfing him becoming fewer, and the scorching air gradually cooled down. "It's not moths to the flame," Elias said with a calm smile, hovering above Uncle Krell's head. "Don't let your guard down. This guy's consciousness is still in chaos." While saying this, Uncle Krell continued to wave his tentacles, wrapping around Fred's body. "Elias, go check on the other two," Uncle Rockley shouted to her. "Yes," she responded and flew towards Sister Lilith and Hawk. However, compared to Brother Fred, Sister Lilith and Hawk appeared relatively calm, though their eyes showed a hint of fatigue and fear. They sat on the ground with vacant expressions, their hands weakly hanging down like two limp puppets. "The situation here is good," Elias reported. "Take them to the living room." "Yes." After some effort, the rampaging Brother Fred finally calmed down with the cooperation of Uncle Krell and Elias, and the surrounding billowing black smoke gradually dissipated. "Cough, cough, cough." Brother Fred knelt on the ground, coughing violently, and the flames burning on his crimson armor slowly extinguished. That was pretty damn exciting. He gritted his teeth, his body heaving as he gasped for air. At the same time, I felt a cold and murderous gaze locking onto me. Indeed, it was Brother Fred. I shivered and hid behind Uncle Rockley. "Fred!" Uncle Rockley scolded sharply. "Don't worry, I'm fine." He gritted his teeth, wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth, and staggered to his feet, but his gaze remained fixed on me, making me feel increasingly uneasy. "Stop looking," Uncle Krell said, lifting his thick tentacles to wrap around Fred's head, then hoisting him up and walking towards the living room. In an instant, the empty training ground was left with only Uncle Rockley and me. The silence lasted for a few seconds. "Uncle, did I do something I shouldn't have?" After a moment of silence, Uncle Rockley replied, "No." But even Sister Ariel and Brother Fred looked at me with such fierce eyes. A wave of bitterness hit my nose, and for some reason, I felt more and more that I must have done something wrong to provoke such harsh looks from everyone. "He's been drinking too little water lately, got overheated, and can only stare straight ahead," Uncle Rockley said lightly, taking my right hand. "No." I forcefully shook off Uncle Rockley's big hand. It was my first act of rebellion. In that moment, I noticed Uncle Rockley's body tremble slightly, but it didn't seem like he was surprised by my unusual action. Rather, it seemed more like he was afraid of something. Uncle Rockley's expression made me very uneasy. He stood before me like a stranger. Although I hadn't communicated much with him, the sense of security and stability I was familiar with suddenly vanished. I tightly grasped my collar with both hands and turned to run up the stairs leading to the living room. "Ruei-Shin!" I heard Uncle Rockley's voice calling from behind, but I still didn't stop. "Sister! Sister Lilith!" I shouted as I climbed the stairs, crossed the corridor, and ran into the living room. Fortunately, Sister Lilith was sitting on the sofa in the living room, the only woman who could give me peace of mind. The sister who could calm my heart just by gently touching my forehead with her hands. I dashed into her embrace, burying my head deep into her chest. The moment we made contact, her body twitched slightly, but her long, delicate hands continued to gently stroke the top of my head as usual. "What's wrong, little fool?" Her gentle voice came from above, still that familiar feeling, calming and soothing. "It's nothing." I pouted and leaned tightly against her. At that moment, silence filled the entire living room. 122, revisiting the 5th district. How is the situation? Before I could settle down for a few seconds, Uncle Luo's low voice came from behind me. Everyone seems to be fine. Their mental state is relatively stable, Uncle Creel said, looking around at everyone present to confirm his judgment. However, even though I was still being held by my usually gentle sister Lilith, the inexplicable sense of panic in my heart could not dissipate. At this moment, the living room was eerily quiet, completely different from the usual atmosphere. Hawk! Hawk! The sister called out his name, gently nudging him with her elbow. Ah! He finally snapped out of his daze, managing a slight smile on his dazed face. What is wrong with everyone? Uncle Luo walked towards everyone and sat down on the opposite sofa. So, it's clear what everyone needs to do next, right? He said, scanning the crowd with his gaze. Sister Lilith nodded and gently bit her lip. Uncle Luo. Sister Lilith suddenly looked at him. What's wrong? Why reveal all the plans to us at this time, and about the memories of our past selves? She frowned. Lilith had always wanted to understand the full scope of what Rockley was secretly planning, but had never received a satisfactory answer. Yet today, Rockley suddenly made them eat fish balls that could answer all their questions, and upon suddenly learning the truth, she found it hard to accept. Not only Lilith, but even Hawk and Fred wore similarly incredulous expressions. Being an outsider, I couldn't know what they saw after eating that strange fish ball, but I had a premonition that those contents must have some connection to me. The time has come. I think it's time for you to know everything. Uncle Luo replied simply. His tone was low, and he appeared calm, as if he had anticipated the current situation. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff before exhaling. Everyone watched him quietly, even Uncle Creel, whose usually active tentacles were nervously coiling atop his head. He looked around at everyone, and from their eyes, he could see that they were all aware of the task at hand. Although I had no idea what the significance of their gazes was, they communicated freely, and through their mutual glances, information had already been conveyed. Zhang Tianbang will return to the 5th district before 8 p.m. tomorrow. We must take over the Coral Tree Cave during this time. I will send everyone the specific location of the cave. After you're prepared, go there together to clear out the guards. Then wait for my signal to pick me and Rueixin up. Understood. In Uncle Luo's room, I sat on a small stool, watching him change clothes. His room was small and simply furnished, with not many office supplies on the desk, as he rarely returned here to live. However, what caught my attention was that there were some little girl's clothes in his wardrobe, perfectly sized for me, and they looked like they had just been bought without any wrinkles. Uncle Luo, whose clothes are these? I took a light blue dress off the hanger and held it up to myself. Yours? Mine? I was a bit surprised. Just pick whichever one you like. Really? Of course. I was overjoyed and began rummaging through the wardrobe. Strangely, aside from a few scattered men's outerwear, the rest were all girls' children's clothes. To put it plainly, they were all clothes for me. Even the height of the hangers was just right for me, allowing me to effortlessly take down the clothes. Are you done changing? I replied, coming in front of Uncle Luo wearing a new outfit. Turn around and let me see. Okay, I said excitedly, raising my hands high in the air and slowly spinning my body like an elegant dancer, letting the skirt swirl around. Here, take this, he said, pulling out a shiny object from a nearby storage room. This is... I reached out and tightly grasped the iron rod that emanated a cool aura. It was a huge golden sickle. It was at least twice my height. So cool. My eyes sparkled, focusing on the gleaming golden blade at the top of the rod. Although this golden battle sickle was enormous, it felt weightless in my hands. Gripping it tightly, I could feel a surge of power flowing through my entire body along the shining, curved blade, as if it were a weapon perfectly crafted for me. It's good that you like it. Uncle Luo smiled, seemingly not surprised by my reaction. He stood up and adjusted his new outfit. It was a pure black tight-fitting uniform, clean and tidy, but it was clear that it had seen some years. He put on a wide-brimmed cap, covering his face completely. Let's go, he said, extending a hand to me. I naturally reached out to hold his hand. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Uncle Luo still hadn't told me where we were going next. But looking into his eyes and seeing that big hand reaching out to me, a sense of safety arose within me. It was a complete trust in this man before me. I couldn't understand where this feeling of trust came from, but it felt so familiar, as if I had experienced it before. The weather today wasn't great. It wasn't long after we went out that a strong wind picked up, and raindrops quickly began to fall on me. Where are we going? I shrank under him, looking up at the rapidly passing scenery. The 5th District. We're going to such a far place. As the road stretched further away, the surroundings gradually changed from green hills and clear waters to gravel and rocky soil. The lush greenery slowly replaced by endless yellow earth and cold. Dry air began to seep into my collar, making me shiver involuntarily. There don't seem to be many residents here, I questioned, gazing at the endless yellow soil. Yes, after all, it's been abandoned for a long time. Suddenly, a female voice came from beside me, answering my question. It's the moth's sister from before, I exclaimed, turning to look at the suddenly appearing woman. I'm Alias, she said with an awkward smile, her butterfly wings fluttering cheerfully behind her. We're approaching the critical point, Uncle Luo. Please be careful, she warned. You're the second me? Attention, Uncle Luo issued a warning. Yet even so, what lay before my eyes was still not much different from the yellow desert I had seen before. I felt Uncle Luo's arm around me slightly tighten, and the speed of the flying fish increased a bit. After a few seconds, Uncle Luo let out a sigh of relief, gradually relaxing his grip on my arm. Looking at Uncle Luo, Alias smiled and said, You've made it here. Yes, after leaving for more than a decade. I've finally returned, Uncle Luo said in a low voice. But I could faintly sense a hint of excitement mixed in. Did Uncle Luo used to live here? I looked up at his chin. Today, Uncle Luo not only wore new clothes, but even his previously unkempt stubble was neatly trimmed. Why the sudden sense of ceremony today? I was just a temporary resident, but I left an unforgettable memory here. I couldn't understand the meaning of Uncle Luo's words, but I sensed a trace of nostalgia for this place in his eyes. The old side of the laboratory is just ahead. It used to be a forest surrounded by coral trees, but it was also moved when the coral trees were relocated, Alias said. She flapped her wings vigorously, increasing her speed as she led us forward. They probably never expected that Uncle Luo would step in his own fight again, right? Alias laughed. Well, after all, I'm Lockeray, and I have good luck. I found my destined person so quickly, he chuckled, gently patting my head. Destined person? Is it your wife? I suddenly became interested, widening my eyes and stretching my neck to look at Uncle Luo. Ha ha ha. Alias burst into laughter beside me. Silly. Uncle Luo's destined person is you. Me? Right, Uncle Luo? Alias said, looking at him. Faced with the teasing question, Uncle Luo did not answer, his gaze still alert to the surroundings. Could it be? Alias paused for a moment, a hint of confusion on her face. Uncle Luo, did you not tell this little girl everything? She looked at Uncle Luo, quietly waiting for his answer. You seem to have misunderstood something. His eyes remained vigilant. His lips moved slightly as he replied in a low voice. Misunderstood what? Isn't this little girl the QV been searching for all along? Once you obtain her ability, won't you be able to truly open the passage to outside the concentration camp? In response to the question again, Uncle Luo still did not provide an answer. During the conversation, the three of them landed in a place where the surface color was slightly different from the surrounding yellow desert. This is it. Because the forest that originally covered the surface was suddenly moved, this area has changed color, Alias explained. Did that guy Zheng Tianbang assume I could never return here? He actually let the top of the laboratory be so obviously exposed to the surrounding environment. Lockeray gave a bitter smile and then set me down from his body. So, you have the method to enter the laboratory, right? He looked at Alias. Of course, after all, Zheng Tianbang spends most of his time in the laboratory. So to find him, you must enter the laboratory, Alias said, raising one arm. A gentle breeze blew, and a small amount of golden powder sprinkled into the air from her arm. The powder then gathered in the air, forming a small golden, translucent flower that landed on the ground ahead. In an instant, my body began to roll as if it had lost gravity, making me dizzy and even a bit nauseous. Fortunately, this discomfort quickly ended, and I felt my feet touch the ground on the opposite side. I opened my eyes. The surrounding light was quite dim, and I could vaguely hear the sound of a broken, leaking electrical appliance making a crackle noise. Who would live in such a dilapidated place? I murmured, cautiously walking deeper into the room. Using the dim light emitted by the messy, old instruments on the table. I tiptoed, occasionally hearing the crunch of glass shards underfoot. Rather than a place to live, it seemed more like a broken battlefield that had just experienced combat. Clatter. I accidentally kicked a piece of glass underfoot forward, causing it to hit some metal object and emit a crisp sound. I looked up and followed the direction of the sound. There was a small metal bed, surrounded by many tattered bandages. From the yellowed sheets and the bandages that were almost rotting, it was clear that this laboratory had been around for some time. Beep! Suddenly, the electronic screen beside the bed made a strange noise. The sound made my whole body shudder, and my small hands instinctively tightened around the cold scythe. It was a flickering electronic screen with a black background and only a straight line running from left to right. Looking at that white line, my head suddenly felt a strong dizziness, as if my body's gravitational sensing system had malfunctioned, making it difficult for me to maintain my balance. And I heavily sat down on the ground, dropping the scythe beside me. In an instant, the scenery before my eyes changed, and countless images began to rush towards me from the distance. That feeling again. Among the fleeting images, I saw a pair of big hands firmly grabbing me, my body being swung up and down continuously, and due to the blurred vision, I couldn't see the owner of those hands. Chaotic shouts gradually came to my ears. Some were moaning, while others were angrily shouting. But, amidst the overlapping, unfamiliar voices, one name that was repeatedly called caused my eyes to widen instantly. Lockeray. Yes, I clearly heard it. It was Uncle Luo's name. De Lockeray. Go to hell with me. The curses grew louder, gradually approaching me. Lingering in my mind, I covered my head and lay on the ground, grimacing as I rolled around. Kill and eliminate. A small voice cheerfully rang in my ears. At the same time, all the chaotic sounds suddenly disappeared, and the various images rolling in my sight vanished, darkness returning before me, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Kill and eliminate. Only that small voice kept repeating from behind me. I turned my head and looked in the direction of the sound. There stood a little girl, wearing a white bow on her head, dressed in a cute pink long dress, softly muttering lines that were hard to understand. However, the most crucial part was her face. It looked exactly like mine. 124 key in front of me. The little girl held a huge scythe that was twice her height, just like mine. She clearly repeated the phrase, kill, eliminate. Who are you? No. Why do you look just like me? I inquired as I approached her. However, she completely ignored my questions like a puppet and continued to repeat those lines. Just as I got within 2 meters of her, I was shocked to discover that behind her were dozens of petite figures, all dressed and looking exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. Kill, eliminate. The girls jumped towards me, gradually surrounding me, dancing around me with their hands. What do you want? I was a bit scared, although they were just a group of little girls my size. Their identical appearance and clothing, along with their matching faces, were truly unsettling. As I pondered, the circle of girls tightened around me, and the first few girls had already touched my body. So cold, feeling their skin against mine sent a chilling sensation through me. The cold made me shiver involuntarily. Please, stop, I pleaded, waving the scythe in my hand to fend them off. However, I couldn't strike out because they were too close. Ruei-shin. Suddenly, a man's voice came from a distance. I couldn't pinpoint its exact direction, but the voice was clear. Kill. Eliminate. In an instant, the cheerful words from the girls turned into a fierce tone filled with killing intent, and the scythes in their hands pointed to the sky at the same time. At that moment, they turned their backs to me, forming a circle that kept me firmly at the center, like loyal guards swearing to protect their king at all costs. The next second, all of their gazes turned to a gradually clear figure in front of them. That is, Uncle Luo. It was a figure running rapidly, dressed in a tight uniform and wearing a large cap. The girls surrounding me gradually moved towards him, swinging their scythes to engage him in battle. I couldn't see the man's face, but his attire was identical to Uncle Luo's today, and he also knew my name. He wielded a short dagger, but was able to clash with the girls, swinging huge scythes without losing ground. In an instant, several girls fell to the ground. Kill. Eliminate. The last few girls who were waiting by my side also joined the fight. However, even though they were numerous, they struggled to withstand this man's powerful and relentless assault. I gradually moved toward the battlefield, Even though a fierce battle was happening there, I felt no panic in my heart. My pace quickened, as if some force was pulling me to reach that man faster. However, the distance between me and the man grew larger, no matter how fast I tried to walk. The battlefield and the man's figure became smaller and blurrier in my sight. "Wait for me! Wait for me!" I couldn't help but shout loudly, but my voice was swallowed by the endless darkness around me, and no one responded. The surroundings returned to nothingness. Only the cold ground beneath my feet remained, and nothing else. "Rueishin? Rueishin?" Another man's voice called out, but this time it was so close to my ear. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, feeling a pair of large hands firmly holding me in their embrace, the familiar warmth enveloping me. "Luo? Uncle Luo?" "Yes, it's me." The reassuring voice came again, and I sighed in relief, a hint of a tired smile appearing on my face, seeing that I had regained my senses. He placed me on a chair. As I felt that warmth about to part from me, I felt a bit reluctant, fearing that I would never meet again after the separation. I reached out and grabbed Uncle Luo's shoulder again, looking into his eyes. This was the first time I made eye contact with Uncle Luo. His eyes were tinged with a bloody hue, although they were filled with killing intent. My body did not tremble. He blinked and lifted me up again. I then realized that today he didn't smell of smoke at all. "Uncle Luo, who exactly are you?" In the chaotic, dark laboratory, Uncle Luo sat on a shabby stool, Alias standing silently beside him, staring intently at the man in front of him. After a long silence, he took out a cigarette pack from his pocket, but paused and put it back. "Who am I?" "Huh. Yes, who am I?" He smiled, his expression somewhat inscrutable. "Let me continue to answer Alias's previous question." He continued calmly. "Rather than saying, I want to use Rueishin to escape this concentration camp, it's more accurate to say that I want to get the answer I've been seeking all along from this little girl." "Answer?" He nodded. "Ever since I opened my eyes for the first time in this concentration camp, my memories have almost completely vanished. I only remember my name and an obsession that has been haunting me. That is to find this little girl and leave here with her. I don't understand who I really am, nor do I understand the reasons for doing so, and I don't know who made me do this, but there has always been a feeling telling me, as long as I find this little girl, I can unravel all the mysteries. In these hundreds of years, I have never given up exploring, using the special abilities granted to me by this concentration camp to inherit the few memories I have left. I established the coral base, adopting many children for my use, all in hopes of finding answers to these questions one day. Finally, some time ago, I encountered this little girl. In that dark alley, for some reason, I recognized her at first glance, even before Hawk reported her personal information to me. Perhaps this is the fate between two people? He smiled and reached out to pat my head. "Is this really your true thoughts behind all the countless lies you've woven in front of everyone?" Alias trembled slightly. "Then, Rueishin, it's time for you to reveal the answers to us." I stared blankly at Uncle Luo, but even I don't know where I came from. At this moment, my thoughts involuntarily returned to the scene I saw when I first opened my eyes in the concentration camp. The deep, dark blue sky reappeared in my mind, and a sense of oppression surged in my heart. 125 I hit myself. As I was lost in thought, a gust of wind blew into the corner of the laboratory, scattering my long hair. I turned my head to look, and there was a black vortex forming out of thin air in the corner. "What is that?" I widened my eyes in surprise. I recognized that vortex. It was Sister Lilith's special ability, which I had seen last time when I helped her organize the warehouse. "Come on, it's time to go." Uncle Luo took a deep breath and shook off his clothes. "It's the first time I've seen you look so nervous, huh?" Elias said with a surprised smile. "Oh, did you notice? I really am not good at interacting with mental ability users," he responded with a smile. "Uncle Luo, the portal is open. Come in." I heard Sister Lilith's voice coming from the black vortex. As soon as I heard her call, I jumped off Uncle Luo and hurriedly ran toward the vortex. "Sister," I called out to her happily, and my whole body was engulfed by the vortex. I felt as if my entire body was wrapped in cotton. Although it was pitch black around me, the soft feeling made me quite at ease, as if I were peacefully sleeping in my sister's embrace. Even the fatigue seemed to disappear. However, the joyful time was still short-lived. The cotton around me began to squirm, pushing my body towards the exit of the vortex. With a puff, I was expelled from the vortex, and I was caught by Brother Fred, who was engulfed in flames. Wow, I'm gonna get burned, I screamed, struggling desperately. However, the flames burning on him felt as if they were an illusion, with no heat at all. It seems the battle is going well. Uncle Luo's voice came from behind. Phew. Although it was a tough fight, at least we managed to take this place. Brother Fred placed me back on the ground and sighed in response. I looked around. This was a cave-like place, surrounded by stone walls, covered with various green plants. And the air was very damp and cold, making me feel sticky all over and quite uncomfortable. Wait, that is, for a moment. I was captivated by the huge coral tree standing in the center of the cave, emanating dazzling blue light. It was a beautiful coral tree surrounded by countless golden bubbles, with a thick trunk reaching the top of the cave, stretching endlessly. Even from a distance, I could feel the powerful life force radiating from it. Standing there like the source of all things, tall and majestic. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion was heard not far away. "They're back!" Hawk shouted loudly as he slid down a vine from the top of the cave. Following him were several small figures. Wait, who are those? I was drawn to those small figures. They wielded sickles, wore pink dresses, and kept mumbling that annoying line. Aren't those the little girls I saw in my dream? Uncle Luo, look quickly. I jumped up excitedly, pointing at those bouncing figures. However, Uncle Luo did not appear as surprised as I imagined. His face still wore a calm and composed expression. Damn it. No wonder we couldn't find the key after searching for so long in Area 1. It turns out you bastard found it a long time ago. A cursing figure came rushing in with the swarm of girls entering the cave. It was a man with his eyes tightly closed. Although he didn't need his eyes to see the way, he moved without any hindrance. You should have anticipated this result, right? Or were you completely in the dark from the beginning? Rockley laughed. It was a mockery without any impurities. Silver, Luo Jing, led the fisherman assault. Zheng Tianbang shouted hoarsely, as if he had reached his limit. Flash slash. Luo Jing's roar filled with intense pressure, swept over. Flamingo, Brother Fred responded, his whole body instantly transforming into a giant bird engulfed in flames, flapping its wings to directly block the powerful wave of blades coming from Luo Jing. Jade transformation. Suddenly, a familiar female voice emerged from the side. It's Sister Ariel. I hadn't seen her for many days. Although I didn't know why she was deliberately avoiding me, I missed her a lot. President. Elias smiled and flew towards her, flapping his translucent butterfly wings. Stop talking nonsense. Fight for me. Ariel shouted, pulling out the little coral staff from her waist, which instantly transformed into a giant mace shape. She was draped in multiple layers of enhancement magic, with a jetpack on her back providing flight capability. That perverted man with his eyes closed. Last time you took advantage of me, but this time I won't lose to you. As she declared, Ariel soared into the air, diving towards Zheng Tianbang, who was about to land. Boom! The long-haired man suddenly appeared, catching Ariel's mace strike with both hands, blocking her just 10 meters away from Zheng Tianbang. What kind of trash are you? Ariel yelled angrily, swinging her mace to strike him. My name is Buling Xuan, a space ability user, the man replied, continuously blocking Ariel's powerful attacks. Faced with the suddenly erupting battle, I felt somewhat at a loss, but fortunately, I had Hawk and Sister Lilith's protection beside me, preventing those little girls wielding sickles from getting too close to me. Why? Why are they fighting? I shouted loudly, hoping to get an answer from anyone. However, none of the busy fighters responded to me. Thud, I felt something like a rubber ball drop at my feet. I turned to look, but what I saw nearly made me faint. It was a severed head of a girl, cut off from the neck. It rolled like a ball and landed at my feet. But what terrified me the most was that it had a face exactly like mine. Rue Xin. Catch it. Sister Lilith's voice came from the side. I turned my head, and she threw me a lipstick. I recognized it as the one Sister Ariel often used. What? What for? I questioned, wondering if she wanted me to put on makeup in the battlefield. Draw on your face. The more obvious, the better. She said while fighting, already overwhelmed. Huh? Why? If you don't differentiate between these fishermen, you might accidentally take them down too. Hawk explained loudly. Oh my God! I screamed, looking down at the severed head at my feet. My small hand holding the lipstick trembled uncontrollably, accidentally dropping the lipstick on the ground. Just as I bent down to pick up the lipstick, a girl's figure appeared in front of me. Rue Xin, be careful. 126. The man was about to pick up the lipstick when I heard Lilith's sister shout from the side. However, a girl holding a scythe was already standing face to face with me. Looking at her, her wax-like, stiff, and cold face emitted a hint of killing intent. Kill. Eliminate. She then swung the scythe without hesitation towards my neck. I screamed and raised the scythe I was holding. Clang. The two blades collided, and dazzling sparks flew from the blades. The strong impact from the iron rod made my hands numb, causing me to accidentally drop the scythe on the ground. Kill. Eliminate. However, the girl seemed unaffected by the pain and swung the scythe at me again. Strange, why does this girl look just like me? And why is she attacking me with a scythe? I had no room left to resist, crouching on the ground with my hands over my head, my mind filled with such questions. Big blast! In my pondering, the sound of a bullet explosion rang in my ears, loud enough to make my head feel a bit dull. I raised my head and found that half of the scythe girl's head had vanished, replaced by a charred wound and some exposed white skull. But strangely, even after such a serious injury, there was not a drop of blood flowing from the wound. What was even scarier was that after being injured, the girl still cheerfully turned around and swiftly rushed towards the direction for which the bullet was fired. Could it be that those little guys are not human? In a daze, my thoughts returned to the scene I had seen earlier in front of the metal bed in the laboratory. The cold faces of those girls like wax statues once again fill my mind. Big blast! Big blast! A series of bullet explosions pull me back to reality. I raised my head to look towards the source of the sound. There, fighting, was a tall young man. His golden long hair waved in the air during the battle, and his delicate and fair face made it hard to believe that he was a skilled warrior. However, he was currently engaged in close combat with the scythe girl using a golden fire gun. His technique was skilled, easily using the gun barrel to block the girl's scythe, then forcefully swinging it forward, pushing her entire body back. After creating some distance, he pulled the trigger, reciting a bold line whose meaning I didn't understand. Big blast. Boom. After a loud noise, the head at the top of the girl's neck vanished completely. Her petite body twitched like a robot with a circuit malfunction, still trying to use her last strength to swing the scythe at the golden-haired man. However, after staggering a few steps, she lost all her strength and fell to the ground. The golden-haired man, seeing this, still did not forget to deliver the final blow. He held the fire gun in both hands and stepped towards the girl's corpse. Big blast. Then came another round of fierce bombardment until that body was blown to pieces, completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. He exhaled and slowly walked towards me. Holding the fire gun, I hurriedly stood up and brushed off the dust from my clothes. Thank you. I smiled and walked towards him, looking at his face. He had a gentle and elegant appearance, and under the soft golden long hair, he looked quite handsome. If his appearance were changed to that of a female character, she would probably be a beauty comparable to Lilith's sister. Watching him walk towards me step by step, I also moved in his direction, since there were no enemies left on this battlefield. However, the next second, the golden fire gun with a dragon head coiled around it was firmly aimed at my square. I was stunned for a moment, and my feet that were moving forward stopped. In an instant, I seemed to remember something Hawk's earlier shout echoed in my mind. Otherwise, you might accidentally get taken out too. Suddenly, I fully understood the meaning of this sentence, but it seemed to be a bit too late. Big blast. A loud roar came again from the front. The gun barrel wrapped in the golden dragon's head spewed out blue flames, and a strong hurricane accompanied the bullet's shot from the barrel swept towards me. Bang! Before I could react, the bullet hit my shoulder hard. A cool sensation came from my right shoulder, and I twitched all over, trembling as I shifted my gaze to the shoulder area. However, there was nothing there. Shoulder? My shoulder! I screamed, reaching out to touch the injured area. However, all my left hand touched was a bloody and messy sensation, along with the intense pain that followed. No, I'm not one of them. I screamed, spreading my hands towards the golden-haired man. However, I quickly realized that my right shoulder had disappeared due to the earlier blast, and even my right arm had been blown away. Big blast. He seemed to have completely ignored my calls and let out another battle cry as he pulled the trigger. It's over. This time it's completely finished. After all, I didn't even have the strength to pick up the scythe to defend myself. The pain intensified, making my head feel heavier. In less than a second, my body would be blown apart by that blue bullet, right? Where would it be? My left arm? Or half of my head? Rue Xin. Suddenly, a boy's voice came from the front, followed by a violent explosion. Pua! Feeling as if blood splattered onto my face, I opened my eyes and saw a surprising scene. Hawk, who was fighting nearby, suddenly appeared in front of me, blocking the incoming bullet with his own body. The bullet hit his back, creating a huge bloody hole. Pua! Another mouthful of blood. Blood splattered on my face. But that no longer mattered. What to do? What to do? Tears instantly streamed down my face as I tightly hugged Hawk's body. But I too had lost all strength, and the two children embraced and fell to the ground. In a daze, my vision began to blur. It was that scene again. Blurry vision, the killer slowly approaching me with a weapon. The world at this moment once again returned to silence, with only the sound of blood dripping on the ground and Hawk's shaky breaths left. Ro. Uncle Ro. I squinted my eyes and couldn't help but call out that man's name again. In the haze, a figure in a uniform suddenly appeared, firmly protecting the two children under his body. The horn ending in 127 Sun Linsheng. Stop! Uncle Luo's voice rang out in front of him, filled with an extreme anger unlike any he had experienced before. What? Sun Linsheng was taken aback, staring at Luo Colei, who was shielding the two children beneath him. Mr. Luo, what's going on? No time to explain, he shouted, swinging his fist to knock the scythe-wielding girl charging at him to the ground. The power of that punch was no less than Sun Linsheng's firearm, directly shattering the girl's shoulder blade. The girls charging in one after another were like glass dolls in front of Luo Colei's iron fist, shattering upon being struck. Alias! Now! Luo Colei roared, throwing the square control panel he had just found in the laboratory toward her. Huh, you want me to do it? Alias exclaimed in surprise. Quick! Okay. She bit her teeth, tightly gripping the control panel and turning to fly toward the coral tree. How dare you steal the control panel? Zheng Tianbang let out an angry screech, leading two scythe girls toward Alias. Seeing this, Alias accelerated her flight. You traitor! I'll make you pay. Zheng Tianbang bellowed, silently reciting a spell. Black mist erupted behind him, quickly coalescing into two black wings that flapped forcefully, increasing his speed. Alias had already heard from Luo Colei about this man named Zheng Tianbang and his special abilities. He could summon various props, creatures, and even alter his own physical form through incantations. It seemed he could conjure anything he needed out of thin air. However, such abilities were limited to himself and rarely affected other living beings directly. Nevertheless, he could still enhance his combat power with such special abilities, never finding himself at a disadvantage in battles against any enemies. However, the most terrifying aspect was that this guy could change his age at will. This was precisely why he, as one of the first primordial beings, had managed to survive for nearly 300 years. That guy knows all the secrets of this concentration camp, even more than Luo Colei does. To break out of this concentration camp, a confrontation with this man is inevitable. This was something Luo Colei had once told Alias. While lost in thought, Alias had already flown to the roots of the coral tree with the control panel. However, Zheng Tianbang, propelled by his wings, arrived at the same spot. Go! Take back the control panel. He pointed at Alias with his right hand, commanding the two scythe girls behind him to attack her. Why doesn't he do it himself? Alias pondered while quickly dodging the girls' attacks. Hey, why don't you come over and grab such an important thing yourself? Alias smirked, waving the control panel around in the air with her fingertip. Clearly, the combined assault of the two scythe girls couldn't harm Alias at all. Although she was a psychic-type ability user, she had been continuously improving her close combat skills, which was also what Luo Colei had instructed her to do. It seems that man had everything planned out from the beginning. She laughed, her body gradually ascending toward the lush branches at the top of the coral tree. However, Zheng Tianbang remained at the tree roots, glaring at her in frustration. Ro Jing, Bai Yin, Belingxuan, everyone chase Alias. He roared in impotent rage, his forehead veins bulging, his teeth grinding. Chase, are you kidding? Fred sneered. At this moment, the armored knight named by Ian and the red-haired swordwoman Ro Jing were locked in fierce combat with Fred, and under their combined assault, this young fireboy was surprisingly holding his ground. On the other side, Ariel was evenly matched against a man named Bu Lingxuan, showing no signs of falling behind. For some reason, these young people, who were facing off for the first time, seemed to be already familiar with Zheng Tianbong's team's combat tactics. They responded fluently to incoming attacks, and even anticipated the next moves to completely counter them. Was this all prepared by you? Zheng Tianbang shouted loudly. Indeed, over the past few decades, Luo Kulei had established a secret base called Coral No. 3. It was isolated from the world, built in an unknown wilderness. Luo Kulei would secretly select children with potential for development to enter Coral No. 3. They were mostly homeless children who gradually grew into trustworthy family under Luo Kulei's attentive care. At the same time, he taught these children many combat skills, most of which were specifically designed to counter Zheng Tianbong's team. The purpose was clear. After consuming the memory fish balls given to them by Uncle Luo, they gained a deeper understanding of Zheng Tianbang and his team members. Even if they had never fought against them in reality, they had already mastered the best strategies to counter them. 20 years ago, because you no longer wanted to escape the concentration camp, you ruined that tsunami incident. At that time, I didn't have the means to confront you, and as a solitary individual, I could only endure in silence. However, the excellent children around me have now grown up, perfectly following my plan. I don't know why I have persisted in that obsession, but I think the answer to this question will become clear after escaping this concentration camp. Luo Kulei smiled, slamming the two scythe girls he was holding down heavily to the ground before slowly coming to my side. The question that had puzzled me for over 200 years was finally about to be answered. He said, gently lifting me up. Sister Lilith returned to Uncle Luo's side after clearing the last few scythe girls. She picked up the collapsed hawk, who was already covered in blood, and his breathing had become weak. She summoned a black vortex again, placing Hawk's body inside it. Now it's up to Alias. As she spoke, a strong wind surged from above, mixed with a large number of leaves and branches hitting her face. Ah! Zheng Tianbong's desperate roar was gradually swallowed by the raging wind. In her line of sight, the enormous coral tree, glowing with an unusual radiance, was visibly shrinking towards its roots, becoming smaller and smaller until it finally turned into a palm-sized glass orb. Luo Kulei dusted off his uniform and smiled. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Source for standing on my side. Perhaps it has long wanted to end this absurd farce. In Channel 128, Alias had returned to Rokri's side, holding the glass bead transformed from the coral tree. This thing was terrifying. How many people's memories were stored within it? She gripped the glass bead tightly in her palm. Though small, it was surprisingly heavy, feeling like a large weight that required her to lift her hand with effort to maintain balance. All the memories consumed by the fish balls would be collected by this database, transforming into those golden bubbles surrounding it. Rokri said softly, "Prepare to transfer." Rokri shouted towards the fierce battlefield, then cast his gaze toward Lilith. The command reached the ears of everyone in Coral No. 3, and they immediately halted their actions, forcefully shaking off their opponents and gathering towards Rokri. "Lilith, open the portal." "Yes." Lilith responded and unleashed her special ability, a black vortex reappearing around her. "Not so fast." Zheng Tianbang roared, chanting a spell. In an instant, a blood-red circular magic array appeared on the ground not far from Rokri. It was some kind of special summoning magic. Alias warned everyone and quickly used her illusion abilities to deploy a defensive field around them. The crimson light filled the cave, quickly converging towards the rapidly spinning magic array, gradually revealing a tall, strong figure within it. It was a robust demon with red horns atop its head, and the black bat wings on its back instantly spread out, creating a howling wind around. "Go dongling." Rokri's eyes widened slightly. Wasn't it leading its people to battle against Venom in Area 1? What led that group of idiots in Area 1 was just a fake go-dongling disguised as a fisherman, Zheng Tianbang sneered. The fisherman naturally possessed powerful imitation abilities, capable of rapidly mimicking their opponent's skills in battle, as well as perfectly imitating their appearance and aura. And the one before you is the real Go-Dongling. As soon as he finished speaking, Go-Dongling quickened its pace, and the oppressive aura it radiated intensified. It seems to be controlled by mental abilities? Lilith questioned, confused. The visitor does not come in peace. Rokri did not elaborate further, lowering his stance as his expression grew serious. His gaze fixed tightly on the claws of the dark, aberrant creature. Its eyes were blood-red, blending with the surrounding crimson light, and it approached them with a suffocating aura. Damn it, I was defeated by him before. Sun Linsheng trembled nearby. He could clearly sense the terrifying, killing intent coming from the front. Even stronger than when he last encountered Go-Dongling. It felt just like the first time he met Rokri, being intimidated by his massive, invisible aura. Clearly, this aberrant man named Go-Dongling was a powerhouse capable of matching Rokri, who was hailed as the strongest man in Area 3. Perhaps even superior. You all retreat. Remember, you must safely deliver the core and the database to Clyde. Rokri shouted loudly to the others behind him while staring ahead. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you think I can escape at a time like this? Fred's angry roar echoed around, seemingly provoked by Rokri's words. Flames wrapped around his armored body, shooting towards the sky and transforming into a more powerful form that howled around him. Uncle Ro, you have it backwards, don't you? The one who should retreat is you. Ariel smiled as she walked up to Rokri, her bloodied right arm tightly gripping the massive wolf tooth club transformed from the coral stick. I was planning to do that. But I didn't expect this aberrant man to get involved, Rokri murmured, cracking his neck as he stepped forward to face Go-Dongling. Damn it, we told you to retreat. So you should just retreat. In an instant, the flames shooting from behind enveloped Rokri, with a pair of fiery hands gripping his waist tightly, lifting him into the air and quickly pulling him towards Lilith. Meanwhile, the roar of clashing weapons had already echoed from the battlefield. The bright red of flames mingling with the demon's crimson, powerful spatial fluctuations causing tremors, with rubble continuously falling from above. The cave lost the protection of the coral tree, and the plants growing around quickly withered. The originally lush and cool cave gradually filled with dry, cold air, and its color became increasingly yellowed. Come on, kill! Go-Dongling roared, gathering black and red explosive magic in both hands, striking at Fred and Ariel in front of him. The sudden appearance of this strong enemy caught the two young people off guard. Even though everyone was already familiar with the fighting style of Zheng Tianbong's team, this enemy clearly wasn't part of their previous plans. In an instant, Fred and Ariel were already showing signs of falling into a disadvantage, even though they were excellent newcomers in the camp. Facing this true powerhouse who had long hidden in the forest, they appeared somewhat weak and helpless. Uncle Ro, let's go, Lilith shouted loudly, expanding the capacity of the black hole. Flames surged, filling Rokri's vision, and he felt his body wrapped in a soft sensation, the sounds of battle gradually fading away. After a moment, feeling his feet touch the ground again, the flames surrounding him gradually dissipated. Before him stood a tall, thin figure, but his head was a glass bead radiating colorful light. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Clyde's voice came from that direction. The state of Source is quite active. It seems to sense the impending situation. In the dim laboratory, Uncle Ro took my hand as we walked towards the room where Source was stored. Clyde, Alias, and Lilith followed closely behind. After identity confirmation was completed, the heavy iron door slowly pushed open. A dazzling light instantly radiated from the gradually opening crack of the door, causing everyone to squint. 129 goodbye. Absurd yet beautiful story. You should stop. Rokure's figure, illuminated by the colorful light spilling from the door, appeared quite tall and imposing. Uncle Rokure. Lilith looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Are you really leaving? She bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixed on the man before her, unwilling to waste this last moment of their connection. Fool, you already know the answer. Rokure halted his steps into the room and reached out to gently push me inside first. Cray, Ellis, please keep an eye on the situation at the entrance, Rokure instructed. All right. The two responded and walked out towards the laboratory door. In the soft light, only the golden-haired woman with tearful eyes and the tall man remained. The plan has developed a bit too smoothly, Rocure said with a faint smile, gently cupping Lilith's face with both hands. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of ease blossomed in his heart, even though he still retained a degree of vigilance against a possible surprise attack from Zheng Tianbang. It was significantly more relieving than before. Thank you for your hard work these past 10 years. He paused, genuinely unsure what to say next. No, I don't want to hear such nonsense. Suddenly, the slender hands reached around Rocure's neck. Feeling a warm pair of lips kissing his own, Lilith buried herself in Rocure's embrace. You're at it again, he laughed, gently tucking her silky golden hair behind her ear. This is the last time, she whispered, her body trembling slightly. You never intended to take everyone from Coral number 3 with you, did you? She looked up, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Looking at that enchanting face, Rocure sighed softly. Compared to everyone living here, I and Rueixin are the real outsiders, he said gently, slowly pushing Lilith away from him. It's time for the guests to return, he said, reaching out to push open the half-closed, massive iron door, and the colorful light immediately filled the entire corridor. Uncle Rocure. Just as he turned to leave, Lilith's shout came again. Remember, think of us. He replied, not looking back, just raising his left hand to give a gentle wave. At that moment, a light sparkled on his middle finger, the ring that Lilith had personally placed on him, a custom ring made for him by the children of Coral number 3. This way, no one would dare to chase you. She had laughed as she put the ring on him. As the heavy iron door gradually closed, the man's figure disappeared from view, leaving only Lilith's frail silhouette alone. Accompanied by the heavy closing of the iron door, a crisp sound of click came from the mechanism inside, signaling that the door had completely shut. Meanwhile, the scene in the room underwent a tremendous transformation. The glass orb known as Source began to rise, floating in mid-air, gradually moving towards Lu Rueixin, and finally landing in her hand. At the moment of contact between her palm and the glass ball, the entire room spun as if caught in a hurricane. Here, it seemed as if the force of gravity had vanished. They could no longer feel the ground beneath their feet, and the two floated in an endless sea of colorful stars. Rueixin, Rocure shouted, stretching his arm to pull Lu Rueixin back to his side. However, at this moment, her eyes also sparkled with the same colorful light, deep and mysterious like an endless sea of stars. Suddenly, feeling as if her body was being drawn by a mysterious force, she began to ascend rapidly into the sky. The brightly glowing space gradually receded from view, transforming into a golden sphere, eventually becoming a dazzling golden star. Looking around, a deep dark blue enveloped the two, and they could occasionally see deeper, dark blue ripples surging at the edge of their vision, filling their minds with a sense of oppression as if they were in the depths of a vast ocean. He reached out, wanted to touch those blue waves, but felt nothing, as if he were in a void, devoid of sound, allowing his body to float freely. Suddenly, the source tightly held in Rueixin's hands began to expand, gradually transforming into a massive glass bead, its brilliant light rapidly spreading out, beginning to clash with the surrounding deep blue and gradually engulfing it. Thump! Rocure's heart raced violently, and he couldn't help but clutch his chest, releasing his grip on Rueixin. His vision began to blur, a strong sensation of something flooding into his brain, causing his head to throb with pain. In the haze, a woman's ethereal voice echoed in his ears, similar to the mysterious prompt sound in the arena. Secondary administrator identity has been approved. Particle channel has been activated. Entering resource replacement system. 130 Blaze Wolf Agent. Rockley saving people from fire and water, accumulating virtue, and spreading kindness. This was the last sentence Captain Londai said to me before the mission began. As a Blaze Wolf Agent, I know very well what kind of fierce enemies I will face. Over 30 years of practical experience have allowed me to make achievements in the field of espionage. However, this mission is something I have never experienced in my more than 30 years of work. Destroy the Electronic Prison Scientific Research Lab and rescue the hostages used as experimental subjects. It is understood that the electronic prison project had already been researched by a certain underworld organization in collaboration with local authorities more than a decade ago. And human trials were first conducted last year. They can rearrange the atoms that make up the human body through a technology called deconstruction and react with electronics, thus transporting the human body from reality into electronic space. However, to accomplish this incredible feat, a high-quality host is required. They selected many children raised in established orphanages as hosts for the experiments. Ultimately, among the 47 selected children, only one survived and successfully completed the human transport project. Once the news broke, this inhumane project that violated ethical standards was immediately met with public outrage, and it was soon halted under the intervention of righteous authorities. However, just when the inspection team entered the lab for investigation and organization, they discovered that the remaining successful case child and all personnel responsible for the project had completely vanished, finding their hiding place, destroying it, and rescuing that child. This is my mission as Rockley, a Blaze Wolf agent. However, the plan did not go as smoothly as before. During the process of destroying their lab, I engaged in fierce combat with them and accidentally triggered the still testing transport device. After experiencing an indescribable feeling of faintness, I found myself in the so-called electronic prison. Initially, I retained all my memories from before arriving here, but I soon realized those memories were rapidly disappearing at a perceptible speed. The disappearing memories would be released and ultimately transferred to a massive coral tree known as the database. This is what a first person I encountered here told me. His name is Klee, one of the earliest prisoners in this concentration camp. Those evil scientists used the human transport technology to transfer a large number of humans into this virtual prison. Because they mastered the technology to adjust the operational mode of this prison using code, here, these evil scientists are like gods. However, for some unknown reason, after the unfortunate triggering of the transport device during the fierce battle, the entire lab, along with all the staff inside, was transferred to this electronic prison. However, they could not find a way to leave. Jumping into the pit they dug for themselves is perhaps the most fitting phrase to describe them. Because they can modify this virtual world like a video game, the scientists here have granted the residents various abilities, some using magic, others using high technology, and even some alien species have emerged. Upon entering here, I also received a special ability of memory inheritance. When a person here dies, they turn into a fishball that retains their key memories, and when someone consumes it, the eater will instantly see those memories. And after my first death, I believe it was when I sacrificed myself in my first encounter with those scientists in this virtual space. I felt my entire skeletal structure begin to shrink, ultimately becoming a fishball. That feeling was truly remarkable. However, incredibly, even after becoming a fishball, I still retained my consciousness, and after being eaten by someone, I instantly occupied their brain, thus gaining a new life. At the same time, I immediately understood this special ability I possessed. With it, I have been able to extend my life continuously over these hundreds of years and established a mysterious base called Coral, where I nurtured dozens of excellent children. Among them, there are 6 children I value the most. After they sacrifice themselves, I will preserve the fishballs they become, waiting for the next batch of excellent children to grow up and inherit their memories. Gradually, I realized that my memories had almost completely disappeared. I began to remind myself daily to find that little girl named Lu Ruixin and rescue her. This is my task as an agent, and it is my mission. However, soon, even this most important memory began to blur. In the days that followed, I became somewhat hazy, not knowing why I established the Coral base, and starting to forget why I took in these loyal children. But fortunately, the deep-seated obsession with the mission I bore could still not be erased by this electronic prison. In the blink of an eye, over 200 years have passed, and sometimes I feel fatigue wanting to settle down, continuing to serve as the leader of the liberators until the world's destruction, because my consciousness is immortal. But the sense of mission as a Blaze Wolf agent constantly reminds me to fulfill that obsession, to find the girl I must save. Thus, in the continuous cycle of confusion and haze, I finally encountered the girl named Lu Ruixin in a certain alley. Perhaps due to fate, I instantly recognized this little one. On the night I met her, the obsession hidden in my heart became even stronger. I found Klee and talked with him all night. He is the first person in this electronic prison, but seems to have no dislike for this environment. He understands my thoughts and agrees to use everything he knows to help me escape from here, taking that little girl with me. Thus, the escape plan that had been prepared for hundreds of years officially began. Walking in a corridor of space filled with countless fragments of memories. Memories of the past continuously flooded into Rockley's mind. He gradually recalled everything he once had: family, friends, comrades, slowly strolling in this magical corridor. He couldn't help but pause and look back toward the direction he came from. Over there, it was still a deep, dark blue, like an endless black hole, seemingly having some kind of gravitational pull, as if one might be sucked back in if they weren't careful. One interesting dream. He smiled, slowly turned back, and walked towards the exit of the corridor. 131 Abandoned Child. Lu Rueshi. My name is Lu Rueshi, and I am 15 years old. Initially, I seemed to be much happier than the average child my age. My parents were successful businessmen, and our family's financial situation was quite favorable. At that time, I lived a life akin to a little princess, having everything handed to me. However, a vicious infectious disease ruthlessly took everything away from me. It was a terrible plague born from a catastrophe called the dark element baptism. Those infected with this plague would undergo cellular mutations in a very short time, rapidly ending human life like the most severe cancer. Even though scientists worldwide were working hard to develop a vaccine, it was too late for me, who was already in critical condition. The virus was highly contagious, something my parents were well aware of before I fell ill. After I unfortunately contracted the disease, a certain organization claimed they could alleviate my illness through some means. After a brief discussion, my parents handed me over to this organization for a considerable fee. However, things did not develop as badly as imagined. After entering that institution, I was adopted into an orphanage they had established. There were many children my size, all with various health issues, but strangely, under the treatment of the staff, we were all cured of our ailments, including my dark element syndrome. Soon, the staff selected 46 children, including me, to live separately in another orphanage. After moving to the new residence, they conducted daily physical examinations on us and engaged us in bizarre physical training, which, while not intense, was completely incomprehensible in terms of its purpose. However, as time passed, we gradually noticed some issues. The number of children here was decreasing daily. When the number dwindled to about half of what it originally was, it was finally my turn. That morning, I opened my eyes and, as usual, prepared to count the remaining children, only to find my body fixed to a cold metal bed. I was surrounded by various strange-sounding devices, and my body was covered in odd tubes, with electric shocks occasionally coursing through me. At that moment, I felt a massive metallic object resembling a helmet enveloping my head, and my vision began to blur. I don't know how long it was before I was jolted awake by a loud noise. When I opened my eyes again, I was met with the chaotic and horrific scene of a laboratory. In a lab, which was engulfed in flames, a man in uniform wielded a weapon, fiercely battling the staff. I was frightened and wanted to sit up, but my body lay helplessly on the bed, as if glued down. In my panic, I heard the man speak with a calm and righteous tone. To save people from fire and water, to accumulate virtue and promote goodness. Accompanied by a second explosion. I fainted once more. When I woke up again, I found myself in a terrifying place known as the Deep Sea Concentration Camp. At that time, I had completely lost all memory of my life before this, remembering only my name and age. After waking up, I staggered into a nearby town seeking help, only to be confronted by several vicious thugs wielding butcher knives. I fled desperately from the pursuit of an unknown number of villains. And after an unknown number of days, I finally lacked the strength to run anymore. After all, relying solely on tree bark and river water for energy could not sustain life for too long. At that moment, the man with stubble who had nearly killed me, Carl, appeared. Like the previous thugs, he held a dagger, and his hollow eyes revealed endless desire. Just as I was ready to give up and no longer wanted to resist, that man appeared, the very one who had burst into the lab to rescue me from that cold metal bed. Only, he looked somewhat different. With just one hand, He knocked the stubble man to the ground and handed me his dagger, urging me to end a man's life. In the time that followed, I continued to follow the man named Rockley and made friends with the gentle sister Lilith and everyone from Coral Number 3. Although that time was brief, it was incredibly happy, a feeling I had not experienced since contracting the plague. Even though I had lost my previous memories and was a weak girl without any special abilities, under the protection of Coral Number 3, I felt immense security. Uncle Rock was afraid that if I learned the truth, it would affect his plans, so he deliberately instructed everyone in Coral No. 3 not to tell me about his plans. Thus, while interacting with everyone, I always felt an inexplicable sense of rejection. It felt as if my companions were secretly planning a trip to the amusement park without telling me. Although I felt a bit uncomfortable, I could understand their feelings. After all, as a vessel for the electronic prison, if I experienced significant emotional upheaval, it could lead to unpredictable situations. Fortunately, with Uncle Rock and the efforts of everyone, this incredible journey was finally coming to an end, walking through a corridor filled with countless fragments of memories. Lu Ruixin paused and looked back toward the direction she had come from. At the end behind her, there was still that deep, dark blue, but the blue no longer carried the previous sense of oppression and fear, instead evoking a hint of nostalgia. Sister Lilith. Huh, she murmured softly, a long-lost smile reappearing on her face. Turning around, she saw the exit of the memory corridor ahead. Uncle Rockley was surely waiting for me at the exit, right? Yes, it must be so. Even though she was alone in the narrow corridor, there was no longer any feeling of loneliness or fear, because she knew that the man she could completely trust was waiting for her at the end of the passage. As her vision was enveloped by a gentle light, after a dizzying spin, she felt a dampness on her back and a stimulating smell in her nostrils, and she coughed as she opened her eyes. Perhaps it had been too long since she last moved her body, as even opening her eyes felt laborious. But that was okay. After all, that man was currently sitting beside her. Although he did not look like the Rockley from Coral Number 3, the steady demeanor and the domineering look in his eyes were unmistakably similar. You're finally awake, he said with a wry smile, taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but hesitating before putting it back. Your noses can't handle the strong smell of smoke, he said with a smile, extending his arms to lift me. How do you know this? I asked. Clay told me, he replied softly, feeling the warmth from his solid arms. I glanced at the broken glass container beside me and saw my own figure wrapped in his embrace. I looked so gaunt, almost just skin and bones. If it weren't for the remnants of long, dry hair on my head, I wouldn't have believed that figure was me. Uncle Rock. I trembled as I raised my hand and gently pulled on his collar. It really was an interesting dream, I smiled, and due to exhaustion, I closed my eyes again. Heroes think alike, and he chuckled softly. Will we meet them again in the future? Who? Everyone from Coral Number 3. Facing the question, he paused for a moment, then gently sighed. We definitely will. He tightened his arms, holding me close to his chest. Suddenly, a bright light flickered between his left fingers. What is this? I looked over curiously, and it was a beautifully crafted ring, radiating a vibrant and beautiful sheen in the dim light around us. This is a miracle. The end.